Chapter 1 Crossing and Chat Group. On the endless grassland, the sun was shining brightly. The breeze gently blows across the lawn, bringing a bit of coolness. A figure suddenly appeared on the grass. Lu Qingfeng was holding a cup of pearl milk tea and sucking hard, trying to suck out the last remaining pearls from the already drunk milk tea cup. Ding! A crisp bell rang in his mind, and Lu Qingfeng stopped. I looked up and looked around, and I was shocked to find that I actually appeared in a prairie. Not far away there seemed to be a few slimes beating. Slowly lowering his body, Lu Qingfeng lay down on the ground, slightly raised his head and looked around. There was nothing unusual. Looking down at the blue panel that suddenly appeared in front of you, a line of prompts appeared on it. Whether to join the Dimension chat group. Lu Qingfeng said that he is familiar with this. After all, the novels of chat groups have been so popular in the past few years. I have read a lot of similar novels. It depends on the situation now that I have passed through, and Cheat will be on duty soon. Click Yes. A new interface is split on the blue panel, and the group announcement pops up. A cognition is naturally integrated into Lu Qingfeng's mind. Ding! Lu Qingfeng joined the dimensional chat group. Sato Kazuma, desperate. Why is my uncle so unlucky? My teammates are not quite right. 5 Watch Li Yulai, Humph. Gaiko Hejin, you think you are normal. Sato Kazuma, shut up. Sundara Loli, you're second loser. Luozaya Hey, well, it seems that a newcomer is here. Stop arguing. Sato Kazuma, let me see. Oh, is the newcomer finally here? I hope it's a normal beautiful girl character. 5 Watch Colored Glaze, the ghost is really awake. Don't daydream in broad daylight, look at the name, it's a man. Luozaya Hey at welcome to join the Dimension chat group. Lu Qingfeng, Mensin reports, good noon everyone. Lu Qingfeng, hey, there are only 4 people with me in the group. Sato Kazuma, hey, this newcomer has accepted the chat group so soon. Sato Kazuma, I don't know. When I joined, there were only 2 people, just me and Ruri. Lu Qingfeng, oh, the newly opened chat group. The information about the group chat came into my mind naturally when I joined it. And I have read a lot of chat group novels before. Lu Qingfeng, and I just crossed to a new world, what else is unacceptable? Sato Kazuma, hey. Did you also cross after death? Lu Qingfeng, no, when I lowered my head to eat milk tea, I suddenly wore it. I'm lying on the ground now. Luozaya Hey, Lu Qingfeng, why are you lying on the ground? Lu Qingfeng, because there is a group of slimes not far away from me. Luozaya Hey? What is a slime? 5 Watch Li Yulai, slime? Sato Kazuma, ha ha ha, you actually laughed at me because you were lying on the ground because of the slime. Lu Qingfeng? You are a ghost and beast brave who was scared to death by a tractor. When you first went to Crusade Frogs, you were not beaten by a mess. Sato Kazuma, wow, have you seen any work about me before? Lu Qingfeng, he, what do you think? Ghost Animal Loli, the hero and the real master. Wujin Li Yulai, wow, I seem to see people filled with garbage. Luozaya Hey, Lu Qingfeng, have you seen any work about me? Luozaya Hey, Hejin and sister Li Yulai have only seen each other's works, but they have not found any works about me. Lu Qingfeng, well, don't worry, Xiao He. I have seen your work. Clicking on the list of works on the chat group, I saw that my sister could not be so cute already. Season 1 and Season 2 Blessings for a Better World Season 1 to Season 2. Lu Qingfeng I have seen some of your works, I will upload the ones that are not in the group. Ding group member Lu Qingfeng uploaded The Battle of Luozaya He, Luozaya He's Daily Life, the 3rd season of Blessings for the Beautiful World and The Legend of Red Blessings for the Beautiful World. Ding group member Lu Qingfeng gets 1000 points. Sato Kazuma. Sato Kazuma, thank you, brother. Just a little swell. Luo Xiaohei at thank you. Lu Qingfeng at Don T thank you, after all, Xiaohei is so cute. And we also get what we need. Fifth watch Li Yulai, huo, isn't this Uncle Hejin? Why get down? Sato Kazuma at shut up, you loser loli. 5 watch Li Yulai, ha. Who do you think is defeated? I am the ultimate fallen angel black cat now, how could I go to the kind of boring friendship meeting between mortals? Sato Kazuma at, have you seen my other works soon? Lu Qingfeng, oh, I'm a fan chaser and I've seen these. Besides, with this chat group, you will be invincible in the future. Lu Qingfeng at, have you encountered wind and infinity now? Luo Xiaohei, well, I am now being taken by infinite on my way to Lanja Hall. Lu Qingfeng, then you should finish watching Luo Xiaohei's War as soon as possible. Remember one sentence, Master is the best person in the world. Luo Xiaohei, oh, I'll go see it right away. I will remember. 5 watch Li Yulai at didn't you say that you just crossed it? What are you going to do? Lu Qingfeng, I plan to go to the mall to see if I have something suitable to arm myself, and then explore around to see if anyone is there. Sato Kazuma, remember to buy the adventurer card I uploaded in the mall. It has been optimized for the system. Not only can it be used in all worlds, but it can also be mounted on the chat group to generate a game template. 5 watch Li Yulai, but there is not much in the mall, after all, there are only so many people in this group. Lu Qingfeng, well, then I will go to the mall to have a look. 5 watch Glass at have you seen works related to Lu Qingfeng? Sato Kazuma, no, I've done a lot of novels before. But there is no such name as Lu Qingfeng. But it's normal to look at the name, he should be a Hyuxia. Sato Kazuma at, wait for you to find Lu Qingfeng's works when you have time. Luo Xiaohei, well, I will try to find it. Lying in the grass, he moved a little sore body. Lu Qingfeng raised his head slightly and looked around, there was no strange movement. Open the mall interface on the blue panel, only a few products come into view. Special District. The Adventurers Card Group member Kazuma Sato uploads 300 points. Competence Area. Yuling Gold Group member Luo Xiaohei upload 500 points. Junior Magic Group member Kazuma Sato uploads 200 points. Skill Area. Small Fireball Group member Kazuma Sato uploads 50 points. Kazuma Sato, a member of the Water Bombing Group, uploads 50 points. Steel Group member Kazuma Sato upload 50 points. Lu Qingfeng did not hesitate, click to buy the adventurer card. I saw a circle of ripples on the blue panel, and a new plate appeared. Name, Lu Qingfeng. Level, 10/50. Strength, 4. Physique, 4. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Ability, none. Skills, none. Big brother, what are you doing? Lu Qingfeng, who was lying on the ground and watching the property board carefully, was startled and almost stopped. The body rolled on the spot, separated from the position of the sound, and squatted and looked in the direction of the sound. A little girl is looking at herself curiously. Exquisite and lovely face, long light golden hair wrapped in a fiery red hat, and pointed ears are not human at first sight. Lu Qingfeng was shocked, but still did not relax his vigilance. After all, the sudden appearance of a non-human little girl in the wilderness is very strange in itself. Who are you, little sister? Why are you here? The little girl turned around, revealing a small school bag with a stuffed toy hanging on it. A red gem that seems to be inlaid is really pleated. Kelly plans to go to Xingluo Lake to fry fish with the newly made bouncing bombs, but it's here when she walks. Big brother wants to play with Kelly. The lines that seemed to be carved into DNA flowed from the little girl's mouth. Liu Qingfeng stared at the little girl who was looking at him with big eyes. Take a closer look, isn't this the daughter of the original god she played with, Kelly? Jumping from the ground, looking up at the sky, a looming black spot appeared. This is the continent of Tawat. Chapter 2 The City of Mond. Boom! With a loud noise, splashes of water mixed with scorched fish flying all over the sky. Fish scent, full of burnt smell. Ha ha ha! Kelly smiled happily, ran to the nearest big fish with her short legs, hugged her, and ran towards Liu Qingfeng. Brother, this is for you, the fish is delicious. Looking at Kelly holding the big fish, Liu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and touched Kelly's small head, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Kelly, brother likes to eat fish too." She stretched out her hand and prepared to take the big fish from Kelly. Kaylee handed Liu Qingfeng the big fish that was scorched but fragrant on the surface of her arms, turned her head and ran to the other big fish happily. Boom! As soon as there was a sound, Kaylee turned her head suspiciously, and saw Liu Qingfeng really hugged big fish lying on the ground, and curiously asked, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Pulling out his hands from under the fish with difficulty. Liu Qingfeng sat up and looked at Kelly, who tilted her head and looked at her curiously, and smiled embarrassedly. "It's okay, brother just wants to put it down and eat." "Oh, big brother, hurry up and eat, Kelly is going to eat that fish over there." Seeing Kaylee turned around, Liu Qingfeng exhaled. "I didn't expect Kaylee to be so powerful." Looking at Kelly, who was already squatting in front of a fish and starting to eat, Liu Qingfeng touched her stomach, and a grunting voice came. From morning to noon now, Liu Qingfeng has had a cup of milk tea. Then she ran with Kelly from the grassland to Xingluo Lake. She was already hungry. Reaching out to tear open the charred part of the big fish, a piece of snow-white fish appeared in front of Liu Qingfeng, a burst of fragrance came, and after swallowing his saliva, Liu Qingfeng tore off a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. Yet, Liu Qingfeng snorted comfortably. The fragrance of fish and the faint sweetness came from his mouth, and his saliva was constantly secreted. The excellent taste made Liu Qingfeng feel that his whole body was eager to continue eating. Following Kaylee's squat, Liu Qingfeng stepped into battle with both hands, throwing away his cheeks. It was a big feast. When he recovered, Liu Qingfeng found that he could no longer eat with his stomach. Stretching, Liu Qingfeng lay comfortably on the grass. Oh, oh haha. There was a crisp laughter beside him. Liu Qingfeng turned his head and saw Kelly, who was lying on the grass with his stomach, smiling happily at him. A smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Liu Qingfeng looked at Kelly happily. "Kelly, thank you. The fish is delicious. Next time I will let you try my craft, the cooked fish is even more delicious." "Really? Is there any better fish?" "Big brother, let's fry fish together next time." "Well, you will be there on call then. By the way, do you want those fish, Kelly? Can I take some with me?" "Yes. Kelly is already full." "Brother, take whatever you want." "Thank you, Kelly." Slowly got up, raised his head and looked at the city of Mond in the distance. Liu Qingfeng walked towards the shore of Xingluo Lake. He saw big black fishes floating in the lake. Among them were some unconscious fishes. Only the body was still there. Swinging unconsciously, as if still having a nightmare. Point your finger on the fish, and the fish disappears with a swish, leaving only a little splash. Lying on the grass, Kelly watched Liu Qingfeng running around by the lake. Watching his movements in confusion. "Big brother, where do you hide the fish?" "This is in the spiritual space." A big question mark appeared on Kelly's head. "Big brother, what space is it?" You can treat it as my special ability." Sensing that there was already a psychic space that was almost full, Liu Qingfeng hammered his sore back, stretched his waist, looked at the reddish sky in the west, and turned to look at Kelly, who was chasing butterflies happily. "Kelly, it's late, it's time to go back." Kelly heard Liu Qingfeng's voice. She speeded up and grabbed the butterfly in her hand, turned and ran towards Liu Qingfeng. "Big brother, let's go quickly, we will be scolded by the leader of Qin when we go back in the dark." In the setting sun, two people, one big and one small, started to follow the road. A conversation between the two came from the wind. "Kelly, what are you doing to catch butterflies?" "Butterfly is a very good material, I am trying to add bouncing bombs." "Big brother, where is your home?" "Me? I came here accidentally from another world." "Oh, that's a traveler from other world, then I have to report to the leader of Qin." As the sun sets, the moon gradually rises, and fireflies are flying by the roadside. Under the moonlight, Kelly leads Liu Qingfeng and appears at the gate of Mond. "Kelly!" With a scream, a woman walked out of the city gate. Her long pale blonde hair was tied into a single ponytail. She looked very capable with the uniform on her body, and her delicate face was full of anxiety and anger. Seeing the woman's face, Kelly, who was striding forward in front of her, hurriedly braked and hid behind Liu Qingfeng with a scream. Qin, who was originally full of anger, saw Kelly hiding behind others, only to realize that there were others. Looking at Liu Qingfeng's face and clothes that were obviously not Mond, he straightened his face and stood up straight. "Hello, welcome to Mond. Why did travelers come to Mond?" Kelly, who was hiding behind Liu Qingfeng, quietly popped up and looked at Qin. "Head of Qin, the eldest brother is from Otherworld. I found the eldest brother and brought it back." Qin looked at Lu's front and behind and looked at me. I was innocent. Kaylee glared at Liu Qingfeng and saluted. "Thank you for bringing Kelly back." Liu Qingfeng looked at the familiar stranger and smiled. I lowered my head and patted Kelly's head. "Kelly, your family came to pick you up. Thank you today. I will come to play with you another day. Now you should go home." Kelly stared at her piano, shrank her head in fear, and said goodbye to Liu Qingfeng in a low voice. "Carefully walk out from behind Liu Qingfeng and walk towards Qin." Amber walked out from the side, nodded towards Qin, looked at Liu Qingfeng curiously, and took Kelly's little hand and walked towards the city of Mund. Seeing Kelly leave safely by Liu Qingfeng's side, Qin breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled embarrassedly at Liu Qingfeng. "I'm sorry this traveler, there have been too many things happening in Mond recently, I'm a little nervous. I'm Qin, the acting head of the Westwind Knights to protect Mond. Next, let's go to the Knights to talk about it." In the Knights of Mond, Qin sits at his desk and listens to Liu Qingfeng. "So, you came to us suddenly from your world, don't you know how to go back now?" Liu Qingfeng sat on the chair and nodded towards Qin. "Yes, so I hope I can settle and live in Mond." Qin stood up and walked to the front of Liu. "Of course, Mond welcomes every traveler. Do you need the help of the knights?" Standing up, Liu Qingfeng smiled embarrassedly. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, I need a little help. Can you help me arrange accommodation for tonight?" "Of course, I will pay." There is a slight smile on Qin's face. "No problem, I will arrange your room and board tonight. Don't care about money." Talking about the Qin belt landing before walking out of the Knights, Liu Qingfeng looked at the huge Feng Shen statue in the city, knowing that he would probably live in Mond City for a short time. Chapter 3 Mond's Night. Mond's night was a bit sluggish due to the attack of the Wind Demon Dragon, but recently it has been very lively. At the back door of Mond, the crowd was bustling in the dim lights, and the smell of barbecue permeated everywhere. Guy stepped down the steps and adjusted his sleeves. Looking up and looking around, I saw a crowd of people sitting on a dozen tables in the open air. People eat barbecue and start talking with alcohol, and a green bard is playing and singing. On the wall, in front of the barbecue booth, a small team is lining up, and a young man is very busy. Guy metastable gently sniffs the fragrance in the air, and the various fragrances that he has never tasted continue to come. He swallowed silently, walked to the end of the queue and started queuing. In front of Guy, a girl with white cat ears is ordering food. Meow. Little boss, give me some spicy grilled fish. Diona, slightly spicy or medium spicy, do you still take it away today? Try the spicy meow today. Okay, wait a moment on the side. Diona stepped aside, Gaia stepped forward and watched Liu Qingfeng, who was surrounded by several barbecue stalls, said hello. Liu Qingfeng, your business is good. Just a few days after coming to Mond, there have been repeat customers. The busy Liu Qingfeng looked up and smiled when he saw the familiar pirate blindfold. Ha ha ha, I'm also very happy to be liked by everyone. My sub-captain Guy is going to have something to eat today. All around, in the flames, the skewers were tumbling on their own. Metal objects are flying around in the air. The spice box spreads the spice evenly. The finished skewers will automatically fly into the marked plates for classification, and finally fly to the table of the guests according to the order or bagging or lift-off of the guests. The magical scene composes a harmonious picture like music. Although it is not the first time I saw this picture, I still feel beautiful every time, and of course I am very hungry. Guy swallowed. Do people in your world do it like this? Reached out and took out a bottle of juice from under the cabinet, simmered most of the bottle, and exhaled comfortably. Liu Qingfeng picked up the towel and wiped the sweat from his face. Hearing Guy's question, shook his head. No, our cooking is not so fancy, but those chefs who have honed their skills for a lifetime are much better than mine. Stretching his body vigorously, a smile appeared on Liu Qingfeng's face. Let's start ordering, Sub-Captain Guy, let's chat during the day. If you take a seat, I think the customers behind will be rude to you. Ha ha ha, what did the little boss say? Gaia is the knight captain of the Westwind Knights. We won't drag his head into the alley with a sack. After all, we can't beat him. Gaia looked back at the long queue that had been lined up, staring into his own eyes, with a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Hurriedly gave up a laugh. Sorry. Everyone, I just talked to the boss. I will order food right away. Give me 2 spicy grilled fish and 2 wild mushroom chicken skewers. Slightly spicy takeaway. Okay, wait a minute. Gaia walked to the side, sat down in the waiting position, looked up. Liu Qingfeng smiled happily in the flames. Late at night, bid farewell to the last drunk customer, Liu Qingfeng wiped the sweat from his face, prepared to bake something, fried fish in the group, and then returned home from work. Boom! There was a sound not far away, followed by the creak of the door opening. Mon's back door was opened, and a blue abyss mage floating in the air appeared, and the members of the knights were lying on the ground behind him. I don't know about life or death. The scenes that appeared in front of the Abyssal Master were the tables placed in the middle of the road and the barbecue grill burning with charcoal. A back figure flashed away from the corner of the street in the distance. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, a series of question marks popped up in the Abyss Mage's head. For a moment, the Abyss Mage waved his staff and pointed towards the corner of the street. Several Kyokuya people and Shield Torin walked out of the darkness behind him. There seems to be someone running over there. You can catch up and have a look. Liu Qingfeng stepped hard on the ground, and the iron underwear he was wearing would quickly slide forward for a long distance with his body. This piece of clothing was made by a blacksmith Liu Qingfeng to exercise his body and ability. It's an inner armor when fighting. You can usually exercise your body to increase your weight. When you need it, you can also control the metal to offset its weight or increase the speed. It's very economical to use more than one piece of clothing. It's over. Why didn't I watch the plot when I played the game? Although it's in the real world, the plot of the game will not be 100% reliable, but it also has reference value. It's numb. I really want to go back and put that crazy fast-moving self into the plot. Face on the keyboard. My barbecue stall, I hope that the damage will not be too serious, I will take note of this. Master Abyss, wait for you, when I grow up, your house will be ransacked. Liu Qingfeng glanced behind him, but there was no pursuer. He jumped to the roof, took out a small bomb from Kelly from the space backpack, took out the lighter and lit the fuse. Jump! A loud noise sounded in the night sky of Mond, and countless people jumped up from the bed. At this time, there were continuous dog barking and roaring from the already quiet city of Mond. Bang! 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 The sound of rapid footsteps came through, and I saw Guy running quickly with a group of knights. Hey! The people above hurry down. Is the bomb just yours? Liu Qingfeng jumped down from the roof and scratched his buzzing ears. Hurry up to the back door, I just saw the Abyss Mage come in. Gaia originally saw Liu Qingfeng coming down and wanted to go up and say hello, but when he heard Liu Qingfeng's words, he said hello and hurriedly led the knights towards the back door. Looking at the knights running away, Liu Qingfeng changed his head a little dizzy, jumped onto the roof, drew a bow from his backpack, and quietly followed the knights. At the city gate, the sound of high flames mixed with swords continued to be heard. As a fiery red figure continued to attack, most of Liu Qingfeng's barbecue stalls had been destroyed, and only one barbecue grill remained tenacious. Above Liu Qingfeng, the skewers prepared to fry the fish in the chat group have been smoked. The corpse of a famous Kaihokyu who was burning with flames fell to the ground, and an unpleasant smell of burning continued to spread in the air. At the gate, there is no elemental shield protection in the middle of the shield-bearing Tauren, the Abyss Mage is being defended inside. Damn it! I have avoided the magic circle, but why did I encounter an ambush? The sound just now should have been released by the person who ran away. It seems that the Kaihokyu people did not catch up with the guy who ran away. Staring fiercely at the figure holding the big sword, the Abyss Mage waved his staff unwillingly. We withdraw. Hehe, don't think you can protect Mond all the time, this place will belong to us after all. Diluc looked at the Kaihokyu people who slowly withdrew, and listened to the words of the Abyss Mage. He didn't say a word, just raised the big sword in his hand. The flames began to diffuse from the blade, and along with Diluc's waving, a high-pitched bird song came. Yo! A giant bird made up of flames appeared, croaked up to the sky, and swooped down towards the enemy. The retreating Abyssal Mage heard the bird singing from behind, and when he looked back, he saw that a flame bird had arrived in front of him, and his eyes were full of horror. Block! Block me! Shouting at the shield-holding Tauren who was commanding him, the Abyss Mage ignored the chaotic flow of magical power that should have just been broken by Diluc in his body, and desperately mobilized the magical power to form a water barrier in front of him. The flaming bird whizzed past, leaving only everything that was ruthlessly destroyed by it. With a loud cry to the sky, it exploded into sparks and disappeared. Among the scorched corpses of the Tauren and Kaihokyu, a hand stretched out, and the Abyss Mage climbed out, watching the figure rushing over with a big sword burning with flames. Reached out and took out a scroll, tearing it forcefully, white light flashed, and the figure of the Abyss Mage appeared in the distance of Mon City under the moonlight. Diluc stopped with a big sword and looked at the faintly stumbling figure on the other side of the fruit wine lake. He frowned, put the big sword away, and turned to Mon City. Hey, it looks like something has happened. Guy ran down the stairs with the knights, looked at the fallen corpse of the Kaihokyu on the ground and the burning flames, and looked at Diluc who was standing in the same place with a sigh of relief. Diluc looked at the knights who were clearing the court, and snorted to Guy who was approaching. Humph! Your knights are really useless. If it weren't for my night patrol to meet a few Kaihokyu people running on the street, follow them and track them down. When you arrive, there will be countless casualties. Gaia's face flashed apologetically, and his voice was silent. A voice came from the city wall. Sniper! There was a sharp break in the air, and a black shadow flashed by. On the other side of the fruit wine lake, the figure who was stumbling and fleeing fell to the ground. Liu Qingfeng's figure floated down from the city wall. "Break my stall, but I can't beat me, you want to run if you beat me." With a word in his mouth, Liu Qingfeng put away the bow and arrow in his hand, smiled at the two of them, turned and ran to clean up the messy barbecue stall. Diluc glanced at Liu Qingfeng, who was standing in front of the barbecue grill with a distressed face, and saw that with a wave of his arm, all kinds of damaged metal objects that fell on the ground flew up and gathered in front of Liu Qingfeng, disappearing in a flash. "Are you from other world? I hope you don't have any bad thoughts about Mond." A different color flashed on his face, Diluc said softly. Turned and left. Gaia looked at Diluc, who was leaving straight away, sighed slightly, raised his spirits and saluted Liu Qingfeng. "Liu Qingfeng, thank you for notifying us that Mond was invaded." Liu Qingfeng put away the only intact barbecue grill and watched Guy, who bowed to him, waved his hand. "Now I live in the city of Mond, then I am also a member of Mond. I like it very much. It should be, if there is nothing wrong, I will go back first." "Well, it's okay, you go back first. This time our knights will compensate you for your loss, and your trophies will be delivered to you tomorrow." "Ah, thank you so much." Gaia looked at Liu Qingfeng, who was fading away. The night breeze was blowing in the dark green bangs, and his ice blue eyes were slightly fluctuating. After all, compared to Liu Qingfeng, who had just arrived in Mond, in less than a week, he not only swept Mond with his delicious barbecue, but his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. The bright moonlight mixed with the dim street lamp shone on Liu Qingfeng's way home. With a thought, a blue panel appeared in front of Liu Qingfeng. The ding 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 news keeps coming through. "Sato Kazuma at Dalao, help. I'm starving to death, please send me a skewers." "Sato Kazuma at Dalao, help. I'm starving to death, please send me a skewers." "Wujin Liulai, oh hu, isn't this Sato and Ma, who just said 2 days ago that he had made a lot of money and had moved out of the stables to eat meat? Why are you starving to death?" "Sato Kazuma, anger. It's all the stupid goddess of Akia, who secretly took my money to the tavern to drink last night, and then got so drunk that she wanted to bring happiness to everyone as a goddess, and then invited everyone to drink. Now I have gone bankrupt. Haven't eaten for a day. 5 Watch Li Yulai, yes. Sorrow. Although I'm already laughing, my stomach hurts. Sato Kazuma, you are still not a human being. At this time, shouldn't this uncle be very pitiful, and then I would like to have a full meal. Luoziya hey, Hejin is so pitiful. I have grilled fish, do you want to eat it? Sato Kazuma, oh. Xiao hey, you are an angel, what you want is what you want. Ding Luoziya hey sent a red envelope. Ding Sato Kazuma received a red envelope. Sato Kazuma, wow. This fish is not only without any seasoning, but it is also grilled. Luoziya hey, laugh. This is the fish that master baked. Liu Qingfeng at, sad. Ding Liu Qingfeng uploaded a red envelope. Ding Sato Kazuma received a red envelope. Ding Luoziya hey received the red envelope. Ding Wujin Liulai received the red envelope. Sato Kazuma, oh. It's for food. Thank you guys. Luoziya hey, this sunset fruit contains a hint of aura, it tastes so comfortable. 5 Geng Liulai, heh, I like this tribute very much. Travelers from other world, tell me your wish. Liu Qingfeng, a lot of things have happened to at. Tomorrow, please go to the supermarket to purchase a batch of spices and send them to me. I will send you gold coins. Click on the black cat's avatar to open the private chat interface. Ignoring the chat history above, Liu Qingfeng sent 200 mora over. Liu Qingfeng didn't care that Wujing Liulai couldn't handle these gold coins. After all, it was not the first time. Close chat group. I clicked on the attribute panel, I saw that the level experience was already overflowing. I just waited for my favor. Name, Lu Qingfeng. Level, LV6800/300. PS, every upgrade level. All attributes automatically +1, normal human physique bonus, free attribute points +3. Strength, 13. Physique, 14. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 20. Spiritual power, 200. Ability, Yuling Gold LV, 3. Mirror Shisuilv 1, Intelligence 20 points. Derived ability, Perception increased slightly, Rational increased slightly, Spiritual recovery speed. A small increase. Skills, Sniper LV, 2. This level 6 is the result of Lu Qingfeng's visit to the Adventurers Guild to receive various missions during the day within 1 week after Lu Qingfeng came to Mond. Close the panel. Lu Qingfeng is ready to add some more when he gets home. The 2 words are safe. Chapter 4 Adventurers Association. Early in the morning, the sun rises from the east, awakening the sleeping Mond. Boom. Closing the door smoothly, Lu Qingfeng turned the door handle back and forth and shook it a few times to make sure that the door was locked, then turned and walked down the stairs. After a night of adaptation, the body has fully adapted to the changes in attributes after adding some points. Open the chat group to sign in at will, points +5. Group sign-in can sign in once a day, ranging from 1 to 10 points each time. Say good morning to everyone in the group. Lu Qingfeng opens the attribute template. Name, Lu Qingfeng LV8150/400. Strength, 15. Physique, 20. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 22. Spiritual power, 220. Abilities, Yuling Gold LV3, Mingjing Shisuilv 1, Transcendental Body LV1, Physical Derivation with 20 points, Physical Stamina increased greatly, no disease, no poison, moderate increase in vitality, small increase in defense, small lifespan rise. Skill, Block LV2. After upgrading last night, Lu Qingfeng decided to go to the Adventurers Association to pick up new tasks, such as going out of the city to kill the Kaihokia people. Because of fear of injury and death before, Lu Qingfeng has always been receiving missions from residents in Mun City to gain experience. Now that he has a certain degree of self-protection ability, Lu Qingfeng decided to go out and take risks. Passing the corner of the alley, the noise on the main street of Mond is heard, and people in various clothes are busily walking through the street. All the way to the Deer Hunter restaurant, Lu Qingfeng greeted Sarah, picked up the breakfast that had been prepared in advance, and turned and went straight to the Adventurers Association. Walk into the open door. The noisy voice came through, and adventurers with various weapons gathered together in 2s and 3s to discuss the task to be taken today. Unlike the Adventurers Association in the game, it is obviously an association spread across the continent, but the office location is just a poor counter, making it look like a small shop at the entrance of a primary school. In reality, the Association of Adventurers has a single-family 3-story building, and the first floor is where ordinary adventurers receive tasks. The reception desk and commission board are generally the most crowded place. The fledgling novices are generally on an adventurous journey to meet new partners. On the second floor, there is a major commission or a designated location for commissioning negotiations. Of course, the employee's office is also here. The third floor is where the employees live. You are a traveler from Otherworld. I am the convicted queen from Pure Land. My real name is Fisher. I am also a traveler from Otherworld, and this queen grants you permission to travel with you. Miss means it's nice to meet you. Ounce. Lu Qingfeng looked at the beautiful girl in a black dress in front of him who was arguing with the talking crow, smiled slightly, and stretched out his right hand and said, "Hello, my name is Lu Qingfeng. When we first met. Nice to meet you, Fisher." Fisher looked at the right hand stretched out in front of him. He was taken aback for a moment before he could react. He stretched out his hand and shook Liu Qingfeng's hand, and waved his hand to lift the blonde hair in his ear. "Thank you for the magnanimity of this emperor. You dare to feel very honored to be able to shake hands with this emperor. Turn around and leave." "Miss, she's just shy, I hope you don't care." Ounce fell on Liu Qingfeng's shoulders and explained, "Miss came back from completing the mission today and heard that there was a traveler from other world in Mond. She was very excited. The way the lady usually speaks is a bit strange, but the lady is actually she is a very good person, and I hope you don't hate her." Ounce. There was a cry, and Fisher, whose ears were half red, yelled to Ounce. "Hee, the lady called me. Then I'm leaving." Looking at Fisher not far away, Liu Qingfeng waved. "Fisher, I'm going to take an adventure out of town for the first time later, can I invite you to join me in a team?" "What?" Fisher was taken aback by Liu Qingfeng's team invitation, and coughed after a moment of stunner. Opened his left hand forward, and put his right hand over the blindfold, looking at Liu Qingfeng with emerald green eyes, he took a second-degree extremely high posture. "Humph, invite me to walk with you and embark on the departure of your dreams? Very good, remember, I am the master of Yi Pure Land, Fisher, the Queen of Sin, to adjudicate all guilt in this world and thoroughly understand this. All true knowledge, in my name, this demon eye of conviction will be watching you. With Osna, the crow's eye, who has witnessed the annihilation of 1,000 worlds, observes your path. If the night watch beast named world covets your dream, then I will shoot it down with the conviction demon arrow." Stepping forward and shook Fisher's extended left hand, Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Then this adventure will take care of you. Oh, just let it go to me. Well, with me convicted Queen Fisher, your way forward is bound to move forward. Then what kind of trials you will accept today, I look forward to it." Hum. "I'm also looking forward to it, so please wait a moment for Fisher." When I walked to the Primary Adventure Commission Board, the crowd here was not too dense. Looking at the various tasks on the delegation board, Liu Qingfeng studied carefully and decided on the task to take. He tore off the task delegation, waved to the waiting Fisher, and Liu Qingfeng walked to the reception counter. Waiting for the person in front to complete the task registration, Liu Qingfeng handed out the task entrustment to the staff who was recording at the desk. "Miss Guy Celine, I am taking these 2 assignments today, please trouble you." After receiving the task list, Guy Serene glanced at Liu Qingfeng, and after carefully checking the task, he registered Liu Qingfeng. "Yes, your mission record will also be registered on your adventurer's certificate. Although this is only a junior adventure mission, it should not be taken lightly. I hope you can complete the mission safely and may Feng Shen bless you." Accepted the task order and said thank you to Guy Celine. Liu Qingfeng turned and walked towards Fisher. Shook the 2 orders in his hand. "Fisher, the mission has been taken. I saw that these 2 missions just happened to be completed along the way." After receiving the order, Fisher checked it carefully for a while, and then handed it back to Liu Qingfeng. Reached out for Ounce, his right hand swept the blonde hair around his ears, carrying a dark longbow with golden stripes on his back, and left first. In the morning light, Fisher's blonde hair seemed to sparkle. "Little Amy, you have to go home and let me know when you come back after completing the task." Fisher, who was walking, was taken aback, standing at the door looking at the figure outside, his face gradually changing. In the end, the picture that appeared in front of Liu Qingfeng was that Fisher blushed and dragged the middle-aged man away, leaving only himself and Ounce speechless. "Ah! Liu Qingfeng, let's go to the gate of Mond and wait for the lady. I should be back soon." "Liu Qingfeng, do you seem to understand what the young lady means?" Holding Ounce, who was standing on his shoulders, Liu Qingfeng walked outside the city of Mond. "I can understand the meaning, after all, I was like that before. Although I don't show it that way now, I still yearn for it in my heart, so I am actually quite happy to see Fisher like this." Glancing at Liu Qingfeng in surprise, Ounce didn't expect Liu Qingfeng to be like this before. "Oh. I didn't expect you to be like this before. Obviously, your behavior and temperament are more like a well-educated scholar." Liu Qingfeng smiled proudly, looking up at the door in front of him. His eyes seemed to be looking far away. "That's because I have a beautiful and powerful country, where everyone will receive 9 years of compulsory education from an early age." "Oh, there is such a place. I wish I could see such a scene with my own eyes." Reaching out and touching Ounce's feathers, Liu Qingfeng stood by the bridge, looking at the shadow reflected on the water for a moment. "I also hope that one day. I worked overtime for a week, and worked an average of 5 hours of overtime every day. I think I can have a good rest on the weekend." As a result, the family called to go back to worship the ancestors, and the others didn't have time on weekends. Split in half, following the afternoon notice, working overtime on Saturday, it has split in half. Chapter 5 Mission. In the Whispering Forest, 2 brown-haired humanoid monsters are sitting by the fire making food. On a tree not far away, 2 figures are squatting on the branch to observe the enemy below. "We searched for so long and found these 2 Kaihokia people. This should be the goal of this mission." Taking out 2 orders from the psychic space, Liu Qingfeng pointed to the order above and said, "Fisher, are you going to come with me?" "Humph. As the convicted queen Fisher. How could it be possible to deal with this kind of person? And it's your adventure. As a traveler in Otherworld, you should work hard to cross after this trial. This is the meaning of adventure." Crouching halfway on the branch, Fisher changed his posture, holding his eye with his right hand, holding the bow with his left hand, and continued in a low voice, "Of course, I will also look at you with my convicted eye when your destiny is blocked. At that time the loss of the sacred judge will surely open up your path." "That's okay, then I'm ready to go." Bent down, the spiritual power in the body moves. With a light leap, Liu Qingfeng appeared on the taller branch in front of him with a small, insignificant sound. Squatting halfway, and gently squeezing his right hand, a blue and white longbow appeared in Liu Qingfeng's hand. Looking at the commission in his hand, Liu Qingfeng took out an arrow. His physical and spiritual power flowed through his arm, and concentrated on the arrow in a specific way, aiming at the Kaihokia people 50 meters away. Task: there are sporadic Kaihokia people wandering in the Whispering Forest. Please expel them for the safety of Mun's surroundings. Client: Association of Adventurers. Mission location: Whispering Forest. Mission requirements: expel or exterminate a small number of wandering Kaihokia people. Task reward: 300 experience, 800 mora. By the fire, 2 Kaihokia people watched the food tumbling in the pot, silently. They were originally members of the Kaihokia tribe in the southeast of the Thousand Winds Temple, and they lived Wuyu carelessly every day in the tribe. But one day, a huge figure crossed the sky. A legendary dragon appeared above Mond. The huge dragon exudes monstrous magic power, and it rushes towards the evil human city, Mond City, with a huge gust of wind. Originally, the conflict between the two would not affect their lives, but the next day, several abyssal mages came to their tribe. The priest and the patriarch met with them, and the next day, as the best and smartest investigators in the clan, they were queued to the Whispering Forest by the patriarch, asking them to supervise the activities of Mond City. Just last night, there was a loud noise in the city of Mond, and from the Whispering Forest, you could see a soaring flame flying from the back door of Mond. Then an abyss mage suddenly appeared not far from them in a burst of white light. The staggering abyss mage Zhang found them not far away, and just gave them an order to protect it, but an arrow shot through his head and fell to the ground. The shape of the arrow is deeply reflected in the depths of my mind, and I can never forget its appearance. Yes, it is exactly like the one on the head of my partner. Ga. 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 Liu Qingfeng watched as another Kaihokyo was shot and sprayed with blood. He was carrying a wooden shield, and the Kaihokyo was frowning. Although he has the basic bow and arrow abilities because of his blocking skills. But with his current ability, it is impossible to shoot a moving target at such a long distance. It looks like a close fight. In a low voice, Liu Qingfeng was actually mentally prepared to stand close when he was planning to take on the adventure mission. After all, with the current bow and arrow ability, facing multiple targets, then there is only one arrow at the beginning, and there is no room for the use of bow and arrow in the next battle, and the ability of Yulingjin has not reached the ability of long-range attack. With a strong kick under his feet, Liu Qingfeng jumped down from the tree. The moment he landed, his body rushed forward violently, and a tang knife appeared in his hand. The Kaihokyo people stepped and raised their shields to block Liu Qingfeng's stab, and their early combat experience made it block the lightning stab. Although the left hand holding the shield has been injured because of the wooden shield being split, all this is within its expectations. When seeing this evil human rushing over, the long experience tells it about the opponent's body. Ability far surpasses it, can't run away, and it's hard to beat, it's time to desperately. Anticipating the opponent's movement, blocking the opponent's first blow with full strength, abandoning the wooden shield and left hand to seal the opponent's knife and movement, at this moment, the full-strength wooden stick whizzes towards the enemy's head. Bump! The brown soil was flying, and a deep hole with a big bowl appeared under the wooden stick. The Kaihokyo people stared at Liu Qingfeng 5 meters away and were speechless. With his rich combat experience in the past, for a soldier, his weapons are like his life. There is no doubt that he will give up weapons in battle. Is suicidal-like behavior. For a moment, Chu Kairen withdrew a smile from the corner of his mouth, dropped the wooden stick, picked up the tang knife. The dark blade of the knife flashed a gleam of light in the sunshine in the forest, and the comfortable touch made it squint comfortably. There is no doubt that this is an excellent weapon, and its owner is a very good novice fighter. After all, a real fighter will not abandon his weapon. Liu Qingfeng looked at Kaihokyo not far away and took his tang sword and swung it a few times, as if he was satisfied. Under the mask, I seem to be looking at myself with a very rude look, walking towards me step by step. A series of question marks popped up in his mind, and Liu Qingfeng looked at the Kaihokyo who approached, and raised his right hand to shake. Several spikes flew out of his body, and then it spun at a high speed. With a humming sound, Kaihokyo's body was torn apart, lying down in front of Liu Qingfeng, blood flowed all over the place. The Kaihokyo people facing Liu Qingfeng's head stared with confused eyes, as if asking what was going on. Snapped. There was a crisp sound, like a ripe watermelon, red and white flowing all over the ground. He stretched out his hand to recall Tang Dao, brushed the palm of his hand, all the stains on the knife body disappeared. Liu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, and retracted Tang Dao. Bent down and picked up the broken mask, Liu Qingfeng waved behind him. Fisher, you can come down, I'm done with this. A gust of wind came through, and Fisher led Ounce down from the tree. Observing Liu Qingfeng carefully, Fisher found that he was not injured and he was slightly relieved. Ahem, it's no loss that you, who are also a fellow traveler in other world like me, completed the first trial with ease. You did a good job. Now put away the spoils of your trial and prepare for the next trial. Ounce flew to Liu Qingfeng's shoulder and pecked his face lightly. I didn't expect you to be so strong. What happened to that just now? Scratching his itchy face after being touched by Ounce, a piece of iron appeared in Liu Qingfeng's hand, flying around Liu Qingfeng quickly. This is my special ability, I can use metal to attack the enemy. Since you can attack from a distance, why did you just go up close and attack with a knife? I don't think you have learned the sword technique. It's very dangerous. Scratching his head, Liu Qingfeng smiled embarrassedly. I was accidentally excited with a knife in my hand, I will pay attention next time. Ounce, thank you for your concern. Ounce patted Liu Qingfeng's shoulder with his wings, and comforted, "Just remember, don't be so impulsive next time. Okay, get ready to complete the next task." Fisher, who was standing next to him, suddenly walked to Liu Qingfeng's side and asked, "By the way, what is your next commission? I haven't seen it yet." Putting away the two broken masks, Liu Qingfeng wiped the bloodline contaminated by the mask from the grass on the ground, took out another order form and handed it to Fisher. "I saw that the order was written in colored brushes, and the client's name was Kelly. Task: want to eat delicious sea bass from Xingluo Lake. Client: Kelly. Mission location: Xingluohu. Quest requirement: obtain 3 perch from Starfall Lake and give it to the acting head of the Knights. Task reward: 100 experience, 200 mora." Fisher took the order, took a closer look, and said inexplicably, "Kelly, this is the confinement room by the leader of Qin again. I don't know what else has been done. Forget it, I'll know when I go back." With a wave of orders, Fisher points forward. "Let's go, let me Fisher to guide you." Chapter 6. At noon, the sun rises high, and the hot sun shines on the land of Mond. By the Starfall Lake, Liu Qingfeng, who came here again, stood by the lake, the cool breeze blowing on his cheeks, making him squinted comfortably. "Travelers in other worlds, prepare to complete the final mission. Guy, come back soon. The convicted eye will be watching your future." Fisher, with a little sweat on his face, pointed to the small island in the center of the lake in the distance and said, "There will be your final trial place, where the wind god Barbados resides." Liu Qingfeng raised his eyes and looked, only to see a vague statue on the small island in the middle of the lake. "And that's the idol I saw at the beginning of the game. However, unlike in the game, Xingluo Lake is very large, and I don't want it to be a small pond even though it is called a lake, but the Xingluo Lake here is a genuine lake. Then I will go fishing. Fisher, wait for me. It should take more time. I need to catch more bass." Fisher moved quietly to the side of the shade of the tree. The cool breeze made her feel relaxed, and she said indifferently when she heard Liu Qingfeng's words, "This is your trial. The more spoils you can get are naturally the better. I will be watching you here." "Okay, then I'll pass." After all, Liu Qingfeng looked at the small island in the distance and waved out a piece of metal. The movement of spiritual power in the body activates the Yuling Gold ability. The iron body quickly changes its shape and becomes a metal water ski. Waving his hand by the lake, Liu Qingfeng is ready to set off. "Is this your ability? It's amazing that you can feel a kind of energy that is similar to but completely different from the rock element, and you don't have the eyes of God but you can control this element." Ounce's voice full of magnetism sounded, looking at the changing metal. Ounce said with surprise. Looking at the curious Ounce, Liu Qingfeng controlled the surfboard to float on the water, and explained, "This is the ability of Otherworld. It uses a system different from that of Tevat. It's not Ounce. Why did you come here? Don't you need to be with Fisher here?" Flying to the front of the water ski, Ounce gave a chuckle. "Miss is worried that you can't go to the center of the lake." "It doesn't seem like Miss is too worried." "Ounce." Fisher's shy voice came, and Fisher, who was secretly observing here, heard what made her shy. Waved to Fisher, Liu Qingfeng stood on the water ski, lowered his body slightly, warned Ounce, and set off. The water ski draws a high splash of water, like a sharp sword, across the water and rushing towards the center of the lake. A spray of water flew high, a surface of the water drifted, and Liu Qingfeng stopped on the island in the middle of the lake. Putting away the water ski, Liu Qingfeng looked at the 5-meter-high Fengshen in a trance. In the game, the protagonist under his control gained his first strength here, and since then he has embarked on the script of seeking girls in Tevat continent. Countless treasure chests hidden in high mountains and evil waters and dangerous places were searched by himself. Countless Kyokiu people were scoured from head to toe by themselves. I don't know if I will actually meet this group of traveler brothers and sisters in this real Tihuat continent. When I met I didn't know whether it was my brother Sora or my sister Ying Ying. And Liu Qingfeng said that he was very curious about the taste of peimen. After all, this place in peimen will be explored again next time, but it has caused him to fall to death and his blood pressure has been stretched countless times. Striding forward, Liu Qingfeng pressed on the statue of Feng Shen, closed his eyes and looked serious. Ounce looked at Liu Qingfeng strangely. He just walked ashore at the Feng Shen statue with nostalgia, as if he had known each other for a long time. After a while, his expression became vicious, as if he was whispering something like braising and barbecue. Now he put his hands on the feet of the Feng Shen statue with a serious face. How strange it looks! Mobilizing all his spiritual power, Liu Qingfeng calmly condensed his qi, hoping to resonate with the element of wind. After all, it would be very good if you can prstute for nothing. The idol screamed, and the wind elements that were invisible to the naked eye turned into light green and wrapped around the Feng Shen statue and Liu Qingfeng, and the bodies of both sides exuded light rays of light. On the shore, the scene in Ounce's eyes appeared in Fisher's mind, who was enjoying the coolness, and his face panicked. With a flash of thunder in her hand, Ounce appeared next to her. "Last night illusion," Fisher said without hesitation. Ounce pounced on Fisher, and in the thunderbolt, a huge black crow drove the thunder into the sky. On the small island in the middle of the lake, the breeze equals like hearing the call of the gods, coming from all directions, turning into a huge wind group. With a flash of thunder, Fisher appeared beside the wind group, feeling the huge elemental force of the wind, with an anxious expression on his face. "Ounce, what's the matter?" The figure of Ounce emerged from Fisher's body, flapping his wings to levitate beside Fisher. "Miss, I don't know the specific situation. Just now after Liu Qingfeng put his hand on the statue of Feng Shen, a large number of wind elements suddenly gathered here. I have never seen such a situation." Fisher dignifiedly looked at the radiant wind group, pondered slightly, raised his head and pointed at the wind group. "Ounce, show me the direction of Liu Qingfeng. If I call Liu Qingfeng if I can't get an answer, then I will come to break this wind group." The purple thunder light in Ounce's dark eyes looked towards Liu Qingfeng's original location. Fisher nodded and raised the longbow in her hand. The thunder elements gathered in her hand to form a thunder arrow, and the bright thunder light shone in the Starfall Lake. "Liu Qingfeng, can you hear my voice? How is your situation now?" Fisher's crisp voice resounded in the Starfall Lake, and his anxious voice echoed on the surface of the lake. Behind Xingluo Lake, on the mountain road in the direction of Xingxinjia, a strange little thing dressed in exotic style and a follower by his side appeared on the road, looking at what happened in the middle of the lake. In the wind group, Liu Qingfeng floats in the center. His face was calm as if he was asleep, and in his mind, the cognition about the wind was constantly emerging. At this moment, he was immersed in the wind, and he could feel the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the wind. At this time, Fisher's anxious cry came. The scene around him naturally appeared in his mind. Fisher, with the thunder arrow in his hand, was raising his bow in his direction. And the powerful thunder element energy was converging in Fisher's hands. On the edge of the lake not far away, a familiar stranger is coming. Liu Qingfeng hurriedly opened his eyes and said loudly, "Fisher, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll come out right away." Hearing Liu Qingfeng's voice, Fisher breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lowered the bow and arrow in his hand. The huge wind mass began to dissipate, and as Liu Qingfeng walked out of it, the wind elements merged into his body and disappeared completely. "Yo, Fisher!" With a hearty smile on Liu Qingfeng's face, he happily greeted Fisher. "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." Fisher strode forward to Liu Qingfeng's side and observed Liu Qingfeng several times carefully, confirming that there were no wounds, and then he was relieved. After returning to his senses, Liu Qingfeng's face turned red with a smile on his face. Don't overdo it and say hi. Under my convicted Queen Fisher's gaze, your destiny is under my protection. It is not a matter of course that nothing happens. Liu Qingfeng, what happened just now? Ounce's question came from his ear. Liu Qingfeng secretly glanced at Fisher, who was peeking here, pretending to cough twice, and stretched out his right hand with a naked eye. Visible small tornado appeared in his hand. When I just touched the wind god statue, I suddenly resonated with the wind element for some reason, and then gained the ability to control the wind element. Fisher, who was peeking here, was taken aback when he saw the wind tornado in Liu Qingfeng's hands, because this was something that had never happened before. Originally, there was no god's eye, but it was able to imprison the metal, and it was completely beyond common sense, but considering that Liu Qingfeng is a traveler in other world, he can still accept a little special ability. But now it's too weird to gain the power of wind just by touching the statue of Feng Shen. Fisher, have you seen anything like this before? Seeing Liu Qingfeng approaching him, knowing that he was peeking at the spotted Fisher was a bit shy, coughing slightly and said, as the emperor who descended from other world, I have seen countless scenes. This is the moment because the power has not yet fully awakened. My memory has not been fully recovered. So there is no reason for the time being. Completely awakened for me, the whole world will come into my eyes. Boom! There was a sound of landing, and a girl with 2 blue and white flowers on her head landed next to Liu Qingfeng and Fisher. A girl with a petite body and golden eyes, wearing obviously exotic clothes, with a strange humanoid creature floating beside her. Hey, I'm exhausted. I almost fell into the lake halfway. I blame Ying for your bad idea. You have to ask Paimon to eat something delicious. The elf who claimed to be Paimon raised his hands and complained loudly beside the girl, leaving a little mysterious star in the sky flying by. Liu Qingfeng looked at the familiar scene before him, with a happy smile on his face, and stepped forward and said, Hello. Welcome to Mond. Ha, you finally showed up, Pimeng. Let's go to the next time to explore the enmity that caused me to die countless times. Chapter 7 Wind Demon Dragon. Click. Click. In the fire, the fiercely burning wood cracked. On the side, several huge sea bass are being fried, as the seasoning in Liu Qingfeng's hands is evenly spilled, bursts of fragrance continue to diffuse. Ah, it smells so good. Ying, come and see, it is delicious. Peiman excitedly flew up and down around the grilled fish by the fire and yelled. After a while, he stopped by Liu Qingfeng and stared at Liu Qingfeng nervously, and whispered, You really want us to eat such a delicious grilled fish? Are you kidding us? Gently turned the grilled fish over, looked up at Peiman, who was almost rubbing his face, and watching the drool that was almost flowing down, Liu Qingfeng showed a cheerful smile on his face. How come? You are so cute. It's not a matter of course to ask you to eat. Wait a minute and you'll be fine. Really? He, Peiman is not as cute as you said. Thank you, that's such a good person. Peiman scratched his head embarrassedly, and happily flew to the grilled fish. Waved to Ying and Fisher standing in front of the Feng Shen statue, Liu Qingfeng shouted. You guys come here soon, you'll be fine soon. On the flat ground by the fire, Liu Qingfeng waved a breeze, which rolled up the dust and fallen leaves on the ground, condensed into a small group and threw it into the Starfall Lake. Take out the table, chair, and bench from the space, and put the cooked dishes on the plate. When everyone was seated, Liu Qingfeng waved his hand to distribute the grilled fish to everyone. Said with a smile. This is my new dish, spicy grilled fish, welcome to give comments after tasting. Oh, I know. Besides, it's cold and not tasty. Peiman couldn't wait to remove a large piece of fish with a fork. A trace of heat rose from the fish that was dyed red with pepper, and the peppers stuck to the fish. Seeing the beautiful fish in front of him, Peiman's eyes seemed to shine. I was picked up by Ying during this time. Not only did she not have enough food every day, but also because of Ying's cooking skills, she had eaten something so fragrant for a long time. I can't wait to open my mouth and stuff it all at once. Ying, who just raised her hand next to him, was dumbfounded, her small mouth closed, and she slowly said, "Can you eat spicy and spicy food?" Peimen, who had just swallowed the fish in his mouth, instantly solidified his expectant expression, opened his mouth numbly, and spit out the fish sluggishly. With tongue sticking out of his mouth, Ababa was drooling. Peimen's tears shed. "Ah! My mouth is numb. It's so spicy. Are you poisoned? Hurry and save me, this is a big villain. Am I going to die?" You. Peimen, it's okay. That's just the special taste of the seasoning, not poison." Ying grabbed Peimen, who was flying around her. Apologetic Liu Qingfeng smiled and explained to Peimen. Liu Qingfeng waved his hand carelessly, picked up the hot grilled fish in front of him and walked to Ying's side, looking at Ying's shoulder, covering his mouth with tearful eyes and a gentle smile, and said softly, "Peimen is okay, I'm a chef, how could I poison my customers? Think about it now, is the fish just fragrant, and is it refreshing with the two stimulating flavors?" Peimen looked at Liu Qingfeng, who was smiling gently in front of him with tears and a kind smile on his handsome cheeks. The breeze is blowing slowly by his side, as if it has been completely absorbed in the gentle wind. Ying's explanation and Liu Qingfeng's words echoed in his mind. Peimen carefully reviewed the taste just now. Now that the body has adapted a little, it is indeed delicious in retrospect. It is a taste that he has never tasted before. She could not help secreting water from her mouth, and then dripped it onto Ying's clothes along the corner of Ababa's mouth. "I'm sorry, just now, I misunderstood you." Pulling away Ying to lead his hand, Peimen wiped his saliva and stood on the table embarrassedly apologizing to Liu Qingfeng. Smiling and shaking his hand, Liu Qingfeng put the grilled fish in his hand in front of Peimen. "It's okay, come and eat while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. You have to finish it. That's the best reward for me as a chef." Peimen looked at the three huge grilled fish the size of her in front of him, and the spicy aroma came. He was so scared that he took a step backwards, covering his mouth, looking up at Liu Qingfeng, who was smiling, swallowing, tears in his eyes, and rushing up with his fork with an indomitable momentum. Looking at Peimen, who was eating with tears, Liu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, and glanced at Ying, who still had Peimen's saliva mark on his shoulder, had already picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy it, completely disregarding it. Special spicy and special hemp, specially put by Liu Qingfeng. On the opposite side, Fisher, with his tongue sticking out slightly, was staring at the fish on the knife and fork in his hand with his eyes full of tears. He glanced at Ounce, who was enjoying eating, closed his eyes and swallowed it down. Chew quickly and swallow in 2 mouthfuls. Then he looked at Liu Qingfeng, who was looking at him, and shouted, "Humph, isn't it just the food from hell? In front of my convicted Queen Fisher, I have to crawl in front of me and surrender to me, ha ha ha, cough cough. Water. 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 So spicy, oh." Looking at Fisher, who suddenly yelled after coughing, Liu Qingfeng quickly took out the juice from his backpack and handed it over. Seeing Fisher, who had finally relieved after drinking most of the bottle in one breath, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't know if you can't talk when you are eating? That is to say, it's slightly spicy for you, otherwise you will suffer some of it." Fisher rolled his eyes embarrassedly, and silently extended his fork to the grilled fish in front of him. "Try to talk less when eating spicy food, otherwise it will be very dangerous to be choked." Liu Qingfeng picked up another slightly spicy grilled fish on the table. This one was originally reserved for Ying, but she directly picked up the other one and kept her own special spicy food. "It feels different when you cook." Ounce, who had finished eating, appeared next to Liu Qingfeng. He picked up his chopsticks and ate the fish, and glanced at the only fishbone picture on Ounce's plate. Lu King Feng's faint cried because now the identity has changed. They are guests and I am the chef. By the way, I will come again. Half. Nodding thoughtfully, Ounce said, yes. In the afternoon, a group of people walked out of the Whispering Forest, and the city of Mond could already see a huge outline from far away. So you are also travelers in Otherworld. Ying, you are traveling to find your brother who was lost when you were lost. Ying glanced at Lu Qingfeng suspiciously, and asked curiously, what's the matter, is there a traveler from Otherworld to Mond? He is there. Humph. Far away in front of the horizon. I am the master of Yi Pure Land, convicted Queen Fisher reincarnated in this world. And Lu Qingfeng is the Hell Demon Chef from Otherworld, who has just descended on this life. Are you from Otherworld too? Ying looked at Lu Qingfeng in surprise, with a look of expectation on her face. Then have you seen a teenager dressed like me? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. I also just came to this world just a few days. And listening to what you said, you came to this world a long time ago, but suddenly you were sealed by a strange god, and you have only now woke up. Seeing a trace of loneliness on Ying's face, Lu Qingfeng comforted. But don't be discouraged, I believe you will find your brother. Ying has already appeared. Although I don't know the specific plot, I still have an impression. After all, there is no skip button. But now that Ying has appeared, the Wind Demon Dragon should also be coming soon. Ah, look at what it is. Peimen stuttered and squatted hard on Ying's shoulders and yelled. Looking up, I saw that the city of Mond, which was still clear just now, was covered with dark clouds, and a huge black shadow hovered over the city of Mond. Storms are raging everywhere in the city. Fisher, who was still posing, scowled and screamed, pulling his legs out and rushing in the direction of Mond. A flash of thunder flashed through Ounce's figure and rose to the sky. Lu Qingfeng looked at Fisher's figure without hesitation, gritted his teeth and followed closely. Looking at the two figures in the distance, looking up at the distant city of Mond, which was wrapped in a huge storm, I was confused. Peimen, do you know what's going on? Peimen, who was lying on his stomach, floated hard beside Ying, looking at the huge black shadow in the distance and said, that's the Wind Demon Dragon. Chapter 8 The Chaotic City of Mond. At the gate of Mond City, Lu Qingfeng looked at the scene of the city speechlessly. Several huge storms are raging in Mengcheng, countless houses collapsed, and the streets are full of items destroyed by the storm. A westerly knight is urgently rescuing the injured residents, and a cry of pain keeps coming into Lu Qingfeng's mind. Within, Lu Qingfeng, who has lived in a peaceful area since he was a child, has never seen a tragic situation with his own eyes. Although in that information age, I have seen many similar videos, but it is always in the video, and the place where he lives seems to be a different world. At this moment, after living in this oneself for a while, accepting his Mond City friendly, Lu Qingfeng felt a burst of flames inexplicably as he watched the already somewhat familiar city turn into this hellish picture. Looking at Fisher's figure who was already trying to save people, Lu Qingfeng opened the Properties panel. Name, Lu Qingfeng LV8550/400. Strength, 15. Physique, 20. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 26. Spiritual power, 260. Ability, Yuling Gold LV4. Yuling Wind LV5, originally controlled by the wind element, integrated into the same system ability Yuling Wind through the game panel. Mirror Shisuilv 2, a substantial increase in perception, a substantial increase in sanity, a substantial increase in spiritual recovery speed. Extraordinary Body LV1. Skill, Sniper LV3. Because of the ability of comprehend the wind element, the intelligence and spiritual power have been greatly strengthened in the attribute. At this moment, as Lu Qingfeng clicked to upgrade again, and then put all the attribute points into intelligence. Bursts of cool feeling continued to come out of his mind. A lot of breath suddenly appeared in my mind. A prompt came from the panel, and Liu Qingfeng glanced at it and closed the panel. Ding! Your intelligence reaches 30 points, and your soul is sublimated. Acquire ability, Spirit Sense LV1, Spiritual Power Sublimation, Spiritual Power Bonus, Sublimation Mirror Shisui Upgrade of Max. Ding detected that the physical body and the soul level do not match. Please strengthen the physical body as soon as possible. Liu Qingfeng was not careful about the prompts on the panel. After all, he didn't know his true strength because he had never gone out to fight. But the mission experience this time made him realize his range of power. Next, you only need to deal with the things in front of you, and then you can quickly upgrade and strengthen your physical body. Closing his eyes and feeling the changes in his body, Liu Qingfeng released his divine consciousness, and with the upgraded mirror Shisui, he fully felt the aura in the city of Mund. Countless bright or dark spots of light appeared in Liu Qingfeng's heart lake. Opening his eyes, a stream of airflow surrounded Liu Qingfeng's body, his feet floated in the air, and several iron swords flew out of his body. Liu Qingfeng followed the faint breath of perception and flew with all his strength. The sublimated soul and spiritual power greatly increased his original ability. With his spiritual knowledge, it is like the original skirmish shrimp transformed into a prohibited soldier. Greatly increased. A figure wrapped in wind flew regularly in the chaotic city of Mond. Wherever it went, several streams of light flashed past. A figure buried in the ruins was rescued by the breeze. An emerald green light flashed through. The bleeding wounds that had been bleeding slowly stopped bleeding. When Liu Qingfeng, sweating profusely, rescued the last wounded in the senses, Mondine's abuse storm was isolated from the rising great enchantment, and Qin appeared behind him with a pair of Westwind Knights. Looking at Liu Qingfeng, who was standing on the ground with a pale face and sweating profusely, Qin bowed deeply with his messy face. "Thank you very much for saving the injured citizens." Looking at the visibly exhausted Qin, Liu Qingfeng shook his hand, looked up at the huge wind and devil dragon in the sky and said, "Don't say these things for now, the top priority now is to deal with the thing on the head. As for the thank you, I won't refuse." Listening to Liu Qingfeng's unmodest words, Qin originally thought that the wind demon dragon's sudden attack had caused her tight spirit to relax a little, and she smiled slightly. "In the name of Dandelion Knight, I will definitely not let you down." After speaking, he looked up to the sky, and Qin's eyes showed a trace of complexity and sadness. "You, who originally belonged to the Dragon of the East Wind, have guarded Mond for countless years, but at this moment, you have fallen into the wind and the dragon attacked Mond. Oh, this is the traveler from Otherworld. Did Kelly ask her to eat the delicious fish, brother? This time I really appreciate you for saving the victims in the city of Mond." A beautiful woman with a dark purple hat came from the other end of the street, walked to the side of Liu Qingfeng to observe carefully for a while and said, "As for the wind demon dragon, this time it directly attacked the city of Mond, but it allowed us to see the source of the disaster. This matter will be resolved soon." Qin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the arrival of the beautiful woman, and asked, "Lisa, how are you preparing?" Lisa smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, the piano is ready. Since the wind and devil dragon has recovered, it has been moving around Mund, creating chaos. The elements that caused Mund to flow, the ground vein loop is like a ball of yarn caught by a cat. As a magician, this is the worst thing. But after this time I should be able to sleep well." With a yawn slightly, Lisa stared at the wind dragon flying in the sky, and a magic book with wings appeared in her hand. With a flash of thunder in Lisa's hand, a huge magic circle spread over the city of Mond. The magic circle enveloping the entire city of Mond slowly rotates, and streams of light converge on the magic circle from the enchantment of Mond, blinking a huge thunder light soaring into the sky, piercing the wind dragon raging over Mond. There was a huge roar, and the wind demon dragon roared above Mond, circled twice and left suddenly. A red light fell along with it, passing a red light and fell outside the city of Mond. Seeing the departed wind demon dragon, Lisa breathed a sigh of relief and put away the magic book in her hand. Turning to see Liu Qingfeng, who had been staring at him, couldn't help but smile. Why? I'm obsessed with my sister. If it is you who saved countless residents of Mond, my sister is not unreasonable. Liu Qingfeng, who had been looking at the scroll of the sky, couldn't help but stunned when he heard Lisa's words, and then said angrily, "Thank you for your kindness, sister, your age has exceeded my mate choice." "Oh, I didn't expect that cute. You don't like the type of big sister." Lisa didn't get angry when she heard Liu Qingfeng's words, but seemed to think seriously. As the hero who saves Mond, if he gets caught for secretly following the little girl, what should we do? Liu Qingfeng, who had rested for a while, had recovered some state. He moved his body twice to make sure it was okay. Turning his head to look at Lisa, who was slandering herself, she couldn't help but point to Yingmei, who had just brought Paramount from the corner of the street, loudly. "Said what you said is completely impossible. Copper smelting is a crime. Besides, what I like is whether this type is good or not." Yingmei, who walked over holding a pure tear-shaped crystal, stood there with a dazed expression, staring at her nose, because a woman yelled that she liked this type of Liu Qingfeng with a scared expression on her face. On the corner of the street not far away, a green corner of clothing quietly disappeared. Chapter 9: The First Group Mission. Early in the morning, the sun fell on the broken streets of Mond. After the dragon disaster, people are working hard to rebuild their homes. Liu Qingfeng walked on the street and walked outside the city of Mond. "Big brother, thank you for saving my sister and me yesterday, this is for you to eat." A little boy took a breakfast and ran to Liu Qingfeng's side and handed it to him, thanking him. Stopping and looking at the little boy with dust on his face, Liu Qingfeng squatted down and touched his head to take the breakfast he handed over. Smiled and said, "Thank you for the breakfast." The little boy touched his head shyly, turned and ran towards his parents not far away. Liu Qingfeng looked up and saw a couple wrapped in bandages looking at this place. Behind him was a little girl hiding behind her father, looking at this side secretly, seeing Liu Qingfeng taking the breakfast with a happy face. Seeing Liu Qingfeng looking this way, the couple bowed deeply to Liu Qingfeng. And then continued to rebuild the house. On the way out of the city, Liu Qingfeng was thanked by countless people. Makes him smile a little bit. Although the act of rescuing others yesterday was only because of his own ability, and a little impulse from childhood education and conscience to drive his body into action, but at this moment, he has received thanks from countless people, and Liu Qingfeng feels that this is also good. Although he will not rush to the wind dragon with a buzzing head. However, Liu Qingfeng is still willing to help others within the scope of his ability, of course, provided that the person is worthy of a helping hand. And the city of Mond, who has accepted itself in a friendly manner, is undoubtedly on the list of friends. And yesterday's action knights also gave a lot of rewards, including becoming a Knight of Honor, a manor outside the city of Mond and a property in the city of Mond. At this moment, Liu Qingfeng intends to upgrade and strengthen himself as much as possible while Ying and the others go to the Temple of Four Winds. Ah! Why would Yingmei go to the Temple of Four Winds to help? Of course it's because Yingmei is a nice and enthusiastic girl. It's definitely not because the knights promised to provide food and accommodation and help find your brother after the matter is resolved, not because you're afraid of staying with someone who doesn't know each other for a day and then points to your nose and yells, "I like your type of pervert." Outside the city gate, waved goodbye to the members of the Westwind Knights who paid tribute to him. The breeze gathered around Liu Qingfeng's body, an iron sword flew out, and Liu Qingfeng's imperial sword soared into the sky. The Westwind Knight with a bewildered face left behind. High in the sky, Liu Qingfeng stepped on his flying sword, looking at the scenery flashing below, and couldn't help grinning. Flying with the sword is the dream of every Huxia person, and at this moment, I actually realized it. The divine consciousness spread across the ground below, and a sword light above the wind kicked out countless bells and whistles, and then rushed towards Dadapa Valley, where a large number of Kyokuta people gathered. After the addiction, Liu Qingfeng smiled at the corner of his mouth, sitting on top of Fijian with a refreshing expression on his face. The sword lights flying around, swept up and down, sweeping out ordinary Kyokuta people who were in the process of sensing. With a heart move, open the chat group that hasn't had time to fill in for a long time. Luo Xiaohei, Master and I are going to the city soon, and they are about to come. What do I do? Wujin Liulai, haven't you finished watching the copy of Destiny? It's over if you frustrate him. Luo Xiaohei, but I don't want to hurt them. Liu Qingfeng, Xiaohei, you have to know that their goal is your field. You don't want to hurt them, but they will never let you go. Liu Qingfeng, do you think Fengzi did the right thing after reading the copy? Luo Xiaohei, although I know Fengzi did not do the right thing, but I still don't want Fengzi to die. Liu Qingfeng, Feng Xi is mainly going to extremes, betting everything on the domain. Regardless of, hurt others. Liu Qingfeng, although I can understand his thoughts. After all, I was living well at home, but suddenly a group of outsiders took over the magpie's nest and pushed their home. Fifth watch Liulai, it's pretty miserable to think about the atmosphere like this. Liu Qingfeng, it's just that our stand and perspective are different. You see, the human beings affected are not as innocent. Liu Qingfeng, their era has reached that point, and none of them can eliminate others, so they can only seek common ground while reserving differences. Liu Qingfeng, and from the copy, it can be seen that a group of insightful people among the fairies have already begun to act. It's a pity that I finally got results, but I was miserable by the pig teammates. 5 watch colored glaze, totally incomprehensible. Liu Qingfeng, suggestions on studying politics. 5 watches Liulai, studying politics. Is the upgrade of Degui not fragrant? Liu Qingfeng, this is also a method. Liu Qingfeng you can also quickly become stronger, and then take the breath away. When I find a way to seek common ground while reserving differences, I will release it. Liu Qingfeng, or wait until you are strong enough to create the world, just create a world and throw in the fairies who don't want to live with humans. Luo Xiaohei, create the world. Can I do something like this? Liu Qingfeng, nothing wrong, the chat group connects the heavens and the world, and we will continue to grow stronger in the future. Sooner or later we will be able to create the world. Liu Qingfeng, and based on my experience of reading novels for so many years, your field is a rudimentary form of the world. Especially the psychic space, this is already the foundation of a small world. 5 watch Liulai. Is Xiaohei so capable? Heh. Creating the world, isn't this the ability to exist specifically for my fallen angel Saint Black Cat? Liu Qingfeng in fact, you only need to exchange Yuling gold to get the spiritual space. I looked at the price of the field, it is a bit expensive. 5 watch colored glaze, can Yuling Jin also have spiritual space? Liu Qingfeng, yes, the foundation of the ability over there is the psychic space, so it is very cost-effective. Not only does it have a strong potential for development, but even the storage space is clicked and sent. Liu Qingfeng that's why you understand. Don't buy magic with praise points. It's a pity not to buy such a good ability. 5 watch Liulai, I know. I will consider it, but why do you recommend it so? Liu Qingfeng, laugh, I just gained an ability recently. Yuling Wind. Liu Qingfeng, I just uploaded it to the mall. If you don't like the metallic ability, you can also consider the disadvantaged attribute. 5th watch Liulai, that's how it is. You are promoting your ability. Liu Qingfeng, no way, Xiaohei's realm is too fragrant. It's a bit expensive, so you have to work hard to make money. Sato Kazuma you finally came out, why haven't you seen you online in the last 2 days? I miss you so much. 5 Watch Li Yulai, suddenly discovered that Xiaohei is the real local tyrant in the group. 5 Watch Li Yulai, puff, I think I miss food. You really haven't paid off your foreign debts. Sato Kazuma, oh, how could that little foreign debt hinder you, Sato Kazuma? Sato Kazuma, if it wasn't for the mentally retarded Akua, I have lived a good aristocratic life. Lu Qingfeng, so what did Akua do? Sato Kazuma, she took advantage of my carelessness to pull Huai into the team. Lu Qingfeng, woohoo, my wife enters. 5 Watches Li Yulai, lowly controlling ghost animals is really online. Sato Kazuma, then yesterday he sent out a mission to blow up the client's farm. Sato Kazuma, oh. The debt that has just been paid off has doubled again. Lu Qingfeng, miserable. Luo Xiaohei, miserable. 5 Watch Colored Glaze, miserable. Sato Kazuma at Dalao, please support. I will babble. Lu Qingfeng, go away, treat you like a cute girl. Lu Qingfeng, I'll cook a few more when I have dinner and send it to you. Sato Kazuma, oh, you are my god. Amen. 5th Watch Li Yulai, when will the group task be available? My magic has already started to boil. Lu Qingfeng, I also want group missions. So poor, I really want points. Lu Qingfeng, at present, the only way to get points is to sign in and upload a copy of Group Friends, but there are too few of us. No one triggers the group mission. Ding detected an abnormality in the world where group member Lu Qingfeng is located, now the group task is released. Group task, due to the previous time and space fluctuation, group member Sato and the real-world Demon King Army group transmission magic circle error, teleport to group member Lu Qingfeng's world. At this moment, they are trying to reposition and return through the teleportation array, and then lead the army to this new world. Mission requirements: destroy the teleportation magic circle. Mission time: 24 hours. Task reward: 80,000 points and 40,000 experience, distributed according to contribution value. PS, during the mission to other worlds, the return will be in the second of leaving within the mission time. Lu Qingfeng, this, said CAO and CAO will be there. The group mission is here. Lu Qingfeng at all staff are alive, let's go. 5 Watch Li Yulai, is this the power of my being fallen angel Saint Black Cat? What the heart thinks will be achieved. Luo Xiaohei, group task? In order to become stronger, I will definitely participate. Sato Kazuma, it's time for my uncle to play. Lu Qingfeng, I have reached the sky above the enemy, so prepare to come over. Over the Dadapa Valley, Lu Qingfeng stands high above the sky, looking down at the goblins whose painting style is obviously incompatible with the Dewat mainland. The number is really huge. 2333, go to work to fish for a chapter. Chapter 10. On the cliff at the entrance of Dadapa Valley, Lu Qingfeng senses the surrounding environment and activates the transmission permission after confirming the safety. Luo Xiaohei world. Xiaohei looked at the infinite being recounting the old with his friends in the cave, afraid to shoot the infinite arm, and said, "Infinite, I want to go out for a while, and I will be back soon." Holding the teacup infinitely, Xiaohei glanced at Xiaohei and nodded silently, "Go early and return early, be careful." Old Ju looked at Xiaohei, who came out of the cave, touched his elbow infinitely, and joked, "Why, this is the candidate for your new apprentice, but you have confiscated the apprentice for nearly 100 years. Infinitely curled his eyes, took a sip from the teacup, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. "He is not my apprentice yet." "Oh." Old Ju lowered his head and squeezed the beard on his chin. It's hard to come across with such a suitable attribute, you have to grasp it. Hey, it looks like I'm worried for nothing. You have to remember to call me when accepting a disciple. But what are you going to do, disciple? Don't you worry. Put down the teacup, infinitely silently sense the breath of this little black quickly going away. Since Xiao He decides to deal with it himself, then I will let him go. And Xiao He is not weak. Zhu Lao recalled the part of Xiao He's abilities that he had seen, and nodded. Indeed, you little apprentice, you will not be very old next year, but you will be very scary, getting old and old. Looking infinitely in the direction of Xiao He's departure, he took a slight breath, lifted up the tea filled with water and drank it in one sip. Xiao He, use it when you encounter a crisis, and master will rush over it too. Outside the cave, Xiao He swiftly moved forward on the tree branch. After leaving the cave for a certain distance, he bowed in the infinite direction and accepted the task. A white light flashed, Xiao He's figure disappeared in place. At the same time, my sister's world, wearing a gothic lowly skirt with black wings behind her, shut herself in the room, looking at the task button in front of her. She was entangled for a while, looked at the location of her sister's room after a while, and clicked to accept. The voice echoed in the room before she disappeared, "Hey, as the fallen angel Saint Black Cat. How can this gorgeous stage debut without my body?" In the world of Siking, Hejin, who was walking back to the city with Huai and Akua on his back, stopped. "Hey, Akua, come and carry Huai on your back. I'm going to the toilet." The muddy Akua turned Huai on her back with a reluctant look, and looked at Hejin, who was running towards the bushes, and shouted, "Hejin, you have to come back quickly. We are waiting for you here." The speed seems to be leaking out and he really stopped for a while, waved his back and got into the grass. Tibet continent, today welcomes visitors from other world again. Behind Liu Qingfeng, 3 white lights flashed, and Wu Gang Liulai, Sato Kazuma, and Luo Xiaohe appeared at the same time. Looking at the 3 people who looked at him in surprise, Liu Qingfeng stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, "Welcome to Mond in Tibet." Snapped. Sato Kazuma raised his right hand and gave Liu Qingfeng a high five, flipping through Byakugan and said, "It's not long since you have just come to Tibet." Speaking. Walked to Liu Qingfeng's side and squatted down, looking at the large number of monsters patrolling the building below. "This quantity is quite a lot. Do you have any plans? There is nothing to eat. I'm almost starving to death. I just did the task because Huai failed, so I didn't even eat any food." Liu Qingfeng looked at the self-cooked Sato Kazuma, took out a few Mond potato cakes and apples from the spiritual space and threw them to Kazuma, without angrily saying, "You're really welcome." Sato Kazuma took the food that Liu Qingfeng had thrown away, he squeezed it into his mouth, and said falteringly, "Which one of us and who? This is not how many times you have eaten you, and I don't care about this time. Let's talk about it. Is it possible that you can still let me fight hungry? Oh, I really deserve to be a ghost, Kazuma, you can say that." Wujin Liulai walked to the edge of the cliff and frowned as she looked at the large number of monsters below, with fear and determination flashing in her eyes. Xiao He also walked to the side, looking down silently. "Well, everyone has a property panel. Let's take a look at the property panel. Then we can plan how to complete the task." Liu Qingfeng greeted several people. After everyone sat around, they showed their own attribute panel, only group members can see it. Name, Liu Qingfeng LV9400/450. Strength, 16. Physique, 21. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 30. Spiritual power, 600. Ability, Yuling Gold LV4 Yuling Wind LV5 Mortal Body LV1. Mirror Shisuamax, Sensitivity Level +1, Rational Level +1, Spiritual Recovery Speed Level +1. Supernatural Powers, Divine Consciousness LV1. Skill, Sniper LV3. Name, Sato Kazuma LV1250/700. Strength, 21. Physique, 21. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 22. Magic, 220. Ability, Elementary Magic LV4, Intermediate Magic LV2, Bow and Arrow, Grandmaster LV3, Swordsmanship, Grandmaster LV2, Yuling Gold LV3. Tiger Power LV1, you try a sliding shovel to kill the tiger. Muscle strength increases, physical attacks cause outside damage. Physical defense power increases slightly. Extraordinary Body LV1. If you walk on the ground LV1, you can find the relay point at any steep place, so as to walk on the ground. The balance increases, the nerve response increases. Der Spiegel Schieße LV1. Skills, Sniper LV4, Steel KV6, Basic Magic LV3, Jump and Split LV1, Mason LV5. PS, Hedgen's initial attributes are 3 except for Intelligence 6. Free attribute points +2 for every level of physical potential. Name, Wujin Liulai LV3100/150. Strength, 6. Physique, 6. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 12. Magic, 120. Ability, Elementary Magic. Skills, Fireball and Ground Stabbing. PS, the initial attributes of Colored Glaze are all 3 except for the Intelligence of 5, and the free attribute points are +2 for every level of physical potential. Name, Luo Xiaohei LV7, 200/350. Strength, 20. Physique, 20. Agility, 24. Intelligence, 20. Ability, Yuling Gold LV5, Space Domain LV3, Space Teleport LV3, Power of the Tiger LV1, Extraordinary Body LV1, Walking on the Flatland LV1. Der Spiegel Schieße LV1. Supernatural Power, Hey LV2, Change Body LV3. Skill, Fishing LV4. PS, except for the initial Intelligence 4, Xiaohei has all the other 8, and the free attribute points +4 for every level of physical potential. Each put away the attribute panel, everyone began to discuss the battle plan. Wujin Liulai couldn't help biting his lip while watching the people who arranged the various combat steps. After reading the respective attribute panels, she knew that she was only dragging her feet this time. Although she had a hunch before, she was very unwilling to give up this mission. For a 15-year-old girl, it takes a lot of courage to make up her mind to go to unknown places alone, not to mention going to other world to fight monsters. This is too cruel for the second-degree girl who was born in the peaceful era. But for the dream in his heart, Wujin Liulai, who was only 15 years old, chose to embark on a journey and came here. Reassure, we will protect you. A gentle word came from the front. Wu Geng Liulai looked up and saw Liu Qingfeng standing beside him. Don't worry. Liulai, you also have your own role, and you have not hindered us. And everyone is a partner. We have known each other for so long. Don't care about this. That's right, where's the usual aura of your black-bellied lion majesty Loli? Chao Wu Geng Liulai gave a thumbs up, and He Zhen cracked his mouth and smiled confidently. Just leave it to you and the real uncle with peace of mind. Xiao He walked to Wujin Liulai's side, grabbed her hand on her palm, and looked at Wujin Liulai's eyes firmly and said, Sister Liulai, I will protect you. So don't worry. Looking at the people around him, Wujin Liulai, who has always been accustomed to being alone, lowered his head and wiped his face, then raised his head and said, You regard me as I am. I am Chiba's fallen angel Saint Black Cat. The Demon King's army and the monsters. It's just an insignificant stepping stone under my feet. Looking at the regained fifth watch Liulai, the three smiled at each other and turned to look at the Demon King army and Kaihokia people under the cliff. Then the battle begins. Oh! Thank you all. Well, did you say something Liulai? No, who else allows you to call my real name? Ha ha ha, don't care, don't care. The battle begins. Chapter 11 Mission complete. In the night sky, the bright moon hangs high, sweeping down the silver sand like moonlight covering the earth. The twinkling stars form a Milky Way. On the edge of the cliff on the edge of Dodapa Valley, Sato Kazuma poked his head out of the grass, looked around, turned around and covered the hole on the ground with grass, and left quietly. The whole room illuminated by the bright firelight was very bright, and a group of people were sitting around the flame. Liu Qingfeng raised his head to look at Sato Kazuma who just came down. Kazuma, how is it? Grinning confidently, Sato Kazumasa gave Liu Qingfeng a thumbs up, and said confidently, "You don't see who I am, things are already settled." "Very good, then everything is ready." Greeting Sato Kazuma to the middle, Liu Qingfeng took a long stick and drew a circle on the map on the ground. "Here is our current location." Then point to a specially marked location on the top of the map, and look up at the people looking at you. Our northeast direction is the direction of the local teleportation array. This position is guarded by multiple enemy boss units. But I already have a way to deal with it, so don't care. There was a gust of wind, and her little hand was raised high. Kelly looked at Liu Qingfeng with her big curious eyes. "Big brother, I'm very curious." Pressing down Kelly's raised hand, patted her little head and said, "Don't worry, you will see later. Later, I will remember that the obedient sister Liulai is waiting for us. Are you still sleepy now?" Kaylee nodded obediently, hugged her hands tightly and muttered, "I have just fallen asleep. I'm not sleepy anymore." Nodding, Liu Qingfeng watched everyone mark the other two places on the ground again. In the southeast and southwest, there are a large number of monsters and soldiers of the Demon King's army. However, according to the plan, most of them will be cleaned up, and the remaining state will not be much better. And this should be Xiaohei and Hejin, you guys are on the stage. Looking at his 5-watch-colored glaze, Liu Qingfeng said, "Later, Kelly will please you." Wujin Liulai looked at the happy elf girl beside him, walked to Kelly and nodded. Looking at the happy Kelly, Liu Qingfeng took a deep breath and turned his head and said, "Then the plan begins." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Xiaohei took Sato Kazuma's hand and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the two people who disappeared, Liu Qingfeng waved his hand to extinguish the fire pit, opened the upper passage, and moonlight poured down the gap in the hole. Grabbing Kelly's little hand, she hugged Kelly in her arms. A breeze encircled Liu Qingfeng and Wujin Liulai's body. 2 sword lights flashed, and the 3 rose into the sky, suspended over the Dodapa Valley. This time Liu Qingfeng didn't fly too high. Looking at Kelly, who turned his head around looking happily in his arms, Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Kelly, I will take you to fly around for fun next time. Now hurry up. Detonate all the bouncing bombs." Kelly stopped her head looking around and looked at the huge valleys below. Her mother Alice's teaching flashed in her mind, with a look of excitement on her face, raising her hands and spitting out half a word. Liu Qingfeng looked at Kelly who was suddenly stunned in a strange way, and saw that Kelly was shrinking her head and whispering something. Cannons were fired in the city, reports from the confinement room. The bomb wounded people, and Qin came to the door. Fire burns the mountain, Kelly is dead. Cannons were fired in the city, and the lockup room reported. Looking at Kelly who kept repeating the survival rules, Liu Qingfeng knocked Kelly on the head funny. "Okay, Kelly won't be finished this time. It's me but I'm here." Kelly raised her head to look at Liu Qingfeng, and asked cautiously, "Really? Really, don't worry. I have already reported to the leader of Qin. She has allowed it." "Really? Head Qin really agrees?" Kay Li confirmed to Liu Qingfeng with wide eyes. Looking at Liu Qingfeng who nodded, Kelly blinked her eyes excitedly and raised her hands to cheer. "Great! Then Kelly has to be serious, and she will immediately turn on her firepower." Powerful elemental fluctuations are uploaded from Kelly's body, and waves of red are permeated in the sky. The Abyss Mage and the commander of the Demon King army, who were awakened by the elemental wave, walked out of the house beside the teleportation line, and saw a small sun appearing in the dark night sky. With a strange cry, without any hesitation, the two of them injected magic power into the originally set enchantment. Boom! An excited childish voice came out, and then the sky was turned upside down, and a powerful shock wave mixed with dust rose into the sky. Riding the breeze and stepping on the sword light, Liu Qingfeng soared up and stopped until about 5,000 meters high in the sky. Looking at the small mushroom cloud below, there was a moment of speechlessness. Wujin Liulai stepped on the sword light and floated beside Liu Qingfeng, and her slightly trembling calf stepped on the blade under the foot. Looking down at the scene where the terrain has changed, he was at a loss for a while. The Dadapa Valley, once composed of 4 basins of different sizes, has become history, leaving only a large flat land with potholes. Rubbing Kelly's sweaty fat face, Liu Qingfeng wiped Kelly's sweat with distress. Next you will have a good rest in the auditorium. Big brother will take care of the next thing. She put Kelly's head, which was looking down, back into her arms, turned her head and flew towards the mountain not far away. In a newly excavated cave at the top of the mountain, Barbara watched the return to the city soaring in the distance, with her hands folded and praying for everyone. There was a gust of wind, and Liu Qingfeng hugged Kelly and brought Wu Gang Liulai to the cave. Handed the weak Kelly to Barbara to recover. Nodded towards Wujin Liulai, turned and rushed out of the cave. Looking at Liu Qingfeng who was going away, Wu Gang Liulai bit her lip unwillingly. Came to Barbara and picked Kelly into her arms, so that the recovered Barbara could take care of her to recover Kelly. The sound of the wind whistling in his ears, the flames in Liu Qingfeng's heart are rising. At the beginning of the mission, he had already sensed a large number of monsters. When Luo Xiaohe came back with X investigation, he realized that there were as many as thousands. No wonder I didn't encounter too many monsters when I came. I'm afraid it's not all gathered here. In no way, the original plan of poisoning can only be overturned. After all, with such a large amount, the amount of poison he carried on his body was completely insufficient. Although it can also attack from a high-altitude frontal. However, the huge number of Kaihokyu archers and monsters had no chance to complete within the mission time, so they had to think about a new way. After observing the terrain of Dadapa Valley and the gathering of monsters, Liu Qingfeng made this bomb plan. Then he flew back to the city quickly and explained the situation with Jin, who was staying behind to deal with affairs in the city of Mond. Brought Kelly in the confinement room and Barbara, the logistics staff arranged by Qin. At this moment, Kelly's weak little face flashed in her mind. Liu Qingfeng's mind was cold, but the anger in his heart was burning. There are weaknesses towards oneself and anger towards monsters. Liu Qingfeng's heart is full of love for the little girl he met in this world for the first time. There are parts that I have learned in the previous game, and even more sincere intimacy after contact. For Liu Qingfeng, who has been alone since childhood, Kelly now looks like her own relatives. Liu Qingfeng stayed above 10,000 meters in the sky, and emerald green elements gathered on the surface of his body. Mobilize spiritual power to infuse the eyes, and the enchantment shining with elemental light at the portal below is clearly visible. With both hands wrapped around the flow wind and waved downwards, 2 passages composed of the Feng Gai Unsuo acceleration ring comprehended by the Feng Shen statue appeared under the feet. Huge pieces of metal emerged around him, quickly deforming into the shape of a missile. Looking down at the bottom, Liu Qingfeng panted heavily, grinned sternly at the corners of his mouth, and gave a low drink. Dozens of metal missiles passed through the acceleration circle, fine-tuned their positions under the breeze entwined around them, breaking through bursts of sonic booms and heading towards their destinations. Liu Qingfeng, who was shining with this white light in his eyes, sat on the sword body with his head sweating profusely, and there was no confusion in his eyes as he listened to the loud sound in his ears. Liu Qingfeng, who never wanted to experience such a weak feeling anymore, decided to become stronger. The message of task completion was sent from the chat group. Liu Qingfeng looked at the bright moon in the sky and stretched out his right hand, and decided to hold it in his hand one day. Chapter 12 Task Settlement. In the night sky, a sword light flashed. Liu Qingfeng fell to the edge of the original teleportation formation, and two figures appeared beside him. Luo Xiaohei and Sato Kazuma appeared beside Liu Qingfeng. Sato Kazuma rubbed his dizzy head, and realized that there was a bottomless sinkhole at his feet. He jumped back in fright and screamed strangely. "How's it going on your side?" Liu Qingfeng looked at the unscathed Luo Xiaohei and Sato Kazujin, slightly relieved, and asked. Luo Xiaohei hooked his head and looked at the Tiankeng in front of him, his tail wagging unconsciously. Hearing Liu Qingfeng's question, he seemed to think of something terrible, and the hair on his tail exploded. After the aftermath of the explosion passed, my brother and I went to clean up the remaining monsters that might exist. But we didn't find out until we passed. Not to mention the remaining monsters, even the corpses were buried in the basin. Has completely disappeared, leaving only a ruin. That's it. Sato and Shin nodded in agreement, looking at Liu Qingfeng with a look of collapse, and asked, "Does the red loli of Otherworld like explosions?" "Why is an explosive mania? You found this little red loli? It's even more outrageous, it's the explosive demon. I didn't expect Kelly's special bomb to be so powerful." Scratching his head, looking at the Tiankeng in front of him, Liu Qingfeng rose into the air and said hello to the two of them and rushed into it. Although the chat group has prompted the task to be completed. Yes. But I'm still going to see if there are any fish slipping through the net. The divine sense spread out and carefully searched every location in the Tiankeng. Liu Qingfeng didn't notice any unusual aura, only mud and gravel and the bottom of the pit that was seeping water. Turned around and rushed out of the sinkhole, nodded to the two of them, stretched comfortably. Sato and Jin Wang. Liu Qingfeng returned safely, staring at the Tiankeng with palpitations. The mission is finally completed. You don't know. Later, after more than a dozen explosions came from this location, the aftermath almost didn't scare me to pee. The bomb of the little loli named Kelly is too powerful," said Sato Kazuo, holding his lower body in fear. Looking at Sato Kazuma, whose legs seemed to be still shaking, Liu Qingfeng smiled awkwardly, and said embarrassingly, "If you are talking about the subsequent explosion from this position, it was caused by me." Hearing this, Sato Kazuma turned his head angrily and stared at Liu Qingfeng. "So you frightened me?" "Oh, that's not right. I didn't see you have the explosive ability." As if suddenly remembering something, Sato Kazuma thoughtfully touched his chin and recalled. "That should be the attack caused by the metal dropped from high in the sky. I seem to have heard Master mention this attack method." Luo Xiaohei carefully recalled the infinite teaching and said, "Is it so powerful when dropped from the air?" he cried out in surprise, and Sato Kazuma waved his hand vigorously. "Doesn't that mean that you can bomb the enemy like this even when the uncle has the ability to fly? Woohoo, then? My task completion rate is not 100% right away. He, I really want to see a happy future." Looking at Sato Kazuma, who was smirking, Liu Qingfeng shook his head speechlessly. Pulled Luo Xiaohei to the sky. Looking at the two people who had gone away, he thought he was laughing wildly. And then he shouted, "You two take me. I can't fly." Listening to the shouts of Sato Kazujin from behind, Liu Qingfeng and Luo Xiaohei, who had been nervous for a day, looked at each other and laughed. In the end, Sato Kazuma, who was on board the convoy, stood on top of the sword with his calf shaking, holding Liu Qingfeng's arm with a look of horror. When he reached the cave, Sato Kazuma, who fell to the ground, was completely alive. Barbara, who heard the voice coming out to greet, looked at the intact people and smiled happily, and prayed thanks Feng Shen for blessing with her hands suitable. "Big brother, you're back. How about, have all the enemies wiped out?" Kaylee emerged from behind Barbara, and ran to Liu Qingfeng's side with her short legs and asked expectantly. He squatted down and touched Kelly's little head. Looking at Kelly, who was ruddy, Liu Qingfeng nodded with a smile. The enemy has been wiped out, and thanks to Kelly we were able to defeat so many enemies. Are you getting better? Is there anything uncomfortable? Yet. Kelly is already full of energy. She shook her head vigorously holding Dudu, and Kelly showed a cheerful smile. Well, that's really great, stood up and said to Barbara, thanks to Kelly and you for your help this time. Otherwise I don't know how to destroy these monsters from Otherworld. Thank you. Shaking her hand very embarrassedly, Barbara said with a serious face, this should have been something we should do. But honorary knights, you and your partner are willing to help us eliminate this group of monsters. Thank you very much. Saying that, Barbara saluted the four seriously. Thank you. The original Feng Shen is blessing you. Looking at Barbara, who was earnestly thanking him, and five watch Ruri, Sato Kazuma and Luo Xiaohei scratched their heads embarrassedly, blushed and gave a salute to Barbara, and said to Liu Qingfeng, since the task has been completed, then I'll go back first. Well, everyone, let's go back. Saying goodbye to everyone and waving their hands, the three figures disappeared into the white light. Barbara looked at the three people who disappeared and said with a miraculous expression, disappeared, honorable knights, have they returned to their own world? The chat group is really a magical item, and it should only be made by Lord God. Such a magical item. Ha ha ha, laughed and turned to look at Barbara with a surprised look. Liu Qingfeng did not debate with Barbara whether God could create a chat group. Looking back, Barbara looked at Liu Qingfeng, who was smiling, and poked her chin with her fingertips and asked, can Honor Knight also return to the original world through the chat group? Looking at the beginning of the sky in the distance, Liu Qingfeng stood at the entrance of the cave and exhaled a white mist, and sighed, it's fine if I can go back. I also want to go back and see the familiar place. After all, it is our tradition to return to the roots of fallen leaves. Barbara looked at Liu Qingfeng, who was looking forward, and prayed for him sincerely, Master Barbatos, the original wind god, bless you to return to your hometown. Big brother, can I enter that chat group? Kaylee tugged Liu Qingfeng's trousers and asked expectantly, Sister Liulai told me a lot of interesting things. Big brother, I can join that chat group. Looking at the expectant little Kelly, Liu Qingfeng squatted down and looked at the sun slightly exposing Phnom Penh in the distance. Admitting, wait for the big brother to get the permission, I will definitely add you in the first time. Well, let's pull the hook. Kelly stretched out her little finger and handed it to Liu Qingfeng. Looking at Kelly's little hand in front of him, Liu Qingfeng stretched out his little finger to hook Kelly's little finger, and read it together with Kelly. Lago hangs on the hook for 100 years without change, it is the puppy who deceives people. Ha ha ha, big brother, you can't lie to Kelly, otherwise you will be a puppy. Seeing Kelly smiling happily in the morning light, Liu Qingfeng laughed too. Big brother doesn't want to be a puppy, so I can't lie to Kelly. But Kelly learns so fast. You will remember the one who taught you only 2 days ago. Of course, Kelly is a genius. In the chat group, a reminder appears. It is detected that the teleportation array has been destroyed, the task has been completed, the group members have all returned, and the reward has been issued. Group member Kazuma Sato got 2 W points, group member Luo Xiaohei got 2 W points, group member Wujin Liulai got 1 W points, group member Liu Qingfeng got 3 W points. Group member Kazuma Sato gains 1 W experience, group member Luo Xiaohei gains 1 W experience, group member Wujin Liulai gains 5K experience, and group member Liu Qingfeng gains 1.5 W experience. Chapter 13 Reporting. In the early morning breeze, Liu Qingfeng hugged Kelly, who was already asleep, and led Barbara to the city of Mond. Looking at Kelly's lovely sleeping face, Barbara covered her mouth and smiled gently. Kelly, this little guy is finally asleep. Yes. With a sigh, Lu Qingfeng sat on the sword body. The breeze gently wrapped around Kelly, changing her to a more comfortable sleeping position. Putting out his finger to poke Kelly's sleeping face, Lu Qingfeng slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said softly, "This little guy." Although she asked her to make up for the night before midnight last night, she still had a hard time behind. Thanks this time. It's difficult to do it this time if it's a little Kelly. Master Honor Knight likes little Kelly very much. Looking at Lu Qingfeng with a gentle face and Kelly sleeping in his arms, Barbara chuckled. But Kelly seems to like Master Honor Knight too. The slowly flying sword light is getting closer and closer to the city of Mond amid the soft chatting of the two and the faint exhalation. The sword light fell from the sky, and the three of Lu Qingfeng came out at the gate of Mond City. Mobilize the breeze to form a small barrier to isolate Kelly from the noisy sounds of the outside world. Lu Qingfeng waved away several flying swords floating around him, and followed the crowd into Mond City with Barbara under the gaze of the West Wind Knight at the door. Then let's go to the headquarters of the Knights to find a piano and report the incident, he said to Barbara next to him, and then Lu Qingfeng walked to the deer hunter next to him and bought 3 Murloc toasts. Put away 1 copy and hand it to Barbara. Have something to eat, Barbara, you have worked so hard all night. Barbara looked at the Murloc toast steaming in front of him, and shyly took it from Lu Qingfeng. Thank you, Honorable Knight. He picked up another Murloc toast, took a big bite, chewed a few bites, swallowed, and exhaled comfortably. Lu Qingfeng looked at Barbara, who was taking a small bite, and said, "It suits your taste. Don't be so restrained, Barbara, just call me by name." Nodding slightly, Barbara swallowed the food in her mouth. "Okay, then I will call your name Lu Qingfeng from now on." The headquarters of the West Wind Knights, Qin, Lisa and Ying are really discussing the Four Winds Temple this time, and suddenly there is a knock on the door. "Please come in." Qin stopped the discussion and said to the outside. Lu Qingfeng walked in through the door holding Kelly and Barbara. Qin looked at Kelly in Lu Qingfeng's arms, and ran over with a shock on his face. He was relieved when he saw Kelly was only asleep. "Lu Qingfeng, Barbara, you are finally back. Thank you Feng Shen for your blessing. I heard Qin tell the general things." Lisa came from behind Qin, and Ying came over curiously beside her. Lisa squinted her eyes and carefully observed the situation of Barbara and Lu Qingfeng, and asked, "Brother Qingfeng, things seem to be going well this time. What's the specific situation? How is the group of demon kings from Otherworld and the demon army from Dadapa Valley, the demon army of Otherworld?" "The demon army?" There was a scream, and Pimeng, who was beside Ying, yelled and rushed up, asking loudly, "What's going on? What's going on? What's the demon army of Otherworld, the army of monsters? Is it possible that Mond will be attacked by the monsters?" "Yet." Ying followed closely, staring at Lu Qingfeng with her golden eyes, and asked in a slightly quick tone, "Lu Qingfeng, have you met other people from Otherworld? Have you seen my brother?" Looking at the 4 people who asked in front of him, Lu Qingfeng gently placed Kelly on the sofa aside, and controlled the soundproof barrier to wrap the entire sofa. Turning his head and saying, "It's roughly like this. I believe that Jin and Lisa have already known that I have a chat group that connects different worlds. And this morning when I was heading to Dadapa Valley, the chat group posted a mission. Evil forces from other worlds have arrived at Tibet by accident. They have almost repositioned their original world, and plan to summon a large army to invade this brand new world after returning." Standing up, looking at everyone with amazement on their faces, Lu Qingfeng continued, "And my group of friends accepted this task and went to slay the monsters. But the number of monsters is too much, we can't be in a certain time. Destroy them within. Once they return to their original world, the world coordinates of Tibet will also be exposed, and then they will be invaded by Otherworld." Wait. What is the chat group that connects different worlds? What happened to the invasion of other world? Peimen's head can't be turned. Peimen yelled, holding his dizzy head. Turning, I saw a thoughtful Ying and asked Ying, do you understand? Do you know what's going on? Ying watched all of them, suddenly looked at her, and she was shocked and said, Otherworld invades other worlds. Actually, I have seen this scene when traveling in different worlds with my brother before. But I am a chat group that connects different worlds. I haven't seen it. I've never heard of it. What's more, according to Liu Qingfeng's words, it seems that you can post tasks and then call people from other worlds to complete them. Have seen. Is it really invaded by other world? It's terrible. Peimen nodded as if he understood, then turned to look at Liu Qingfeng. So what is a chat group? Looked at Peimen, who seemed to be circling in his eyes. Liu Qingfeng explained with a smile, a very simple thing is a tool that allows people from different places to chat together in real time. The chat group I have is a tool that allows people from different worlds to chat and exchange items in real time. Oh, little brother Liu Qingfeng, I seem to understand. Connecting chat groups in different worlds. It's really amazing, I really want to study and see. Lisa lowered her chin with her index finger, using it as if she saw a cat with a ball of wool look at Liu Qingfeng with his eyes. But why does this chat group publish missions to expel the monsters from the Tibet continent? And, brother Liu Qingfeng, you and Ying are also from Otherworld, right? Does that chat group publish tasks for this? I can do this chat group. Join it. Looking at Lisa, whose face I was curious about, Liu Qingfeng hurriedly explained, according to what I understand, the chat group at this stage is just a tool for communicating and growing among members of different worlds, and the reason why the mission is released this time should be it's the army of demon kings that endangered my existence. That's why I released this mission. As for whether you can be invited to join the chat group, it all depends on whether you can get the invitation quota in the future. And the first place has already been reserved. Oh, Lisa's eyes lit up when she heard that there was a chance to join the chat group, but when she heard someone had booked the first place, Lisa's eyes flashed with purple light, and she asked with a smile, can you tell me it is who is the first to book a place? Sister, I want to talk to him. Sister Lisa, Big Brother promised me to be the first to let me join. You can't compete with Kelly. Kelly's voice came from behind everyone, and when she turned her head, Kelly was rubbing her eyes and walking over. Kelly, are you awake? Don't you sleep a little longer? Liu Qingfeng rubbed Kelly's little head as she looked at Kelly, who walked up to him. Take out the steaming Murloc toast and pass it to Kelly. Lisa stared at Kelly, who ran to Liu Qingfeng's side. She couldn't help but smiled and said to Kelly, Little Kelly, you think my sister is so kind to you? Can you give this opportunity to your sister? Kelly held the food in one hand and hugged Liu Qingfeng's thigh, and shook her head towards Lisa. No, no. Big Brother promised me to take me to another world to play. Sister Lisa, wait for next time. Kelly. Qin, who has been listening quietly next to him, screamed. Kelly was shocked when she heard Qin's voice. She shrank behind Liu Qingfeng and did not dare to come out. Liu Qingfeng frowned when she looked at Kelly in fear, and said to Qin, Head Qin, don't scare Kelly like this. And it's my freedom to choose who to join. I have promised Kelly. I won't break my promise. But I'll wait until I get the chance, and I'll add you to it. Can we do it then? Peimen flew to Liu Qingfeng with a look of expectation and asked. Looking at Xiao Peimen with a look of expectation, Liu Qingfeng rubbed her little head and said, Guess what? Yeah. Peimen clutched his messy hair and turned his head angrily. Hey. I won't guess. There are delicious foods. As far as I know, the delicacies of some worlds will shine, said in a low voice in Peimen's ear. Liu Qingfeng squinted his eyes and said, Come on, Xiao Peimen, take a guess. Is there really delicious food that shines? Peimen turned his head in surprise, and said droolingly, "What kind of food is that? I really want to eat it." "Lu Qingfeng, you are so good. I will definitely add Peimen to me. Is that right?" What do you think?" Holding his arms, watching the crazy snatching of his own lines during the previous games made him seem like an autistic person. Lu Qingfeng seemed to drink a large can of iced Sprite. It was heartfelt. "Cool." The happy Lu Qingfeng's arm was pulled twice, and when he turned his head and looked, Ying bowed deeply, and said to Lu Qingfeng in a deep voice, "Please let me join that chat group in the future. Connect people from different worlds. The chat group is likely to help me find my brother. Please, just let me join and I can do anything." Lu Qingfeng looked at Ying's eyes and said, "Don't worry, I will add you to it." Ying jumped happily, and once again thanked Lu Qingfeng in her arms. Thank you, I will forget what you pointed at me before." After a moment of stunned, Lu Qingfeng smiled awkwardly when he remembered what was going on. Seeing Ying with a smile on her face, she couldn't help but take a lot of excitement. "Ying, I hope you find your brother as soon as possible. But you must remember to owe me a favor." "Hey! Can't you forget about it generously?" Peimen was squeezed in front of Ying's chest and yelled hard. Seeing Peimen's cute look, everyone in the room couldn't help laughing. Looking at the smiling Qin, Lu Qingfeng said, "Head Qin, thanks to Barbara and Kelly's assistance this time, the enemies have been wiped out. You can rest assured." Although when he saw Lu Qingfeng come back, Qin had guessed that there was probably no problem. At this moment, hearing Lu Qingfeng's personal confirmation, Qin was completely relieved. The recent bad news one after another made her almost out of breath. The good news at the moment really relieved her. "Thank you and the group of friends for your help, thank you very much," Qin said with a gratitude. "Later, if you have anything you need, you can apply to the knights. We will try our best to meet your requirements to thank you for this event. Mond will always welcome you. This time we are also mutually beneficial." Lu Qingfeng stood up straight and replied to Qin. Then he said with a little embarrassment, "But I am embarrassed to accept this reward for everyone." Qin smiled and shook his head. "The matter this time is still Mond's matter in the final analysis, but you and your friends can help us solve this matter. Don't be embarrassed, this is the reward you deserve." Squatting down, Qin beckoned to Kelly behind Lu Qingfeng. "Kelly, it's been hard for you this time. I'm sorry just now. There have been too many recent things, which made me feel a little bad. I apologize to you. Kelly, can you forgive me?" Kaylee quietly leaned her head out from behind Lu Qingfeng, looked at Qin's hand stretched out in front of her. She threw a hearty smile on her face. "Well, Kaylee is okay." Kaylee forgave Captain Qin. Qin holds Kelly, gently touches Kelly's head and smiles. "By the way, what is the red crystal that has been floating here?" Lu Qingfeng pointed to the red crystal on the side and asked Lisa, only feeling familiar. Lisa looked at Lu Qingfeng, who was curious, opened the page in her hand and explained to Lu Qingfeng, "This is something that should be left by Te Valen. We haven't found out what it is. But I only know that it will reject the possession of gods. People of the Eye. But it shouldn't affect you and Ying." Barbara, who has been watching Qin silent since entering the headquarters of the Knights, frowned and said, "I can feel a lot of dirty impurities mixed in. And there is a very sad feeling." Jin also stood up at this time, glanced at Barbara and explained, "Although I don't know what's going on, it must be related to the source of Mun's recent chaos. The Knights are already searching for relevant information. And the preservation of this item can only trouble you too." Pointing to the red crystal, Lu Qingfeng asked curiously, "Who first discovered this thing?" Pimon raised his little hand and said, "We picked it up when we came to Mun City." Glancing at Ying weirdly, Lu Qingfeng grabbed the red crystal and threw it to Ying. "In that case, you should keep it. Turning around and nodding to Qin, he waved to Kelly who was sitting aside, and Lu Qingfeng said, "Then I will leave first and go back to rest." Qin and Lisa nodded. Kaylee held the Toot K Shui Lu Qingfeng and waved, "Bye, brother Qingfeng, remember to come and play with Kaylee." "Yeah." Lu Qingfeng turned his head and looked at Ying and Pimeng. "Where are you?" Ying and Peimen glanced at each other, and said goodbye to Qin, "Then we should also go first. And we will report to the knights again if there is a clue." Outside the knights, Ying pulled Lu Qingfeng who was about to leave, then smiled and waved goodbye to Barbara. "Lu Qingfeng, don't leave, we still have something to discuss with you." Ying brought Lu Qingfeng to the corner and whispered, "In fact, we still have something hidden. We actually encountered a green figure in the place where we picked up the red crystal, touching the red crystal with a sad face." "Hey!" Lu Qingfeng came up with a green figure who liked to fish. Although he didn't remember the plot, he was all green, and he would feel sad for Tuolin except Wendy. He would never think it was anyone else. "So do you guys have any ideas?" Ying nodded. "I don't think that person looks like a bad person. I want to find him and ask him all about the situation." "Then where do you plan to find it, in this huge Mon city?" Lu Qingfeng asked curiously. Ying frowned her lovely brows, thinking for a while. "Ah, Ying. Do you see if the guy below looks very similar to the figure at that time?" Peimen cried out, pointing to the green figure running on the street below with a look of surprise. Ying hurriedly looked at it and found out that she was the same guy she saw that day. "Pimeng. What a look, it's that guy at all. Let's chase after." Ying yelled and chased after the green figure that had disappeared at the end of the street. When everyone found him, under the huge statue of Feng Shen, a large number of people gathered. And the green figure is playing a lyre, and in the beautiful sound of the piano, he slowly sings an ancient mythical story. P.S. Directly 2-in-1. Chapter 14 Chat Group Upgrade. The melodious sound of the piano wafted under the statue of Feng Shen in the city of Mond. A melodious voice is playing and singing a faraway mythical story. In the story, it is the ancient gods who are still walking on the earth. The sky dragon descending from the sky is curious about everything at the time of the event. But the dragon could not understand the things in the world until the encounter with the singer. Songs and poems serve as a bridge between the two, and they have become friends. Then the Dark Age came, the Mond that was in decay, and another magic dragon descended from the sky. The singer and the dragon of the sky went to fight the dragon. The dragon was defeated, but the poisonous blood and curse flowed into the heart along the dragon's wound. The injured dragon has since fallen asleep. When it wakes up again, the singer no longer responds to its voice. The people on the earth fear its existence. Years of curse finally caused it to fall and turn into a dragon in its endless pain. With the end of the story, the sound of the piano dropped the last note, and the onlookers gave sincere applause and laughter to show their praise. Several of them fell into a state of contemplation. The bard on the high platform salutes the audience under the tower to express gratitude, and then leaves from the high platform. Ying hurried up with Peimen and stopped the bard. "Hey, the bard in front. We are looking for something to do with you, wait a minute." The bard stopped and looked back at the little guy who was flying with a little bit of stars. There was a slight movement in his eyes, and a slightly frivolous smile appeared on his face. He said cheerfully, "I'm not calling, it's Wendy, but the 3-time most popular bard winner in Mon City. Are you my little fans? Are you asking me for an autograph? Do you remember us? It's in the woods outside Mond, where the red crystal fell from the sky." Ying stopped, pointed her finger at herself and Paramount, and asked Wendy, "That's us. I saw you looking at the crystal with a very sad expression there. Now we need to know something about the crystal. I hope you can talk to us." Looking up at Ying's appearance, Wendy peeked at Lu Qingfeng standing next to him, with a suddenly realized expression, pointing to the current environment of people coming and going and saying, it turned out to be a person at that time, I remember. Yes. You guys want to know about Tay Valen? It's hard to say here, let's talk over there. Ying nodded and walked towards Wendy. Go ahead. I have been busy from yesterday to now, and I need to go back and take a rest. Liu Qingfeng waved to Ying and Pimeng in front of him. When you have any news or need help, you can notify me, and I will leave first. Hey! This little brother, wait! Wendy hurriedly stopped in front of Liu Qingfeng, and said with a smile on his face, this is news about Mon's huge crisis, Wind Demon Dragon. Brother, you are Mon's. Don't honor Knight's care. Looking at Wendy, who was smiling in front of him, Liu Qingfeng shook his head expressionlessly, without the slightest fluctuation in his voice. I said I'm very tired now. I need to rest. You're barred. Can you please get out of it? Wendy looked at Liu Qingfeng, who was expressionless, and couldn't help but turn his eyes and said, Brother! Don't you want to know the loud noise that came from the far southeast in the middle of the night last night that caused the entire Mon to sleep? Is it true? Seeing brother, you are so exhausted because you patrolled the building all night to find the reason, right? The main brother, you follow me, and I will tell you the specific reason. How is this deal a good deal? He broke Wendy away. Liu Qingfeng bid farewell to Ying and Peimen, leaned over to Wendy's ear and said softly, Barbados, can you do something serious? To catch Ying and Peimen from the tool man? Absolutely qualified. Why hold on to me? Wendy glanced at Liu Qingfeng in surprise, then said with a chuckle, ha ha ha, isn't this little brother very good? I don't want to let it go. Come on, I'll go back to rest. Turning his back to the three of them and waving his hands, Liu Qingfeng walked slowly towards the newly assigned home. After the investigation is clear, I need my help and call me again. Wendy looked at the figure of Liu Qingfeng walking away, sighed helplessly, turned around and smiled and said to Ying and Pimeng, then let's talk over there. Boom. After closing the door, Liu Qingfeng walked to the sofa in the living room and lay down, taking a deep breath and taking a good look at his new home. This is a 2-story Western-style building with 3 bedrooms and 2 halls. The supporting facilities are very high-end and complete. It's okay to move in directly. It's said that this is a property purchased by a profiteer in the city. Later, the property was confiscated due to a crime and was confiscated under the name of the Knights. This time it was assigned to himself. Stretched and got up from the sofa, walked to the refrigerator and took a sip of a bottle of ice cola, sat back on the sofa comfortably, and opened the chat group. Everyone in the chat group is discussing the feelings of this mission. Sato Kazuma, wow, this mission is really thrilling. If it weren't for the support of the little loli that Liu Qingfeng found, we wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Sato Kazuma, damn it, I didn't expect the first mission to be so difficult. What should I do if I encounter it again in the future? How about I go to Hawaii to learn burst magic? Liu Qingfeng, hey. Hejin, you actually have to change your job to become a bomber. Is this the true fragrance law? Luo Ziahe? What is the law of true fragrance? Liu Qingfeng, everything is really fragrant. 5 watches Li Yulai, unknown reason. Wujin Li Yulai, thank you all for protecting me during the mission this time. I think I will be dragged down like this for the next mission. Sato Kazuma, yo. Unexpectedly, this uncle could still see that you, Sundaro Loli, only had a beautiful side. Ding Wujin Li Yulai withdrew a message. 5 watch Li Yulai, ho ho ho. What are you talking about? Really, I am the fallen angel Holy Black Cat, who is about to control the founding power of the coming world. You can see my glory, and you are not grateful for Dade's surrender to me. Ding. It is detected that the first task of the chat group has been completed. Set group members Sato Kazuma, Wujin Li Yulai, Luo Ziahe, Liu Qingfeng to manage the group. Chat group will automatically join an indefinite number of new people every month. Group management can independently invite one member every month. Mall items have been updated. Lu Qingfeng, Sato Kazuma, Luo Xiaohei. 5 watches Li Yulai. Chat group breakthrough at Wujin Li Yulai, then can I add my sister to it? 5 watch Li Yulai, goodbye, I'm off. Luo Xiaohei, I'm going to talk to master. Sato Kazuma, I will also talk to Akua and Huai. Looking at the sudden quiet chat group, Lu Qingfeng clicked on the newly appeared interface, and naturally understood its function. Here the administrator can add a member to the chat group every month. Of course, they can also condense the quota into an entity and give it to others. It all depends on your choice. Condensed a quota, Lu Qingfeng put it into the room. Ready to send Kelly tomorrow to complete the commitment. Although you can directly apply to add Kelly, but this is not a surprise. Then Lu Qingfeng opened them all, and brand new products appeared. Chapter 15 Exchangeability. On the light blue panel, several options are waiting to be selected. Preferential Zone, Ability Zone, Skill Zone, Supernatural Power Zone, Strengthening Zone, Training Zone. New cognition comes to mind, and the updated store knowledge appears. Lu Qingfeng opened the Special Zone, which was exactly the same as before, with only one lone adventurer card in it. Open the Competence area. Compared with the beginning, the quality and quantity of competence are very different. Space System Domain 10,000 points. Space System Teleport 8,000 points. Yuling Gold 500 points. Yuling Wind 500 points. Bow and Arrow Grandmaster 200 points. Swordsmanship Grandmaster 300 points. Elementary Magic 200 points. Intermediate Magic 300 points. There are also many skills in the skill area, but Lu Qingfeng does not plan to exchange skills. Skills are the specific methods of using abilities, and Lu Qingfeng, who has already trained Yuling Jin to level 4, discovered that as long as his ability understanding level is high enough, for him born in the era of the information explosion, the ordinary use of abilities can be completely created by himself. And in fact, he already has a lot of skills, just because the skills belong to the ability and are not displayed in the skill area separately. Lu Qingfeng's gaze looked at the 3 newly appearing zones, and clicked on the Supernatural Power Zone, among which only the supernatural powers of himself and Xiaohei were the only ones. 3,000 points of spiritual knowledge, one of the magical powers that may be born when the intelligence reaches 30 points. Change Body 4,000 points, formerly the ability of the Fairy Change. After optimization, you can choose to have a heterogeneous bloodline change. Hey 6,000 points, after optimization, different numbers of clones can be differentiated according to different levels. Watching with interest the 2 supernatural powers that Xiaohei possessed for a while, Lu Qingfeng averted his gaze and looked towards the strengthening area. The strengthening area is a place where you can strengthen your abilities based on the new cognition that appears in your mind after the update. Depending on your ability, you can strengthen the direction, and the price is also different. The training area is where you can accelerate your ability and skill training. After confirming the new changes in the mall, Lu Qingfeng thought for a while and looked at the 30,600 points he had, of which 3 W points were for group task settlement, and the remaining 600, of which 250 points were shared by the group members who had purchased the Yuling Wind. The other is the task check-in and the previous balance. Upload your own abilities in the mall and have 2 benefits. One is that the ability will be optimized by the chat group and can be used by the world, and the other is that when someone buys your ability, you will get half of the points. Opening the ability zone, Lu Qingfeng looked at the space in the forefront domain. Ability flashed in his eyes. If there is no problem with his estimation, then this ability will become his foundation and create a path of Canton for his transcendence. Click Redeem, Lu Qingfeng's points will decrease by 1 W. There are faint ripples in the psychic space within the body, and the entire psychic space seems to become the surface of the water, with ripples swaying under the invisible breeze. On the sofa, a white light appeared in Liu Qingfeng's eyes. Feeling the more and more obvious spiritual power fluctuating in his body, Liu Qingfeng raised his hand and clicked on the option in the training area, and disappeared randomly. Wendy, who was walking towards the wind outside Mond, looked at the area where Liu Qingfeng was and closed her eyes and listened to the news brought by the wind. After a while, she opened her eyes and smiled. The wind direction has changed again, and stretched out her hand. After plucking the strings in her hand a few times, Wendy continued to walk towards the wind. In the city of Mond, Ying Zhang led Palmer to follow Wendy's footsteps towards the big tree in the wind. On a mountain covered by clouds and mist, the breeze slowly blows the grass and trees in the mountains, and the golden morning light has just risen on the horizon. At this moment everything is awakening, and the world is full of vitality. Liu Qingfeng's figure appeared on the top of the mountain, looked up at the misty mountains, and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed at random. A small black circle emerged from his body, swallowed the rock under him, and rose in the air. Time flows slowly. To the west, orange clouds are all over the sky, the sun that has already set west is about to disappear, and the moon on the other side is quietly rising. The black sphere that had expanded to a radius of 10 meters disappeared when the setting sun completely set, and the figure of Liu Qingfeng sitting cross-legged appeared in it. Feeling the new strength in his body, Liu Qingfeng showed a smile on his face, and opened the attribute panel with a thought. Name: Liu Qingfeng LV918400/400. Strength: 17. Physique: 23. Agility: 19. Intelligence: 33. Spiritual power: 990. PS. Obtain domain ability, increase spiritual space, slightly increase physical attributes, and greatly increase spiritual power bonus. Ability: Yuling Gold LV4, Yuling Wind LV5, Extraordinary Body LV1. Space Domain LV1, extend your own spiritual space, wherever the domain goes, it is my God's soil. Mirror Shisuamax, Sensitivity Level +1, Rational Level +1, Spiritual Recovery Speed Level +1. Supernatural Powers, Divine Consciousness LV1. Skill: Blocking LV3. Looking at the changing attribute value, this is the most intuitive way to reflect the change of ability in addition to his own feelings, and Liu Qingfeng opened the enhanced interface. He wants to see if his thoughts come true. Space domain can choose to strengthen the direction. 1 Space boundary strengthening integral 5W. The barrier that transforms the domain into the world covers itself. With world-class defenses, you can travel through the sea of the world under the shroud of boundary walls. 2 Space devouring strengthening integral 8W turns the domain into a black hole that swallows everything. It can swallow everything and strengthen itself, including the world itself. Note that once the owner of this ability is marked by the world, he will become a hatred of all worlds. 3 Space world strengthen points 15W turns the domain into the world and itself into the world. Note that all the accumulation of oneself will turn into the nourishment for the world to open up. The size of the world is linked to its own accumulation, the world exists within itself, independent of the sea of the world. Looking at the third enhancement option, on the mountain top under the moonlight, bursts of joyful laughter continued to echo. Although the current points are still far from enough, Liu Qingfeng knows that his front is already clear. The next step is the accumulation process. One day, he will complete his goals and truly have the ability to realize his wishes. Click on the attribute panel, a lot of experience is sleeping in it. Walking down cross legs, Liu Qingfeng released his spiritual sense, and the rich aura from the outside came from all over the west, converging into a huge storm of auras. This is the training area, and the surroundings are all selected by Liu Qingfeng. The consumption of up to 100 points per day in the training area is very worthwhile, and the extremely rich aura can ensure that the drastically transformed Liu Qingfeng has enough energy. The world is clear and bright. The rules are clear so that the comprehension of the ability should be handy. The experience in the experience pool was consumed in the blink of an eye with Liu Qingfeng's rapid upgrade. With the intense absorption of Liu Qingfeng, the surrounding spiritual power turned into a storm. In the center, Liu Qingfeng with a serene face was quietly suspended in the white light, and the sound of dripping water around him kept coming. A black area emerged, and Liu Qingfeng's body seemed to be integrated into this world. Chapter 16 Respective Choices. Luo Xiaohe World. A white light flashed, Luo Xiaohe appeared in place, and Luo Xiaohe felt the familiar world under the sky full of stars. In the chat group, everyone who has returned to their respective worlds is reporting safety to each other. Suddenly, a message appeared in my mind. With the upgrade of the chat group, new features made everyone offline. The whistling wind whizzed in his ears. Luo Xiaohe's figure flashed away on the branch, appearing in the distance. The newly appearing invitation function made Luo Xiaohe's heart unable to calm down. He no longer had to hide from infinity, and he could truly call infinity as master. Such an imaginative future makes Luo Xiaohe's heart like a blazing flame, which is burning fiercely all the time. Unlimited. Xiaohe's excited shout came from outside the cave, wondering why Xiaohe just got out and came back infinitely, standing up and looking at him. A figure rushed into the cave at high speed, splashing the starting point of dust and staying beside infinity. Unlimited, I have something to say to you. Xiaohe said to infinity with a slight excitement, looking at infinity with expectation in his eyes. Can we go outside and talk? Looking at Luo Xiaohe, who was excited, he was taken aback for a moment, and then touched Luo Xiaohe's head with a gentle complexion. Well, Xiaohe, if you have anything you want to tell me, I'm listening. Let's go out and talk. Yet, happily agreed, Luo Xiaohe ran out of the cave with an infinite hand. Looking at the two people leaving, old Ju couldn't help but twisted his beard and smiled twice. He took a sip of the tea at hand and said, "It looks like this new apprentice is going to be accepted tonight." Next to Ruo Shui put down the teapot that filled infinitely with water, picked up the pastry and leaned on the table with his left hand propped on his cheeks, looking at the infinite back with long hair, and said with blurred eyes, "Infinite is such a good person, that's not of course." Outside the cave, Xiaohe placed the field outside, covering the two of them. Infinity still indifferently stands in place, looking up at the surrounding fields. Xiaohe, I didn't expect that you can control the stable field freely. Very good. Infinite for a while, he stopped observing and praised Luo Xiaohe with surprise. Luo Xiaohe smiled shyly, then put his hands together and a golden invitation letter appeared in his hand. With a straight face, Luo Xiaohe solemnly handed it to Infinity. Unlimited, no. Master, please accept this invitation and open it. Infinite originally smiled and stretched out his hand to take the invitation letter from Luo Xiaohe, but suddenly heard Luo Xiaohe's address and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohe, you just called, what am I?" Luo Xiaohe, holding the invitation letter, looked at the man whose face Janin couldn't help smiling in front of him, and tears flashed across his eyes. Bang! Luo Xiaohe knelt in front of Infinity, holding the invitation letter in both hands and shouting, "Master, please accept me as a disciple. I want to stay by your side." Luo Xiaohe's voice came from his ears, and he was sure that he had not misheard. Looking at Luo Xiaohe, who was kneeling in front of him, his face was full of smiles, his eyes stretched out with gentle eyes. He took out his right hand and skipped the invitation letter held high by Luo Xiaohe. Although the infinite spiritual sense told him that the invitation letter exuding mysterious fluctuations had a shocking opportunity, but this was no match for Xiaohe's master. Feeling the big warm hands on his head, Luo Xiaohe's ears said infinitely clearly, "So from today, Xiaohe, you will be my apprentice. From now on, I will accompany you as a teacher and will not let you stray again." Ns. Looking up at Infinity who was squatting in front of him, Luo Xiaohe whimpered and hugged Infinity, Tears ran down the corner of his eyes and soaked Infinity's chest. The golden invitation letter fell to the ground beside the two people's feet. The area around the two of them disappeared. Hearing the tears of joy from a distance, Zhulao couldn't help but pick up the teapot and take another sip. With a happy expression, Ruo Shui next to him stared in the infinite direction with two eyes, and muttered, "There seems to be something. Sucking world." Sato Kazuma, Akiya, and Huai are gathering together in a small hotel, and the golden invitation is lying quietly among the three. Then who should I give this invitation letter? Sato Kazuma clasped his arms as if he was entangled in doubt. Akiya and Huai, who were staring at each other at the invitation letter, couldn't help but glance at each other. Snap! Akira slapped her chest on her chest. Accompanied by a jitter that attracted her eyes, Akira said loudly, "Kazuma, I am a god. Besides me, who else can have this to connect different worlds?" Qualification for chat group. So just Huawei, you give up. When I go home next time I call Hejin for you. After talking, Akira turned her head to look at Kazuma, and leaped in front of Sato Kazuma with a flattering smile and said, "Kazuma-sama, you will definitely choose me, right?" Secretly retracting their gazes on Akira's chest, Sato and Genji coughed and said, "Akira, you are wrong to say that. Huai is also our partner, how can you use you first? It's not right to occupy this invitation letter." Hearing Sato Kazuma's words, Huai, who had felt hopeless and somewhat lost, couldn't help but raise hope in her eyes. Turning his head to look at Sato Kazuma with a touched expression on his face, he said, "Kazuma, I didn't expect you to be such a good person. Every time you carry me back on the way back, I apologize to you for secretly scolding you about Loli. Thank you." You. Sato Kazuma, whose face had changed greatly, watched Huai bowing to her gratitude. Huai couldn't help but spit out a few words with difficulty. "Huai, you know it's a misunderstanding, how could I be that kind of person?" While talking, Sato Kazuo quickly opened the chat group, and hid his copy of his destiny in the corner with administrator privileges. Sato Kazuma, who thought he was safe, breathed a sigh of relief, and was startled when looking at the two people staring at him in front of him. Gan smiled and asked, "What are you all staring at me for all of a sudden? Are you hot, Hejin? Why are you sweating profusely?" Huai pointed to Hejin's forehead and asked strangely. Sato Kazuma couldn't help but wiped his forehead, only to realize that he was already sweating on his face. He raised his palm and waved a few times, haha smirked, "I don't know what's going on, it's suddenly very hot. Ha ha ha. Always feel very suspicious." Huai looked at Sato Kazuma, who was smiling in a strange tone, and couldn't help but mutter, "Flowers and birds, wind and rain." A cool breeze came, next to Akira, spraying water in her left hand, and holding a gorgeous fan in her right hand, she ran to Sato Kazuma and fanned the fan graciously. "Kazuma, Kazuma. You see that I am so good to you and so useful. Give me the invitation letter." While talking about the moment when Akira covered Kazuma's eyes with a fan, there seemed to be a spark in her eyes, and she looked at Huai. "For the believers of Otherworld. For the bursting magic of Otherworld. I won't lose." Shout out, Huai applied to join. Sato Kazuma, who was sandwiched between the two, smiled happily and couldn't help shouting, "Since you all want it, then compare. Who can make Kazuma happy than whoever has the invitation letter?" Boom! There was a knocking sound, and Sato Kazuma, who was hit hard on his head, was sunk. In the room, Akira and Huai drew their staff and rushed towards each other. "Huai! Akira! My sister world!" Wujin Liulai walked out of the room wearing a homemade fallen angel Saint Black Cat costume, and crunching footsteps could be heard in the corridor. Frowning and looking at the old wooden floor under her feet, Wu Geng Liulai walked towards the room of her sister, Wu Geng Hyaga. As I passed by the living room, my mother's voice came. "Is it Liulai? Are you going to your sister's room?" Remember to call everyone to have dinner, and dinner will be ready soon. Because Liulai, your part-time salary has increased recently, Mom bought a lot of delicious food tonight. I know, Mom. Wugang Liulai returned, and then went to my sister's room. Opened the wooden door, I saw Hyaga was crawling on the table and doing his homework, and there was a soft cushion next to it. Yaomei Wujin Zuxi was playing with a plush doll. Hearing the door opening, Wujin Zuxi raised her head, looking at Wujin Liulai, who was wearing a black gothic lowly costume, yelled happily, and got up and ran to Wujin Liulai and hugged her. Sister Liulai, why are you here? Did your mother call for dinner? Wujin Hyaga looked at the figure at the door, put down the ballpoint pen in her hand, and shook her sore shoulder. Wujin Liulai bent down and touched Wujin Zuxi's little head, took her little hand and nodded and said, "Well, my mother called for dinner later." After closing the door, Wugang Liulai walked into the room. Wujin Hyaga just stood up to go to dinner, looking at Wujin Liulai, who suddenly closed the door and walked over. Looking at her with a serious face, he couldn't help but stunned, and then as if thinking of something, he asked with a sad face, "Sister Liulai, are you going to tell me something important?" Just now standing upright, Wugang Liulai, who was about to pose for a pose, was interrupted to cast the spell. She couldn't help but looked at Wugang with a surprised look. Hyaga asked curiously, "How do you know, Hyaga?" Wujin Hyaga walked to Wujin Liulai with sadness, and hugged Wujin Liulai. "Sister Liulai. Oh, don't do this. This is not good." Wujin Liulai, who was startled by the sudden cry of the fifth watch Hyaga, looked panicked, and hurriedly pulled the fifth watch Hyaga away, and asked in a panic, "Hyaga, what's the matter with you? Why did you start crying all of a sudden, isn't it? What did sister go wrong? Don't cry anymore." The sobbing Wujin Hyaga wiped the tears from her face, looking at Wujin Liulai's panicked face, choked and said, "Sister Liulai. Do you want to say that you have done something bad recently?" "Hyaga, what are you talking about? What's bad?" Wujin Liulai asked suspiciously. Wujong Hyaga looked at Wujin Liulai's puzzled face, and whispered, "Sister Liulai, your part-time salary has suddenly increased a lot recently. Have you done something strange?" "Strange things?" Wujin Liulai looked at Wujin Hyaga with tears in her eyes, and asked strangely. After a moment of contemplation, her face turned red and shouted, "Hyaga, what are you talking about? How could my sister do that kind of thing? Really?" Wujin Hyaga looked at Wujin Liulai, who was flushed, and asked, "Did you lie to me? Really?" Wujin Liulai roared with a blushing face, "The money is the share of the purchase of goods for friends, and it is absolutely not what Hyaga thinks." "Sister, did you make friends? Are you a real person? Where are you from? How old? Are they male or female?" Wujin Hyaga wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and asked excitedly. "Hyaga!" shyly yelled. Wujin Liulai turned around and took Wujin Zuxi's small hand and walked outside the door. "It's dinner. There are real people." Really? Sister Liulai, tell me more about it." "Hey! You'll know after dinner." I want to know now." "Sister." This afternoon the task caught a fish, 2333. Chapter 17. The last night in Novice Village. The starry sky covers the sky, and the long Milky Way divides the sky of Mond. Liu King Feng's barbecue stall continues to open, and today will be his last day as the owner of the barbecue stall. The customers who heard the wind were crowded with tables and chairs, and felt sorry for Liu King Feng's closure, but sent blessings to Liu King Feng's future. The honorable knight who rescued Mond will take the first step of the adventure. As a free resident of Mond City, how can we not send the best blessings? Liu Qingfeng received a bunch of dandelions from the little girl in front of him, smiled and squatted down and touched her croissant braids, and handed them a bunch of delicious fruity skewers. The long smoke drifted far away with the breeze. Thank you tonight for your support. Thanks to your love, I am able to survive for the first time in Monde. Thank you very much. In front of the barbecue booth, Liu Qingfeng thanked the many customers in front of him. Brother, come on in the future. The uncle dressed up as a hunter with cat ears waved to Liu Qingfeng and laughed, as Mond's honor knights, we all look forward to the future. We must cheer. Yes, yes. We are looking forward to your performance. Everyone in the crowd cheered, may the wind bless your future. Liu Qingfeng looked at the people laughing warmly in front of him, with a smile on his face. May the wind bless everyone. The crowd gradually dispersed, the moon in the sky was already high. Liu Qingfeng waved and put away the flowers with the blessings of the crowd, and turned to look at the two figures standing behind him. Diona, Fisher, and Ounce, good evening. Turning around to say hello to the two of them, Liu Qingfeng walked to the barbecue booth, took out various skewers and started to cook. I'm here, eat some first, and make it over there. I'll follow. Fisher and Diona glanced at each other, went to the next table and sat down. Liu Qingfeng brought 2 drinks and arrived there. Diona looked at the coconut milk in front of her with a hint of joy flashing on her face. She opened the can and took a sip and looked at Liu Qingfeng and asked, "You really won't make delicious spicy grilled fish anymore?" Looking at Diona who was sipping coconut milk, Liu Qingfeng felt like seeing the kitten he raised before asking for dried fish, although Diona would make money for the dried fish. Smiling and shook his head, Liu Qingfeng looked at the lost Diona and said amusedly, "Diona, you still really like spicy grilled fish, remember that my first customer is you, and you will come to take care of you every day. My barbecue stall. Because it's really delicious." Diona's ears quivered twice, and the tail behind her swayed involuntarily. I am very happy that Diona likes my food so much, but for my wish, I have to move forward, Liu Qingfeng explained to the lovely Diona, but as a friend, you can come and find it when you are resting. Me, isn't it natural to prepare her favorite dishes for friends? The tail behind her straightened up suddenly. Diona looked at Liu Qingfeng in surprise. Really? Can I go to your house to play? I also want coconut milk. Of course. With a thumbs up toward Diona, Liu Qingfeng promised with a smile, don't worry, take care of it. Yet. Nodded happily, Diona put down her mouth and stood up and waved to Liu Qingfeng. Then Diona went back to bed, and tomorrow I will be able to make a terrible drink. Oh! As she mentioned the 2 drinks beside her, her tail evoked the grilled fish Liu Qingfeng had just packed and swayed away. Liu Qingfeng, are you familiar with this girl? Ounce asked in a low voice. I heard that Miss Diona is Mond's most powerful bartender. There is only one fine wine made with her hands. The most beautiful taste in the world. Hey, do you understand Ounce well? He glanced at Ounce in surprise. Liu Qingfeng waved his hand to set the baking tray, picked up a bunch of skewers and ate a bite and explained, I first met Diona because I met the first customer when I just opened the business. Then I gave Diona a hand. I was affirmed. Then she helped me to promote it. It was thanks to Diona that I had so many customers, so that I had the ability to survive, as the time passed. Became friends. A traveler from another world and a surrender of magic power. Swallowing the meat in his mouth, Fisher dropped the signature in his hand and covered his right eye, and said with his shiny lips, this is how you lived in another world. The trajectory of existence is the fetters with this world. I, the convicted emperor, witnesses this scene and acknowledges your fetters in my name. Miss, you have pepper peel on your teeth, Ounce said calmly while eating while standing on the table. Yet. With a cry of exclamation, Fisher covered his mouth and glared at Ounce angrily, his face blushing. Just, that's it. I will witness you today with the convicted eye. Your future. In the name of the Queen, Ounce's consecrated wings will cover the sun, moon, and stars. When your destiny appears to be turbulent, until night the magic arrow will drop a blue and purple thunder light and shoot down the enemy of fate. Ounce, we are going back. Without waiting for Ounce guide, Fisher turned and left. Ounce flicked his wings helplessly towards Liu Qingfeng, and chased Fisher with the bag that Liu Qingfeng handed over. Fisher, remember to go to my place when you have time, Ozna has my new address. Withdrawing the hand that bid farewell to Fisher, Liu Qingfeng looked at the steps not far away, and several figures were walking out of it. There are so many guests tonight. Let's talk, what's the point? Wendy chuckled twice and said to the helpless Liu Qingfeng, hey, it's still the same. Okay, sit down. It's open on the last day of the day, and all guests will be picked up. Wendy will wait and remember to settle your bill. Wendy, who had already run to the side and fished out a bottle of beer in the ice water, couldn't help but laugh, and looked at Liu Qingfeng, who had walked to the table, and said, you pay me the thing that happened in Xingluo Lake. I'm just that. A little bard, I don't have much money lately. Turning over Byakugan, Liu Qingfeng sat on the table. Everything behind me is running orderly and automatically. Your way of paying the bill is really special. Yes, I still owe you after that. It's cleared up. Then he looked at the people in front of him and said, so what are the reasons why these people are looking for me? As soon as Qin's face was about to explain, the voice of Pimeng came from next to him. Liu Qingfeng, can we talk while eating? Paymen is so hungry. Sending a grievance to Liu Qingfeng's face, pointed at Wendy who was walking by, and complained, this sing-song singer has been calling me and Ying to this day, and now we are tired and hungry. Turning his head and looking at Wendy, he was shrugging helplessly. And Ying blushed next to him and wanted to take Pimeng back. Looking helplessly at Paymen, who was drooling, Liu Qingfeng waved a few foods and handed them to Paymen. Qin looked at Paymenkai, who was almost quiet, and Shikai explained the reason for this visit. So head Qin's intention this time is to collect Tay Valen's tears with you, and then give it to Ying for purification, right? Liu Qingfeng concluded after Qin explained. Qin nodded, and said helplessly, because of the diplomatic pressure caused by the fools, the knights could not show kindness to the East Wind Dragon Tay Valen, so I can only ask you. Of course, if Tay Valen's curse purification is unsuccessful and a battle occurs, I will definitely protect you. Swear in the name of Dandelion Knight. Jin stood up and sweared solemnly. Leader Qin, you sit down first, as Mon's honorary knight, I will do this next, Liu Qingfeng promised quickly. Wendy picked up a cold beer and took a big sip, exhaling comfortably. Looking at Liu Qingfeng with curiosity. Head Qin doesn't need to worry about little brother Liu, now the little brother is so strong and terrifying. I really don't know how the little brother became so strong so quickly. When Diluc heard Wendy's words, he was looking at the kin packaging and looked at Liu Qingfeng. Smiled and waved his hand. Liu Qingfeng's fingers were smaller than a small gap. It's just a little bit stronger. Chapter 18. I wrote this chapter because I was killed by Pimeng again last night. Early in the morning, the sun shines through the curtains to bring a little bit of light to the dim room. Liu Qingfeng, who was sitting on the bed, opened his eyes. Breathing out a slight breath, Liu Qingfeng stood up and walked to the window, opened the curtains and said to Pimeng, who was about to tap the window glass with his small hand, "Good morning, Pimeng, can you tell me what you want to do?" "Well. Hey, good morning." Liu Qingfeng. Paymen opened his palm and waved his hand with a smile, "We are looking for you." At the door downstairs, Ying smiled and waved to Liu Qingfeng. "Wait a minute, I'll be here soon," said to the two people downstairs. Liu Qingfeng flicked at Pimeng outside the glass, and the breeze formed a wind bullet that hit Pimeng's forehead. Ying caught Paymen, who was spinning and fell down, and watched Paymen covering his forehead with dizzy eyes lying on his palms. He couldn't help but poked Pimeng's forehead and said, "Do you dare to be so skinny next time?" With great difficulty, Paymen flew up again, circling the screen crookedly, and said aggrieved, I just want to get Liu Qingfeng up, in case he is still sleeping. You are talking about yourself, Pimeng, and there is no one who ran to knock on the bedroom glass to wake people up. Liu Qingfeng opened the door, grabbed Pimeng who was dancing next to Ying, and beckoned to the Ying outside the door, come in. Breakfast will be ready soon. It's delicious. Peimen, who was suddenly caught by Liu Qingfeng, changed his aggrieved expression suddenly. After struggling hard for a few times, he couldn't run away. He raised his head and said with a smile, Liu Qingfeng, you are a good person. Definitely. Will forgive Pimeng, right? Well, as a good person, I have to teach you how to be polite to Pimeng. To Ying and Diluc who entered the room, Liu Qingfeng entertained the two of them at the table to make preparations, and then grabbed Pimeng and walked over. Kitchen. Liu Qingfeng, what do you want to do to Pimeng? Pimeng, who was restrained by the wind and hung from the kitchen counter, asked curiously. He secretly swallowed his saliva as he watched the breakfast that had already been baked next to him. A sharp knife floated down from the bar, and Liu Qingfeng's fingers flicked the blade. In the morning light, the sharp knife's blade reflected light. I remember someone said that palmen was emergency food. I haven't tasted emergency food. So let me try it today. Looking at the blade that reflects the light, you don't need to try Pimeng to know your pill. After struggling for a few times, I found myself unable to break free. Peimen tried his best to twist his body to Ying who was on the side table and asked for help. Ying, come and save Peimen. Liu Qingfeng is about to eat me, he actually said I was emergency food. Ying tilted her head in doubt, looked at Pimon strangely and said, isn't Pimon just emergency food? Ying, exclaimed. Sending Meng Yuguang saw Liu Qingfeng who had come with a knife in his hand, and tears on his face were frightened, and he shouted, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Liu Qingfeng, I was wrong. Ouch. Standing next to Peimen, the knife in Liu Qingfeng's hand was spinning at high speed. He looked at Peimen who was crying and said, oh, Peimen said he knew it was wrong, so do you know where you were wrong? Aggrieved shook his head. With tears on his face, Pimeng said, Pimeng doesn't know. Looking at the crying nose and tears of Peimen, Liu Qingfeng's expression on his head was painful, and Ying also walked over next to him. Putting down Peimen, Ying took over and took a piece of paper and wiped Peimen's face. Even though she was aggrieved, Peimen stayed where she was and let Ying wipe it. After Liu Qingfeng saw that her face was wiped clean, Peimen, who flew into the air next to him, looked helpless. Come down. No. Both of you are bad guys. Humph. Liu Qingfeng shook his head, why don't you have a long memory? You are not the 9. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Pimeng, and Pimeng in the air appeared in Liu Qingfeng's palm. What's the matter? Liu Qingfeng, how did you catch Pimeng? With a cry, Pimeng didn't bother to struggle anyway, and couldn't escape anyway. He looked up at Liu Qingfeng road, humph. Then you are telling what happened to Pimeng. Looking at Pimeng who was dissatisfied, Liu Qingfeng said amusedly, do you think you will knock on the glass to wake people up when you go to someone else's house? But I just want to wake you up, he said indignantly, and Peimen looked unconvinced. Do you think my doorbell is a decoration? Liu Qingfeng asked, pointing to the door. Secretly glanced at the doorbell device on the door, Peimen said stiffly, isn't Peimen afraid that you won't be able to hear it when you sleep late? Snapped. One of Ying's brains smashed into Peimen's head, and said to Peimen, who was holding his forehead, don't be stubborn, you have to apologize for doing something wrong. Peimen clutched his hips and looked at her angry face. Peimen replied in a low voice and turned to apologize to Liu Qingfeng, sorry, it was Peimen who was wrong. Peimen shouldn't run to knock on Liu Qingfeng. Outside your window. Looking at Pimeng who was aggrieved and apologizing, Liu Qingfeng sighed helplessly. He reached out and touched Pimeng's head and said, I know that Pimeng did this when he was close to me. But you have to remember me and me. What you said? Did I say yesterday that I have to ring the doorbell at my house? Peimen recalled carefully. When he determined that Liu Qingfeng's house was the meeting point last night, he seemed to have said that. He nodded slightly, and Peimen whispered, Why do you have to ring the doorbell? Let's go, I'll take you to see. Putting down the sharp knife in his hand, Liu Qingfeng picked up Peimen and took a step forward. The three of them appeared in front of the glass on the second floor of Liu Qingfeng's house. Waved to attract a caterpillar, Liu Qingfeng threw it towards the house. The caterpillar suddenly deflected at a position 10 centimeters close to the wall, slid in the other direction and fell to the ground. You see, I set up a barrier for the whole house. There is no other place to touch except the doorbell. Liu Qingfeng pointed to the green mosaic and said to Paramount, and if it is a creature with elemental abilities encounter, Pimeng, I don't think you want to see that picture. Staring blankly at the green sauce purple below, Peimen was deeply aware of his mistake. Brother Qingfeng. What are you playing? Kelly's interrogative sound came from below. Ying looked down, and saw Kelly, Diluc, and Jin standing below. Wendy smiled and waved hello. I'm teaching Xiao Peimen. Kelly, you should go in first. We will be there later. Liu Qingfeng said to Kelly. Kelly nodded obediently, took out a pack of keys from her backpack, opened the door and the three of them walked in. Turning his head to look at Xiao Peimen with a scared face, Liu Qingfeng asked, Now you know that you are afraid, do you remember to be polite in the future? Peimen nodded quickly, with an expression of well, Peimen got it. I will remember it later. Nodding satisfied, Liu Qingfeng said to Ying next to him, Since Pimeng knows it was wrong, let's go in for breakfast. Everyone is here too. Oh was taken aback for a while. Ying came to her senses, and asked strangely, Why do you want to set up this kind of enchantment in your own home? Of course it is for safety, Liu Qingfeng explained. Of course, various classifications have also been set. There will be no surprises. Let's go, eat breakfast and get ready to go. Oh, it's delicious. As soon as she wrote about her, she wanted to educate her about OVO. My mind is full of this kind of thinking, and I forgot all the stories I had originally thought, so I wrote and taught Pimeng crazy. Although it says that I feel a bit wrong. Chapter 19 Kelly joins the group chat. At the table, everyone was sitting together eating a freshly baked breakfast. Kelly put down her school bag, ran to the kitchen to open the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of red jam on her toes. Then trot and handed it to Chin, and said happily, Head Chin, this is for you to eat. It is sweet and delicious on the bread. Kelly's favorite is this strawberry-flavored jam. Chin took the jam from Kelly and touched Kelly's little head thankfully. Kelly laughed a few times, then turned around and continued to run towards the refrigerator. She wants to share the delicious food she has eaten with the leader of Chin. Liu Qingfeng walked over from behind and looked at Kelly, who was holding a pile of ice cream and was moving hard, and quickly went up and took it down. Kelly, why did you get so many ice creams early in the morning? You forgot to eat too much diarrhea last time. Hush hush hush. Kelly stopped Liu Qingfeng who was talking, and said in a low voice, Brother Qingfeng, keep your voice down. Head Chin knows that Kelly will talk about me when she has a diarrhea. I just want Master Chin to taste the flavor of ice cream. But Kelly doesn't know what flavors Master Chin would like. So I took out all the flavors I like for Master Chin to choose. Liu Qingfeng nodded and squatted down and said, Kelly, remember that I said that I can't eat ice cream in the morning? This way my body will not be able to stand it. So it won't work. Oh, Kelly lowered her head a little frustrated, indicating that she knew. But I can put these in the space and share it with everyone at noon, Liu Qingfeng said with a smile. Really? Kelly looked up at Liu Qingfeng. Oh, okay. Kelly jumped happily, pointing to the pile of ice cream floating beside Liu Qingfeng, and said, "Brother Qingfeng, please put them away soon. It won't be good to forget them later." "Good, good." Liu Qingfeng put away the ice cream, took out a golden invitation letter and handed it to Kelly. "Kelly, this is what my brother promised you." "Hey?" With a strange question, Kaylee took the golden invitation letter in Liu Qingfeng's hand and opened it to check and stand up. "Oh! What is this? Can you show me?" Wendy popped out from behind, carrying a bottle of beer that had just been opened. You can just take a look." Kelly carefully handed the invitation letter to Wendy, and then carefully ordered, "Oh hey! This is really interesting." Wendy took the invitation and took a look at it carefully, and then returned it to Kelly, who was waiting next to him. Watching Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "I didn't expect that brother Liu Qingfeng would have such an interesting thing." "Hehe, do you want it?" Liu Qingfeng said to Wendy with a smile. Wendy stroked the strings in his hand, thought for a while and said, "I still want to see the wine and poetry of Otherworld." "Okay, then I'll give you a copy, but I have to wait behind Qin and Yang." Liu Qingfeng readily agreed. Is it okay to promise me such a precious thing directly?" Wendy looked at Liu Qingfeng in surprise. Passing by Wendy, Liu Qingfeng replied, "After all, you have to pay back your favor. And it doesn't hurt if you join the group, you are also a god." Kelly's laughter came from the dining table next to it. "Head of Qin! Head of Qin! Look, brother Qingfeng promised my invitation." Kaylee held the invitation letter in her right hand and ran to Qin's side happily. Qin took the invitation letter and felt the breath that seemed to contain all the elements of the world, and a cognition naturally appeared in her mind. The basic situation and functions of the chat group. Knowing the power of these abilities deeply, and taking a deep breath, Qin smiled and handed the invitation letter to Kelly. "Kelly, since it's for you, please use it as soon as possible. Be careful if you lose it, it's not good." "Yeah, agreed." Kelly took the invitation letter and said accept. Payman flew to Kelly curiously, looked at Kelly attentively at the air in front of him, shook her hand in front of Kelly, and looked at Kelly, who was unresponsive, and asked Liu Qingfeng strangely, "Kelly, this what are you looking at?" Payman can't see anything. "Kelly, this is watching the chat group. If you are not a member of the group, you can't see it," Liu Qingfeng explained to Pai Pimeng's little head. Diluc looked at Kelly, who was motionless in the air in front of him after using the golden invitation, frowned and walked to Qin's side. "Jin, what happened to the invitation just now?" Jin looked at Kelly, and explained to Diluc in a low voice. "Chat group. Infinite, is this why Xiao He always stays in a daze? Unlimited, chat groups connecting different worlds are really amazing. Luo Xiao He, hey, Master, have you noticed? Infinite, is it Xiao He? So Xiao He, your surname is Luo. Master doesn't know this at all. Luo Xiao He, it's not a master, this is my future name. You can see the copy of my destiny. Infinite, oh, let's take a look for the teacher. Sato Kazuma, is Xiao He's master here? Oi, the future tasks have thighs. Hui, a copy of destiny? Hui, does it really have a copy of my destiny? I don't seem to find it, right? Fifth watch Li Yulai, ooh, I seem to have found something interesting. 5 watch colored glaze at has put your destiny in the clouds, let's witness your destiny. Hui, oh. Thank you, I am Hui, the strongest magician of the Crimson Demon clan, and the Imperial Blaster of Magic. I owe you a favor this time. Ding. Kelly joins the chat group. Kelly, the strongest magician? Burst magic? Kelly, what is burst magic? It sounds so cool, Kelly wants to know. Hui, oh. Do you know the newcomer well? Humph, my explosion magic is the #1 attack magic in the world, and one blow is enough to explode the mountains and seas. Kelly, blasting? Oh. Sounds so strong. Why, humph. Of course, burst magic is the #1 in the world. I have uploaded burst magic on the mall. If you want to have it, I will try my best to earn points. 5 shifts Hyaga at sister, my mother called for dinner. 5 watch Li Yulai, oh, here it is. Be right back. Ding Lu Qingfeng sent an exclusive red envelope, only group member Kelly can receive it. Lu Qingfeng at, click the red thing, and then go to the mall to buy adventurer cards and things you like. Lu Qingfeng, hey? Lu Qingfeng, why? Burst magic. Lu Qingfeng at Don T buy burst magic. Why at always feels that you are very rude, what happened to my burst magic? Lu Qingfeng, headache. Lu Qingfeng at came out to take care of your wife, I have to stop Kelly. Why? Wife, what are you talking about? Why at hello, answer my question. Sato Kazuma, Sato Kazuma, Lu Qingfeng, what have you done? She finally turned her attention away. Why at to tell me exactly what's going on. After closing the chat group, Lu Qingfeng ran to Kelly, shook Kelly's shoulder and asked, Kelly, you didn't buy burst magic. Hey. Kaylee raised her eyes to look at Lu Qingfeng, and asked strangely, Brother Qingfeng, I bought it. Can't you buy that? Scratching his head, Lu Qingfeng said helplessly, Kelly, didn't you see the message I gave you? Shaking her head, Kaylee said with a smile, that big sister Huai's bursting magic is very powerful. After you give Kaylee the points, Qingfeng, Kaylee ran to buy it. Alright, since I bought everything, then forget it. Accepting the facts, Lu Qingfeng looked into Kelly's eyes and said, Kelly, you have to remember, that magic can't be used at will. It's dangerous. Qin, who had been watching by the side, heard Lu Qingfeng's words and hurried over, looking at the energetic Kaylee and asking Lu Qingfeng, how is Kaylee? Is something wrong? Lu Qingfeng looked at the worried Qin, turned his head and said, it's okay, I just chatted with a new magician in the group. Then I bought a new attack magic. Qin breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, it's okay. But what kind of magic is it? Ah, this. After hesitating, looking at Kelly, who was already curiously staring at the small magic circle, Lu Qingfeng said to Qin by pressing and holding Kelly, after breakfast, we will try and you will know. NS. Magic from Otherworld. Diluc whispered, feeling incredible for everything that JYN said to him. But the invitation letter and Qin's attitude just made him ready. If this is the case, then he will not hesitate. Oh, the magic of Otherworld, Payman wants to see it too. Ying, let's eat it. Well, I want to see too. Chapter 20, The Realm Opens. Several streamers flashed across the sky above the wind, and a series of silver bell-like laughter drifted between the sky and the earth. The gentle breeze was blowing across his face, Lu Qingfeng and a group of people marched fast in the sky. According to Wendy's inference, the wind demon dragon is likely to shed tears in sparsely populated places. The purpose of this trip is to find the tears of the wind demon dragon and to experiment with Kelly's new magic power by the way. The guide is Qin, and the first destination is the Thousand Wines Temple area. And Kelly's magic experiment site is the star-catching cliff next to it. This is the request of the parties. As the sword light passed through the wind, the earth was no longer flat, and the traces of humans appeared below gradually reduced. Only a small number of villages were scattered on the earth, replaced by the Kaihokiha people and slimes that began to appear in large numbers. Let's stop here. Qin's voice came, pointing to the Kaihokiha people who had appeared in large numbers below. Qin said, from here, it is a place with rare human traces. This land is centered on the Temple of Thousand Wines. There are a large number of Kaihokiha tribes and slimes. And Te Valen's tears may appear anywhere. Yes, Liu Qingfeng nodded. The sword light descended towards the ground. Hey! Can't wait to jump off the sword light. Kelly looked at Kaihokyu people who rushed over not far away and happily took out a bouncing bomb. Boom! An excited cry came out, and Kaihokyu number 1, who rushed over with a wooden root, soared into the sky. The original yellow hair became scorched by the explosion, and the mask with patterns on his face was fragmented. Brother Qingfeng, Kelly's bombing bomb has become more powerful. Looking at the black mosaic that fell into the distance, Kelly said to Liu Qingfeng in surprise, obviously, he didn't use too much elemental force. It's a normal model too. Smelling the scorching smell coming from the wind, Liu Qingfeng fell to Kaylee's side and flicked her little forehead. She looked at Kaylee with a happy smile on her face and shook her head helplessly. Don't run so fast, be careful, fall down. Head of Qin, how are we going to find Te Valen's tears? Peiman flew to Qin's side and asked in a low voice. Qin smiled slightly, and put his right hand on his chest and said, as a knight, I am actually very good at searching. You can just follow me. The rugged mountain road is overgrown with weeds. Qin Yi took the lead, splitting a road for everyone to pass with the knight sword in his hand. Following Qin's continuous advancement, the lushness of weeds continued to decrease, and a large number of trees began to appear in the surrounding area, and a bumpy dirt road began to appeared in front of everyone, messy and different sizes of footsteps spread on it. This should be the passage to the Kaihokyu tribe. Deluxe squatted and carefully identified the traces of his footsteps, pointing to the direction deep in the forest and said, there should be the Kaihokyu tribe. Ying looked curiously at the direction Dailuk was pointing, and squatted down looking at the footprints on the ground, thinking about it like Dailuk. Next to Peiman watched half squatting, and Ying, who held her chest and chinned her chin, flew to Ying's side curiously, and asked strangely, Ying, do you see something? Looking at Yan Peiman, Ying stood up in silence. Shook her head and said, no, I don't understand at all. Yes. Peiman nodded in understanding. If Ying, you understand, we wouldn't have been hungry because we couldn't find prey. Dailuk took off the big sword originally carried on his back, the black giant blade flashed a faint light under the light scattered in the forest, and the brass-colored blade seemed to be nothing but slashing. Holding the big sword in his hand, Dailuk asked Qin, Jin, do you think there will be tears of Taveran in that tribe? Qin nodded and squeezed the Feng Ying sword in his hand. I can feel the strange fluctuations in the wind, which is similar to the polluted tears Ying brought back. Hey, how can we get to Waren's tears? Aren't there many Kaihokyu people in the Kaihokyu tribe? Peiman heard the conversation here and screamed and flew over, happily describing. And there will be Kaihokyu thugs and shamans. If Kaihokyu Rockhelm King ruled again, how could we have been able to fight with them? Qin looked at Peiman dancing with a smile on his face and said, don't worry, little Peiman. With me and seniors, as long as it is not a large tribe, an ordinary Kaihokyu tribe doesn't need to care. It's just what Xiao Peiman said. That's right, it's not good if everyone gets hurt. Senior, or you and I will rush in and get the tears of Te Valen and retreat, Qin suggested to Dailuk on the side. Dailuk looked at the crowd and nodded silently. Hey, why don't you ask Liu Qingfeng to go? Wendy brushed the strings in his hand leisurely and said with a smile. Qin heard Wendy's question and subconsciously refused to answer, no. Although Liu Qingfeng has the ability to protect himself, it would be too dangerous for him to attack Kaihokyu's ministry with us. Liu Qingfeng glared at Wendy, who was leisurely fishing in the back, and said to Qin, who was worried about his safety, Head Qin, don't worry, I will not rush into the center of the Kaihokyu tribe. But I will still join the battle later. Yes. But rest assured, I will protect myself. Qin recalled Liu Qingfeng's occasional attack methods along the way. They all fell to the ground after a sword light flashed through the enemy far away. Nodded slightly relieved, then I and Senior will trouble you to cover from a distance. Liu Qingfeng nodded refreshingly, and Kei Li tugged at Liu Qingfeng's trousers and said, "Brother Qingfeng, can Kei Li experiment with burst magic first?" Expanding the scope of god-tier knowledge, he swept towards the place of the Kaihokyu tribe. Liu Jianqian shook his head at Kelly and touched Kelly's head. He said earnestly, "Kelly, no. That terrain is not suitable for burst magic. It will be completely wiped out and the entire canyon will collapse and be buried. Wait for Brother Qingfeng to speed up a little bit, let's go to Star Picking Cliff and experiment soon." Kei Li nodded her head and said obediently, "Brother Qingfeng, hurry up." Kei Li will wait obediently. Beside, Ying stared at the duo who were talking terrifying words and struck a spirit, and silently prayed for Kaihokyu in her heart. Above the Blackbone tribe, Kelly's small head poked out with Paymen, quietly looking down. A huge tribe, 4 towering watchtowers, there are red and purple Kaihokyu archers on guard. Several huge buildings below surround a circular fortress. A small team led by Kaihokyu thugs in the periphery are patrolling the building. A group of Kaihokyu people in the tribe are either making food or sitting around to rest together. Occasionally, small Kaihokyu people ran out of the surrounding rooms and played around. And then he was picked up and slipped back. Jean pressed Kelly's outstretched little head back, and looked at the orderly scene below. Her pupils shrank instantly, turning back and whispering to Dai, "Look, Senior, depending on the situation, it is a medium-sized tribe. Preliminary estimate is a monster with combat effectiveness. There are more than 600. There are about 50 Kaihokyu thugs and 80 archers. The shaman is estimated to be about 5. And looking at this orderly situation, it should be the leader of the Abyss Mage rather than the Kaihokyu Rockhelm King." After hearing Qin's description, Dai Luk hurriedly stepped forward and stared down. After a while, he rejoiced and said, "Fortunately, we discovered this tribe in advance. It already has the ability to become a large tribe. If they become a large tribe after a while, it will be more difficult to deal with. It will have a huge impact on the residents of the Windy Land. Then Qin, when we are ready, we will rush down and destroy them as soon as possible." Dai Luk clenched the big sword, staring at the bottom firmly and said, "This kind of monster tribe that endangers the safety of Mond must be eliminated." "Yes, Senior." Qin nodded, and handed Kelly to Liu Qingfeng. "Then trouble you to support us remotely." Dai Luk took the lead in walking towards the Kaihokyu tribe below, and asked the Qin who was chasing afterwards, "This is how the knight's daily raid missions are completed? Such obvious threats have not been ruled out." Sure enough, the knights will only appeared after the danger. Qin was speechless. 6 months ago, Falga, the leader of the West Wind Knights, once again brought the elites of the knights on the expedition. She suddenly took over all the work of the Knight Order, although she was in a hurry due to lack of experience and lack of manpower. But with the help of her companions, she gradually stabilized the situation. But recently various major events have happened one after another, the attack of the Wind Demon Dragon, and the advent of the Fools Group. Various things happened one after another. The understaffed knights managed to stabilize the situation under the efforts of Qin, relying on Qin's selfless dedication. But Qin didn't want to explain this matter. This in itself was the negligence of the knights. Even with various reasons, it left a huge hidden danger to the stability of Mond. This is a major dereliction of duty for the knights who are committed to maintaining the stability of Mond. Senior, after I go back this time, I will lead the knights to carefully clean up the threats on the ground of Mond, in the name of the Dandelion Knight. I will never let this happen again." Qin lightly stroked his chest, swearing firmly. "Hey! I hope so." Dai Luk snorted while looking at Qin, but he made up his mind that he would wander in the wilderness of Mond in the next day. He will not return to the city of Mond to continue his justice until he has plowed the entire ground of Mond and confirmed that there is no major hidden danger. Did I say that you guys finished talking?" Liu Qingfeng asked as he looked at the two who stopped talking and was about to move forward again. "The atmosphere of the two just now is so good, he is embarrassed to interrupt, and can only watch the warm Kelly on the sidelines. Diluc and Qin turned their heads, looking at Liu Qingfeng, who was holding Kelly. Ying next to him walked forward at this moment, holding a one-handed sword in his hand, slim and graceful. Head Qin, I will also go with you. Don't worry, I am a warrior with many battles. There will be no danger. Jin looked at her face firmly and stared at her own Ying, nodded and said, then please stay by my side, I will protect you if there is danger. That. Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Liu Qingfeng said again when he looked at the people who ignored him. Diluc looked at Liu Qingfeng, who had been holding Kaylee's face without the slightest sense of tension, and couldn't help feeling a moment of impatience. Without him, he might have begun to clear the danger of suppressing Mend without him. Taking a deep breath, Diluc turned and left directly. Ugh! Liu Qingfeng sighed helplessly, looking at Diluc, who was leaving, and Qin and Ying, who were about to rush past. Wendy smiled unscrupulously on the sidelines. Flick the strings briskly. He ridiculed, hey, brother, you look embarrassed. It won't be enough to shoot early. Maybe we can hurry back and have breakfast. Hat, what do you mean by the fish catcher? Liu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and grabbed it forward. The three people who had already walked away appeared beside Liu Qingfeng. What? Looking at the sudden change in the surrounding environment, Diluc was surprised to find that he suddenly returned to the original place. Don't run away, it will be over soon. Liu Qingfeng's words came in his ears, and Diluc looked back. I saw Liu Qingfeng put down Kelly in his arms, took a step forward, and said. The field opens up. Chapter 21 The Threat from the Sky. The sky over Mond is cloudless today. The blue sky is like a gem. Blackbone Tribe, today is also a day of peace. Blackbone is the chief of this quasi-large tribe. Unlike other Kaihokia people, he was very smart since he was a child. On the day he became a chief, it was for his own dream. In order to lead the clansmen to eat their stomachs, there will be no more frozen corpses in the cold winter. It began to practice hard and exercise its body. Train the tribe. Actively and cautiously attacked the human villages in Fengkiti. After several years of hard work, the number of tribes has increased from more than 20 small tribes to 800 now. And also moved to this hidden canyon, no longer need to be cautiously afraid of being discovered by the evil human knights as before, and then slaughter his own people. For this reason, on the day the tribe moved, its tribe was officially named Blackbone Tribe. And just a few days ago, the Wind Demon Dragon appeared again. Rushed to the city of Mond, the gathering place of human beings. Afterwards, several abyssal mages visited their tribe. After discussing with several older elders in the clan, it met with outsiders. Their intention is to ask its Blackbone tribe to accept their deployment, and when the time comes, they will take the huge fortress. The powerful magical power of the Abyssal Mage is a barrier that the Blackbone cannot resist. After the Abyssal Mage promises to capture the city of Mond, he will give its tribe a huge territory, and its Blackbone will also receive the powerful power of the Abyss. Blackbone chose to surrender. Then, in accordance with the instructions of the Abyss Master, Wugu dispatched the two most intelligent and capable investigators in the clan. His 18th and 20th children, Wu Ye and Wu Guo. At this time, it is gathering with the elders of the clan to discuss the future direction of the clan, and analyzing the news from the two investigators. The field opens up. A breeze-like male human voice rang in its ears, and then a pure white space enveloped its world. The screams of the elders, and the spells of the Abyss Mage in the next room sounded in its mind one after another, but there was not the slightest whispering language that went deeper into the soul. The light appeared in its eyes, and the mask on its face was fragmented. The powerful and incomparable body in the past turned into a mist of blood and sprinkled in the air. The red gem that was originally hung on his chest to show honor disappeared in a flash. The curse in the next room also fell silent. Its soul fell into silence immediately. Above the historic Blackbone Canyon, Liu Qingfeng caught Tai Valen's tears and looked down at the flat gorge that seemed to have been polished through. He waved his hand to attract a gust of wind to disperse the blood mist in the sky, and turned back to everyone. The blood mist flew away with the wind and fell on the open space in the distance. In the spring of the coming year, there will be beautiful flowers everywhere. Brother Qingfeng, what is this? Kelly hugged Liu Qingfeng, her eyes filled with curiosity. Kelly wants this too. Pat Kelly's little head. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, this is the domain. The ability to envelop the outside world in one's own space. Within the domain, oneself is a god. Oh! Kelly screamed, rubbing Liu Qingfeng and said, Kelly can't understand, but it's amazing. Hey! Thanks for Xiao Kelly's compliment. Liu Qingfeng handed out to Waren's tears to the stunned Ying. Picking up Kelly and putting it on her neck, Kelly will also have this ability in the future. At that time, Kelly can use the field to put a huge bouncing bomb, and then blow up a big cannonball. Ha ha ha! Holding Liu Qingfeng's head, Kelly smiled happily. Well, Kelly will make a huge bouncing bomb in the future. Qin finally recovered from the scene just now. The huge gorge that was originally uneven has disappeared, leaving only a rectangular and smooth pit. When Liu Qingfeng said that the domain was opened, a pure white world appeared in front of him. Countless golden lights gathered in the sky and turned into sword lights, and then accompanied by Liu Qingfeng waved, the sword lights flashed away, leaving only this huge pit. Looking up at Liu Qingfeng, who was holding Kelly running around and chasing butterflies, Qin took a deep breath and said, thank you for helping Mon solve the hidden danger. Ah! Liu Qingfeng, who was playing with Kelly, looked at Qin and shook his hand quickly. Don't do this, head Qin. I'm still me, that Liu Qingfeng, I would think it embarrassing if you are like this. And it's okay, Liu Qingfeng said for granted, I am the honor knight of Mond. It shouldn't be a threat to eliminate the threat for Mond. Looking at Liu Qingfeng's attitude that didn't change much from the time he knew it, Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Liu Qingfeng, who was riding a lily on his neck, Qin smiled slightly, thank you for that. Feeling Qin's closer attitude, Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, I won't be polite when I need it. Ying, you said that Liu Qingfeng would not be the god of Otherworld. Peimen said carefully in Ying's ear. It was obviously a question, but it was full of affirmative tone. Ying frowned and thought for a while, shook her head uncertainly. Wendy, who had been sluggish since Liu Qingfeng opened the domain, suddenly rushed to Liu Qingfeng's side and asked anxiously, Liu Qingfeng, did you get the ability called domain just now from that chat group? Liu Qingfeng nodded and said, yes, what's wrong with Wendy? Wendy, who received Liu Qingfeng's affirmative answer, looked up at the sky with a hint of excitement and panic in his eyes. Asked Liu Qingfeng, please? I want to be eligible to join the chat group next time. Seeing Wendy's sudden change of attitude, Liu Qingfeng put down Kelly on his head and said in a deep voice, the quota for the next invitation has been determined for Ying, and the next time it is Qin. I have agreed and I can't break my promise. Wendy looked at Ying on one side, staring at Wendy, with a trace of determination in his eyes, shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I also have a reason why I can't give up. Wendy gave a hard smile on his face and shook his head apologetically, I'm so tough. I'm sorry. Qin looked at Wendy, pondered for a while and asked Liu Qingfeng, can I give my place to Master Wendy? Liu Qingfeng glanced at Qin and nodded. Wendy thanked Kaoken and said, thank you, Qin. Qin smiled and shook his head, comforting the flustered Wendy. Master Wendy must be so anxious. There must be a last resort. I can join 1 month later. It's no problem. He smiled and said to Liu Qingfeng, I make an appointment for Wendy. Is your next position okay? Yeah. It's okay, a small problem. Liu Qingfeng nodded indifferently when Diluc's voice came from next to him. Then I will make an appointment for the back of the piano. I will give the corresponding items at that time. Although it's definitely not as good as yours. Glancing at Diluc in surprise, Liu Qingfeng said, "Okay, I will look forward to your stuff when that happens. I will pay the corresponding price." Wendy calmed down slightly and said to Liu Qingfeng. Smiling and shook his head, Liu Qingfeng looked at Qin and Ying, who were about to talk, and said, "Don't talk about it. I think you are friends. Besides, you also know that I have one in a month. As my friend, it's not a very appropriate thing to share with you. Or you don't plan to recognize me as a friend." Ying recalled and thought about it, and said to Liu Qingfeng, "Okay, I will make you a delicious meal then to compensate you, and look forward to my craftsmanship." Qin looked at the carefree Ying sister, and nodded neatly and said, "Thank you." Wendy smiled embarrassedly, looking at Liu Qingfeng and said, "So you treat me as a friend too? Hey, then I'm welcome." Liu Qingfeng turned to be a cookin to Wendy, "It's good if you can do more business. As for being polite, I don't think you are a polite person. It was the first time you went to my barbecue booth to sell and sing to lose money. I haven't forgotten it yet. Besides, you are not a beautiful girl, why do you want you as a friend? It's just the same as before. After all, you gave a lot of Feng Shen statue that time. Really worthy of a vocalist." Peiman flew from the side, looking expectantly at Liu Qingfeng. "Liu Qingfeng, does Peiman have a share of the invitation letter?" The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, Liu Qingfeng said with a smile, "Of course, but I just need to send a little help from you." "That's right. Liu Qingfeng, you don't need that ability if you don't need it," Wendy said from the side, looking up at the sky and muttering leisurely, "Otherwise, the sky will punish you." "Hey! What are you talking about? Be louder, I can't hear you." Pi Monkey looked at Wendy strangely and shouted. Liu Qingfeng followed Wendy's gaze and looked up, and suddenly remembered the beginning of the game, although he didn't know what was going on. "But it seems that I am not strong enough." "I see, don't worry." Chapter 22 Burst Magical Girl Kelly's appearance. Boom, boom, boom. Kelly's lively voice reverberated in the ruins of the Temple of Thousand Winds, and a huge robot fell to the ground in black smoke. Qin walked out from the back of the temple, holding a blood-red teardrop crystal in his hand. "Wow, I didn't expect that there would be tears from Te Valen in this place." Peiman looked at the crystals of teardrops in the violinist in surprise. "For Tawaran, it should be a small pot. Just imagine that Te Valen shrank into a ball and stretched his head here to cry secretly," and Palman felt that his impression of the original Te Valen had been strongly impacted. Shaking his head, Peiman threw the picture out of his mind, and watched Qin admiringly. "The search by the leader of Qin is really great. I found Tawaran's tears so quickly." A smile appeared on Qin's face, and he began to explain seriously, "The key to this technique is to discover what you want to find inadvertently. For example, I didn't want to find it at all in my heart. I just looked casually at the table under my feet. Horns down." "Hey!" Looking at Qin suspiciously, Peiman looked at Qin, who was teaching seriously, and felt that she was joking. "Also be careful not to let the line of sight become too eager, because the harder you work, the less you will find it. You have to use the corner of your eye to accidentally see that thing. It doesn't seem to be technology, right?" Peiman asked Qin. "It's very easy to use. The little tortoise I raised when I was a kid disappeared and I found it by this method," Qin said with a look on his face. Had Qin raised a little tortoise when he was young?" Peiman shouted in surprise. Liu Qingfeng, who just walked in from outside, looked at Pimeng strangely. "What are you talking about, Pimeng?" "Qingfeng, you are back, how is it outside?" Qin said hello when he saw Liu Qingfeng coming in. Turning his head and pointing at Kelly, who opened his arms and ran in, Liu Qingfeng shrugged and said, "It's okay, Kelly had a great time. I seemed to hear Pimeng say that you used to raise a little turtle before." Liu Qingfeng asked, after glancing at the Qin questioningly, "Is this true?" He looked at Liu Qingfeng in confusion. Qin asked, "I've been raised. What's wrong with the little tortoise?" "Ah, this." Looking at Qin's capable dress, Liu Qingfeng could only sigh that everyone was a kid. "I also raised a little tortoise when I was a kid. Unfortunately, I accidentally died later." Dai Luk, who was wiping the big sword, also inserted the topic at this time, his face full of memories. Kelly looked strangely at the people who were suddenly talking about the little turtle, ran to Liu Qingfeng and raised her head and asked, "Brother Qingfeng, are you going to raise a little turtle too?" "Kelly's little turtle, I can give you a few." "Thank you, Kelly." Touching Kelly's little head, Liu Qingfeng smiled and refused to answer. "Head of Qin, where are we going to look for a dragon tear crystal?" Ying took the red crystal from Qin's hand, and a gleam of light flashed. The red dragon tears crystallized into cyan. Qin hugs his chest and meditates for a while. Dapa Valley should have been crystallized without Te Valen's tears. Wherever it is occupied by the army of the demon kings from the outside world, Te Valen will most likely not go. So the remaining rare places with human traces are also expected to be windy and mountainous and star-catching. Cliff. The army of the demon kings of the other world has occupied the Dapa Valley. Dai Luk screamed, dropped the towel in his hand and walked to Qin, asking, "Jin, what's the matter just now?" Palman, who was startled by Dai Luk's scream, puffed his mouth angrily, "Master Dai Luk, don't make a fuss about it. Besides, the problems over there have been solved. Let's talk about this on the way to Starcatch Cliff." "Let's go to Starcatch Cliff first, time is running out," Liu Qingfeng walked over and said with Kaylee. Jin looked at Kelly, who couldn't wait, nodded and agreed. The group walked outside, and Jin and Diluk talked softly in the back. Wendy walked leisurely in the middle. A smoky ruin guard in a clearing not far away can't get up again. And the Kyokiya people around the Temple of Thousand Winds had already turned into blood mist and poured onto the earth under Liu Qingfeng's sword light. The cyan wind element envelopes everyone, and several streams of light rise and head straight towards the towering star-picking cliff. Under the breeze, the grass resembled waves of a green ocean. Liu Qingfeng and his party fell halfway up the mountainside of Catch the Star Cliff. The green grass is covered with the mountains of the star-picking cliff. White Cecilia flowers dotted among them. Kelly ran to the side impatiently, and took out a book inlaid with blue gems from the bag behind her back. The white and black book was a magical book circulated among wizards of the Westwind Knights. Happily waved to the people waiting behind, Kelly hugged the secret of the Westwind in front of her. A powerful wave of magic power appeared on Kelly's body, and the secret of Westwind in front of Kelly flew automatically under the action of magic, turning the pages quickly. A huge magic circle enveloped Kelly's body. "Blacker than black, darker than darkness, here is my true red golden light. When the time of awakening comes, the degenerate principles of the absurd church will appear as invisible distortions." Accompanied by the singing, the magic circle on Kelly began to operate, and an extremely dangerous aura appeared on Kelly's body. "Dance, dance, dance. The collapse of the original wish of my strength, the collapse of no one can reach, burn all the heavens and the earth, and come down from the abyss." The slurred words kept spitting out clearly from Kelly's mouth. Bright red light began to wrap around her body, and her pale golden hair was flying in the air, revealing her tiny pointed ears. Two floating cannon-like objects appeared around her body, and the magic in Kaylee boiled to the extreme. The powerful red light is shining. Accompanied by an excited cheer, two red beams of light shrouded the top of the star-picking cliff. Full firepower. Explosion. Qin used his hand to block the squally wind that came in front of him. The huge heat and the shock wave came oncoming, and the scattered soil and weeds rose into the sky. Wendy looked at Liu Qingfeng, who had appeared next to Kelly for a while, stroking the strings in his hand. The crisp and sweet sound of the piano was still clear even in the squally wind. The cyan barrier dissolved the wind, and Peimeng fell from Ying's head dizzy, subconsciously catching Peimen's Ying, staring at the front with wide eyes. Most of the original huge top of the star-catching cliff has disappeared, leaving only a huge pothole with red liquid flowing, like the helpless tears flowing from the star-catching cliff. Liu Qingfeng hugged the weak Kelly and walked into the cyan barrier. Qin saw Kelly in Liu Qingfeng's arms rushing up. "What's wrong with Kelly?" Qin asked anxiously while looking at Kelly, who was lying softly. Liu Qingfeng glanced at Kelly helplessly, and explained, "She has taken herself off again." Reluctantly turning her head, Kelly looked at her masterpiece with a dazzling light in her eyes. After seeing the very ugly head Qin, she screamed and buried her face in Liu Qingfeng's arms. Qin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, turned his head and looked at the top of the star-picking cliff, which had mostly disappeared. His face was taken aback and stiffened for a moment. "Liu Qingfeng, is this the power of Kelly's new magic?" Peimen finally recovered and was startled when he looked at the two huge lava fields in the distance. Flew quickly to Liu Qingfeng and looked at Kelly, who was shrinking in his arms, and asked, "This is too powerful. I feel like it can blow up the city of Mond in one shot." The Qin, who was listening to the side, stiffened, and immediately stared at Kelly and said sternly, "Kelly, you must never use burst magic around Mond City in the future, especially in Mond City. Did you hear that?" Kelly's body shook slightly, and she replied in a low voice, "I know the leader of Qin." Qin couldn't help but soften as she listened to Kelly's weak voice, and said softly, "This is also for your good, Kelly. You see that you become so weak after using the burst magic this time. This won't work. This time, star-reaching cliff, I won't punish you, Kelly. After all, this is my mistake. I underestimated Kelly's magical power." "Really?" Kelly turned her head and said excitedly, looking at Qin, and asked, "The leader of Qin really doesn't pursue Kelly's blow up the star-picking cliff by half?" Jin looked at Kelly, who was happy, and nodded with a smile, "But Kelly has to promise that I can't use it near the city of Mond, and experiment with burst magic. Usually it is not particularly necessary, then you can use it casually. Otherwise, Kelly will fall into it when you are alone. The unpowered situation is too dangerous." "Well, don't worry, head Qin." Kelly nodded her head, twisted her body and slipped from Liu Qingfeng's arms, and stood on the ground staggeringly. "Perfect resurrection!" Kelly shouted with her hands up to the sky. Qin watched as she stood swaying, and quickly stepped forward to support Kelly, and asked in an unbelievable way, "Why did you recover Kelly so quickly?" "Hey! The points that Qingfeng brother gave me are spent by Kelly, and I have gained a lot of abilities." Kelly gradually stood firm and recovered quickly. "Kelly, show me your attribute panel," Liu Qingfeng said to Kelly, who was jumping. To be fair, at such a fast recovery rate, Kelly definitely has some very powerful abilities that she doesn't know. "Oh," Kelly promised, and took the Westwind secret code that she was following her back to her school bag. Ran to Liu Qingfeng's side and opened his attribute panel. Name, Kelly LV15500/1000. Strength, 30. Physique, 35. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 61 MAGIC, 6100. Ability. Der Spiegel Shisua Max. Extraordinary Body Max, Life Level rises, Physical Stamina Level +1, Poison Resistance Level +1, Vitality Level +1, Physical Defense Power is greatly increased, Life Expectancy is greatly increased. If you walk on a flat ground, max, Balance Level +1, Neural Response Level +1. You can start to try to walk in the wind and snow. Tiger Power Max, trust me, no tiger can take one of your sliding shovel, unless it has surpassed the tiger race. Muscle Strength Step Position +1, physical defense power greatly increased, physical attack position +1. PS, don't try to shovel a white tiger. Fire element operation LV5 elementary magic LV4 intermediate magic LV3 advanced magic LV1 bomb development LV6. Supernatural powers, body of nature, 30 points of physical strength, bloodline sublimation ability, from now on you are the child of nature, energy bonus level +3 recovery level +2 life recovery level +2 perception level +1. Move with the wind, 30 points of agile physique sublimation ability for children who are blessed by the wind will bless you. There will be no wind resistance when moving, and it can be integrated into the wind to get the speed bonus. Elemental spirit, 30 points of intelligence and soul sublimation ability. From then on, the elements will blend in with you. Lucky 4-leaf clover, you will walk in the world as the embodiment of lucky. Explosive genius, you must have a terrible explosive madman in your previous generation with talented magical powers. PS, step position +1. It can be understood as the current total amount plus 30%. Total amount of the same level. And the increase is the amount added by the current level. PS, 10 levels are 1 level and then every 5 levels are 1 level. PS, when the adventurer card is converted into an attribute panel after exchange, the original power will be digitized to guide the ability that was not awakened. Probabilistically guide the awakening of supernatural powers. Skills: Bouncing Bomb LV7 Booming Sparks LV6 Floating Artillery LV5 High Speed Chanting LV1 Advanced Magic Power Application LV1 Magic Array LV1 Burst Magic LV1 Magic Superconductor LV1. PS, Kelly's initial strength, physique is 5, and agility is 4. Initial intelligence 7. Free attribute points for every upgrade of physical potential +5. Liu Qingfeng looked at Kelly's gorgeous panel for a while. Compared to the same level of panel, Kelly was a golden legend. I'm afraid it's not white ordinary. It's so bad that he doesn't even have the kind of whiteboard skills. Looking at little Kelly, who was curiously looking at her, Liu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and rubbed Kelly's face vigorously, pointing to the PowerPoint and said, "Next, you have to save 10 attribute points for Kelly. After 30 attribute points, the original supernatural powers will increase by 1 level without 10 points. And there is a probability of awakening new supernatural powers. There are only 4 attributes. All awakening supernatural powers will awaken special physiques and enhance their talents. And special physiques are related to supernatural powers. So the sooner you wake up, the better your physique will be cultivated." "Brother Qingfeng, what are you talking about? Kay Li can't understand." Kay Li tilted her head to look at Liu Qingfeng, with a look of incomprehension. Seeing Kelly's cute look, Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "I just need to upgrade to leave free attribute points in the future. Wait until my brother finds a suitable treasure, so that he can awaken his magical powers in one breath with the attribute points." "Ah, it's so incomprehensible, it's just to leave that free attribute point, right?" Kay Li raised her hand to learn the piano and patted her chest, and said, "Kelly got it." Roar! Suddenly a dragon roar came, the direction of Mon City. "Tay Valen, no, it is Wind Demon Dragon." The Wind Demon Dragon swept in with a black storm, rushing straight towards everyone. Chapter 23 The Demon Dragon attacked suddenly. The storm fell from the sky, and the huge body of the Wind Demon Dragon hovered above the crowd, and a huge shadow shrouded everyone's heads. "Tay Valen!" Wendy screamed as he looked at the Wind Dragon above his head. Why does the Wind Demon Dragon appear suddenly, and it still seems to come from the direction of Mond? Qin looked worriedly at the direction of the distant Mon City, and looked at the Wind Demon Dragon hovering overhead and said, "Be careful, everyone, it's coming down." As soon as the words fell, a huge black shadow fell from the sky, and the tyrannical body of the Wind Demon Dragon appeared in front of everyone. The eyes of the Wind Demon Dragon, who swooped down with wide mouths, flashed with red blood, and huge wind element fluctuations came out of its mouth. "Wind! Please guide me. A crisp sound rang, the dandelions drifted away in the squally wind, and a huge circular barrier blocked the bombarding wind bullets. Here, trial. The huge flaming bird soared into the sky, interrupting the swooping wind demon dragon. The wind demon dragon that dodges the flaming bird rushed straight to the sky, roaring to the sky, spreading its wings, and countless winds began to converge, turning into sharp swords and falling from the sky like rain. The star-catching cliff that had been hit hard was cracked again, all the remaining vegetation disappeared, and countless traces of pierced holes were left on the ground. Inside the enchantment, Kaylee looked at the unrecognizable star-climbing cliff with an angry expression on her face, bulging her small mouth and raising her sword to her chest. Cheen exclaimed, "Head Cheen, can Kaylee use burst magic?" Surrounded by the wind, Cheen shook her head. Kelly looked unhappy at the wind demon dragon with a lot of wind elements high above her head, and stretched out her small hand. The flame appeared in the palm of Kelly's hand, continuously compressed and condensed, and the wind gathered on Kelly's arm, and for a while, a small cyan ball with red light floated on the palm of Kelly's hand. Kelly squatted down, and Kelly's other little hand slapped towards the ground, and the golden rock element emerged and merged into the sphere. A new type of bomb appeared in Kelly's hand, and she happily shaped it into a small bouncing bomb. Kelly held it high above her head and said to Lu Qingfeng, "Look, brother Qingfeng, Kelly's new bouncing bomb. This is called number 4, okay?" Lu Qingfeng, who was holding his chin thinking about the problem, was interrupted by Kelly. He lowered his head and saw the little bouncing bomb in Kelly's hand. "Dragon." Yeah, Kelly nodded her head, and said with a serious face, "Climbing the star cliff is a promise made by her mother and Kelly." But Kelly agreed to blow it up by herself, so how could she let this bad guy be destroyed? "Hey, isn't it too pitiful to pick up the star cliff like this?" Pameng, who was looking at the top with a look of fear, couldn't help but complain when she heard what Kaylee said. He flew to Kaylee's little hand and pointed to bomb number 4 and asked, "And how can this blow up the wind demon dragon? It is now at least 2 kilometers above us." It's okay, Kelly thinks it can be hit." With her cute little face, Kelly carefully looked at the wind demon dragon in the sky and waved her hand and said, "Head of Cheen, then Kelly can use the bouncing bomb number 4 hit it." I was doing my best to maintain the barrier to protect everyone's Cheen. Hearing Kelly's question, I lowered my head and glanced at Kelly's small bouncing bomb number 4, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. "Kelly. Okay, you can throw it away and try it." "Oh." With a cheer, Kelly handed the school bag on her back to Lu Qingfeng, rolled up the sleeve of her right hand, revealing her white and slender arms, staring at the wind demon dragon on top of her head eagerly. Lu Qingfeng grabbed the curious payman who wanted to take a closer look. Kelly threw the bomb number 4 towards T-Varan. The bouncing bomb number 4 that was thrown disappeared instantly without a trace of wind. A groove appeared on the chest of Tuolin in the sky, and the bouncing bomb number 4 with the wind dragon flew up several meters. Boom! Accompanied by Kelly's overtone on the ground, a huge explosion sounded in the sky. A huge flame wind group enveloped the body of the wind devil dragon, and the blazing golden flame looked like a new sun. The miserable roar began to continue. The wind dragon in the sky fell straight down. Diluc, who was originally staring at the sudden wind demon dragon with a serious face, now looks at Kelly, who is squeezing her arm hard against Paimon with a weird face. There is no muscle at all in her slender arm. "Kelly, you come and try this." Diluc was handed to Kelly by the heavy two-handed sword. Kelly raised her head and looked at Diluc curiously. She stretched out a small hand to take the hilt, held it above her head and swung it a few times. The blade of the sword without breaking through the sky slid rapidly in the sky. Diluc's pupils shrank, looking at Kelly, who was not holding a heavy sword but also waving a branch. Silently took the big sword back from Kelly's hand and walked to the side. Boom! There was a huge impact, and in the clearing not far away, where the wind demon dragon fell, it smashed out a huge crater. Cheen retracted the open enchantment, looked back at Kelly, who was taking the school bag from Liu Qingfeng back, and was running to the Wind Demon Dragon with excitement, feeling that she had refreshed her cognition again. Roar! Feng Malong's angry roar suddenly came out from the pit. Kelly, who was running towards the pit, slammed the brakes, turned and ran back and drew behind Liu Qingfeng's back, stretched out her small head and looked at her body in darkness, craned her neck. The Wind Demon Dragon roaring up to the sky. After venting, Feng Malong lowered his head. The blood-red eyes saw Wendy, who looked sadly at her not far away, and a familiar sound of the piano echoed in her mind. The monstrous anger burns in the heart, and the curse in the blood is boiling. Struggling to stand up, Tiverin yelled at Wendy with his mouth open. It seems to be asking, "Where did you go when I was tortured by the endless curse? Where are you when I wake up and be rejected by human beings who cannot communicate and betray their promises? Why are you appearing in front of me now?" Wendy looked at the roaring Tiverin and felt the cry in his heart, helpless to despair. With a pale complexion, he moved the strings, hoping to communicate with Tiverin. Ignoring the sound of the piano echoing in his mind, Feng Malong turned his head and looked at Kelly behind Liu Qingfeng. The breath I felt before remained on her body. That is the only salvation that I feel, and it contains all the truths in the world. Negative emotions surged here, extinguishing the reason that had just been awakened by the sound of Wendy's piano. The Wind Demon Dragon roared, opened, and spit out several huge wind bullets, and then soared into the sky, rushing straight towards Kelly behind Liu Qingfeng. "Wendy, can you activate the Qin of the sky with another tier of the Wind Demon Dragon, and then expel the curse of the Wind Demon Dragon, and awaken Twerin's will?" Liu Qingfeng turned around and confirmed to Wendy. Wendy, with a sad face, heard Liu Qingfeng's words and was puzzled on his face, and then hurriedly said, "Don't make too much effort." "Understood." Liu Qingfeng replied briskly, with a move in his mind to disperse the attacking wind bullets. Looking at the swooping Wind Demon Dragon, he opened his palm and twisted his wrist a few times. "Kelly, look good. This is a kind of supernatural power, the power of true dragons." Te Valen, who dived in front of Liu Qingfeng, turned black, and then fainted with a shock. The bones all over his body seemed to have fallen apart and softened to the ground. But Kelly, who was hiding behind Liu Qingfeng, could clearly see that the swooping Wind Demon Dragon was grabbed by Liu Qingfeng's big face and pressed into the ground. Patting his hands, Liu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the Wind Devil Dragon with the head planted green onions on the ground. Finish work. P.S. One of Liu Qingfeng's supernatural powers revealed. The power of the true dragon. You who awaken the blood of the dragon have the power of the dragon to move mountains and overwhelm the sea. Chapter 24 The Awakened Te Valen. When the Wind Demon Dragon regained consciousness again, he only felt that his body was bound by something, completely unable to move, and there was no pain in the whole body. Opening his eyes, the Wind Demon Dragon found that he was actually tied to the ground. A circle of people around his head were talking about it. In the sun, their shadows completely covered the light on the top of the Wind Demon Dragon's head. What to do? Looking at the Wind Demon Dragon, whose mouth was restrained by the halo formed by Liu Qingfeng's spiritual power, he turned his head and asked Wendy, "Now the Wind Demon Dragon has been captured by us. Do you still need to find tears?" Wendy was embarrassed looking at the Wind Demon Dragon, which was fixed on the ground by a halo. Singing, "Do you have a way to make the Wind Demon Dragon cry?" Paimon flew to Wendy's ear and asked, "So we don't have to bother to find other dragon tear crystals? No need to be so troublesome. After all, we just need the wind element that contains the power of the wind god to supplement the power of the sky piano." Liu Qingfeng walked out from behind the Wind Devil Dragon. He was just nailing the Wind Devil Dragon's tail. "Lock up." Liu Qingfeng was very satisfied with the sight of the Wind Demon Dragon, which was completely immovable and nailed to the ground by spiritual power. This is a way of his more advanced use of spiritual power, the world, and the connection between the elements. The spiritual power turns into a lock of imprisonment. You can choose to connect the elements of the sky, the earth, and nature, and even fix it on the space. If you want to break free, you must have a stronger power than the power of the confinement connection, or the other party's understanding of the relevant is higher than that of Liu Qingfeng himself. Of course, because the understanding is not particularly deep, it will be slower to display. Asking Wendy to cross the sheen of the sky, Liu Qingfeng walked over to Feng Malong's head and squatted halfway, reaching out and pressing on the traces left on its face before. Enveloping the aura of the same origin, Liu Qingfeng's spiritual sense came out, closing his eyes to perceive. In the body of the wind demon dragon, a large number of wind and wind elements are distributed in every corner of the body, folds and glows, like a bright starry sky. However, most of the stars now exudes a mysterious bloody light, and only a part of the cyan stars, which are much faint in contrast, are struggling to defend. Feeling the strange consciousness entering, 2 sky dragons in the starry sky condensed out, one exuding a green and peaceful atmosphere, and the other exuding a bloody tyrannical atmosphere. Liu Qingfeng's spiritual consciousness condensed into shape, and the 2 dragons in the sky looked here together. When the scarlet dragon sees the incoming enemy clearly, it retracts a certain distance subconsciously, and after regaining consciousness, it still feels its head buzzing even if it is now in a state of consciousness. The dragon of the cyan sky Te Valen. He shook his wings and flew to Liu Qingfeng's side, connected to Liu Qingfeng with his consciousness, and said thankfully, "The same race from another world, thank you for your rescue." Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "It's okay, it's easy. But you also know what I'm here for. Please give me things, please." Taking a closer look at Liu Qingfeng, Te Valen spread his wings and roared at Tianzhu. The cyan stars in the starry sky gather the starlight, intertwined into a cyan crystal in front of Liu Qingfeng. The dragon in the distance saw Te Valen's movements, roared, and rushed straight towards this side. Liu Qingfeng raised his right hand to his ear, a sword light condensed by the wind appeared in his hand, and shook it at the demon dragon that rushed forward. The blue sword of wind shot out, splitting it in two. Liu Qingfeng shook his head as he looked at the wind demon dragon that soon reunited. There were still many shortcomings. If one's own sword light can cut off the soul and kill the mind, then it won't be so troublesome this time, it's over with one sword. Holding the fully condensed crystal in front of him, Liu Qingfeng said hello to Te Valen, and Liu Qingfeng was going to go out and leave the matter to Wendy to take care of. Te Valen looked at the disappearing Liu Qingfeng, glanced at the magic dragon consciousness that rushed over again, and muttered, "Is the curse of many years finally disappearing? My old friend, you are finally back. Are you a fellow in another world? It's really peculiar." The breath of dragon returned into starlight. Te Valen's figure merged into the stars in the sky, emitting a dazzling light, resisting the crazy attacking dragon. Outside, a cyan wind element crystal appeared in Liu Qingfeng's hands, and he passed it to Wendy along with the piano in the sky. Liu Qingfeng looked at Wendy and said, "Then the rest will be yours." As a result, Wendy placed the wind element crystal on the piano of the sky with the things Liu Qingfeng handed over. A burst of blue light flashed, and the melodious piano sound followed. Stroking the strings, Wendy wore a nostalgic smile on his face and hummed old poems in his mouth. That was the poem where the two met for the first time. Since then, the god and the dragon have reached a contract to protect Mond for thousands of years. The beautiful sound of the piano wafted around, resounding like the wind in the sky of Mond. In the distant city of Mond, the statue of Feng Shen was surrounded by breeze. The streets and alleys in the city, the wind brought the poetry of the gods. In the wind blowing on the ground, under the big tree planted by Winessa, the wind brought the singing and singing of old friends. The wind whirled and passed to more distant places. In Daihuazhu, the top floor of the well-known Wangshu Inn in Liu, Mandrill eats freshly baked almond tofu, listening to the sound of the piano again after a long time in the distance. A smile is drawn at the corner of his mouth. Mandrill says today's almond tofu is so sweet. Kelly sits on Lu King Feng's lap, sitting with him on the new grass next to him, listening to the beautiful piano sound. Put your hands together, pray piously surrounded by the sound of the piano. Ying sat next to him, clutching Peimen for a while, remembering the time in the past. Dailuk had a big sword next to him, not knowing why. He who has never touched alcohol suddenly wanted to have a drink. On the ground, Te Valen's body kept coming out of black curses, and then he was purified by the sound of the piano. Black poisonous blood oozes from Tawaren's body. Dispel in the wind. Opening his eyes, Te Valen's cyan pupils looked at the familiar old friend in front of him, playing and singing the poems he had met for the first time. The confinement of the whole body disintegrated and turned into white spots of light scattered on the ground. Te Varen stood up, Wendy's figure reflected in the cyan pupils, and Te Varen let out a deep roar. Long time no see, old friend. Wendy opened his eyes and looked at the old friend who had awakened. The leisurely sound of the piano changed, and a slightly cheerful piano sounded. Wendy said happily, "Welcome back, Twaren." The beautiful sound of the piano keeps flying in the wind, as if returning to 1,000 years ago. The acquaintance of a dragon and a god is living happily in every memorable day. The god who professed to be a bard played different poems over and over again for the dragon who wanted to understand the earthly sky. The gods run their supernatural powers and only play for the dragons of the sky. The dragon in the sky puts away the wings that should have soared into the sky, and landed on the earth, just to listen to the poet's performance. As the curse on Te Varen completely disappeared, and the poisonous blood that came with the dragon Dulan had completely disappeared, Wendy, who was pale, stopped playing the poems. Smiling and looking at Te Varen. After healed from his injuries, Te Valen looked at Wendy's pale face, his body falling to the ultimate wave of divine power. The wings lifted up and blocked the sky. "My friend, is it worth it?" Wendy smiled weakly, and looked at Mond at his feet and said loudly, "Mund is a place of freedom, and there is no need for a high god." "That's fine." Te Valen looked at Wendy who was smiling happily, and silently looked at Jean and Dailuk. The wind surrounded Te Valen's body, and the huge dragon eye looked at the place he had guarded. Te Valen was wearing the uniform of the Knights of the West Wind. Deacon said, "The 1,000 years have come, and the agreement between the dragon of the East Wind and Mond has ended. The dragon of the East is no longer there." Putting his wings away, Te Valen walked to Wendy's side. Participating Wendy's strength that was already almost empty in his body, Te Varen said to Wendy, "Your and my agreement has been completed. Wendy, I will accompany you from now on. I wrote this chapter so coolly." Chapter 25, The Second Group Mission. On the pitted half of the star-picking cliff, the wind brought new seeds and grew rapidly under the supernatural power and recovered the ground. Kelly got up from Lu King Feng's thigh and ran towards Tawaren. "Wow!" Kelly opened her eyes wide, looking at the huge Te Varen standing next to Wendy with curiosity. Running happily around the huge dragon body of Te Valen, Kelly looked at the cyan body dotted with dots of light, stretched out her hand and stroked it, and then laughed happily. Te Valen lowered his huge head and looked at the little elf who was stroking his wings. After regaining consciousness, as the dragon of the sky born from the element of wind, Te Valen has a heartfelt closeness to Kelly. Wings were shaken slightly, and a feather fell off Te Varen's wings. The cyan gleam surrounds the feathers of the dragon in the sky. Floating in front of Kelly. Kelly looked at the cyan lingya floating in front of her, tilted her head and looked up, and met Te Varen who was looking at her. "Come on. Cute little elf, this is a gift from the dragon in the sky." Te Valen's voice sounded in the wind, with a touch of closeness. Kelly looked at the blue eyes of the dragon in the sky, waved to Te Varen thankfully, accepted the blue sky feather, and inserted it on the edge of the white feather on her hat. "Clan from another world, thank you for your rescue." Tuolin looked back at Lu Qing Feng, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Lu Qing Feng, are you also a dragon?" Peimen, who was caught in Ying's hand and finally got rid of it, listened to Tai Valen's words in surprise, and turned his head and yelled to Liu Qingfeng. A handful of Pimeng, who was about to be attached to his face, flicked Pimeng's head. Liu Qingfeng smiled and shook his head at Tai Valen and said, "I'm just a person who has awakened the blood of a true dragon, not a dragon. In my original country, the story that we are the heirs of the dragon has been circulated since ancient times, inheriting the spirit of the dragon. Faced with countless disasters, the ancestors fought back. Everyone is like a dragon, constantly striving for self-improvement, just to defend our family and our country." "Oh! The Kingdom of Dragons? I really want to see if I have a chance," Tai Valen said in surprise. Standing up, Liu Qingfeng shook his head at Tai Valen, looking at the Cecilia flower growing from the cracks in the stone not far away. His own light was blooming in the breeze. "It's a country of human beings, tolerate, absorb, and then continue to strive for self-improvement. Conquering nature, great powers, foreign enemies, a long-standing spirit and civilization." Liu Qingfeng pointed to the Cecilia flower after touching Kelly, who ran back to him. "Too, just like it, no matter what, it will always bloom its own brilliance." Turning his head, Liu Qingfeng grinned and said, "As for blood? What are you talking about to a big family with 56 ethnic groups? People, but the most tolerant and exclusive race in the world. Human." Tai Valen looked at the little flower Liu Qingfeng pointed to Kelly, then raised his head to look at Mond, and said again, "Human? I really want to see what you say. The kingdom of mankind. Then Liu Qingfeng, do you know what is going on with the disappearing breath of this cute elf?" Tawarin pointed to Kelly, who was squatting in front of Cecilia flower, and asked, "I fell into a curse before. At that time, I suddenly sensed a breath that seemed to contain everything in the world in the direction of Mon City. Although it was very weak, I was still awake for a moment. Then I followed the induction all the way to here. Invitation letter." Recalling that breath, Liu Qingfeng squeezed his chin and smiled and said, "It's really a veritable invitation letter. Ding group task release." Suddenly a message appeared in his mind, and Liu Qingfeng quickly opened the group chat. Group task: due to the invitation letter, the city where group member Sato and True World are located Axel was besieged by 2 Demon King army cadres led by the army. Task requirements: protect Axel from being destroyed, the Demon King's army is expelled or annihilated. Task time: 24 hours. Task reward: 12W points, 8W experience, distributed according to contribution value. Sato Kazuma? Hui Wai? Liu Qingfeng? Liu Qingfeng, no, what question marks are you sending? It's not that your cities are all besieged, is it possible that you still don't know? Sato Kazuma, it's been a while since I got up, but Akua was crying to death yesterday, and we had to go and get drunk according to her request. Sato Kazuma, and why does the invitation letter attract monsters? Liu Qingfeng, here comes a dragon, Tai Valen photo.jpg. Hui Wai, oh. Cool dragon. Hui Wai, humph. It's coming. At this moment, the time for the salvation of my ultimate magic burst magic has arrived. Hui Wai, ah. Kazuma, why are you hitting me on the head? Sato Kazuma, the table is not for you to step on. My breakfast fell on the floor. Luoziahe, Hejin, you are really not nervous yet. Luoziahe, I felt the breath by my master's friends, but they didn't ask in detail. Sato Kazuma, after all, I still have a peaceful picture outside, and I have no real feeling at all. Sato Kazuma, ah. The alarm went off and there was a mess outside. Sato Kazuma, ah. Pill. Pill. Hearing the alarm, it seems that there are tens of thousands of monsters surrounding Axel. Hui Wai, Hejin, think of a way. Liu Qingfeng, ah, this. Hejin, you can react quickly. Sato Kazuma at come and help. Didn't you just wake up from a hangover? Now fully awake. 5 Watch Li Yulai, humph. Snort. This is the time when my fallen angel Saint Black Cat is on the stage. 5 Watch Li Yulai, hey. Will the invitation attract monsters? 5 Shifts Hyaga, Sister Li Yulai, you didn't give me the invitation letter. Didn't you let me sit in your circle last night and invite me in with a slap on my head? Wujin Li Yulai, oh, that's it, that's good. Kelly, oh. Is this the group task Xing Feng brother said? Great. Kelly wants a lot of things, but she doesn't have too many points. She only has 10 points for signing in and can't buy anything. 5 Watch Li Yulai? Wujin Li Yulai, isn't the sign-in only giving points below 5? Hui +1. Sato Kazuma, ha ha ha, my uncle is about 6 points every time. Sato Kazuma, no, you guys are coming soon. I have seen the Demon King's army. Infinite, Other World? I also want to see. Infinite, Xiao He, then let's go. Luo Xiaohe put down the French fries, wiped the grease on his lips infinitely, and said to Luo Xiaohe, who swallowed 2 burgers, let's go, Xiaohe. Dropping the paper ball in his hand, Luo Xiaohe caught up with infinity with a trace of sauce remaining in the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped off the stains on Luo Xiaohe's mouth. He walked into the toilet, wearing a strong costume, and walked into a cubicle under the strange gaze of others. Everyday world. Wujin Li Yulai wore her modified gothic lowly clothes and walked into her sister's room. She looked at Hyaga, who was eager to try, and said worriedly, Hyaga, don't go this time. Wait for your sister to come back and give you points to redeem your ability. Rehearse and participate in the next mission. I believe my sister will protect me. Chao Wugeng Lu Li shook his head, and Wugeng Hyaga showed an expression of interest. Whether it's my sister's friend or other world. Looking at the firm 5th Watch Hyaga, Wugeng Li Yulai thought for a while and nodded, then be careful not to leave my side. Looking down at his brand new attribute panel, Wugeng Li Yulai grabbed Wugeng Hyaga's little hand. She hopes that her family can also obtain extraordinary abilities, even for more choices and time. And as a sister, she will protect them all the way. Primordial World. Head of Qin. Kelly started from the position of Cecilia Flower and ran to the position of Qin. There is a group mission. I want to go to Other World with Qing Feng to complete the mission. Qin looked at Kelly, who was excited, and wanted to subconsciously reject it, but recalling Kelly's recent performance, he turned to look at Liu Qing Feng. It's okay, I'll follow Kelly. Token nodded, and Liu Qing Feng beckoned to Kelly, Kelly, you can't run around later. Yeah, nodding obediently, Kelly returned to Liu Qing Feng's side, took his big hand, and said with a smile, then Qing Feng brother, let's go. I can sign in the afternoon, and then send the contract. The first signing, v. Chapter 26. Black clouds compress the city to destroy the city. In front of the gate of Axel, an army of black and heavy monsters gathered here and surrounded the entire city. The roar of the beast keeps coming. Tread! 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 With the sound of neat horseshoes, the army of monsters separated. A group of death knights lined up. The headless knight Bertia, who was a leader of the Demon King army, took the lead. He was wearing full armor and stopped holding one head after another. Foremost. Pulling out the long sword, Bertia pointed at the many adventurers gathered in front of Axel's gate and shouted, I am one of the cadres of the Demon King's army, Bertia. Hand over the treasure that appeared last night, otherwise even if the whole city is slaughtered clean. I have to find that treasure. With Bertia's roar, a dark field spread out from its body, covering the space around it. The horse's feet under the crotch ignited a dark flame, exuding the breath of death, and the death knights neatly lined up behind him raised the dark giant sword in his hand, and a grey flame ignited in his eye sockets. With the expansion of the field, the entire team merged into one. The monstrous breath of death soared into the sky, the slow-running monsters fell to the ground and turned into flying ash, the space began to be distorted, and the death that was pierced by a long river could be faintly seen. World. Sato Kazuma, who had just followed a large number of adventurers to the gate of the city, looked at the Death Knight army who seemed to be able to penetrate the world, and became frightened from the bottom of his heart. Needless to say, just a charge of this Knight Order, novice villages like Axel will disappear in this world, leaving only blood and flesh foam everywhere, turning into ruins that have been crushed. Oh, isn't this Bertia? A joking voice came from the sky, and a man with a black and white mask that looked like a clown fell from the sky and landed on the edge of the Knight army. Wearing a funny mask, he raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Could it be possible that you also want to obtain the treasure of yesterday that contains infinite knowledge?" Barnier. Bertia said solemnly with his head hugged around his waist, "As the head of the 7 demons of hell, you will also need that treasure. Isn't this taken for granted?" With both hands holding his chest and twisting in a strange posture, Barnier raised his masked head and shouted in a voice that seemed to be climaxing, "My generation is one of the cotters of the Demon King army, the Duke of Hell who leads the demons, and Barnier, the great demon who sees everything in the world. But late last night, we suddenly sensed the existence of something unknown to our generation in the world. That treasure containing countless unknown mysteries is what we desire. So." Barnier's voice turned, and he turned toward him like a gentleman. The adventurers gathered at the gate of Axel shook their heads. "Can you hand over that treasure?" "Of course, our generation will not take your treasure for nothing." Reached out and took out a space bag from his arms, from which wealth like a golden mountain poured out. Barnier opened his arms and shouted, "Sa! Hand over that treasure. Our generation will give you wealth that will last a lifetime." "Of course." Extending his index finger to the center of his mouth, with a huge arc at the corner of his mouth, Barnier said, "The monster army will also retreat. My generation promises. As long as you abide by the agreement." The eyes outlined on the mask looked at Sato Kazuma in the crowd, and Barnier's voice sounded in Sato Kazuma's ears, "My generation speaks for words. The terrible brother of Novice Village is strong. You also have my generation in your body. Something you can't see through." There was a violent shock, and the sweat from Sato and Gen 4 ran out in an instant. Holding Huiwai who was curiously squeezing forward, he took Akua, Sato Kazuma, and shrank back. "Kazuma! What are you doing? Next is the time for me to show off." Huiwai looked at Sato Kazuma who was dragging her with dissatisfaction, thinking of what she saw in the copy of Destiny. A red rime appeared on her face. Struggling more violently, "Don't pull, let me go. I'm going to use my ultimate bursting magic to destroy the cotters of the Demon King's army and save Axel. Then everyone will know that I am the #1 magic of the Red Devil clan. Make." "Huiwai." Hejin stopped and stared at Huiwai's eyes. Huiwai looked at Sato Kazuma who was annotating her eyes. The red rime on her face was more obvious, and even her ears began to turn red. Turning his head, revealing the red ears under the magic hat, he stammered and asked, "Oh, what's wrong with Hejin? I can't beat it." After pulling Huiwai's head back, Sato Kazuo said seriously, "This is not an enemy we can deal with. No wonder the chat group will release a mission. The one with the clown mask. The demons are terrifying. We have to wait for everyone to arrive before we plan our actions carefully." "Kazuma, what are you talking about? That's the devil. As a goddess, I can run away like this. Wait, I'll go over and purify them all." "Hey! Barnier, do you really want to intervene in this matter?" Bertia roared at Barnier, "This is a treasure I want to dedicate to Lord Demon to show my loyalty. I will never allow it. You intervene. And the little brother over there." A violent sound of breaking through the air came out, and the black giant sword turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Sato Kazuma, Huiwai, and Akua entangled with each other. Hearing the violent breaking through the air behind him, Akua, who was dragging her desperately, and the already stiff Huai Kazuma Sato turned their heads, and had already plunged into the midst of the adventurers, and a black light shot. Master Akua! A young adventurer holding a magic sword rushed forward and yelled in front of Akua. You will definitely not let you cadres of the Demon King army hurt the slightest hair of Akua-sama, swear by the name of my brave Eujian Zionjai. Don't mess with it. A hand pulled away the middle two young Eujian Yu. Sato Kazuma kicked the big sword, and a huge shock wave came from the place where his foot was hitting the big sword. A huge ravine was drawn on both sides of him, and it spread to Axel, leaving two huge deep pits on the tall walls. You are Kazuma. How could it be possible? Yukin yelled with his mouth open, pointing at Sato Kazuru, I must be dreaming. How could Kazuma, an adventurer, compare to being a master of swordsmanship? I am strong with the magic sword glamour. It's not you and the real uncle, who else can be, really, one by one caused me trouble. After throwing down the frightened Eujian Xiao, Sato Kazuma yelled at Bertia, Hey, I don't know how dangerous this is. Bertia stretched out his hand to recall his big sword, and his head hugged at his waist flashed red and said, Hee, as long as you keep the little girl from the Crimson Demon race by your side, I can let this city go. Looking at Huai with red eyes, Bertia's voice came from the death field, Am I right? The little girl of the Red Devil race with the breath of treasure left on her body. The overwhelming breath of death enveloped the world. Huai, who had been thinking about it, came back to her senses. The cold death felt as if it had penetrated into the depths of the soul. As if she had fallen into the abyss of death, the light in Huai's eyes was quickly disappearing. Darkness is invading her body. Hey, what is your headless dead body doing to my uncle's partner? A silver-white light came. Huai felt her consciousness was pulled back by a familiar guy, opened her eyes, and saw a white golden space covering herself, dispelling all the death that came. Hejin! With a low cry, Huai pulled the brim of her head, climbed up and walked to Sato Kazumasa, raised her wand. Her eyes glowed with crimson light in the sun, like lava flowing in her pupils. With a scorching light. My name is Huai, adventurer Sato and true partner, the strongest magician of the Crimson Demon clan. Ultimate magic, the imperial envoy of bursting magic, the Demon King army on the opposite side, you will be in my bursting magic turn into fly ash. Hey, hum. The demons on the opposite side. Akua, who had just been scared by the giant sword, also stood next to Sato Kazuma, and pointed at the two Demon King army cadres on the opposite side, yelling incomparably. Said, You stinking demons and undead! Just wait for the great goddess of water Master Akua to purify you. Oh, Barnier patted his hands and applauded, My generation is very touched. Is this the scorching feelings between our partners? The corners of his mouth curled up, and Barnier said excitedly, I just don't know how wonderful it is to be in despair. I am looking forward to it. Hey, Barnier! This is my prey, you are not allowed to intervene. As he stepped forward on an undead horse, Bertia pointed at Sato Kazuma's sword with burning black flames. Hee, first come, first served. Looking at Sato and real platinum domain with great interest, Barnier looked back and took a step back humbly and said, Since you are the first to come, then let you do it first. Oh, isn't it? The head at the waist looked at Barnier in surprise. Bertia did not suspect him, and drove the undead horse with flames on its hoofs to move forward. The Death Knight team behind him followed Bell. The flame path left by Dia begins to advance. Looking at the Knight team that started to move, the huge death domain was rapidly expanding here, and Sato Kazuma quickly expanded his domain to block Death's invasion, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Is it finally here? If you don't come to this, uncle, you will be finished. Snapped. Who do you think you are? Chapter 27. The space-distorting death domain and the platinum domain fought fiercely at the gate of Axel, arousing strong power fluctuations and shaking the surrounding space. The adventurers who originally gathered at the gate had already retreated to the wall. Superior. Hey hey hey! Am I dreaming? A man with a stubble face holding a big axe looked at the discoloration of the world outside and collapsed. This is why there are scenes that don't even appear in a dream. In reality, he yelled and yelled at the collar of his companion next to him, "Quick! Hans, give me a bit, let me wake up from this nightmare." Hans, the companion of the man next to him, looked at his collapsing companion, hit him in the stomach with a punch, and then asked, "How about it, now sober?" "Done." Squatting on the ground with his belly, opened his mouth and retched a few times, Dunn stood up, punched his companion Hans's chest armor, and accompanied by a sound, Dunn calmed down. "You guy, do you want to punch out my breakfast? But thank you, I'm already awake. Now you are ready to start preparing the battle plan." "That's Hedgen? That's Hedgen, right Dust?" On the city wall not far away, a team of 4 adventurers gathered together was looking at the battlefield below in shock, a petite man with a staff. The single ponytail woman was pointing at Kazu Shinichi, who couldn't believe it, and confirmed to the companion next to him. Dust, who changed his usual punk appearance, looked at the battlefield below solemnly. As the original Dragon Knight, he could clearly analyze the current situation of the battle. Although the current Fox friend Kawara teammates Sato Kazuma seemed to be fighting with him. The charged Death Knights fought head-on and did not lose the wind, but this does not mean that this war can be won. Only Sato and Ma, even if he blocked the Death Knights and its leader Bertia, there is another one. The cadre of the famous Demon King army Barnier and the tens of thousands of monsters that surrounded the city outside. With the order from the other party, the whole city will be wiped out in an instant. "Hey! Duster!" Lin shook Duster's body in a daze angrily, and said, "Don't be in a daze. The monster army has begun to move. What should we do? Those monsters are simply not something that junior adventurers like us can deal with." The stylishly dressed Chiz clutched the haircut that he usually cherishes with a broken face, staring at the man who has already begun to act. The army of monsters, amid the roar of monsters in the sky, a large number of intermediate and high-level monsters are mixed with them, and they rush toward the city quickly. "Get ready for battle. We can't run away." As the captain of the Cross Knights, Taylor, who is usually taciturn, roared to his teammates, and took the lead to block in front of his teammates, watching the monsters who were already close at hand stand fast. Shield up in front of teammates. Under the city wall, countless powerful intermediate and high-level monsters bypassed the battlefield at the city gate and appeared under the city wall, roaring constantly, or inserting sharp claws into the wall to quickly climb up, or accumulating the solace of their feet. Lee jumped up and landed on the city wall 15 meters above the ground, looking at the weak adventurers on the wall and the city with a lot of flesh and blood behind them. A bloodthirsty roar rushed on. Instant bloodline Madara Madara on the city wall, countless fragmented limbs scattered all over the city wall, just one contact, a large number of junior adventurers have suffered heavy casualties, and the large number of intermediate and high-level monsters on the wall are not their opponents. "Ah!" Tyler roared with a shield to take the blow from the front ape-like monster below, and his bloody arms trembled and returned to the front of the team again holding the shield that was about to be broken, and arrows continued behind him. Flies out, shoots on the body full of hairs, and then bounces off instantly. Under the city wall, Sato Kazuma tried his best to resist the expansion of the Death Realm and confronted the Death Knight's charge, but suddenly there were a lot of screams behind him, his perception swept toward the rear, and a lot of tragedy was constantly being felt. Eyes were instantly bloodshot, and the two areas that were furiously opposed, the white gold area suddenly shined, the blue wind gathered in the area, and countless arrows entwined with the wind element shot out, and the monster on the wall was shot. Swept away, Sato Kazuma said to Akio who had just appeared next to him, "Akio, go back and treat the wounded." Just now, Akio, who just pointed at the demon and the undead on the opposite side, said that he was very reluctant to Sato Kazusan's orders, but the screams of the city wall began to continue to come, and Acua, who turned his head, discovered that she had just returned. The undamaged adventurers have died horribly, and, apart from anything else, they ran their legs towards the city wall. On the wall, blood ran all over the place. Weeping and crying ceaselessly. A large number of intermediate and high-level monsters were taken away by Sato Kazuma in a wave of explosions. By the side of his body firmly nailed, the adventurer who lost his partner was slashing the enemy's corpse frantically. A large number of adventurers with severed hands and feet are falling to the ground and wailing. Medical professionals are working hard to treat the severely wounded, but the monsters under the city wall are temporarily afraid to move because of the outbreak of Sato and Makoto, and the originally shining platinum field has turned into blue gold, slowly suppressing death field. Treat. Heal. Heal. On the wall, Acua, who had just arrived on the wall, looked at the corpses and wounded on the ground, and rushed to the side of a bleeding adventurer, and stretched out her arm to release. The magic of data. The pale-faced adventurer who was originally unconscious and awake regained himself under the light of healing, and instantly bounced up to block the weapon he was holding in front of him. After observing the left and right vigilant eyes, he discovered that the battle was over, and the broken sword in his right hand fell. Clutching his empty left arm, crying loudly. But Acua, who was taken aback by the action of the adventurer, looked at the man who was crying suddenly, gritted his teeth and turned and ran towards the other wounded. The white light on the city wall was mixed with Acua's loud cry. Treatment. Sato, who was already sweating profusely under the city wall, hung in the air with real anger, looking at Bertia directly opposite, and roared, "Why are you doing this? Me and Huai have already appeared here." Bertia was riding on horseback, black flames burning constantly. And the head around his waist was shining with red light. He looked at Sato Kazuma in the azure gold domain on the opposite side and said faintly, "All this is for my sake. Loyal demon lord, I was originally unwilling to slaughter a novice city like Axel, but who allowed you to get an unbearable treasure? Before Banir can participate in this matter, I must get it. Slaughtering a city can make a strong man like you feel unsure and increase my chances of winning, so what's the deal?" The burning black sword swung downward, and the black flame burned the space, leaving a black mark. Bertia pointed to Axel and shouted at the stagnant army of monsters, "Tugwang this city!" Cruel words echoed throughout Axel, and the stopped monsters started to act again. The remaining adventurers gathered on the wall, looking at the monster army approaching again with ugly faces, and the monsters roar in front of it. In the rear are the bloody companions and the family members who are unable to bind the chicken. They have difficulty picking up their weapons, and the adventurers once again form a battle formation. Wind. Bless them! An angry voice echoed in Axel, countless blue dandelions fell in the sky, and countless injured adventurers recovered from their injuries. Stop wailing, sticking to the broken weapon under the support of his companion. The adventurers who recovered from their injuries stared blankly at the city surrounded by the blue enchantment. Countless white dandelions fell like snowflakes, healing the wounded. Dozens of platinum streamers flew outside the city wall, killing all the monsters that were close to the city wall, and then gathered like Wanliu to the city gate next to a man with a peculiar costume with a little boy. On the other side, Bertia felt the sudden emergence of several powerful breaths, cautiously converging in the death field, and withdrew slightly to the rear. The blue-gold domain gradually converged, revealing Sato Kazuma, who was sweating profusely. Several figures suddenly appeared beside him. One of the young people holding an elf girl slapped Sato Kazuma on the back of his head. He said to Sato Kazuma, "Who do you think you are?" then turned his head to look at the bloody city wall, stretched out his hand and closed it, and the enchantment covering Axel disappeared, feeling the encirclement. The monster army of the city and the adventurers who suffered heavy losses said, "Sorry for being late." Chapter 28 Respective Opponents. Under the cloudless clear sky, outside the city of Axel, a huge field of death opened up, and a team of death knights lined up and distributed among them. The sky of death distorted the space. watching the newly appearing people solemnly. Withdrawing his enchantment and perception, Liu Qingfeng turned his head to look at the battlefield where a huge pothole had appeared. On the opposite side, the death domain burning with black flame enveloped a large space. A death world would faintly seep out of the boundary wall and appear in the world of the living. Next to him, a male protagonist with a clown mask curled his mouth and watched his group. No wonder there will be such a big loss in just such a short time. Perceiving the powerful forces in the two opposing people, Liu Qingfeng has fully understood why the huge loss occurred so quickly, patted Sato Kazuma's shoulders, and looked at he said with an ugly face, "Don't think too much, the main goal at the moment is to repel the enemy." Looking at the huge dead air mass that distorted the space, Liu Qingfeng couldn't help but vomit. This guy in the Destiny dungeon is stupid, right? Such a strong guy will be killed like a child's play for you. I finally understand why I am in the town of the Red Devil. Why does this guy have such a big grievance? After he died, he climbed up from the abyss of death to find you. Seeing Liu Qingfeng who cared and looked at him, Sato Kazuma pulled a smile on his sweaty face. Don't you think that is the strength of this uncle? But why the invitation letter attracts monsters? Looking back at the adventurers who looked at the complex complexion on the wall, Sato Kazuma couldn't help but asked, "Isn't this a way for us to invite group members?" Oh sighed, Liu Qingfeng looked at Sato Kazuma, who was clenching his fist, and said his own analysis. Remember? We have to have two invitation methods, one is direct invitation, and the other is it's an invitation. At first, I wondered why I would do this extra, and create another way to join, but depending on the situation we use, the so-called invitation letter is an invitation to qualified people, the golden invitation that exudes the root of all things, is something that the strong who can perceive it will never give up. Liu Qingfeng looked at the two Demon King army cadres who were meditating on the opposite side and said, "I'm right, two of you. Happiness. Wonderful, very wonderful." Barnier clapped his hands excitedly, and answered Liu Qingfeng's question loudly. "You are right. I will never give up any treasure. I am so happy today. There are so many unknown things. There are so many interesting things in the world." He clasped his arms excitedly. Barnier seems to twist himself into an S shape. "My generation will definitely get your unknown treasure, happiness. It's really so happy. I didn't expect that there will be so many things in the world that are happier than making money. It seems that my generation has to do our best." Body, Barnier folded his hands together, and violent fluctuations of magic power spread from his body. Wrapped in black magic, the mask on Barnier's face began to shatter, and a huge magic circle quickly unfolded, quickly covering the sky. The corners of his mouth are drawn in a horrible arc, and Barnier's body in a tuxedo turned into a puddle of mud, and his cracked mask fell on the ground and turned into bits of fly ash. Hiding behind the fifth ring of Liulai and looking at the strange monsters on the opposite side, Hyaga yelled at the place where Barnier disappeared in surprise. In her perspective, the belt just over there. The strange uncle wearing a handsome mask suddenly said a bunch of things he didn't understand, and then he slapped his hands, a magic circle flew out, and then it melted. After pulling a stern look at the five-watch Liulai on the opposite side, five-watch Hyaga curiously asked, "Sister Liulai, did that person sacrifice himself and use what forbidden spell magic to destroy himself as stated in the anime?" "Hyaga, don't leave my side." Wujin Liulai grabbed Hyaga's small hand, red and purple eyes filled with tension. "Lu Li, please take care of Kelly." Liu Qingfeng took Kelly to the fifth watch Liulai's side, and looked at her fifth watch with curiosity. Hyaga smiled and handed Kelly to the fifth watch Liulai. "Brother Qingfeng." Kelly reluctantly grabbed Liu Qingfeng's hand and looked up at him. Kneeling down, touched Kelly's little head. Liu Qingfeng said, "Kelly, follow Sister Liulai to guard the city behind us, okay? There are many people living there, and there are also many children. My brother has to deal with the big guy who will come out soon." Please ask Kelly over there. Is it protected? Kelly turned her head to look at the huge city wall behind her. Many adventurers on the wall are watching this side. The wind in the air tells Kelly that there are a lot of life fluctuations in the city behind her. Pointing her head towards Lu Qingfeng, Kaylee pulled the strap of her school bag and stood up straight and said, "Brother Qingfeng, please leave it to Kaylee. Kaylee will definitely protect everyone." Ya looked at the serious little Kelly, smiled and nodded. Lu Qingfeng said, "But when you are in danger, you must stay away. Brother here will solve it quickly. So you must pay attention to safety. Oh, will we be resolved soon?" In the sky, a palm appeared in the magic circle. With the voice's master tearing a tissue like a tissue, a huge crack appeared in the space. A huge demon's wings opened. The figure flew out of it, looking at Lu Qingfeng, who had stood up and looked at him solemnly and said with a smile, "Then my generation is looking forward to it, the strong from other world. Then can I ask you to wait a little longer? I still have something to deal with," Lu Qingfeng said lightly as he looked at Barnier, who was floating in the sky. Putting away the devil's wings, Barnier landed on the ground, and the gentleman said, "Please, just because you didn't interrupt our cross-border behavior just now, we will let you arrange your worries, let alone let your opponents have no scruples. The duel is our principle. Thank you really, but don't say that you can interrupt your cross-border behavior just now. The subsequent magic circle is obviously a cover. When the mask is broken, you have already locked the space here." Waved to Barnier, Lu Qingfeng looked at Wu Gangliuli, and said with a smile, "Lu Li, can you please? I probably won't have the energy to take care of Kelly later. And I have to ask you and Xiao He over the city. I probably can't beat myself by myself. Infinite will stay here." Biting his lip, Wu Gangliuli looked at Lu Qingfeng with a smile on his face, raised his head and glanced at Barnier in the distance, reached out to take Kelly, turned his head and walked towards Axel, long black hair flying down. The wind, there was her voice in the middle, "Hey! Don't die, you fellow, and don't call my name casually. He he he." Lu Qingfeng's ears heard Sato and Zhen's wretched laughter. A hand was placed on Lu Qingfeng's shoulder. Sato and Zhen's face leaned to Lu Qingfeng's side and smiled. "Yo roar, I didn't expect it. You guys are so familiar. Is there a situation?" With a slap on Sato Kazujin's stinky face, Lu Qingfeng looked at Sato Kazuma's face full of 8 trigrams and said, "It's just an ordinary friend. It's just that I often find her to buy goods and get familiar with it. Recently, I have instructed her. I gradually became familiar with this question of practice. Hey, I can't believe it." He leaned over again and turned Lu Qingfeng's chest. Sato Kazushima said wretchedly, "I can't, isn't it all by name? I'm from Daxia, okay, wherever my friends call their names directly. And it seems that you and Huai are making good progress." Lowly controls Hejin replied, and Lu Qingfeng pointed out because Hejin ordered to go back and protect him obediently. Huai of the city refuted. "Who is controlling Lowly?" said subconsciously. Sato Kazuma turned around and looked at Huai, who was following Wujin Ruri, and her voice became quieter. "This is Infinite," came from behind, stood beside them, and snorted to them. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly responded, "The first time I meet, it's Infinite." Yeah, he glanced at Lu Qingfeng, nodded infinitely, and looked up at the 2 monsters standing not far away. Frowning slightly and looking at Barnier. Turning his head to look at Lu Qingfeng and said, "You go first or I go first?" "I'll go up first." He shook his hands and feet a few times, turned his head to look at the group of people who were already standing behind him on the wall and looking at the 3 of them. Lu Qingfeng turned his head and smiled and said to Infinity, "I haven't fought evenly since I broke through. Well, it's infinitely troublesome for you to hold the line and pay attention to the situation behind you." Infinitely turned his head to look behind him, nodded towards Lu Qingfeng, took a step back with his hands on his back. Several flying swords rose from his waist and enveloped the city of Axel. Liu Qingfeng and Sato Kazuma stepped forward, glanced at each other, and grinned. Liu Qingfeng looked at Barnier, who had reopened the demon wings, and said, "Let you wait a long time." The corners of his mouth curled up, and the eyes under the Barnier's mask showed excitement. He opened his arms and said loudly, "Happiness is the most worthwhile thing to wait for." The wings shook, his body floated, and Barnier turned into a black color. Streamer rushed towards Liu Qingfeng. "Is that so? Then I can't make you wait any longer. I have to send you to see the Buddha and enjoy the bliss of the West." Sword light emerged, covering Liu Qingfeng's body, and a meteor rose from the ground, rushing towards the tip of another black meteor towards the wheat. On the other side, a blue-gold domain emerged, blocking the charge of Death Domain and the Knights. Sato Kazuma floated in the middle of the domain, with the platinum longbow condensed in his hand, pointing at Birdia burning with black flames. Yelled, "Today is Birdia's death date. You and the real master will crush your soul completely. This time I don't want to crawl out of the abyss of death again." Holding the big black sword. A sword split the arrow that Sato Kazuma shot into the realm of death. Birdia drove the black undead horse under the hip to charge quickly, and the black big sword chopped down, blocking the new appearance in his hand. Sato Kazuma of the long sword, in the field where one man and one knights are mingled together, the fierce battle begins. Chapter 29, Respective Battlefields. Under the clear sky, at an altitude of 3 kilometers from the ground, two high-speed flying streamers are constantly colliding together, igniting bursts of strong shock waves across the ground. On the ground, pieces of trees and grass are constantly being blown away, leaving behind a devastated land. Very good, I am very happy. After a fierce collision, the two streamers bounced off, revealing two figures respectively. There was a fist mark remaining on Barnier's mask, standing above the high school, happy. With a smile. On the other half, in the white streamer, Liu Qingfeng's figure appeared, rubbing his reddish eyes with one hand and looking at the opposing Barnier, who seemed unscathed, and grinned, "Don't you know if you hit someone or not? My eye sockets are swollen for you. Your ability to see through everything and your super hand-to-hand experience is too foul. I can't help it." Barnier said helplessly, looking at the scars on Liu Qingfeng's face that had completely disappeared, "Your physical strength has never been seen before, even if you have been beaten dozens of times by our generation. Only when there is a red mark that is painless or itchy, my generation is very helpless. You must know that even a mountain of thousands of meters can be beaten with all your strength." Listening to Barnier's complaint, Liu Qingfeng remembered the situation where he was completely beaten by the nose by the opponent in the close combat. If it weren't for his physical strength, the opponent couldn't move, and then he gave the opponent a fist. "Yes, I'm afraid I'm still being suppressed by the opposite side. Although it's not painful or itchy, it's also very aggrieved. Make up my mind to find a chance to systematically learn the skills of hand-to-hand combat after I go back this time." With a slap with both hands, the white field spreads out from the body, covering the space. The fist marks on the Barnier's mask on the opposite side were also quickly recovering. Looking at the area where Liu Qingfeng released, an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A magical circle appeared behind his body, covering the sky behind. "Very well, my generation also likes magic warfare. Our magic is the strongest in the world." Above the Axel city wall in the distance, 5 watch glass suspended in the air, guarding the safety of the east and west sides of the city, countless beasts swarmed in. Most of them were crushed by the field at the moment of entry and turned into blood fog in the sky. There are only a few middle to high-level monsters. Depending on their strength, their injuries vary in size. They continue to rush up with red eyes, and then they are broken down into fleshy foam by the wind blade that rains down from the sky, and the city wall not far behind. Wuzhong Haigal looked at Wujin Liulai, who looked like a god, and his face was full of worship. On the other side, in the west of the city, 2 beams of light projected to the outside of the city wall. With 2 loud explosions, 2 artificial lakes of different sizes were added to the west of Axel. Kaylee put her feet on her back and dragged the ground Huai, and ran happily in the direction of Wu Gangliuli. Along the way, the adventurer remaining on the wall looked at Kaylee, who was holding Huai quickly running by. Bewildered. In the north of the city, Xiao He is standing on the city wall. His young body looks like a high mountain that has not moved for thousands of years between the heavens and the earth, blocking all incoming, and the white area is partially spread out, like a flying bird. Flying swords swarmed out, wandering on the battlefield, and launched a merciless killing. The flying sword flexibly interspersed on the battlefield dexterously shot in from the monsters' foreheads, and then quietly drilled out of the back of their heads. It is precisely because of Xiao Hei's kindness that he who is kind will not let go of bloodthirsty monsters that slaughter others. The kindness he can give them is only the moment of death. In the sky, the several flying swords wandering around seemed to have received their master's will, and disappeared into the sky in a flash. At the city gate, waved and retracted several flying swords, and looked at the battlefield with fierce conflict ahead. Sato Kazuma quickly dodged in the air, avoiding the death flames flying from. Turning to face the knights charging in the air with the traces of flame, one of them recovered. Steel. There was a heavy feeling in his hand, and he threw it into the psychic space. Sato Kazuma turned and continued to run. With only a half of his armor left, Bertia hugged his unarmed head and furiously. His empty hands caught the big sword handed from behind, the magic of death entangled, and the black flame ignited again. The knights, already half empty-handed, continued to charge. It wasn't that he didn't want to divide his troops to encircle Sato Kazuma, but when he did this for the first time before, without Beldia's suppression of Sato Kazuma, he killed the divided knight in 2 hits. Bertia, who is now riding a tiger, just continues to fight in the merging field. The mingled field prevents neither side from leaving. Unless one side cancels the field, neither of the two stuck together wants to run. Steel. Bertia, who was empty again, looked at the empty big hand and raised his head and roared. The big hand, whose armor had been stolen, was carrying the head hung on his waist and was about to violently smash it down, while Sato Kazuma, who had stopped watching the situation, stopped above. But instantly accelerated and ran away again. A fool is fooled. Sato Kazuma, who flew at high speed, curled his lips, glanced at the knights behind his eyes again holding the big sword and began to charge, muttering in his mouth, "Wait for the Uncle Ben to unload all your arms, when the time comes I'm cleaning up you. Who told you to bully this uncle more? Steel." Shameless little thief. Come down for a one-on-one night showdown if you can. With a smile on his face, Sato Kazuma said to Bertia, who was yelling in the distance, "Okay, my uncle will do you well." Steel. Looking at the big sword that appeared again in his hand, Sato Kazuma curled his lips and turned and ran, listening to another incompetent rage from behind. His face showed a happy expression. "When you are all stripped, my uncle will naturally clean up you one by one." After watching Sato Kazuma's fighting style for a while, he closed his eyes silently, turned his head to look at the huge light shining in the distant sky, but Sato Kazuma's triumphant face smiling while stealing the light madly appeared in his mind. For a long time never disappeared. An Lu Qing Feng high in the sky, a flying sword with white golden light in the domain was rapidly condensing, and then collided with the magic flying from the opposite side. Fierce shock waves continued to come, and the cut magic continued. Dissipated in the air as energy, and the flying swords were scattered in all directions in the sky. Barnier looked at Lu Qing Feng, who continued to increase the intensity of his magic and followed closely with the increase in firepower. The excited expression on his face became higher and higher, and the magic circle under his feet changed, and the magic energy scattered in the air was lost. Gathered together in an instant and activated this ultimate magic. Exciting powerhouse, take over our ultimate killing magic, Barnier Killing Ray. The huge magic circle behind him changed into the same magic circle as Barnier's feet. Countless rays of light converged and turned into a beam of light that illuminates the sky and the earth. It instantly cuts through the space and arrives in front of Liu Qingfeng. A pair of dragon horns emerged from Liu Qingfeng's forehead, and a faint white fluorescence appeared on Liu Qingfeng's body, crushing the beam of light in front of him with one hand, and folding his hands together. The flying swords scattered between the sky and the earth fell in their respective directions, and a huge circular sword formation wrapped both sides in the battle. Looking at the completely burnt Barnier, Liu Qingfeng waved his hands, and countless sword lights shot towards Barnier. The incomparably powerful sense of oppression in the sword array makes Barnier unable to avoid. Then the warm-up game is over, let's start the official game. Barnier, looking at the smoke in the distance, Liu Qingfeng said, I think there is a problem with your name. Just now, the name is ridiculous. And you don't know. Smoke is generally harmless. Oh, this is the first time I have heard of it. I am very happy. In the smoke, Barnier's voice changed drastically. The violent magical fluctuations began to spread out in circles. Go to work, update time will be late. Chapter 30 Responsibility. The soaring magical fluctuations began to surging in circles in the sky. The sky without a few clouds was completely cleared. A black field appeared, blowing the surrounding sword formations, and you could see it in the distant city of Axel. In the distant sky, a huge black sphere kept expanding, robbing the sky of sunlight. The city plunged into darkness for an instant, and even the light of the candle light had been lost. A sword light lit up, initially like the light of a firefly. It rose to a high altitude in the blink of an eye and turned into a brand new sun, illuminating the entire Axel. Standing on the sword light with his hands behind his back. Below, the Death Knights that had been pulled out were completely wiped out by Sato Kazuma alone, and the knights without magical armor were spotted one by Sato Kazuma flying a kite. Sato Kazuma, who cut off Birdia's head with a big black sword, called Akiya over and gave Birdia dozens of sacred expulsions until he confirmed that the soul of the opponent had been completely destroyed by Akiya. Ya was cleansed, panting heavily, retracted the big sword in her hand, and walked to the ground. Kazuma! Kazuma! We wiped out the cotters of the Demon King's army this time. Are we going to make a fortune? Thinking of the rewards offered by the cotters of the Demon King's army in the Adventurers Guild, Akiya's eyes turned into gold coins. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and the crowd who had wiped out the monster army gathered under the city gate. Brother Hejin, I'm sorry. Luo Xiaohe lowered his head and walked to Sato Kazujin's side, not daring to look at Sato Kazujin's eyes. We are late. Looking at Luo Xiaohe, who was looking down at his fault and got up, Sato Kazuma walked to Luo Xiaohe's side, looked at him and said, It doesn't matter what your business is, Xiaohe, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, this incident is entirely due to my own reasons. If I directly invite Huai or Akiya to join the group this time, there will be no such thing, or if I am stronger than now, so many things will not happen. Sato Kazuma looked at his hands reproachfully. Although he didn't do anything right, he was very kind in his heart and couldn't forgive himself for causing great harm to Axel this time. Walking forward silently, the weak Huai blushed and took Sato Kazuma's hand, and looked at Sato Kazuma, and said, I was wrong about this time. I will accompany you to apologize to everyone, whether everyone is wrong or not. Forgive us, I will bear it with you. Boom. There was a sound all day long, visible to the naked eye, and a powerful shock wave hit. Luo Xiaohe fought off the impact and looked at the shining flashes in the distance, and said to Sato Kazuma, Brother Kazujin, please protect Axel here. Master has already gone to help Brother Qingfeng. I have to pass too. Help. After finishing speaking, Luo Xiao Blacken rushed into the distance as a streamer. Wu Geng Li Yulai watched the battle in the distance, biting the index finger of his right hand with a tangled expression. Sister Li Yulai, you go. 5-watch Hyaga pushed the 5-watch Liulai, and said with a smile, the fallen angel Saint Black Cat I know is not someone who is watching when my friends are still fighting. Looking at the 5th watch Hyaga who encouraged him, the 5th watch Liulai loosened her index finger, and her right eye was flushed with bloody hair. He looked at the 5th watch Hyaga and said, of course, I am the fallen heaven who holds the power of creation. Holy Black Cat! How could the mere Devil Duke be my opponent? My younger sister will wait a moment, and I will go back. Looking at Kelly, who was waiting obediently next to him, Wu Gang Liulai squatted down and touched the elf who was about the same size as her own sister and smiled and said, wait for a while, little Kelly, sister will soon be late for the one guys bring it back. Yeah, Kelly divided the beep in her hand to Hyaga, the 5th watch next to her. Kelly patted her chest and said to Wujin Liulai, Kelly will be here to wait for everyone obediently, sister Liulai don't worry. Hyaga little sister Kelly will protect her. Thank you, Kelly, Kelly is such a good boy. Touching Kelly's small face, Wujin Ruri stood up and looked at the two Sato Kazuma and Huai who suddenly turned to the theater in love, and said, then this I'll beg you. Holding Huai's little hand, Sato Kazuma looked at the large number of adventurers who were walking out behind Wujin Ruri, nodded and said, don't worry, when I finish apologizing, I will go over there to support you. This is already there. There won't be any big problems, and there should be no more problems when you hand it to Huai. Wujin Liulai turned her head and looked at the large number of people walking out of the city gate, and nodded with a complicated complexion. The white light wrapped the gothic lowly skirt and flew away. Kazuma, why do we have to apologize? Akua, who was dazzled by the imaginary huge amount of gold, finally recovered, strangely asked Sato Kazuma, we are under the siege of the Demon King army cotters and so many monsters. The amount of the city under protection. Sato Kazuma didn't answer Akua's question, but looked at the large number of adventurers who had surrounded him. There are many familiar faces. They have drunk with themselves in the Adventurers Guild, and some have discussed various young ladies in Succubus Street with themselves. And now, because of the great disaster they have brought, everyone looks at themselves with strange eyes. The right hand was slightly squeezed, Sato Kazuma turned her head, Huai was looking at her worriedly, with a smile on her face, Sato Kazuma bends down to the people in front of him. Sorry everyone, this time because of my carelessness, Axel suffered a huge loss. If I can compensate everyone for the loss, please tell me all. I will definitely complete it. Although I know this and everyone's partner, the lives of relatives are not equal at all, but I still hope that I can do my best to make atonement for everyone. The large number of adventurers gathered around Sato Kazuma looked at each other strangely, and at the same time, Sato Kazuma, who bowed his head, laughed. Kazuma, I can't blame you all this time, and there are many cities slaughtered by the Demon King army. Du-en, holding only the handle of the axe left, walked to Sato Kazuma and lifted his body, pointing to it. Axel said, the important thing is that you and your friends guard our city under the Demon King's army. Look up and look at everyone's faces. Du-en said to Sato Kazuma, in this world where the Demon King's army has been rampant, in fact, we are already ready to be killed by the Demon King's army one day. We are here. This city is just a small novice city. And it's not surprising that it suddenly collapses at any time. Looking at the inexplicable Sato Kazuma on his face, Du-en hugged Sato Kazuma and said loudly, everyone really thank you, Kazuma. You are the hero of Axel. Protect our city. However, this time the monster army besieged Axel because of me, and everyone lost their partners and relatives because of me. With incredulous on his face, Sato Kazuma faced everyone in front of him. Said. Pulling away and hugging Sato and Jinduan, Hans said, but you have guarded the safety of the entire city, and Kazushima, don't you think there is any absolutely safe area in this world? Right, with ache for a small city like Sale, a novice city without a strong army and adventurers to protect it, it is not surprising when it will be destroyed by high-level monsters passing by. What's more, Hans quietly leaned to Sato Kazuma's ear, and said with a wretched face, "It's not a bad thing to die this time, but we all saw a very cute goddess." What does that mean? Sato Kazuma stared at Hans with a dazed look. Behind him, Akua dragged Sato Kazuma, and said proudly, "There is this goddess, even if he is dead, I will bring him back. So let's get the bonus. High quality shaku, this time Kazuma I must have enough to drink. Otherwise I won't give up." But this time, the stupid younger heiress actually prepared everyone's souls in advance to die, saving me a lot of effort, said strangely. Akua couldn't wait to drag Sato Kazura to the Adventurers Guild. Rush away. Staying in place, Sato Kazuma's words echoed in his mind, and turned to look at the adventurers who surrounded him. At this moment, he took a closer look and found that many of them were people who had died in his previous perception. Closing his eyes and turning his head towards the sky, Sato Kazuma asked hoarsely, "So everyone is actually not dead this time?" He patted the shoulder of Fear Sato and Makoto. Hans looked at the young man with tears in the corner of his eyes and said, "Yes, so don't blame the young man. So I saved this city." "Yes, boy. You are now the hero of the whole city." Stretching out his sleeves and touching his eyes, the corners of his mouth showed a habitual smile. Kazuma Sato looked into the distance, waved to the adventurers behind him, and shouted, "The hero Sato Kazuma set off. When I defeat another cadre of the Demon King's army, you can buy me a drink. It's not a high-quality wine. Oh. Don't worry. Say something to your companions. Although Axel can't help you in combat power, we feel that the etiquette should satisfy you. Thank you for your willingness to save our city." Under the high-altitude sword light, the adventurers at the gate of the city bent over to the warriors who were still fighting and blessed, wishing them Guy to return, and wishing Axel to be safe. The young boy who jumped up swept away the gloom in his heart, and rushed forward towards the battlefield in the distant darkness. On this day, the teenager suddenly understood responsibility. How to say, I have rewritten this chapter several times. In the afternoon, I have been thinking about the plot of this chapter. I'm already in a satisfied state. I don't feel good in many places with limited abilities. It would be better if there are readers who can give me some suggestions. As for Wai Hui suddenly stood with Hejin. The problem lies in the copy of fate given to her by Wu Geng Liulai. Realizing that the copy of my own destiny will bring into the feelings of the time, this setting seems to have not been explicitly stated. I will wait for the appropriate chapter to add it. Chapter 31. Above the black and white sky, a figure with demon horns on its head, with its wings spread out, stands in the sky, standing on the dark field under his feet, looking down at a pair of young people with small dragon horns on his head in the white field not far away. His eyes are full of fun and freshness, as if the Demon King who destroyed countless worlds finally saw the brave man who came to him for the first time. Looking at Barnier, whose image had changed dramatically, Liu Qingfeng scratched his head in distress. The pressure from the huge presence that filled the surrounding space was really extraordinary. With a thought, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Liu Qingfeng, LV211800/4000 Legend. Strength, 70. Physique, 70. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 90. Spiritual power, 45,000. Ability, Yuling Gold LV6, Space Domain LV7, Yuling Wind LV7, Swordsmanship Grand Master LV6, Primary Magic LV Max, Intermediate Magic LV5, Close Combat Grand Master LV4. Attribute Derived Abilities, Max of the Tiger's Power, Max of the Extraordinary Body, Max of the Flat Ground, Shisua Max of the Mirror. Supernatural Powers, Power to Open the Mountain LV5, 30 points of power to awaken supernatural powers, open mountains at every mountain, and dry up in case of water. True Dragon Bloodline LV5, 30 points of physical awakening supernatural powers, awaken the ancient bloodline under the sublimation of the Constitution. Gain the True Dragon Bloodline bonus. Space Flashing LV5, 30 points. Agile Awakening supernatural powers, affected by own spiritual space, can travel through space. Divine Consciousness LV4. True Dragon Power LV4, 40 points of power to awaken supernatural powers. You who awaken the blood of the true dragon will gain the power of the dragon. Real Dragon Body LV4, 40 points of physical awakening supernatural powers. You gain the dragon body with the blood of the real dragon in your body. You can freely change in 2 forms. In the state of dragon body, the dragon's supernatural powers are increased. Tenjayun Driving the Mist LV4, 40 points of physical awakening supernatural powers. The appearance of real dragons is accompanied by clouds and mist. Call the Wind and Call the Rain LV6, 40 points of intelligence to awaken supernatural powers. Call the Wind and Call the Rain is the instinct of a real dragon. Mountain Power LV3, 50 points of power to awaken supernatural powers. True Dragon is the spirit of nature, the lord of mountains and rivers. You who have the blood of dragon are blessed by mountains and rivers. Dragon Vein Body LV3, 50 points of physical awakening supernatural powers. Dragon is the vein of the earth, the spirit that supports the world. Heaven and Earth LV3, 50 points. Agile awakening supernatural powers, as powerful as you, will be nowhere to go. Imperial Commander Thunder LV5, 50 points of intelligence awakens supernatural powers. Thunder will be controlled by you. Power of Breaking the Ban LV2, 60 points of power to awaken supernatural powers. You will move forward without any taboos. Driving Nether LV2, 60 points. Agile awakening supernatural powers. Life and death will no longer be an obstacle to you. Immortal Body LV2, 60 points of physical awakening supernatural powers. Your physical body gains immortality. Dragon Soul LV4, 60 points of intelligence awakening supernatural powers. You who have dragon blood awakens dragon soul. Magic Breaking Power LV1, 70 points of power to awaken magical powers. Your attack will cut off the spell. Body of Life LV1, 70 points of physical awakening supernatural powers. Severed limbs will be reborn. Life will no longer usher in natural death. Breaching Wing LV1, 70 points. Agile awakening supernatural powers. The newly born dragon wing will travel between the world. Immortal Soul LV3, 70 points of intelligence awakening supernatural powers. Your soul gains immortality. World Spirit LV2, 80 points of intelligence awakens supernatural powers. The affinity of the world rises. Eternal Soul LV1, 90 points of intelligence awakens supernatural powers, and the soul welcomes immortality. Skills: Sniper LV6, Eugian LV7, Psychic Master Primary LV Max, Psychic Intermediate Master LV Max, Psychic Advanced Master LV 8, Experimental Sword Formation 3rd Edition LV Max. Constitution, World Affinity Physique LV4, beloved by the world, physical potential rises. Each time you upgrade, each attribute increases by 5 points, and the free attribute points increase by 5 points. Supernatural power awakening rate is 100%. Looking at a pile of magical powers that increase defense, life, and movement speed in the magical power column, a little bit of attack power is either a bonus nature or a method of breaking the control. Liu King Feng's Head Pains closed the properties panel. From Master Bungee Jumping to Legend, my shortcomings are beyond count. The dragon horns on his forehead flashed with purple thunder light, a pair of wings wrapped in white gold scales spread out behind Liu Qingfeng. The spiritual power in his body began to rotate rapidly, and Liu Qingfeng made his own realm break through the dark realm of Barnier Block. The wings shook slightly, and the figure appeared above 10,000 meters in the sky. Looking at the dark realm that enveloped the huge area below, he confirmed Axel's position, and Liu Qingfeng began to operate his supernatural powers. The small pair of dragon horns on his forehead was shining with purple thunder, and a thunder blasted from the sky. The cloudless sky was instantly covered with clouds and pouring rain fell from the sky. The rainwater summoned by magical powers purified the dark area below, and several streams of light rushed out from below. Luo Xiaohei, Wujin Liulai, and Sato Kazuma appeared. Barnier lowered his head and glanced at the three of them. Then he stared at the empty place next to him and said, "Since they have all come out, should you come out too?" NS. The space fluctuates like the surface of water, and infinite figures quietly appear beside the three of them. "Master!" Luo Xiaohei exclaimed, looking at infinitely, squeezed in surprise. He stretched out his hand and patted Luo Xiaohei's head, and looked at the three people infinitely angrily and said, "What a fool! You actually rushed into a realm on the road to becoming immortal." "Ah!" Holding his head, Luo Xiaohei cried out, and Luo Xiaohei held his head and looked at Barnier in the distance. "He is as strong as the master." Looking worriedly at the figure at the center of the thunderstorm in the sky, Luo Xiaohei couldn't help but say infinitely, "Master, is brother Qingfeng in danger? Let's go and help him." Hearing infinite words next to him, Sato Kazuma and Gokun Ruri looked at each other with palpitations. Although he knew that Barnier was very strong, he did not expect to have reached the realm of demigods, half-immortals. The domain of characters at this level had already undergone transformation and turned into a demi-plane. It is definitely not an existence that their field can fight against. The two hurriedly walked to infinity and said gratefully, "Thank you for protecting us, but are we going to help Liu Qingfeng right away?" Looking at the two people in front of you, looking to the sky infinitely. "I think we probably don't need to intervene." A lot of purple thunder was filled with dark clouds in the sky. A real dragon made up of thunder is wandering in the thundercloud. The thunder light shining between the sky and the earth. A sword light appeared in Infinite's eyes, and he saw Liu Qingfeng in the center of Thunder Dragon through the dark clouds in the sky. "Hey!" At the center of Thunder Dragon, Liu Qingfeng hovered in the body composed of thunder, feeling someone spying on him, and looking down at him, he saw Wu Wu and others were underneath. "Do you need me to take action?" An infinitely faint voice sounded in Liu Qingfeng's mind. Smiling and shook his head, Liu Qingfeng looked at Barnier, who was looking at him with joy on the other side, with a helpless kite in his voice. "This guy didn't fight me seriously at all. He just wanted to see himself with joy. Things you don't know. If this is the case, then I will naturally show him something good." As the voice fell, the dragon wandering in the sky burst out of the clouds. The dragon body made up of thunder rushed towards Barnier. After unblocking his own power, Barnier hadn't moved, looking excitedly at the thunder dragon descending from the sky, the magic knowledge he had never taught, and the power fluctuations he had never felt before. For Barnier, who knows everything in the world, these are unknowns, and all the unknowns are happiness for Barnier. Longing for Liu Qingfeng to show the unknown, so he unblocked all the power, longing for Liu Qingfeng to show more unknowns, so he just pressed Liu Qingfeng but did not take any action. "Sa. Come on!" opened his hands, Barnier hugged the sky with his masked body, the eyes of the devil saw through the inside of the thunder dragon, Liu Qingfeng was in it, and incomprehensible power fluctuations were constantly emerging from Liu Qingfeng's body. The expression on his face became more excited, and Barnier yelled, "We will never escape, so Otherworld Powerhouse, do everything you can to defeat us." Fanatic voices resounded throughout the world. Sato Kazuma, Wujin Liulai, and Luo Xiaohei dully looked at the dusty Barnier under the thunder dragon and laughed wildly, and stretched out his hands to embrace the thunder dragon descending from the sky. Click! Boom! At the moment of the collision, the space split, and then was bombarded by the lightning that followed and turned into a huge hole. The exploded space fragments mixed with thunder light flying all over the sky, like a purple meteor shower spreading all over the world. With the passing of the meteor shower, the dark fields covering the world disappeared, and the sun in the sky appeared in the eyes of the people of Axel again. Kelly, who was standing not far away, took the fifth watch and held Hyaga's little hand strangely watching the ball that suddenly fell in front of her with thunder light, and knelt down and poked her finger curiously. Kelly felt her crisp little hand picking up the purple ball from the pothole. Click! There was a sound, and the small ball cracked in Kelly's hand, shattering into many pieces of purple transparent fragments, like broken glass. Feeling the strange fluctuations, Kelly looked at the facial features Hyaga, who was curiously watching next to him, and said, "This is so beautiful, but there are strange fluctuations. When Qing Feng comes back to confirm that there is no danger, Kelly will also assign Hyaga to you." Quickly shook her head. After the 5th shift, Hyaga refused to answer. "No need, Sister Kelly don't need to share it with me. This is Sister Kelly's thing." Sister. Listening to the name of Hyaga, Kelly excitedly patted her chest and said, "Kelly is the elder sister, so Sister Hyaga must be obedient. Wait until Qing Feng brother confirms that she is safe, Sister will give you a share." And above the distant sky, the huge space hole is gradually disappearing under the automatic recovery ability of the world. Lu King Feng's figure is floating above, and the white spiritual power is assisting the recovery of the space hole. Behind him, only half of Barnier's body fell into the air, with an expression of excitement remaining on his face. "Very well, Lu Qing Feng, the powerhouse of Otherworld, you have defeated my generation." With a difficult floating body, Barnier's lower body has disappeared, with his broken wings and only half of the devil's horns left. Barnier has a contented smile on his face. Our generation is the Demon Duke Barnier who knows everything in the world. It is precisely because we know everything that we have never expected and unknown emotions in our life. Floating quietly in the air, Barnier explained as if life was contented, but at this moment, we are experiencing supreme happiness. It turns out that this is the feeling of the unknown and expectation. It really makes us so satisfied. After repairing the last crack, Lu Qing Feng turned his head and looked at Barnier, who was still chattering with the expression that I was going to die soon. A flying sword shot through his head from his hand, patted his hands and said, "If you want to die, hurry up and die, what are you doing?" And there is no one who was hit by an attack from top to bottom and left the upper body. Shaking his hands, Barnier looked at Lu Qing Feng in astonishment, and then quickly fell towards the ground with a swish, leaving only the sentence, "After the death of such a sinful devil, only the most terrifying hell will take in the soul of my generation." N.S. Silently watching a large amount of mud splashing below, adding a pit of Barnier's corpse to the devastated earth again, Lu Qing Feng turned his head helplessly and looked to the side. "Don't you feel bored, Barnier?" "Grandiose. Hey, I think it's pretty good, it's obviously based on popular novels in the world." The space on the side was torn apart by the palms of both hands like torn paper towels, and Barnier in a tuxedo bent over toward everyone. Lee said, "My generation is Barnier, a demon duke who longs for the unknown. When we meet for the first time, everyone. When I was writing the male lead attribute panel, I suddenly discovered that I forgot to increase the rank ==. Although my own writing is quite hilarious, it seems that the reader may be confused, so I ran to add the rank position to the place where the property panel appeared in the front. ==. Although it's a very old-fashioned rank decision, it's easy to use. 2333. Today is very busy at work, and I don't have time to fish code words. It is still double change. That is, the next one will be delayed. The hero's magical powers make me numb, and all kinds of magical powers have lost a lot of my hair. Chapter 32. As the sun sets, the silver moon rises, and the moonlight shines like silver sand on the earth. A grand party is being held in the center of Axer to thank the heroes who protect the city. A large number of adventurers gathered together to sing and dance, and the burning bonfire exudes fiery light. A pair of cheerful lovers are dancing in the fire, celebrating the joy of the rest of their lives. Holding the wine glass to refuse the invitation of the girl in front of him, Lu Qing Feng walked in the direction of everyone. A man in a tuxedo suddenly appeared next to him. "Oh, good evening." Barnier held a glass of red wine to Lu Qing Feng, sipped a sip and laughed. Don't the hero who saves the city should hug the beautiful girl who has a night party? How can you give the girl a crush? Smash it! Putting down the empty wine glass in his hand, Liu Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, and raised the broken hair on his forehead with one hand. How am I going to die alone? A voice of disgust came from behind. Liu Qingfeng turned his head and saw that the ruddy face of Wu Geng Liulai was carrying Kei Li and Wu Geng Haiga, looking at him with disgust. Cough, cough was so scared that the wine in my throat almost squirted out. Scratching his head awkwardly, Liu Qingfeng bluntly changed the subject. Ha ha ha, this is not Liulai. Why come here? I said I was looking for you in the past. Holding a glass of red wine, looking at Liu Qingfeng with the ruddy 5-watch glass on his face, why? I can't come here anymore? Excuse me, the good thing about the hero. No, no, shook his hand hurriedly. Liu Qingfeng stepped forward and snatched the wine glass from Wu Jin Liulai's hand. He held it in his hand and said, Lu Li, you are not an adult, so you can't drink. Looking at the snatched wine glass, Wu Geng Liulai angrily knocked on Liu Qingfeng's chest, trying to jump up to reach the wine glass held by Liu Qingfeng. She was only 1.5 meters tall and couldn't even jump up to the top of Liu Qingfeng, who is 1.78 meters tall, not to mention the raised wine glass. With alcohol spit in his mouth, Wu Jin Liulai suddenly stopped, and headed Liu Qingfeng's chest and asked in a low voice, Am I very useless? I'm dragging everyone back on 2 consecutive group missions. Feeling a moist feeling coming from his chest, Liu Qingfeng was shocked by Wu Geng Liulai's sudden approach. With a sigh, he transported the wine glass in his hand to a side table, stared at Barnier who was watching the play, and Liu Qingfeng gently hugged Wu Jing Liulai. Don't think like that. He patted Wu Jin Liulai's head and touched the soft black long straight. Liu Qingfeng's body surface fluctuated slightly, and a simple barrier was released, blocking the one who quietly looked here. Sight. Lu Li, you have worked very hard. This is my affirmation as a guide. Quietly pushing H and Z, Liu Qingfeng continued, I know your determination and your efforts. As a person living in an ordinary world, Liulai, you are already great. You work hard to complete every trivial task to accumulate experience. In my mind, I remembered this little girl shyly asking for her own guidance after getting acquainted with herself. Liu Qingfeng can't help speaking more softly. You work hard every day to complete the heavy tasks I set for you, and learn magic knowledge that you have never encountered before. Feeling the little girl who has gradually calmed down in his arms, Liu Qingfeng seized the time to take advantage of this only one opportunity to push the kitten. If this mission does not have you to protect the city, then even if we defeat the Demon King army cotters, it will be of no avail. So you have never been a burden, but our important partner. Besides, I don't dare to make friends with you except you. Who will take care of me? Snapped. The cat's hand was slapped away by the restored 5 Geng Liulai. The 5 Geng Liulai with ruddy ears lowered his head and did not dare to look at Liu Qingfeng's eyes, and asked in a low voice, Isn't I really a burden? This time? Did I really help? Well, really, you really helped a lot this time. Nodding affirmatively, Liu Qingfeng said loudly, We must not be able to complete the task without Liulai this time. Waiting for the answer, Wu Geng Liulai said softly thank you. Then he turned and ran away without raising his head. As if the automatic dodge was opened, it flashed past the crowd and ran desperately towards the distance. At the campfire, Huai and Hejin, who were dancing together, watched the red face of Wu Jin Liulai disappear in the distance like a gust of wind, looked at it strangely, then blushed and pulled up his hands and danced together again. Dance. In the flames, Kazuma's increasingly wretched smile and Huai's flushed face constitute a perfect crime scene, but it's a pity that no one arrested him. Don't chase it. Barnier appeared beside Liu Qingfeng and said with a smile. With a slap on his shoulder, Liu Qingfeng glanced at Barnier speechlessly and said nothing. Pulling through the feet, lowering her head, I saw one hand holding the took facial features that Kelly gave, Hyaga staring at her. Kneeling down, looking at the two ponytailed little loli in front of him, which is about the same size as Kelly, Liu Qingfeng touched her little head and asked, "What's the matter, is there something beyond reach?" 5 shifts. Hyaga shook her head, and the twin ponytails behind him also swayed, looking forward to seeing Qingfeng Liu. Facial features. Hyaga asked loudly, "Is the eldest brother Liu Lai's boyfriend?" "Hey!" Looking at the little loli who looked expectantly at him, Liu Qingfeng felt for the first time that he could not keep up with the times. When do elementary school students know their boy and girl friends? I'm ashamed of myself who only knows how to fish for fish and shrimp, climb trees, and play in the mud. Looking at Kelly, who was also curious, Liu Qingfeng shook his head and said, "You have misunderstood. I just treat Liu Lai as my sister." Exclaimed in surprise, the fifth watch. Hyaga looked at Liu Qingfeng in disbelief, and poked her index finger on her chin and recalled, "This is the first time I have seen Sister Liu Lai so close to a man other than Dad. Normal Sister Liu Lai sees. When it comes to boys, I look impatient. I still think that my elder brother is my sister's boyfriend." "Brother Qingfeng, boyfriend, what is your girlfriend?" Curiously tugged Liu Qingfeng, Kelly asked curiously with an ice cream in her hand. He stretched out a towel and wiped off the ice cream on Kelly's small mouth. Liu Qingfeng smiled and explained to Kelly, "Well, it was an agreement to entrust 2 people for life together. But Kelly is still young. You don't need to understand this so quickly. When Kelly grows up and finds a boyfriend in the future, her brother will definitely help you test him." Tilting her head and thinking about it, Kelly hugged Liu Qingfeng and smiled happily at him. "I like to be with Qingfeng brother. When Kelly grows up, Qingfeng will become Kelly's boyfriend, okay?" Rubbing Kelly's chubby face, Liu Qingfeng waved to the fifth watch next to Hyaga. "Then Kelly has to grow up quickly, otherwise my brother will have to wait a long time." Cleaned the oil stains on Hyaga's face at the fifth watch, took out a piece of ice cream and handed it to the fifth watch. Hyaga. Liu Qingfeng stood up and smiled and said to the 2 cute little guys, "You can go to play for a while tonight, but can't run around." "Big brother, is Sister Liu Lai growing up a little bit so that older brother can let Sister Liu Lai be his girlfriend?" Wujin, who was led by Kelly, asked Hyaga suddenly back to Liu Qingfeng. Touching his chin, Liu Qingfeng glanced at the palm of his hand that he had just stroked the cat, recalling the comfortable feeling, and silently nodded towards Hyaga. The fifth watch that got the answer. Hyaga was dragged away by Kelly, who was excited to run to the crowd, leaving only a word in her heart echoing. "Sister Liu Lai, I can only help you here." Withdrawing the enchantment, Liu Qingfeng glanced at Barnier, who was still standing next to him, and asked as if he didn't know it, "Why are you still here?" After drinking the red wine in his hand, Barnier put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Liu Qingfeng expectantly and asked, "When can we join the chat group that connects different worlds?" Looking at Barnier with anticipation in his eyes, Liu Qingfeng lifted up only half a glass of red wine on the table, looked at the beautiful galaxy in the sky and drank it in one gulp, put down his glass and said, "There is only Xiao He in the group. The quota of is the child with cat ears over there. As for what you exchange with him is your business. By the way, the one next to him is his master, for him is the best master in the world." Barnier turned his head and looked at the little boy who was feasting on food in the distance. He glanced at the infinity on his eyes, and said with a smile, "This is really wonderful. My generation will definitely join the infinite unknown." In's chat group. Waved to Liu Qingfeng, Barnier picked up the new glass and walked towards them. "Just look forward to our reunion with you again." Chapter 33, The Second Group Mission Settlement. The night is dark, and the grand party is over. The hustle and bustle of the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the burning bonfire exuding the last residual heat. The two little guys, Kelly and Hyaga, are already dozing off in a dazed manner. Their heads are constantly going up and down. They are very cute. The people gathered together looked at the two little people who were about to fall asleep. Laugh out loud. It's getting late, these two little guys seem to have reached the time to go to bed. While holding Kelly, Wu Gang Liulai walked over to pick up Hyaga from the fifth watch next to Liu Qingfeng. Liu Qingfeng said to everyone, "It was during the day when I came over there, and there was a lot of time left. Let's take a break and go back tomorrow. It just so happened that everyone prepared the room for us." Yat nodded infinitely, looked down at Xiao He beside his eyes and said, "In that case, let's go back tomorrow." Wu Gang Liulai looked at the five-watch Hyaga in her arms, nodded, greeted everyone in a low voice, and gently hugged the small head of the five-watch Hyaga on her shoulders, floating slightly. She left quickly towards the hotel not far away like a ghost, and the slight spiritual power fluctuated on her body surface, isolating all noises. Looking at the fifth watch Liulai, Luo Xiaohe enviously glanced at the fifth watch Hyaga in her arms, and whispered to everyone, "Sister Liulai is really a very good sister. Then let's go too." Holding Kelly in his arms, Liu Qingfeng also floated in front of him like Wujin Liulai, quietly and silently. Infinitely looking thoughtfully at the two people who disappeared in front, and looking down at Luo Xiaohe who was looking ahead at his feet, the little boy actually looked as big as the two little loli. Bending infinitely, he hugged Luo Xiaohe in his arms, gently touched the back of Luo Xiaohe's head, turned his head and glanced at Sato Kazuma and Huai beside his eyes. A sword light appeared quietly under his feet, following the two people in front of you also floated silently. In the arms of infinity, Luo Xiaohe, who was suddenly picked up by infinity, was originally a bit shy, but he felt the soft big hands on his head. Reaching out and grabbing the hem of infinite chest, Luo Xiaohe slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep in the infinite warm arms, with a happy smile on his face. Sato Kazuma, who fell in the end, looked at the three people who had already floated into the hotel, with an expression of success in the plan. He looked at Huai, whose face was ruddy on the side, grinning uncontrollably, with a trace of stealing hands. In his tone, Sato Kazuma said helplessly, "Oh, everyone has all gone by themselves, without waiting for us." After turning around, Sato Kazuma held Huai's hands with both hands and looked at Huai, whose face was ruddy and very cute. The curvature of her face became more exaggerated. His heart began to beat fast, panting hard. Sato Kazuma got to Huai's. He said hurriedly in front of her, "Huai, it's so dark, it's not safe for you to walk alone, or I will send you to the room." Without waiting for Huai's answer, Sato Kazuma's azure light flashed, enveloping their bodies. Tonight, Sato Kazuma fully used his domain abilities, flashed into a silent streamer and rushed into the hotel, leaving only the cat's cry, which was so scared and full of fur. That echoed in the middle of the night. In the hotel, Liu Qingfeng gently put Kelly on the bed, covered the quilt, and from the side of the window, he saw a green gold light flashing from the street below, and rushed into the building below his feet. With a raised eyebrow, Liu Qingfeng waved his hand to place an enchantment next to Kelly's bed, then walked to a bed, took off the shoes under his feet, and sat cross-legged on the bed. The light blue panel appeared in front of Liu Qingfeng, dispelling it. After the original decision to rest, Liu Qingfeng planned to look at the task settlement first, and eat the melons that will appear later. After all, no matter how you look at Huai's expression just now, she can't get up again. In the next room, Infinity, who had just clothed the entire room with an enchantment, lay on the bed. Luo Xiaohe quietly curled up beside Infinity and fell asleep. The blue panel appeared above Infinity, and he looked down at Luo Xiaohe, who was still asleep, and infinitely relaxed and began to check the settlement of this mission. Group Mission, Guard Axel completed. Task Requirements, Protect Axel from being destroyed, achieved. Expel or exterminate the Demon King's army and cadres, and achieve. Task Time, 11:45 hours/24 hours task points rewards. Sato Kazujin earns 2W points, unlimited points 2W, Lu Qingfeng earns 2W points, Kelly earns 1.5W points, Wuzhen Liulai earns 1.5W points, Huai earns 1.3W points, and Haiga earns points 0.2W, task participation guarantee points. Task experience rewards. Sato Kazuma gains 2W experience, unlimited experience 1W, Lu Qingfeng gains 1W experience, Kelly gains 1.5W experience, Wujing Liulai gains experience 1.5W, Huai gains experience 0.9W, and Wuguan Haiga gains experience 0.1W, the experience of participating in the mission to guarantee the minimum. Looking at the huge experience enough to make one step forward again on Dengxian Lu, Infinite's originally calm mind couldn't help but feel the waves. He reached out his hand to touch Luo Xiaohe, who was sleeping, and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, Xiaohe." Below the task settlement bar, a series of speeches in the chat group swept across quickly, and clicked on silently. Seeing the speeches quickly swiping the screen, a smile appeared on his face. Sato Kazuma open the door. Huai, I swear I will never be any better. Sato Kazuma, I just accidentally. Huai? I accidentally climbed onto my bed. Didn't you say that you are sleeping on the bed next door? Huai, ghosts. Lowly control. Pervert. Sato Kazuma, how can you say that about this hero? Didn't I see your face being very hot and help you take your temperature? Sato Kazuma, besides, haven't you been against it tonight? I just follow the trend. Lu Qingfeng, wow. I testify. It's not that Huai doesn't want to oppose, but he didn't notice the mechurch. Lu Qingfeng, no loss is a ghost, lowly controls Heijin, and even lowly like Huai wants to start. Huai Don't say I'm lowly. 5 Watch Liulai, fortunately, I set up the barrier in advance, otherwise it will noisy Haiga's sleep. Lowly controls Heijin, I fallen angel Saint Black Cat will definitely curse you. Lu Qingfeng, arrange the barrier in advance +1. Infinite, deploy the enchantment in advance +1. Sato Kazuma? Sato Kazuma, why do everyone set up barriers in advance? Do you all know this will happen? 5th Gang Liulai, when you see the ghost animal, you will pull Huai's hand with bloodshot and a weird smile. Even Huai knew it when she pulled her hand back hard and didn't feel it. Lu Qingfeng, +1. Infinite, +1. Huai, you all saw it. Sato Kazuma. Sato Kazuma, is that true? How could it be? I didn't feel Huai objected at all. Sato Kazuma quickly open the door, I will come in and explain to you. Huai, claw. Absolutely not, Kazuma, your eyes are all green tonight. Sato Kazuma, I swear I will never do bad things. Huai, open the door. Akiashi came out. Huai, no. I'm sleeping, go back to your room. Sato Kazuma, no. Huai. Akia is looking at me with an excessive look. At least you give me my clothes. Huai, bah. He also said that he can't do anything, so there is no one who pulls himself out as soon as he enters the room. You go home naked tonight. Sato Kazuma, Huai, listen to me to explain. This is just a sequelae from today's battle. Huai, the user you called is offline, please contact me later. Sato Kazuma, no. Huai. Lu Qingfeng remember to hide the chat history for tonight, or let Kelly and the others see. I think you don't want to know what will happen. Infinite, +1. 5 Watch colored glaze, +1. Sato Kazuma? Sato Kazuma How can the chat group have the function of clearing the chat history? Is it possible that you have discovered any new features? Lu Qingfeng, no. Lu Qingfeng, wouldn't you post a single person to say a night, and then hide this chat history in a large number of speeches? Sato Kazuma? You have a problem. Lu Qingfeng, I don't know if I have any questions, but I'm sure that if you let Kelly know about this chat, then you must have a problem. Lu Qingfeng, come on, brother, I also rest. Have a nice evening. Sato Kazuma? In the corridor outside Hui's door, Sato and Jinchi were sitting on the ground paralyzed, staring at the chat group in front of them with dull eyes, and patted Hui's door weakly. Next to him, Akua, who had been watching the drama for a long time, glanced at Sato Kazuma herself, with disdain in her eyes, sneered, and said, Kazuma, don't make everyone sleep in the middle of the night. Also, ghosts go to ghosts, don't walk your son in the hallway in the middle of the night, it won't be tricky. With a bang, Akua in her pajamas closed the door, leaving only Kazuma Sato, who was holding her face with shame. Climbing up, clenching his fists, Sato Kazuma angrily punched the door of Akua's room and shouted desperately, Akua! Come out for me! You and the real uncle must let you tonight. I know how good my son is. Open the door. Open the door for me. The huge knock on the door kept reverberating in the building, awakening countless sleeping people. In the middle of the night, people only heard the hero who saved the city. Sato Kazuma knocked on the door with great strength, shouted the names of his teammates, and said shameless words. As if they hadn't heard it, people took earplugs to plug their ears and covered them with quilts to catch sleep. After all, as the heroes who defeated the Demon King's army cotters and their knights alone, they didn't have the ability to stop the heroes' atrocities. They just went secretly. Determined to let my daughter see Sato Kazuma and retreat for more than 1 kilometer. Click. When the door opened twice, Sato Kazuma, who smashed the door of Akua's room with his bare butt, turned around. Hui's scream came. And a group of dark shadows smashed towards Sato Kazujan's head. Subconsciously waved a wind blade to smash the black shadow, and accompanied by a strong closing sound, a pile of rags fell from the sky. Catching the falling debris from the sky sluggishly, Sato Kazuma felt a familiar breath. Looking at the door that Hui had closed again with tears, Sato Kazuma looked at Lu Qingfeng, who was leaning on the door diagonally. Raising his hand to say hello to Sato Kazuma, he happily looked at his figure full of rags, turned around and opened the door. Lu Qingfeng gleefully said, "Remember the chat log," then walked into the room and closed the door. Outside the door, Sato and Ma silently picked up all the fragments of clothes, turned and walked towards their room. Akua's room opened again. A pair of blue eyes full of wisdom looked at Sato Kazuma's bare buttocks under the candlelight, and the sneer echoed in the corridor again. 23,333, this chapter makes myself laugh. Chapter 34 Ghost Beast Hero Sato Kazuma. In the early morning, the sun rises from the east, and the golden light shines on the earth, cutting through the night to bring light. Under the hotel where everyone lived, a large number of gorgeous carriages stopped by the side of the road. Some people in gorgeous costumes came out, followed by a large number of soldiers carrying boxes. Buckle buckle. There was a knock at the door. Kelly, who had just gotten up, ran to the door in her pajamas. Her bare feet stood up on tiptoe, opened the door, and looked at the young man wearing a housekeeper's service outside and asked curiously, "You can find it? Is there anything, Lily?" Henry looked at the little girl with pointed ears in front of him. The gentleman bowed, and squatted down and said, "I am the steward of Lord Balta, the heir of the lord of this city. I bother you this time because my master wants I personally thank all the heroes who saved the city for coming to visit." Looking at the man in front of him who was talking slurred words, Kaylee tilted her head to think carefully, suddenly raising her right hand and punching the palm of her left hand. "Kelly knows. You are here to find Brother Qingfeng, right? You wait here, Kelly will call Brother Qingfeng." Henry looked at the little girl who turned and ran into the room with a smile on his face. Standing up, Tidying up the clothes on his body, Henry stood at the door in full courtesy. After a while, the closed door opened again, and Liu Qingfeng walked out with the neatly dressed Kelly. Looking at the door, the butler who bowed slightly to salute nodded and said, "Since there are guests visiting, then let's go quickly." Looking at the tall man holding the little girl in front of him, Henry lifted his saluting body. With a slight smile, he said, "My master hopes to see all the heroes who saved the city. So you can wait for the other lords. Do you need me to wake them up?" Liu Qingfeng asked the butler who was standing upright, waving his hand indifferently. "Thank you for your kindness," he thanked slightly, and Henry looked at the other rooms and said, "I have already visited the rooms of the other lords." Just as he said, Hei walked out with a yawning infinitely beside him. On the other side, Huai and Sato Kazuma also walked out of the room separately. "Oh, good morning everyone." The energetic Sato Kazuma greeted everyone in the hallway, and ran to Huai's side. Looking at Sato Kazuma who was full of energy, Liu Qingfeng silently opened the chat group, looking at the series of savory love words Sato Kazuma facing Huai above, and forced to turn up a record, unexpectedly discovered that Sato Kazuma had been earlier. It turned out that had kept sending nasty talk all night, and then blasted Huai out. Suffocating the goosebumps all over, Liu Qingfeng looked up at Kazuma Sato, who was holding Huai's flushed face, and silently gave a thumbs up. "In terms of shame, I admit that you are the strongest." Silently scrolling through hundreds of paragraphs in the chat group, to ensure that Kelly who had just gotten up would not be polluted by those things, Liu Qingfeng silently closed the chat group. Liu Qingfeng lowered his head and touched Kelly, who seemed very happy because she was staying outside for the first time. "Next time those nasty things will go and talk to Huai in private." Liu Qingfeng's vicious words sounded in Sato Kazuma's mind. He turned to look at Liu Qingfeng who was smiling at him. Sato Kazuma nodded very calmly. "Kide, you told me to speak more." "No way. If you are boring alone, you can only talk to Huai. Go slowly control. I am going to curse you." Wujin Liulai, who took the 5-shift Haiga out of the room, joined the Divine Mind chat. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and the white dress was set against the 5-shift under the morning light through the glass. Liulai's white and rosy skin. +1, the expressionless adult infinite also joined the group chat, starting the morning ghost and animal true trial meeting. Looking at the three of them, the brave Sato Kazujin accepted everyone's suggestions very wittily. "It's gratifying, gratifying." Looking up at the crowd, Liu Qingfeng asked Sato Kazuma, who was aggrieved by Huai, "Where is the Aqua?" Shaking his head blankly, Sato Kazuma let go of his hands holding Huai, pointed to Henry who was standing upright and said, "You ask him, he should know." Henry looked at Huai, who had just been let go and seemed to faint, and stepped back silently, pulling away from Sato Kazujin. Pointing to the direction downstairs, he said, "If it is the High Priest, I have just gone down to visit Lord Baltar in advance." Liu Qingfeng, Wu Geng Liulai, Sato Kazuma stared at each other, and a bad feeling came in their hearts. Holding Luo Xiaohei beside him, he looked at the three people whose complexion changed at the same time, and a strange question mark appeared on their heads. "No, let's get down quickly. Otherwise, the fool of Aqua doesn't know what to do," please shouted. Sato and Shinichi rushed downstairs first. Looking strangely at Sato Kazuma who left suddenly, Henry couldn't help asking, "This ghost, what happened to this hero?" Glancing at Henry silently, remembering Sato Kazuma's famous title in this city, Liu Qingfeng pretended not to hear the steward's slip of the tongue, and calmly said, "Well, there is a little thing, let's go down." Turning his head to look at Wujin Liulai, who didn't want to go down, said, "Calm down, it's too late to say anything. Also, you look pretty today." There was no fluctuation on her face. Wujin Liulai took a deep breath, and with a tight expression, she led Wujin Haiga downstairs. Liu Qingfeng looked at Infinity, who seemed to be unable to feel his mind, and patted him on the shoulder. If you have time, you can look at the copies of the fate of other people in the group. You will understand why. He glanced at Liu Qingfeng strangely, and asked infinitely, don't they mind if others know their privacy? Liu Qingfeng looked slightly surprised and explained infinitely, what we can see in the group is automatically optimized by the chat group, and what we see is the kind that is okay. Watching the fate of the group friends can also be increased. Everyone's familiarity. And the true privacy undelete version, only the immersive mode, you can know it when you bring it into the copy, so you can watch it with confidence. Nodded in understanding, looked at Wujin Liulai who was already downstairs infinitely, and walked downstairs with Liu Qingfeng who was holding Kelly next to him. Henry, who was behind the crowd, looked at the crowd in front of them each holding a small carrot head, and an idea came to mind. Is this the standard equipment for the strong now? Follow the circular staircase to the first floor. In the lobby, some people in gorgeous dresses are crowding a handsome blonde young man. On the other side, Sato and the real crazy shook Akua's body, yelling to be sober at Akua who was smirking. With the arrival of Liu Qingfeng and his party, everyone's attention naturally focused on a few people. Behind, Henry walked to the blonde young man to salute, and introduced to Liu Qingfeng and others, this is my master, the heir of Axel and other territories, Lord Baltar. Baltar walked forward quickly, came to Liu Qingfeng and the others, and bowed, thanking him and said, thank you for saving Axel and the people in it. As the representative of the Lord, I am very grateful. Everyone. These are some of my gratitudes. If there is anything else you need, please tell me. I think I will do it for you. As Baltar's voice fell, the soldiers standing around the hall lifted the huge boxes around them. Accompanied by the sound of metal armor colliding, dozens of huge boxes were opened in front of Liu Qingfeng and others. Several boxes of gold coins shining with golden light, weapons and armors depicting mysterious magic patterns. A large number of expensive high-level alchemy potions are neatly stacked in the box. Kazuma Sato, who was shaking Akua, could not help but turn his head when he heard the movement. The dazzling light of gold coins made the hero who had saved the city swallowed a few mouthfuls. Holding Akua to the people, Sato Kazuma swayed Akua and said, Akua will wake up soon. You see, we all have such gold coins, how can you still think of working for the Lord's house? Hearing Sato Kazuma's voice, Liu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and thought about it. He glanced at Balta, who was sincerely looking at himself and others, and said to Sato Kazuma, how could Akua want to work for the Lord's house? What? Pulling Akua, who was awakened by the light of the gold coin, Sato Kazuma explained to Liu Qingfeng, this Baltar heard about Akua resurrecting a large number of dead adventurers on the wall. He paid a lot of money to hire Akua to help. His family serves. This guy has become like this as soon as he heard that he was hired heavily. Liu Qingfeng glanced at Akua with a subtle expression, and Sato Kazuma, who disliked Akua, was really making trouble, raised his fist and gave Akua a blow. Looking at Akua, who was holding his head and squatting on the ground, Liu Qingfeng said to Sato Kazujin, you have to hold on. Although this guy is very pitted. But no matter how you say it, it is your partner. Destiny is a copy of you. I also saw that the Lord here is an LSP. Although Akua is quite mentally retarded, she is also a goddess. With her IQ, I am afraid that the Lord was transferred to a hot weapon just a few days after she left. But while the two were talking, the other guests in the lobby were talking about it. Look, the one in the green cloak is the famous ghost hero Sato Kazuma. I heard that 2 of his teammates have been humiliated in strange ways by him in public. Wow, really a ghost? A well-deserved reputation. And I heard that he likes to use stealing skills to pick up girls' underwear, and then wear them on his head to show off everywhere. Have you seen the high priest who fell on the ground? That's one of his teammates. I heard that he was constantly humiliated by him in various ways every day, resulting in confusion sometimes. Furthermore, late last night, he forcibly smashed the high priest's door, yelling all kinds of shameless words naked at the door, and even his clothes were torn to pieces by him at the door. It was terrible. As the guests talked, a blonde lady in a long skirt turned ruddy. Constantly twisting his thighs and looking at Sato Kazuma, who was correcting Akio with his fist with watery eyes, he kept whispering, "Sato Kazuma, although I have heard about it before, the scenes I have seen will let me knowing that you are the person I am looking for. But the more I understand you, the more I can feel that you are the person I want to dream of." Seeing that the conversation has been finished in the distance, Sato Kazuma, who is being forcibly dragged by a small Crimson Demon Clan loli, who keeps yelling at Akio, the blonde girl hums, her skin glowing with ruddy panting and sniffing it kept pouring out. Sitting on a stool on one side, the girl clutched her skirt and stared at Sato Kazuma, and said in a firm voice in a low voice, "Idonis will definitely join your team." Chapter 35, The Returning People. The breeze slowly blows the cyan lawn on the uneven ground, bringing the smell of the sea not far away. Peiman flew up and down around the place where Kelly and Liu Qingfeng had just disappeared, and from time to time he stretched out his hand and fumbled in the air, as if there was an invisible gate here. A white light flashed, and Liu Qingfeng and Kelly, who had just disappeared, appeared in place at the same time. Peiman, who was originally curious about groping in the air, was directly pushed on her head by Kelly. Kelly, who was holding a lot of various items, sent a message from the corner of her eyes to the leader of Qin, who was standing next to her, and happily put down the pile of items in her arms, and then began to look for it. "It's not this. It's not this." The two little hands kept rummaging, and the pile of gifts that was taller than Cory was quickly rummaged by her. Looking at the cyan pendant in her hand, she shouted, "Found it!" Picking up the pendant, Kelly turned and ran towards Qin, happily handing the pendant to Qin. Kelly looked at Qin expectantly on her face and asked, "Head of Qin, you like what Kelly brought you?" "A gift." Qin took the pendant, and saw under the platinum metal chain, a beautiful cyan gemstone was suspended below. The entire pendant was carved with peculiar mysterious lines, exuding the breath of magic and wind. Looking at the small face that Kaylee was expecting, Qin showed a happy smile on her face, squatted around and hugged Kaylee and said, "Thank you, Kaylee, I like the gift Kaylee gave me. But the one that makes me happy is Kaylee. You are not injured, you came back safely." After twisting her small body a few times, Kelly said confidently in Qin's arms, "Don't worry, Master Qin, Kelly is now super strong. And with the presence of Qingfeng brother, I will definitely not make Master Qin sad." Qin loosened her arms and looked at Xiao Kelly, who was jumping towards him and expressing that she was strong. She couldn't help but patted her on the forehead, and said with a smile, "Don't be so naughty, be careful of falling down." "Hey hey!" Touching her forehead, Kelly waved to the piano, leaving behind a series of laughs, and ran towards the pile of gifts. Looking at Kelly, who kept rumbling again to distribute gifts to everyone, she walked to Liu Qingfeng's side and asked him, "Is your mission going well this time? Are there any injuries?" Looking worriedly at his piano, Liu Qingfeng whispered about the mission. In general, everything went smoothly. The task was successfully completed, and everyone came back safely. Liu Qingfeng said with a smile as he watched Qin gradually sinking into thought. Yet, raising his head, Qin looked at the city of Mon that can be seen faintly in the distance, with a hint of unspeakable voice, and whispered slightly, "Listening to your description, I seem to see Mon 1,000 years ago. The nobles are rampant, oppressing the people, but hiding behind safety when danger comes. When the hero defeats the enemy, he recruits the hero to serve himself with money." Turning his head to look at Liu Qingfeng, Qin asked expectantly, "For you who span several worlds, is there really an ideal world in many worlds?" Looking at the expected Qin, Liu Qingfeng scratched his head, looked down at the waves hitting the shore of the star-picking cliff and said, "Maybe. Looking at the puzzled Qin on his face. Liu Qingfeng smiled and waved his hand. Don't ask me, ideals are too heavy. I'm just a small person who wants to protect the things in my hands. These answers etc. Qin, after you join the group, go find it by yourself. On the other half, Kelly has already divided the small half of the gifts, looking at the pile of gifts with her own height left, Kelly carrying a small school bag akimbo her hips, with a big smile on her face. Hey, this time Kelly brought you such a gift, everyone will be very happy. Ying carried a string of crystal clear bracelets on her left hand, gleaming in the sun. When she walked to Kaylee, who was facing the pile of gifts on her hips, she smiled and touched her little head and asked, "Little Kaylee, do you want sister to help you get it?" Shaking her head firmly, the magical aura wrapped around the pile of gifts, Kaylee stretched out her little hand, chuckled, and picked up the pile of gifts. Pimon wore a small necklace around his neck. Flew up and down around Kelly, who was blocked from sight, and asked worriedly, "Kelly, can't you wrestle like this? And it looks so heavy. Payman will help you get a few." "No, Kelly can do it." She walked forward steadily, and Kelly took the lead in leading the way with the present higher than herself. Behind them, Payman and Ying followed closely at Kelly with a worried look. This little guy looked at this scene. Liu Qingfeng smiled helplessly, turned his head to look at Qin who wanted to go up to help, shook his head and said, "Give up, I asked when Kaylee came back. She was shooting." He said that he would take everyone's gifts back by himself. "But don't worry, Jin, you also know the strength of Kelly." Glancing at Diluc with a hat not far away, Liu Qingfeng whispered, "Kelly's power is now stronger than Diluc, don't worry." Opened his arms and stretched vigorously. Liu Qingfeng turned his head to look at Wendy and Tay Valen behind and asked, "Tay Valen has been saved, we are going to return to Mond. What do you say about Tay Valen and Wendy?" Wendy, who was holding a bottle of premium wine from another world, couldn't put it down, hearing Liu Qingfeng's question, turned to look at Tay Valen next to him. "Kide, I'll return to the Wind Dragon ruins with Tay Valen first." Ye nodded, looking at Kelly who had run away. Liu Qingfeng waved his hand to say goodbye to Yushin and Yulong. The sword light wrapped around everyone, chasing after Kelly who was running away, and then the white light flashed toward Mond. "Shoot away!" Tay Valen looked at the people going away and looked down at the gift caught in the palm of his hand, a peculiar gem with the same color as his body. With his huge eyes blinking a few times, T. Varen said to Wendy slightly happily, "Old friend, am I making new friends?" Wendy smiled and looked at Taverin, the strings in his hands rang slightly. "Well, Taverin, congratulations." Looking up at the group of people who had gone away, Wendy said happily, "Tuolin, I still prefer the current Mond." The Gunhild family kept their vows well and made Mond what he is now. Tay Valen looked at Wendy who was happy, never understood the sky dragon in the world, suddenly felt as if he understood something. "Let's go," Tay Valen waved to Tay Valen. Wendy looked at the location of the Wind Dragon ruins. "It's time to clean up your home." Roar! The huge dragon roar sounded from the star-picking cliff and went straight into the dragon's body in the sky. The returning sky dragon and his old friends need to go back to clean up the guests who broke in randomly. And outside the gate of Mond, Liu Qingfeng and his party returned to the city. "Goodbye, Qingfeng brother." Kelly, holding the pile of gifts, bid farewell to Liu Qingfeng, and happily ran towards the knights with the pile of gifts. Along the way, pedestrians heard the familiar da-da-da sound, and when they looked back, they found the mascot of Mond City, Kelly. "I am holding a pile of gifts higher than myself and running fast on the street, leaving silver bells of laughter along the way." Looking at the leader of Qin who followed her, the pedestrians let go of their worries, smiled and looked at the two people who disappeared from sight, and bowed slightly. May Feng Shen bless Mond's sparks and dandelions. Chapter 36. My name is Liu Qingfeng. Outside the city of Mond, at the junction of Whispering Forest and Fruit Wine Lake, a wharf is built on the shore. Usually, the surroundings of Whispering Forest and the caravans that cross the sea from the direction of the wind are used here to load and unload goods, and then transport them by water to Mongolia. The back door of the German city enters the city of Mon to circulate. 2 kilometers from the pier, following a brand new road covered with green lawns to the end, you can see an abandoned manor with an area of about 40 acres. Liu Qingfeng stood in front of the manor's gate covered with vines. The road just overgrown under his feet was leveled by itself. The grass was paved with beautiful flowers blooming on both sides of the road. The trees rising from the ground neatly follow Liu Qingfeng. Plan a good road. Brother Qingfeng will live here in the future. Kelly asked strangely, standing beside Liu Qingfeng, raising her head and looking at the abandoned manor for a long time. Yes, smiled at the strange little Kelly. Liu Qingfeng pointed to the messy environment in the manor and said, in the future, Kelly can also live here. You see, Xingluohu is not far from the west of the manor. Here, you can go frying fish to your heart's content at that time. So would Xiao Kelly help her elder brother tidy up the manor? Really? When she heard that she could go to Xingluo Lake to fry fish to her heart's content, Kelly's eyes seemed to appear as small stars. Rolling up her sleeves, Kelly dragged Qingfeng and said, Brother Qingfeng, let's go in and tidy up the manor. Kelly wants to hurry up and live here. Looking at the anxious little Kelly, Liu Qingfeng smiled and took out a few bags of seeds that he had exchanged for several bottles of plum wine with Wendy, and handed them to Kelly. Then Kelly will be responsible for planting flowers, okay? After being assigned the task, Liu Qingfeng took the flower seeds and couldn't wait. Liu Qingfeng first walked into the manor where the weeds were already waist deep, and touched Kelly. Liu Qingfeng slowly rose into the air with his little head. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see that this manor is on the corner of Wangfeng Mountain, next to the Whispering Forest, and the junction with Fruit Wine Lake. The center of the whole manor is a small hill at the foot of Wangfeng Mountain. The whole manor is connected to the Wangfeng Mountain in the north, and to the west to Fruit Wine Lake. Not far to the south is the Mon Dwarf of Whispering Forest, and to the east is directly to Fruit Wine Lake. It is a very good location. However, this manor has been abandoned for more than 10 years. Liu Qingfeng did not ask for the specific reason. Instead, it was assigned to him by the knights. Now it has the surname Liu. The mighty spiritual power revolves in his body, and a pair of small horns on Liu Qingfeng's forehead stretched out, bursting with dragon power in the noon sun, stretched out a palm to aim downwards, and the fluctuations of spiritual power echoed in the mountains and rivers. In the name of the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, this place will be my territory. Mountain Power LV3, 50 points of power to awaken supernatural powers. True Dragon is the spirit of nature, the Lord of Mountains and Rivers. You who have the blood of dragon are blessed by mountains and rivers. With the boundary set by Liu Qingfeng's spiritual power, all the mountains and rivers within the spiritual power were arranged according to Liu Qingfeng's will, and a brand new manor quickly appeared at Liu Qingfeng's feet. The 3-story villa where I live stands in the center, and the original hills are turned into flat land. At the junction with the Fruit Wine Lake, a white sandy beach appeared, and the fine white sand was soaked with waves by the breeze. The spacious passages extending in all directions connect every part of the manor, and sakura flowers and trees stand on both sides of the road. The fertile land distributed inside the manor is the planting area reserved by Liu Qingfeng. Wow! Kelly looked at the blooming sakura flowers in the garden below, and pulled Qingfeng excitedly, Brother Qingfeng, let's go down now. Kelly wants to see those beautiful flowers. With the palm of his hand, a white barrier enveloped the manor, and then disappeared in a flash. Liu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the beautiful manor below, opened the chat group and intercepted a picture, and then landed with an impatient Kelly. Inside the manor, pulling the air into the breeze, Kelly excitedly ran around every corner of the entire manor, and then chose a satisfactory room. Then she held a small shovel and ran towards the garden left in front of the house, following her own sowing all kinds of seeds. Open the chat group, at all members. Lu Qingfeng at all members, moving to a new house today, manor picture.jpg. Lu Qingfeng, come to my party tonight, everyone. Luo Ziahei, what a beautiful manor. Sato Kazuma at, you didn't go back yesterday, why did you move to such a beautiful manor today? Sato Kazuma, I will also buy a large manor later. 5 Watch Li Yulai, are you rich? Lu Qingfeng, are you rich? Hui Wai, are you rich? Luo Ziahei, are you rich? Sato Kazuma, as a hero who saves the city, how can my uncle not have a manor? Sato Kazuma, didn't Lu Qingfeng get such a beautiful manor just because he saved Mond? My uncle, as a hero who defeated the Demon King's Cotters alone, even if he didn't give me a house, I wouldn't give me a 10% discount if I went to buy it. Lu Qingfeng, what you said seems reasonable, or you should try. Sato Kazuma, humph, this is not of course. We will go to the party later. Sato Kazuma at, Hui, let's go, ask Akia to buy a house. Don't live in this hotel. Hui, oh, here it comes. Infinite, call Akua. Luo Ziahei, Master. 5 Watch Li Yulai, what happened to Akua? Infinite, I read the copy of Your Destiny under Lu Qingfeng's suggestion, and then I found that Kazuo Sato is really a lucky man. Infinite, it's just that there are too many scams around, and the gas cannot make ends meet, resulting in several deaths in the Destiny dungeon. Lu Qingfeng, this. Lu Qingfeng, Infinite, what you said is so good, you have nothing to say to me. Infinite, but the companions around Sato Kazuma are also part of his luck. Good fortune lies on disaster, disaster depends on good fortune. 5 Shifts Hyaga? 5 Shifts Hyaga, Uncle Infinity, please say something I can understand. Infinite, it means that blessings and misfortunes are interdependent and transform each other. Kazuma's body and luck should also be gathered so much because of his partners. Lu Qingfeng, well, bigger Hyaga you will understand. Lu Qingfeng, come here tonight, I'm going to prepare. Closing the chat group. Lu Qingfeng is starting to prepare for the party. With the sunset West Hills, the night became more intense. The manor gradually became lively, and under the bright magic lights, Lu Qingfeng was toasting with the friends of the guests. Sato Kazura was crying to Lu Qingfeng, but he still couldn't afford the manor with serious money, and finally lived in the haunted mansion in the Destiny dungeon, and recently he found traces of darkness by his side. Thinking of the infinite speech that was blocked by hundreds of colons by himself again, Sato Kazuma of Lu Qingfeng would better not know. After all, darkness is also his partner, laughs. On the other side, Fisher, the 5th Watch Li Yulai, and Hui got together. Looking at the S2 atmosphere that was about to materialize over there, Lu Qingfeng decided to ignore the sakura flower tree, and kept placing 3 remnants of different pos. 2 beautiful girls. Kelly took the 5 Watch Hyaga to visit her room and the newly planted flowers, and agreed to go to Xingluo Lake to fry fish together. And Grandpa Lu and Iona are being pulled by Wendy as bartenders. Many of the drinks Lu Qingfeng specially prepared today were used by Gaia, Wendy, and other drunks for experimentation. Qin and Lisa were fascinated by the flowers under the sakura flower tree. At this moment, Qin also turned into an ordinary girl. Looking at this scene that he had never believed before, Lu Qingfeng drank the wine glass in his hand in one gulp, pulling Sato, and really happily drinking each other. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself for so long. My name is Lu Qingfeng, now the honorary knight of Mond, the brother of Kelly's Qingfeng, the friend of Fisher's outside world, Diona's favorite chef, Qin Yueying Sato's friend. Sato Kazuo is really a bad friend, Wuzhen Li Yulai's half-teacher sauce, Luo Ziahei's elder brother, unlimited group members. People who used to have nothing in their hands, now have a lot of precious things in their hands. People who want to protect important people. My name is Liu Qingfeng. Chapter 37, Everything Goes According to Plan. Early in the morning, the trees outside the window heard the chirping of birds, and the laughter of Kei Li and Wu Genghaiga came from downstairs. Opening the curtains, Liu Qingfeng looked down, and saw Kelly and Haiga, two little loli, who were tossing in the flower field downstairs with a shovel, making mud all over. Going downstairs, Liu Qingfeng greeted Ounce on the sofa in the lobby and began to prepare breakfast. Last night, because of the two new best friends he made, Fisher stayed at Liu Qingfeng's place. This would be hanging out with Huai and Mujin Liulai in the manor. The three of them made an appointment to go to the Adventurers Association to pick up the task in the afternoon. And Sato Kazuma will be purchasing special products in the city of Mond, and Koto has specially arranged a West Wind night for him as a tour guide. Luo Xiaohei and Wu Xing had already gone back last night. Luo Xiaohei said that he had already felt the prying eyes of them, and wanted to go back and get to know each other. After all, to travel to the world of group friends on your own, you only need the consent of the group friends, but the time in your own world will no longer be the same as the mission mode, but will flow normally. How long you stay in another world, how much time will naturally pass when you go back. Put the prepared breakfast on the table, and Liu Qingfeng's voice rang in the ears of everyone in the manor. Come for breakfast. The 3 second patients who were on the beach by the fruit wine lake looked at each other and nodded their heads. My best friend is greeting me. And the two little loli in the flower field outside the door looked at the dirt on each other's body, put down the shovel and took the little hand and ran to take a bath. In the world of Luo Xiaohei, Infinity and Luo Xiaohei walked out of the hotel's door. In the noisy streets in the early morning, the busy flow of people continued to gather, bringing Luo Xiaohei into the flow of people infinitely. As a metropolis with about 10 million human beings, Lanzhou is bustling with excitement every day. Infinite, dressed in antique costumes, walks down the street with Xiaohei wearing the same style. The Infinite in different temperament is like a character from a TV series, which attracts infinite light. Master, is this a metropolis? Luo Xiaohei raised his head and looked at the nearby high-rise buildings. Although he had seen such a scene in the Destiny dungeon, he was still not shocked at this moment. Looking down at Luo Xiaohei, who seemed to have insufficient eyes, he reached out his hand and touched his head, smiled and said, "You will see more things in the future," and said that he took Luo Xiaohei's little hand and went in parallel to the subway. Among the nearby people who have been secretly looking at this side, several fashionable girls are gathering together looking at a mobile phone excitedly. In the busy crowd, a handsome young man in ancient costume with a hand on his back is showing warmth. Looking at the cute little boy at his feet with a smile of heart, he took his little hand. Not far from the girls, a yellow-haired teenager with a hat looked at the two who were leaving, and whispered, "I'm looking for you to beat you." On the subway escalator, Xiaohei glanced behind him, and said to Infinite Transmission, "Master, they are here." Yet his complexion didn't fluctuate at all, he looked at the elevator going down indefinitely, and his indifferent tone passed into Luo Xiaohei's mind. "Since Xiaohei, you want to solve this matter by yourself, then Master won't stop you." "Thank you, Master." Xiaohei showed a smile on his face, listening to the constant whistling of the subway, and resolutely said, "Master, I will take care of this." After swiping the card to pass the station, Infinity and Xiaohei lined up behind the team. A fashionable woman carrying a bag looked at the lovely Luo Xiaohei at Infinity's feet. She squatted down and was about to speak, but the expression in her eyes disappeared, the bag in her hand falling to the ground, and the nearby crowds like zombies, heading towards Infinite and Luo Xiaohei. The metal strips on the arms flew out, subduing the people under the control of mind. Looking at the blackness of the feet that disappeared in the white light, his heart fluctuated slightly, placing the fainted crowd in a safe place, watching infinitely. Luo Xiaohei said silently, "Xiaohei, if you still don't want to hurt them, then the master will take action." At the end of the subway moving at high speed, Luo Xiaohei appeared in the light of the teleportation array. Ahe squatted and said to Luo Xiaohe, who appeared in front of him, fortunately meeting, a white light flashed on his index finger, and Luo Xiaohe's body fainted to the ground. Speaking of Luo Xiaohe, the tall Yezi and Ahe looked nervously at the rapidly disappearing tunnel behind them, and breathed a sigh of relief after a while. Ahe looked down at Luo Xiaohe in Yezi's hand, and said with a sense of relief, "This time I was lucky, but I didn't find us. When the subway arrives at the station, let's hurry up and meet Feng Xi and the others." And Luo Xiaohe, who was unconscious in their hands, had a blue panel in front of them that they couldn't see. Chat group. Luo Xiaohe at Unlimited: Master, I have been successfully captured by Fengzi and them. Everything is going according to plan. Lu Qing Feng, an old altar stuck in my mouth. Infinite: Xiaohe, are you okay now? Luo Xiaohe: Master, don't worry, they have no reason to hurt me now. Luo Xiaohe: and as soon as there is danger, I will knock them all down and have a conversation. Luo Xiaohe: don't worry, Master, Xiaohe will not take risks. After all, I still want to accompany Master to different worlds to see different landscapes. Unlimited. Lu Qing Feng: the enemy is ashamed, take off his clothes. Sato Kazuma: the enemy is ashamed, take off his clothes. Huiwai: the enemy is ashamed, take off his clothes. 5 Watch Li Yulai: the enemy is ashamed, take off his clothes. 5 Shifts Hyaga: the enemy is ashamed, take off his clothes. Kelly? Lu Qing Feng at. Kay Li concentrates on eating, don't look at the group, isn't she going to go fried fish with Hyaga later? 5 Watch Glass at Hyaga. Concentrate on eating. 5 Watch Li Yulai at. Fisher said she wanted to join the group. Can I give her a copy of my invitation letter? Lu Qing Feng? Lu Qing Feng, I'll sit next to you to eat, can't you tell me directly? 5 Watch Li Yulai: oh, good. Lu Qing Feng: stop. Sato Kazuma: it's terrifying. Lu Qing Feng at. 5 Watch Li Yulai: stop your magic sounds immediately for me, my thinking has been blocked by a huge amount of second lines and can't work. Lu Qing Feng: sorry, I was wrong. Li Yulai: speak in the group. 5 Watch Li Yulai: what do you think of Qing Feng? Lu Qing Feng: you are free. Amy is also my friend, even if you don't add it, I will add it. Just right. Sato Kazuma? Huiwai, little Amy? Oh, can it be Fisher's name? It's really a kawaii, cute name? Lu Qing Feng: I think Huiwai, you are thinking about something very dangerous, I advise you to be kind. Huiwai: humph. At that time, I will say that Lu Qing Feng said it. Lu Qing Feng: Hejin, Huiwai told you to go home and spank. Huiwai: who belongs to his family. 5 Watch Li Yulai: Huiwai, you don't seem to be the character of Tsundere, you are playing. Huiwai: no road race. Lu Qing Feng at. What did you do last night? Huiwai's role has changed. Sato Kazuma: he. Lu Qing Feng: ah, this, 3 words with a lot of information. No wonder you drank so much with me last night. 5 Shifts Hyaga? 5 Watch Colored Glaze, Hyaga. Concentrate on eating for me. 5 Shifts Hyaga, oh. Lu Qing Feng: this topic ends here. Lu Qing Feng at. Can you start a live broadcast? I want to see the end of this matter. Luo Xiaohe: well, I plan to do this too. Ding, Luo Xiaohe started the live broadcast. Infinitely entered the room. Lu Qing Feng entered the room. Wukang Li Yulai entered the room. Huiwai entered the room. Sato Kazuma entered the room. Kelly entered the room. 5 Watch Hyaga enters the room. Chapter 38 Past and Future. In the dim tunnel, Yezi carried Luo Xiaohe and moved forward quickly in the dark, followed by Ahe, who turned back to alert from time to time. A white spot of light appeared in the distance of the tunnel. As the two of them rushed fast, the spot of light quickly became larger. When they rushed out of the tunnel, the green trees came into view. Not far away by the river, the wind and a group of people were waiting for this. Xiaohe is okay. Luo Zhu looked at Luo Xiaohe, who was unconscious in Yezi's hand, and quickly stepped forward and hugged Luo Xiaohe from Yezi's hand, and asked anxiously. Glancing at Luo Zhu, Ye didn't speak. Ahe next to him said lightly, "Don't make a fuss. It's okay, I just let him fall asleep." Turning his head to look at the wind standing in place, Ahe asked, "So can the plan begin?" Feng Xi looked down at Luo Xiaohe, who was unconscious in Luo Zhu's arms, with a small body and immature face. Recalling the short time Xiaohe spent with his group, Feng Xi took a deep breath. Looking back at the many brothers around him, he let out a sigh of relief. "We go to Lanja city center. The Lanzhou enchantment has been opened. We can't leave here. And we can get more hostages to expand the field there. The human side dare not act rashly." On the other side, at the stop station of the subway, Unlimited meets with visitors from the hall. Pan Jing looked around strangely, and asked Infinitely, who stared at the top without speaking, "Master Infinite, where is the little fairy with a domain that you said in the report?" With his hands on his back, watching Luo Xiaohe, who was in the arms of Luo Zhu in the live broadcast room, Infinitely, ripples in his heart. But there was a string of barrage in the live broadcast room. Kelly, this big brown-haired brother has the same ears as Kelly. Sato Kazuma, this guy is okay with Xiaohe. Looking at the Fate Dungeon, the group of people who will really consider Xiaohe is this guy named Luo Zhu. Lu Qingfeng, Xiaohe, what are you going to do now? Luo Xiaohe, I plan to fight back when the wind really plunders my domain. Lu Qingfeng, well, be careful. Clenched fists, Infinite Kide, Xiaohe was taken away by Feng Xi's group. Turned around and walked outside the subway. The unconscious person has been taken over by the people from the hall, so now it's time to go to Xiaohe's side to escort him. Pan Jing looked at Infinity, who was leaving quickly, and quickly ordered a few words to the busy people behind him, and chased Infinity. Pan Jing's face tightened as he watched him clenched his fists and walked fast. It looks like Lord Infinity is really angry this time. Master Infinity, this is the latest information about Fengzi in the club. The quick step is even more infinite, and Pan Jing began to talk to Infinite about the information about Fengzi and his group collected by the club recently. We just got the information that Feng Xi has the ability to take away the abilities of others. Now it has taken away Mr. Min's thin tone, Mr. Huahu's painting spirit, and Si Lao's stagnant explosion. All of them are aimed at Master Feng Xi's abilities. And it seems that their purpose is your apprentice, Xiaohe's domain. Looking up at Infinity with a bad face, Pan Jing asked, "When I came, I had already closed the Lanzhou enchantment. Master Infinity, you will command the next one." Action. Looking at the corridor of the subway station that has reached the exit, he shook his head infinitely and said, "You still have to deal with here, and Xiaohe is now only me." After all, Infinite One dodges to avoid the crowd, walks to a corner and disappears. A man appeared behind Pan Jing and bowed to Pan Jing, "President, the comatose crowd has been settled. What should we do later?" Pan Jing, holding a cane, quickly instructed, "Eliminate their memories, and leave the rest to the human beings." The perceivers search for the whereabouts of Fengzi with all their strength. Organize the entire city to evacuate, all the people are dispatched, and they ask for help from the main hall. So serious? Guan Xian looked at Pan Jing in surprise, and asked strangely, "This will cause panic in the city?" Looking up at the sword light that has disappeared from the horizon, Pan Jing said in a deep voice, "The realm can't even understand the old Kun. We must prepare for the worst. I will let the mayor cooperate." On the other side, Carefully avoiding the club staff who were searching around, Fengzi and his group arrived at the center of Lanzhou, a shopping plaza. On the locked rooftop, Feng Xi and Su Huai stood high looking at Lanzhou city, which had begun to mess up below. Looking back at Luo Xiaohe in Luo Zhu's arms. Give a gesture to Ahe, Luo Xiaohe, who is drowsy, wakes up. Luo Zhu hugged Luo Xiaohe who woke up, rubbed his face against Luo Xiaohe's face, and said happily, "Xiaohe is great, we finally meet again. Did you miss me?" Wiping his face, Luo Xiaohe nodded looking at Luo Zhu's smiling face that was completely happy because of the reunion, and said softly, "Well, I'm very happy too." Looking at the wind from the side, Luo Xiaohe took a deep breath and said, "Feng, how are you?" Feng Xi looked back at Luo Xiaohe, who looked up at him. Compared with the original look like catkins drifting in the wind, now Luo Xiaohe seems to have found the person who is returning. His eyes are not wandering, he is firm and pure. With a smile on his face, Feng Xi squatted down and said to Luo Xiaohe, "I've been okay recently. I'm very busy, running around everywhere. But it seems that Xiaohe is good for you, now. The expression is much better than before." Scratching his head embarrassingly, Luo Xiaohe looked at Feng Xi and said, "Is that so? Hey, but Feng Xi, don't you like the fairies in the hall?" "Hey." As if he understood something, Feng Xi said, "What did the group of people in the hall tell you?" Leaping down, the wind fell to Luo Xiaohe's side, leading him to the edge of the roof, pointing to the street below where the flute was loud, and said, "Look below, this Lanzhou city is my hometown. It used to be here. Full of spiritual power, many fairies have been born. Because of fairies, the forest has become more luxuriant. And one day, when humans came here, they fell into the woods and built houses, made fires to cook, and merged into the forest. I don't hate them either. They, after all, they bring a lot of fun. And they are very fragile, and they are in awe of us. That was also a good time. However, they have evolved rapidly. A lot of fairies have left here, but I think it is them who should leave." Looking down at Luo Xiaohe, the wind said calmly, then the club intervened. "We don't. The enemy left here. The fairies in the guild hall hope to get along with humans, but Xiaohe, look at the city below. There is no place for fairies to survive. How do you let me get along with the guild hall in harmony?" Looking at Feng Xi in silence, Luo Xiaohe lowered his head and said, "But the master has said that the guild hall is actively seeking a way to get along with human beings." Raising his head, Luo Xiaohe looked at Feng Xi's eyes and said, "And even if the hall cannot be found, master and I will definitely be able to find it. So Fengzi, can you wait any longer?" "Master." Looking at Luo Xiaohe in surprise, Feng Xi suddenly realized. "I said, Xiaohe, how did you change so much? Turns out that you have worshipped infinity as your teacher." Looking at Xiaohe, who was looking at him seriously, Feng Xi sighed, "What do you mean by the coexistence of humans and fairies? Time can be found, do you think it can be accepted by all the fairies? And Xiaohe, do you know, maybe soon, humans will surpass the fairies. Their evolutionary speed is simply unreasonable. At that time fairies again, where should I go?" Looking at Luo Xiaohe who had nothing to say again, Feng Xi stretched out his right hand, opened his palm and placed it in front of Luo Xiaohe and said, "Xiaohe, give up your silly remarks and help me build a fairy paradise. In this way, we goblins have a place to stay." Looking at the big hand in front of him, Luo Xiaohe shook his head silently. Feng Xi looked at Luo Xiaohe who refused to accept it, and with a sigh, he retracted his palm, his originally slightly hesitant eyes firmed down, and not far away, Tianhu and others held down Luo Zhu who was shouting excitedly. "Wind breath, don't! Let me talk to Xiaohe, he is just still young and doesn't understand this. I will talk to him, Xiaohe will definitely promise us." Ignoring Luo Zhu's shouts in the air, Feng Xi looked at Luo Xiaohe and said, maybe one day, the Guildhall can really find a way to coexist. But I can't wait, Xiaohe, the brothers behind me too. Can't wait. So sorry. The cement place under his feet was cracked, Luo Xiaohe was tied in the air, his face was covered by black hair, looking at the windy shoes in front of him, Luo Xiaohe's body began to work. Chapter 39 The battle that ended instantly. A faint white light appeared on Feng Xi's hand, and as a gust of wind came, Luo Xiaohe was pressed by Feng Xi under his palm. Looking at Luo Xiaohe, who was staring at him, Feng Xi said in surprise, Xiaohe, you have become stronger. I didn't expect to have passed out in a coma. Turning his head and looking at Ahe here, Feng Xi said strangely, so, you should have not been in a coma before? But it doesn't matter now, your domain will be mine soon. Seeing the wind with no hesitation in his eyes, Luo Xiaohe sighed and looked up at the distant sky, where infinitely stood there. Feeling the peculiar power fluctuations absorbed in the spiritual space in his body, Luo Xiaohe turned his head and looked at the wind, whose expression had changed drastically, and said, yes, wind. I have become stronger. A friend told me. As long as you become stronger, you may be able to solve the problem you said. Spiritual power revolves, the sensation of mosquito bites disappears, watching the breath of bleeding in the nose and mouth, Luo Xiaohe's spiritual power flashes on his body, and the bound vines become powder, suspended in the air. Next to the live broadcast room, a property panel opens, and Luo Xiao's properties are on the top. Name, Luo Xiaohe, LV171182020000 Epic. Strength, 48. Physique, 50. Agility, 51. Intelligence, 50. Ability, Space Domain LV7, Space Transport LV6. Yuling Gold LV5. Attribute Derived Abilities, Max of the Tiger's Power, Max of the Extraordinary Body, Max of the Flat Ground, Shisua Max of the Mirror. Supernatural Powers, Space Blade LV2, 30 points of strength to awaken supernatural powers, Space-based attack supernatural powers. Space Body LV3, 30 points of physical awakening supernatural powers, from then on, space is your strongest backing. Space Stroll LV3, 30 points agile awakening supernatural powers, space is your back garden. Are you going to take a walk? Heart of Space LV3, 30 points of intelligence awakening supernatural powers, more efficient perception of space. Space Power LV1, 40 points of power to awaken supernatural powers, space becomes your power. Your every move will affect the space. Blade of Breaking Space LV2, 40 points of strength to awaken supernatural powers, Blade of Breaking Space. Space Eye LV2, 40 physical awakening supernatural powers. Space is everywhere under your eyes. Space Ban LV2, 40 points of intelligence awakening supernatural powers, the power of the banned space. Rebirth of the Broken Limb LV1, 50 points of physical awakening supernatural powers, the broken limb will be reborn, and the heart is no longer your dead spot. Space Coordinate LV1, 50 points of agile awakening supernatural powers, you can leave a permanent coordinate in any space. Space Stability LV1, 50 points of intelligence awakening ability, your own space will be extremely stable. Divine Consciousness LV3, Hey LV4, Change of Body LV4. Skills, Eugian LV5, Psychic Elementary Master Max, Psychic Intermediate Master 7, Fishing LV5. Physique, Son of Space, you are the darling of space. The probability of awakening of the space system's magical powers is greatly increased, and the probability of awakening of other systems' magical powers is greatly increased. +5, free attribute points +5. PS, the physique can only be awakened at level 15 epic, but it is not 15 to awaken the physique, but to be awakened at level 15. Floating in the air. Looking at the people surrounding him, Luo Xiaohe said, the domain is unfolding. A void-like world enveloped Feng Xi and others. Luo Xiaohe stood tall, looking at the uncertain people, spreading his hands and saying, "Welcome to my void domain." In the live broadcast room, a series of barrage kept rolling past. Sato Kazuma, oh ho 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 ha. Xiaohe is too handsome. I will do the same next time. Kei Li wants this too. Lu Qingfeng, how is it, handsome? This is the beginning of the field I personally designed for Xiaohe, even the field name is given by me. Unlimited? Lu Qingfeng, for the next group mission, a few of us will go forward and yell the field expansion, proper boss style. 5 shifts Hyaga, oh, Kakai. Luo Xiaohe, brother Qingfeng, this is shameful. At this time in the domain, Feng Xi stood up with Suhui's support and wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the seemingly infinite void around him for a while. This is the field he dreams of. Turning his head to look at Luo Xiaohe with a ruddy face, the wind calmed down, and he said with a mockery, "It seems that my goal is impossible to achieve. I didn't expect, Xiaohe, that you have grown so much in a short period of time." Looking back at the many brothers who have always been around him, Feng Xi smiled apologetically, "Sorry brothers, it seems that our plan may be failing." Su Hui patted Feng Xi's shoulder and stood silently on Feng Xi's left, while Luo Zhu also smiled and walked to Feng Xi's right, Tianhu also followed the 3 of them. Looking at the brothers who have never left for hundreds of years, Feng Xi took a deep breath and looked at Luo Xiaohe, who had been releasing a terrifying aura since he opened the domain. "Put it all together." Then we assist. Ahe and Yezi walked aside, and the spiritual power began to move quickly. A white light flashed in his eyes, and Ahe activated his power, the mind system puppet. "I don't want to control Luo Xiaohe, I just want to interfere with his movements to give others a chance." Mental power connects to Luo Xiaohe along his eyes. As soon as Ahe started to act, a powerful mental energy completely defeated him. Chi orifices spurted blood and fell. Ahe's bloodshot eyes looked at Luo Xiaohe, who did not react at all. Hey, grinning bitterly at the corners of his mouth, whispered, "This is really a monster. I'm really glad that I just used spiritual power to make him fall asleep before, or I will probably be dead by this time. Ha ha ha, although it should be dead this time too." The leaf next to him touched the blood that suddenly sputtered on his face, and turned his head to look at Ahe, who fell on the ground and seeped a lot of bloodline. His eyes were red instantly, and he roared. A large amount of rocks condensed out of thin air and merged on his body. Leaf transformed into a huge rock giant, rushing towards Luo Xiaohe madly. On the other side, Su Hui watched the leaves that fell to the ground instantly and rushed towards Luo Xiaohe crazily, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He looked at the rocks flying in the sky and the leaves that had fallen on the street. The little black hair charged, and the 3 people behind him followed suit. Looking at the 4 people who rushed towards him, flames, ice, trees, various attacks followed one after another, completely filling the field of vision. Luo Xiaohe stretched out his palm and took a picture. The space in the domain instantly solidified. The 4 people connected various attacks and turned into amber, which was condensed in the space. Looking at the few people who were completely unable to move in the coagulation space, they solidified the overwhelming leaf and Ahe by the way to ensure that Ahe would not lose too much blood. He looked down at his hands and recalled the destiny copy. In the end, Luo Xiaohe clenched his fists. The realm covering the roof disappeared, Luo Xiaohe and the solidified Feng Xi and his group appeared on the roof. Infinity appeared next to Luo Xiaohe, touching his slightly low head and asking, "Xiaohe, what's the matter?" Looking up at Infinity, Luo Xiaohe raised his fist and said firmly, "Master, I want to be strong. Strong enough to find a way to coexist peacefully between people and fairies. Strong people who can create ways even if they don't have it." Looking at Luo Xiaohe's big eyes, he smiled infinitely and said, "Well, Master will be with you." Chapter 40 The Final Result. Under the scorching sun at noon, Liu Qingfeng led Kelly and Haiga towards Xingluo Lake. And Huai, Wujin Liulai, and Fisher have teamed up to the Adventurers Association in Mun City to pick up the task. In the world of Wujin Liulai, these 2 days happened to be weekends. She explained to her parents that she would take Haiga, the fifth watch, to travel for 2 days. Originally, her parents disagreed, but after Wu Geng Liulai performed an empty-handed brick-cutting skill, under Wu Geng's father's unbelieving attempt, she held her red palm and expressed her peace of mind that she agreed to this trip. After all, a girl who can split a few pieces together with her bare hands will not have that little gangster who would be willing to meet. Before everyone was still weak and not familiar with it, everyone did not dare to travel to a strange world easily. There is no way to solve it well, whether it is safety or food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Now with the past of the 2 group tasks, everyone has gradually grown up, whether it is strength or relationship. Can safely entertain the group of friends who come to play. Looking at the 2 little lowly in front of each other holding their little hands, talking and laughing, Liu Qingfeng followed behind and walked leisurely. Along the way, the Mund pedestrians who passed by saw the leisurely 3 people who would salute Liu Qingfeng slightly, and then smiled and looked at the smiling Kelly ahead. For Kelly, who has never had any peers, Haiga is her first best friend of the same age. They had nothing to say, and they slept in a bed together last night and whispered for a long time. So Kelly was very happy, and took her 5-watch Haiga along the way, chasing butterflies among the flowers on the roadside, and headed towards Xingluo Lake. Kelly wants to introduce her favorite activities to her good friends today. At the back, Liu Qingfeng opened the chat group. In the morning, Luo Xiaohe drove the live broadcast to defeat Fengzi and his party, and then handed them over to the guild hall in a sealed state. Because Luo Xiaohe stopped Fengzi and his group's evil deeds in time, Lanzhou City did not cause any huge losses, but was confused for a while because of the sudden emergency evacuation notice, and was finally fooled by the city government on the grounds of emergency evacuation training. Under Luo Xiaohe's plea and infinite face. In view of the good attitude of Feng Xi and his group, the guild hall just accommodated them in a place isolated from the world. When being escorted to the isolated island, Feng Xi smiled and said to Luo Xiaohe, "Xiaohe, you are the most talented fairy I have ever seen. Maybe one day you can really find a way to get along with each other in peace. I will try my best to wait for that day to come." Perhaps it was because he had never had a chance to succeed, or because of Xiaohe's talent that became extremely powerful in a short time. Feng Xi did not choose to commit suicide like in the Dungeon of Destiny. Instead, he accepted the surveillance of the guild hall and went to an isolated place to spend the rest of his life, waiting for the day described by Luo Xiaohe. Luo Zhu, Suhui, and Tianhe were originally just accomplices, and Feng Xi had all the responsibilities blocked on them. They only needed to serve for decades. And they could be free if they did not have the idea of jeopardizing social stability. But the 3 of them chose to go to the isolated island with Feng Xi. At this time, Luo Zhu smiled and said to Luo Xiaohe, "Xiaohe, you already have your own home. Remember to protect your important things." Then turned to look at the apologetic wind. Luo Zhu grabbed the wind with a bright smile on his face and said, "You are our important family. And family members want to be together. And an isolated island. It's not also a good place to live. With everyone here, which place is not home?" Feng Xi looked at his brother from the back, looked at the firm eyes in their eyes, smiled relievedly, and said, "Okay, our brothers must always be together." Feng Xi turned around and walked towards the pier of the club headquarters, where the executor of the club escorting his group was waiting there. Luo Xiaohe stood in place, watching the wind and the group of people walking away. Tianhe and Suhui whispered an apology in his ear when they entered Luo Xiaohe, and then chased after the wind. Standing beside Luo Xiaohe infinitely, he touched Mo Luo Xiao's head and said, "Xiaohe, are you satisfied with this treatment?" Shaking his head in confusion, Luo Xiaohe said in his own heart, I don't know if it's right to do this, but Feng Xi and they should be punished if they do bad things. But they just want to regain their home. But their plan will hurt many innocent people. Touching this own chest, Luo Xiaohe closed his eyes. Recalling the outcome of the event in the copy of Destiny and the actual outcome of the event now. Made a choice in my heart. Master, I still think the result is better now. Opening his eyes and looking at infinity, Luo Xiaohe seemed to have figured it out and smiled and said, Lanzhou City has received no harm, and they have not died. And there is hope when you live. As long as you don't go to extremes like the wind and breath, there are more ways than difficulties. And if the ways are not enough, then it can only show that your own strength and wisdom are not enough. He said with a smile. Talking, looking surprised, and looking at his infinity, Luo Xiaohe scratched his head and said, This is what Qing Feng brother said to me in private last night. I didn't understand it before, but now I seem to understand a bit. There was news from the chat group. Luo Xiaohe opened it to see that it was Lu Qing Feng who was at. Lu Qing Feng at, how are things going? Luo Xiaohe, brother Qing Feng, it's almost done. Luo Xiaohe, wind breath. They are living in isolation on an isolated island, and the two elves who assisted them will serve for several years to transform, and they will be free after confirming that they will not pose a threat to society. Lu Qing Feng, do you accept this result, Xiaohe? Luo Xiaohe, well, what you said, brother Qing Feng, I already understand a little bit. There are still so many futures. I will work hard together with Master, and one day we will succeed in fulfilling our wishes. Infinite, Lu Qing Feng, thank you for enlightening Xiaohe. Lu Qing Feng, hey, no thanks. Since Xiaohe is called my brother, how can I not take care of my brother? Lu Qing Feng, Xiaohe, remember one sentence. The only constant in this world is change. Lu Qing Feng, the world is changing every minute and every second, and we just need to work hard to become stronger. Try our best to lead the future in the direction we want, and that's it. There is nothing immutable. Lu Qing Feng, with Xiaohe and infinite power, in this chat group that connects the infinite world and possibilities, you will surely get what you want. And if it doesn't work, then you can ask everyone to join it. Sato Kazuma, when the time comes, Xiaohe remembers to call this uncle. Sato Kazuma, but why I am legend, but Xiaohe is so much better than me. How do I feel that I will be easily overwhelmed by Xiaohe? Luo Xiaohe, brother Hejin is not as good as you said, I am not as good as you said. Lu Qing Feng, needless to say Xiaohe. Let him recognize the reality, so as not to talk about my uncle every day. Lu Qing Feng, you don't have any points in your heart. Can your talents be compared with Xiaohe? Lu Qing Feng, Xiaohe's talent is now the most powerful in our group, even Kelly is not as talented as Xiaohe. Lu Qing Feng, although Xiaohe's physical potential before the epic is a bit lower than that of Kelly, Xiaohe's natural domain and initial space. Because I have broken through the legendary level now, I gradually understand something. Lu Qing Feng, if you think about it, it's outrageous. If you want to reach the legendary level, you must raise your basic abilities to the legendary level, but Xiaohe is born with 2 legendary abilities. Lu Qing Feng, and the barrier to break through Xian level God level lies in the world. Or understand the rules of the world and become the master to break through and become the administrator of the world. Or I will nurture a new small world and break through. Lu Qing Feng, in addition to special treasures, the rudimentary form of the world can only be sublimated by domains, and most sublimation can only create a half-dangling kingdom of God. But Xiaohe is outrageous, and the domain and teleportation go straight to the legend. What's even more outrageous is that every person in the little black world is the seed of a little world. Sato Kazuma? Sato Kazuma, what horrible thing are you talking about? 1 per capita? Lu Qing Feng, didn't you read the copy of Xiaohe's Destiny? Sato Kazuma, I just watched the movie. The little black hair at the back turned white and I didn't like it. Lu Qingfeng? I'm co-authoring you and I'm chasing you. Don't watch the settings you don't like. Lu Qingfeng, yes. Sato Kazuma, if you say that, why are you an ordinary person? You legend are still better than me. Lu Qingfeng, True Dragon Bloodline LV5, 30 points of physical awakening supernatural powers, awakening the ancient bloodline under the sublimation of the Constitution. Gain the True Dragon Bloodline bonus. Lu Qingfeng, look at this. Sato Kazuma, M. Lu Qingfeng, Physique, World Affinity Physique LV4, beloved by the world, physical potential rises. Each time you upgrade, each attribute increases by 5 points, and the free attribute points increase by 5 points. Supernatural power awakening rate is 100%. Lu Qingfeng, looking at this again, do you think your lucky physique is a combat physique? Sato Kazuma, this. Sato Kazuma, forget it, forget it. But the little black world is really so outrageous? Lu Qingfeng, anyway, you only need to know that there is one psychic space per capita in the little black world. As long as you walk on the road to becoming immortal, and then step by step, you can become a god or immortal by transforming the psychic space. Lu Qingfeng. I suspect that Xiaohei's world is the talent cultivation base for that giant world. Luo Xiaohei, brother Qingfeng, is it as good as you said? Lu Qingfeng, anyway, you can pay attention to Xiaohei. Remember to have the opportunity to check the past history in the club in the future. Infinite, I have checked this before, and the historical record has been disconnected from 5,000 years ago. Lu Qingfeng, this. Sato Kazuma I'm back, how about everyone? Lu Qingfeng, I am accompany Kelly and Hyaga, Li Yulai, Huai, and Fisher on missions. Lu Qingfeng, do you want to come to Xingluo Lake to catch fish? We are on the way here. Sato Kazuma, okay, I'll come right away. Lu Qingfeng Infinite, are you finished with your business? Do you want to come to me for a few more days? Lu Qingfeng, I plan to strengthen myself in the next few days, and by the way, let Hyaga and the others get familiar with the battle. A bunch of monsters just outside Mond need to be cleaned up. Infinite, well, I'll come as soon as I finish processing things. Just take Xiaohei around. Lu Qingfeng, about when? I'm ready. Infinite, then let us leave tomorrow morning. Lu Qingfeng, okay. Sato Kazuma, I'm almost there, I've seen you. Lu Qingfeng, oh, I feel it. Okay, let's get in touch tomorrow. Luo Xiaohei, okay, goodbye, brother Qingfeng. Infinite, Close the chat group and take Xiaohei to the main hall to register information infinitely. On the other side, Sato Kazuma and Lu Qingfeng meet. Took out a few newly bought fishing rods and wanted to try. Lu Qingfeng looked at Sato Kazuma, who was thinking about catching a big fish, and silently drew a cross for him. Chapter 41 Boom! Boom! There was a huge muffled sound, and a huge bulge exploded on the surface of Xingluo Lake, and water splashed all over the sky. A plump sea base fell from the sky. Ha ha ha! Kelly stood on the shore watching the perch floating on the lake and smiled happily, while below, Sato Kazuma touched the spray on his face, silently glanced at the fishing rod in his hand, and threw it to the ground. Turning his head to stare blankly at Lu Qingfeng, who was snickering, and said, "This is what you said to come fishing, right?" Helplessly spread his hands, Lu Qingfeng looked at Sato and Jin's wet hair on his forehead, suffocating a smile. Just now, Lu Qingfeng and his party arrived at Xingluo Lake. The moment Sato Kazuma saw the Starfall Lake, he rushed up with a fishing rod excitedly, watching the leisurely swimming fish in the water and shouting, "Today I will definitely have a good harvest. Oh! Look at this big fat fish, this clear lake, the fish here must be delicious." You have eaten it. Liu Qingfeng stood at a distance away from the shore, looking at Sato Kazuma, who was standing by the lake with excitement. From the corner of his eye, he could see that he had already taken the fifth watch Hyaga and ran to the side of the hillside. Li, the corner of her mouth twitched and smiled and said to Sato Kazuma, "The raw materials of the fish dishes I made for you before are all the fish from Xingluo Lake. Come on Kazuma, today we will definitely have a good harvest." His eyes lit up, and Sato Kazuma stared at the fish in the lake with salivation. When he was so poor that he could not afford to eat, every time Liu Qingfeng sent him fish dishes, that was his happiest time every day. Thinking of the deliciousness of the fish, Sato Kazuma swallowed. Holding the fishing rod and yelling with great momentum, he couldn't wait to squat down on the shore and start fishing, and on the hillside not far above his head, the small heads of Kelly and Hyaga stretched out. Bringing the fifth watch Hyaga to the usual place, Kelly took out a small bouncing bomb from her school bag and held it between the two of them. Xiaoa, Kelly's new bombing bomb fried fish number 4. Looking curiously at her hand bouncing bombs fried fish No. 4's fifth watch Hyaga, Kelly showed a happy smile, handed it to the interested fifth watch Hyaga, and pointed at the star below her waist. Luahu said, "This is Kelly's newly developed number 4 for frying fish. It is different from number 3, which can cook fish in the water before. Number 4 Kelly has reduced the power and added the newly learned magic knowledge. It can increase the shock of number 4 and reduce the power of the explosion. It can perfectly make the delicious sea bass unconscious at the moment of explosion, which not only guarantees freshness but also facilitates collection." After finishing talking, Kelly took the bouncing bomb fried fish number 4 from the fifth watch Hyaga, and threw it down with a chuckle. Wuzhong Hyaga looked at the bouncing bomb fried fish number 4 that disappeared from her sight. Originally, she didn't know how to make complaints because of Kelly's introduction of a bunch of slots and stuck her throat. Hyaga couldn't help but froze. Then hurriedly shouted, "Kelly, Brother Qingfeng and Brother Hejin are below." Looking at the shouting fifth watch Hyaga, Kelly couldn't help but said, "Kelly knows. Before, Kelly and Qingfeng brother came to Xingluo Lake to fry fish like this." "It's okay," waved to the fifth watch Hyaga. Waved, Kelly had one hand on her waist and the other raised in front of her, predicting the time in her heart. With a proud smile on her face, she waved her hand and shouted, "Boom!" Below, Sato and really excitedly pulled the fishing rod, and the fishing rod bent into the shape of an arch bridge was connecting the two fighting parties. Limiting his own strength so as not to accidentally break the fishing rod, Sato Kazuma suddenly heard a popping sound not far away, followed by a loud cry of excitement from the little fellow Kelly. A big bag bulged on the surface of the water, and then it surged like a fountain, and finally looked like a water balloon that exploded. Looking at the fishing rod halfway in his hand, on the side of his feet, a big fish falling from the sky landed on his feet, with a transparent fishing line in his mouth. Liu Qingfeng's laughter kept coming from behind. Touching the spray on his face, Sato Kazuma shook his wet hair, still sticking to his forehead, turning his head to stare at Liu Qingfeng. Efforts to hold back the gloating expression, Liu Qingfeng tried his best to calm down his voice and not look at Sato Kazuma's tenaciously clinging hair, and quickly explained, "You can't blame me. I was wronged, I didn't say so. Come fishing, we are here to catch fish." Staring at Liu Qingfeng, who was constantly twitching at the corner of his mouth, Sato Kazuma raised his wet head with his hands and shouted, "Who uses bombs to catch fish?" My home stretched out his finger and pointed at himself, Liu Qingfeng introduced to Sato Kazuo with pride. Shamelessly looked at the land breeze, Sato, and really shouted. Landward breeze lunged past. The hands covered with water drops violently flicked at Liu Qingfeng, splashing Liu Qingfeng's face. Pausing, looking at the spray of Liu Qingfeng's face, Sato Kazuma laughed wildly with her waist in her waist. "Ha ha ha. It deserves it, telling you guys to cheat the uncle, I didn't expect it." Touching the spray on his face, Liu Qingfeng looked at the rampant Sato Kazuma, squeezed his fist, gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I accept your challenge." When Kelly brought Hyaga to the shore, she only saw a pair of small dragon horns popping up from Lu King Feng's head, driving a wave and chasing Sato Kazuma by the lake, while Sato Kazuma was at work, shouting, cheating at the breeze, running around. With an expression of interest on her face, Kaylee took the fifth watch Hyaga, ran towards the two with her little feet, and shouted, "Brother Ching Feng. Kaylee also wants to play." As the sun sets, Lu Ching Feng and his group are walking on the way home after having fun for an afternoon. The residents of Mon City who went out to work also walked towards the pier of Fruit Wine Lake in groups under the orange light of the sunset, talking about today's harvest happily, ready to take the fishing boat at the pier and go home as soon as possible to have a bite of hot meal. Kelly was holding a bass that was half her size in her arms. This was the biggest fish caught today. Kelly decided to hold it home. Responding to the pedestrian who saluted him, Lu Ching Feng smiled and followed Kelly, who was walking cautiously holding the big fish. He looked up at the shadows of himself in the sunset, feeling a moment of satisfaction in his heart. What is still unsatisfying in such a life? The sunset on the side of the day sets at the last point, leaving only a little afterglow to illuminate the sky and the earth. Lu Ching Feng and others returned to the manor. In front of the gate, Fisher and Huai are chatting under the sakura flower tree not far from the gate. Looking at the big fish that Kelly was holding, Huai looked at Sato Kazujin and asked, "Did you go fishing today?" With a twitch of his mouth, Sato Kazuma said, "No, we are going to fry fish." "Oh." When she heard the fried fish, Huai's tone couldn't help but said, looking at Sato Kazuma, "Then take me next time. My burst magic is ready to move." "Ah." Withdrawing the hand knife that had been slashed on Huai's head, Sato Kazuma stared at Huai sternly and said, "No. The head of the piano has asked me this morning to prevent you from using burst magic casually. Especially in Mond. Location near the city." Pressing on Huai's shoulder, Sato Kazuma leaned into Huai's ear and said, "Head Chin gave me a 20% discount on all the things I purchased this morning for this. So Huai, if you let go magic leads the leader of Chin to come to the door, so if we have no money, we can only sell you to Chin for atonement. So, do you know it?" Sato Kazuma looked at Huai and shouted, staring at Huai whose forehead was already sweating. He couldn't help being taken aback. A bad premonition surged into his heart, and asked in disbelief, "Huai, you haven't blown up something near Mon City, have you?" Turning her head in silence, Huai refused to answer this question with a whistle full of leaks. Lu Ching Feng stepped back, leaning over to Fisher and asked in a low voice, "Fisher, what task are you taking today?" With his index finger lowered to his chin, Fisher thought for a while and said, "Today we are picking up." Cough. "Today I, the convicted emperor and the witch from another world, fallen angel, holy black cat, burst magician, a ruthless ruling was given to the gathering of evil. The last blow was given to the holy place of the old monsters. The ruling thunder that tore the sky, and the fire of heaven that melted the earth, melted the last aspirations of the monsters. The domain of the witch. The power of sending them to the endless homeland." Oh nodded. Lu Ching Feng said that he understood. Generally speaking, there was another monster gathering in Dadapa Valley. The three of them took the task and went to deal with it. Then Huai and Fisher struck at a very long distance, and then the colored glaze opened the domain and ended, right? With Kelly and Mujin Hyaga on one side, Lu Ching Feng was going to make dinner. Fisher looked at Lu Ching Feng and the three who left, then looked back at Huai and Sato Kazuma, then turned and chased Lu Ching Feng. "Wait for me." Chapter 42. Early in the morning, the Adventurers Association in Mond opened its doors on time. Guy Celine gave a beautiful smile to the adventurers who had gathered at the door. Woohoo! Coming so early every morning is for Guy Celine's beautiful smile. It's worth it again today. "Miss Guy Celine, please go on a date with me today." Smiling and looking at the lively adventurers in front of him, Guy Celine saluted and blessed with a smile, "I hope everyone's adventure journey today is not so adventurous." As time passed, the hall of the Adventurers Association gradually became lively. In front of the commission board, the sound of paper tearing continued to be heard, and the commissions quickly disappeared. Many people think about it for a while and find that their fancy commission has been taken away, and there are constant ups and downs of fortune or loss. Liu Qingfeng led a group of people into the Association of Adventurers. Today, Fisher was unable to walk with everyone because of an investigation mission. And Sato Kazuma also took Huai back yesterday. In Sato Kazuma's words, that idiot goddess would starve to death if he didn't go back. As a companion, I would never allow such things to happen, so I said goodbye first. I was definitely not afraid of Chin coming to the door. 5 shifts Hyaga and Kelly are holding small hands, looking up at the surrounding scenes that have only been seen in anime, and they keep making surprise sounds. Wujin Liulai looked at the excited Wujin Hyaga with a happy smile. The economic situation of the family has not been very good since childhood. There have not been several family trips. But now as I continue to grow stronger, the connection with the chat group is getting deeper and deeper. The situation at home has also improved a lot. Secretly glanced at the tall Liu Qingfeng next to him, and Wujin Liulai's eyes flashed tenderly. Wishes of memory appeared in my mind. Before, although I had a chat group, because I was in an ordinary world, there was no way to make a big change. But after the first group mission, gradually because of Liu Qingfeng's purchase behavior, the two became familiar with each other and became friends. Liu Qingfeng did not hesitate to help herself when she asked for help, guided her abilities, and accompanied her to exercise her abilities. And at this moment, because of his sister, Liu Qingfeng started to help himself again. Thinking of the scenes of the two getting along in the past, Wu Gang Liulai couldn't help but blush. Shaking his head, he asked Liu Qingfeng, "What mission are we taking today?" Liu Qingfeng glanced over the commission board in the distance. Liu Qingfeng squeezed his chin and thought for a while, lowered his head to the 5th watch Hyaga, who was standing with Kelly at his feet, and said, "Hyaga, show me your attribute panel." Watching the 5th watch, Hyaga heard Liu Qingfeng's voice, looked up at him, nodded and opened the properties panel. Name, Wu Gang Hyagal 5, 250,300, Extraordinary. Strength, 10. Physique, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Spiritual power, 100. Ability, Yuling Wind LV1. Attribute-derived abilities, the Power of the Tiger LV1, the Extraordinary Body LV1, the Flat Ground LV1, the Mirror Shisu LV1. Skills, Primary Control of Spiritual Power LV1. Looking at the attribute panel of Hyaga, Liu Qingfeng waved to the commission board in the distance, and the 2 commission sheets flew into Liu Qingfeng's hands. Shaking the order in his hand, Liu Qingfeng looked at his 5 watch with curiosity. Hyaga smiled and said, "Then Hyaga, today is your mission for these 2. Walking to the reception desk of Guy Celine, handing over the order in his hand, Liu Qingfeng said to Guy Celine, "Miss Guy Celine, I will take these 2 tasks today." After receiving the task list from Liu Qingfeng, Guy Celine glanced down at the little lowly at Liu Qingfeng's foot, the 5th change Hyaga, and said with a smile, "So that's it, good Mr. Liu Qingfeng. The 2 tasks have been completed. Registered." "Thank you." Took back the stamped task list, Liu Qingfeng thanked Guy Celine, turned around and prepared to leave. "Hi!" Liu Qingfeng came a cry. Liu Qingfeng turned his head and looked around, only to see Peimenjen and Ying approaching with a few orders. Peimen happily circled Liu Qingfeng, looking at the commission in Liu Qingfeng's hand and said, "Long time no see, Liu Qingfeng, are you also going to complete the commission?" Scratching the little face of Peimen who stopped beside him, Liu Qingfeng handed the order form in his hand to Peimen to see. Then he replied, isn't it the day before yesterday that I still had a party together? It was a long time since I saw you. Are you also going to do a commission? Where is the task? Payman waved the order in his hand and said regretfully, we are going to run over the wolf collar. The mission location is near the passage connecting Qingchuan town to Chenexai Winery, where several camps of Kaihokia people have appeared. We are here. Clear before receiving commission. Glancing at Liu Qingfeng strangely, Payman pointed to Liu Qingfeng's task sheet and asked curiously, but Liu Qingfeng, why do you want to take 2 quests to Fengkiti and Yingxiang Beach? There is no only slime. Gather with ordinary Kaihokia people. Pointing to the 5th watch Haiga, who reunited with Kelly not far away, Liu Qingfeng said, today is to let Haiga familiarize herself with the use of power and the process of fighting. Although she does not need to be a child in future battles. Go up. But learning how to fight is also helpful for her own safety, and the little guy can't control her ability well now, so she has to get familiar with it after fighting. So as not to accidentally pinch the dishes like these 2 days. NS. You also know that Haiga's world is an ordinary world. Poke Payman's little face, Liu Qingfeng raised his index finger and described, think about it, the 2 girls who had traveled for 2 days came back and suddenly became a Hercules. Nothing. Be careful and damage the floor and furniture at home. The 5th watch father is not scared to death. And he can't control his strength. It's not good if he accidentally hurts others. Moving his fingers away from his face, Payman thought for a while and thought that it was true. Rubbing his cheek with a little red mark, he flew up from Liu Qingfeng's side, landed on Ying's shoulder, and shook his hand to Liu Qingfeng, then goodbye. Next time you remember to have something delicious, remember to call it Payman. I will never forget you, little greedy ghost. Liu Qingfeng said goodbye to Ying, who was studying the task list at hand, smiled at Payman, and turned and walked towards the waiting crowd. Passing the task list in his hand to Wu Gang Liulai, Liu Qingfeng said, I am doing 2 tasks today. Task. A group of flame slimes gathered on the road in Pud village in Windy Land, and the villagers' travel was affected. Quest requirement, destroy the flame slime group. Mission time, 24 hours. Task reward, 100 mora, 100 experience. Task, suddenly a few people from the hills appeared on the beach of Yingxiang Beach, causing the villagers to be unable to catch the fish. Quest requirement, destroy the Kaihokia people group. Mission time, 24 hours. Task reward, 240 mora, 200 experience. Outside the city of Mond, Liu Qingfeng and his party were walking leisurely in the morning sun. Kelly took the 5th watch Haiga and Luo Xiaohe were running around and playing, picking a few fruits from the fruit trees on the side of the road and sharing them with everyone happily. Liu Qingfeng and Wujin Liulai will line up, walking leisurely in the breeze. Behind him, Infinitely took the sunset fruit that Kelly had handed him, and looked at this fruit that he had never seen before with curiosity. With one bite, a light and elegant sweetness emerges in the mouth and then melts into the body. Infinitely looking up at Kelly, who was playing around with Luo Xiaohe and Wujin Haiga. 3 children in 3 different costumes left a series of laughter in this beautiful world. Luo Xiaohe, who is usually stable, also showed the side of a child, swallowing the last bite of sunset fruit infinitely. The breeze was blowing his hair, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Today looks like a good day. Chapter 43 Come, I'll give you a hangout for Haiga. Under the windy huge oak tree. Liu Qingfeng and his party were looking up at the huge trees blown by the wind under the statue of Feng Shen. 5th watch Haiga opened her mouth, and couldn't close it for a long time, and took the hand of 5th watch Liulai excitedly and said, Sister Liulai. This is the first time I have seen such a huge tree. How many years do you think it has grown? What? Wujin Liulai touched Wujin Haiga's little head. She smiled and said, It's probably been a long time. Kelly knows holding a wind crystal disc in her hand, Kelly raised her small hand and said, "This story was asked to recite this story when Kelly was confined by the leader of Qin. And her mother gave it to Kelly. This story is also recorded in his book." "Really?" Wujin Hyaga looked at Kelly in surprise, and said quickly, "Couldn't you tell us about Kelly?" Next to him, Luo Xiaohe retracted the arm that grabbed the Fengjing dish and sat quietly next to Kelly. Looking at her little friend who suddenly looked at her, Kelly reached out and took out a thick book from her school bag, and sat next to the statue of Feng Shen and began to tell the history that was once 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Lawrence family, one of the two big families that assisted the wind god Barbados to overthrow the lone king of Jiotai, decayed after 1,000 years, forgetting the previous vows, and took the power of the city of Mond, and became the new lone king of the High Tower. In the city of Mond, the people are miserable, with the threat of dragons on the outside and oppression by the nobles on the inside. And the people who have no resistance have lost their freedom. And one day, Barbados, the once sleeping wind god, woke up and saw Mond, who had completely lost his freedom. He lowered his divine will and led the contractor of Feng Shen, Winessa, to overthrow the new Tower King in the city of Mond. Founded the Western Knights to protect Mond's freedom. And one day, Winessa got the opportunity to go to the place where the seat of God is Sky Island. And this oak tree was planted when she went to Sky Island. Thousands of years have passed, and the Western Knights founded by Winessa are still guarding Mond, and the oak tree she planted by herself is still blessed by the wind. It's a good story. Liu Qingfeng sat on the grass on one side and listened quietly to Kelly's tender voice, telling the history of Mond seriously, turning his head to look at the figure that suddenly appeared next to him, and said with a smile, "Am I right, Wendy?" "Ha ha ha, this kind of thing has to be evaluated by guests. I'm just a good wine bard." Touching his head and laughing twice, Wendy sat beside Liu Qingfeng, stroking the strings in his hands, and raised his head. Looking at the big tree planted by a friend. "Liu Qingfeng, why did you wind up on the ground?" After a while, Wendy turned to look at Liu Qingfeng who was lying on the ground, and asked curiously, "Are you here for a walk?" No shook his head. Liu Qingfeng pointed to the three little guys under the Feng Shen statue and said, "I'm here to let Haiga experience it. The sudden surge of power makes her uncontrollable. Now I'm here to take a break." "Right." As if thinking of something, Liu Qingfeng sat up and leaned to Wendy's side, squinting and said, "Or Wendy, you are touching Haiga, a white prostitute." "Hey." Wendy looked at Liu Qingfeng who suddenly approached in front of him for unknown reasons. He didn't realize it until he saw his finger pointing at the statue of Feng Shen. Looking at Liu Qingfeng embarrassedly, Wendy shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this won't work. You guys." Unlike Ying, Ying doesn't know what's going on and can resonate with the gods to gain abilities. But you can only actively mobilize the gods to make the gods resonate with you. And now I don't have much power. There is not much that can be done. Oh Huo. Looking at Wendy who seemed to be embarrassed, Liu Qingfeng understood instantly. Waved out a box of premium soja from the Heijin world, Liu Qingfeng smiled and looked at Wendy, "Then the supernatural power is enough now." With an eye on a wine bottle, Wendy nodded quickly, reached out and took the wine, took out a bottle and stroked it, as if he was a lover in his previous life. Waved to Liu Qingfeng a cyan wind elemental force, Wendy said quickly and ran away. There is only so much left, but it must be enough for the little guy. As for how much she can comprehend, it's up to her. I will leave first if I have something to do. As for the wine, I will laugh at it, no thanks. This is the wind god of this world. Wu Gangliuli asked inconceivably, pointing to Wendy who ran away holding the wine. Otherwise? Liu Qingfeng looked innocent. Wendy's character itself is like this, when he has no duties, he is a bard who is freer than anyone else. While Wu Gangliuli looked blank, Liu Qingfeng, who seemed to touch his head to comfort him, but slapped the cat quickly, turned and walked towards Wu Ganghaiga. Behind, Wujin Liulai rubbed the top of his head and flushed, looking at Liu Qingfeng, who runs the same way as Wendy, and said "Baga, stupid," in his heart. On the other side, I saw Liu Qingfeng walking towards Luo Xiaohe and the others with an energy containing a higher level aura, and also got up and walked in another direction. How can the shrewd Master Infinity be a light bulb for people? He smiled on the other side and looked at Luo Xiaohe, who has been so happy today. Chao sitting around Kelly, and seeing Hyaga, who looked like an encyclopedia in her hand, beckoned in surprise. Liu Qingfeng called out, "Hyaga, come here." Hearing Liu Qingfeng's cry, Wuzhong Hyaga raised her head, tilted her head and looked at Liu Qingfeng with a blue bracelet wrapped around her hands for some time, patted the dust on her little butt, and ran towards Liu Qingfeng. "Big brother, what can I do with Hyaga?" Standing next to Liu Qingfeng's legs, Hyaga asked obediently. Kneeling down, Liu Qingfeng shook the Fengshen supernatural power in front of the fifth watch Hyaga and said, "This is the plug-in that the big brother gave you from a guy who likes to fish. Wait for you to follow behind the big brother to touch it. Take a look at the Fengshen statue over there. Then just work hard to learn the knowledge you feel. Is it all right, Hyaga?" He raised his head and glanced at the five-watch Liulai that was really next to Liu Qingfeng, and the five-watch Hyaga showed a bright smile, nodded and said, "I know about the big brother, and later I will do what the big brother said." "Well, don't worry, this big brother has tried it before. It won't be dangerous." Touching Hyaga's little head, Liu Qingfeng led Wujin Hyaga towards the statue of Fengshen. Kelly watched Liu Qingfeng lead Wujin Hyaga over and put the book in her hand on the school bag beside her. He greeted Liu Qingfeng swiftly, hugged his thigh with a chuckle, and asked in a muffled voice, "Is brother Qingfeng looking for something to do with Kaylee?" Looking at Kelly hanging on her feet, Liu Qingfeng couldn't help but slow down, carefully raising her feet and walking forward, and said in Kelly's happy laugh, "It's nothing. Just find something that allows Hyaga to control her power quickly." Method. P.S. The ability to exchange is all LV1, if you want to continue to become stronger, you can only learn by yourself and comprehend. Holding Liu Qingfeng's moving thigh, Kelly hung on Liu Qingfeng's thigh and moved as if she had found something funny. Kelly kept smiling as Liu Qingfeng continued to move forward. Hearing Liu Qingfeng's answer, he raised his head and asked curiously, "Brother Qingfeng, what is the solution?" "Kelly can see it soon." Stopping in front of the Fengshen statue, Liu Qingfeng pressed the Fengshen divine power in his hand on the statue, a blue light flashed, and gusts of breeze began to surround the Fengshen statue. At the fifth watch Hyaga beside him, he smiled encouragingly. Liu Qingfeng stepped back to Wujin Liulai's side. At the sight of the idol, Hyaga took a deep breath, and turned to Wujin Liulai, who was standing beside Liu Qingfeng worried and looking at him, showing a smiling face, reaching out and pressing on the idol. The cyan wind entangled the body of Wuzhong Hyaga, causing her small body to levitate in the air. The gradually gathering wind wrapped her into a cyan ball, quietly emitting bursts of light. Infinite walked to the side and carefully looked at the sphere formed by the wind, nodded for a while, and said softly, "It's the power of God. When Hyaga comes out, you should be able to control the power soon, and it will become stronger." Phew! Wujin Liulai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when she heard the words of boundlessness. As the strongest person in the group, infinite words are still quite useful. Looking at Liu Qingfeng beside his eyes, Wujin Liulai whispered, "Thank you, Qingfeng. It's okay, I like Hyaga, too. I'm very happy to be able to help her." Liu Qingfeng said in a low voice, looking at the Fengshen statue, "It's a pity, I originally thought that everyone in our group would come. I touched the Fengshen statue. But after I experimented, I found out that we can't resonate with the Fengshen statue. Unless we have the help of the owner of the statue." Wujin Liulai looked at Liu Qingfeng who was unwilling. She couldn't help but smiled softly while covering her lips, and glanced at Liu Qingfeng. Then he turned his head to look at the fifth watch Hyaga and said, "Don't be greedy. You see that the Mond Feng Shen was run away by you just now." And Liu Qingfeng, who was stunned by Wu Gangliuli's glance, looked incredible. What the hell was the look in Liuli's eyes just now? It's as if he'll get a glare, and he won't be able to move in an instant. Hearing Wu Gangliuli's ridicule, Liu Qingfeng's body was aroused, and he couldn't help but move a few steps to the side. While Wu Gangliuli watched Liu Qingfeng, who suddenly ran away, she couldn't help but followed closely, and touched Liu Qingfeng's forehead with her toes, as if she was checking whether Liu Qingfeng was ill. After a while, Wu Gangliuli turned her back to Liu Qingfeng, said something quickly, and ran to the position of Hyaga. "Wu Gang, I thought you were sick. Suddenly you stopped moving. Isn't that good? I'll go see Hyaga." And behind, Liu Qingfeng was flushed and stood still, unable to move. Wu Gangliuli, with a hot face, sat down in front of the cyan sphere formed by Hyaga. The faint cyan light concealed her red ears, and recalled her sister's guidance in her mind. "Sister Liuli, let me tell you that the eldest brother doesn't have much love experience at first sight. He doesn't have much self-confidence. What you cover up like this is absolutely impossible for eldest brother to realize your intentions. So you have to take the initiative." Specific reference: it can be like this. Thinking back to the pile of notes that Hyaga showed to herself a few days ago, Wu Gangliuli couldn't help being more shy. Thinking of Liu Qingfeng's blushing face, Wu Gangliuli couldn't help but whispered to him, "Hyaga, thank you." Kelly looked at Liu Qingfeng, who had suddenly froze in a strange way, recalling the movements of Wu Gangliuli just now, and crawling up to Liu Qingfeng's chest with a swish, stretched out her small hand to touch Liu Qingfeng's forehead and said strangely, "Brother Qingfeng, your face is so hot. Are you sick?" Awakened by Kelly's movements, Liu Qingfeng touched his forehead and looked at Wu Gangliuli not far away. His strong eyesight made him see Wu Gangliuli's red ears clearly, and took a deep breath. Liu Qingfeng seemed to realize something. Smiling and silently looking at Kelly, who was worried about her chest, Liu Qingfeng raised his head and looked at the huge oak tree, as if he had smeared honey in his heart, and said with a smile, "Brother is okay, it's pretty good now." Chapter 44: The Mond. At noon, the scorching sun hangs above the sky. The June sun is scorching the earth like a stove, and only gusts of breeze bring coolness. Winds up the ground, where Mond's granary is located, a large flat plain, abundant water resources, scarce and less dangerous monster groups, close to the geographical location of Mond City, everything makes it a good place to thrive. A large number of villages in Mond are densely populated here. Countless residents of Mond were born on this day, belong to this place, and are protected by the wind all their lives. A group of flame slimes suddenly appeared on the main passage not far from EPUB village yesterday. If it were the weakest slime, the villagers only need to bring a little more buckets, and a few people will be able to expel them, but a monster team composed of small slimes led by large slimes is no longer an opponent that villagers can solve. So the village chief ordered the strongest guy in the village to go from another path to the Adventurer Association of Mond City overnight to declare the mission. And at this moment, in the afternoon of the next day, the village mayor Patty, who was waiting anxiously, finally saw the adventurer who came to support. "Oh, yes," the village chief followed the village's surname, saying that it was to commemorate the first-generation village chief who led everyone to create the village before. Every generation of the village chief elected will change the surname to Pa. "Oh, da-da-da," Kelly happily leads the way, her energy is like a little sun, always shining. A slip of smoke ran from a long distance to the village cart in EPUB village where a middle-aged man was standing, and he slammed the brakes, raising his hands and yelling happily, "Kelly is number one." Immediately afterwards, the fifth watch Hyaga, who was entwined in the breeze, also reached the destination, standing behind Kelly raising her hands and shouting, "Hyaga second." And Luo Xiaohe, who was holding a butterfly in his hand, took a step slower, watching the yelling two people could not help raising their right hand holding the butterfly and opening their mouths just about to yell, and suddenly discovered that there was an uncle staring at them blankly next to them. His face blushed, and the voice he just uttered was instantly weakened. "Ah! Xiaohei, you shamelessly, how can you not shout out?" Wu Zhonghaiga excitedly pointed to the blushing Luo Xiaohei and exclaimed. From the corner of his eye, he saw the uncle on the side and smiled at the shy Luo. Xiaohei. Kelly on one side stared at the village card with green branches above her head for a while, wondering why this village card was different from what she had seen before, and it's really amazing that green branches would grow. The dazed Patty looked at the three little guys playing in front of him, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and felt like he was dreaming just now. Three children about the same age as their own baby daughter ran over from a distance like a gust of wind. The slime who was blocking the road was directly hit by the three rushing silhouettes, and the roaring wind drove him away. S face hurts. Patty shook her head as if she could make herself more awake. It must have been a hallucination just now. Kneeling down, facing the three little guys next to him, Patty showed a kind smile, and asked softly in the voice of his baby girl, "Three kids, are you lost? Know that your home is where?" Hey! Kelly, who was looking at the village card, heard someone calling herself, turned her head and looked at the uncle who was smiling very kindly. She took off her school bag from her back, and Kelly took out an order form and handed it to Patty. Showing a big smile and said, "Uncle, we are here to complete this task. This is EPUB village, right?" Patty stared at it for a long time after receiving the order from Kelly. "Finally, I have to admit that this is indeed a mission issued by my own village. I can't help but quickly say, no, how can you destroy the monsters at such a young age? This matter waits for me to go to Mon City to talk to the Adventurers Association. How can it be? It is too dangerous to let such a small child destroy monsters. What the Adventurers Association is doing." Looking at Kelly, who tilted her head and looked at herself with big eyes. Patty felt more and more that the Adventurer Association in Mond was too much. How could such a little angel do such a dangerous thing? Smiling and beckoning to the three of Kelly, Patty stood up and said, "Okay, it's noon now. You should be hungry when you come from Mon City. Uncle takes you to lunch, and then sends you back to Mongolia. Deshin. You look like you should live in the city of Mond. Especially these two kids, they are guests who came to Mond from other countries." Putting his heavy hands on the heads of Luo Xiaohei and Wu Zhonghaiga, Patty smiled heartily and said, "Welcome to Fight Mond. May the wind bless you two children who are in a foreign land and your family. Next, you can't be so naughty at this time. Come and do such a dangerous commission. Okay, come with me. I just introduced my daughter to you." With a happy smile on his face, Patty shouted to the little guys who got together. "Thank you, Uncle." Wu Zhonghaiga shook her head to Patty, and pointed to the three people of Lu Qingfeng who were constantly walking by and said, "But we are here to expel the monsters. Uncle, don't worry about it." Hey Kay Lee smiled and put on a strong man pose, and said to Patty happily, "Thank you, Uncle, but Kay Lee, we are very strong, so don't worry." Patty looked at Lu Qingfeng and the three who came on the road, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He stepped forward to Lu Qingfeng, who came leisurely, and asked, "Are you the relatives of these little guys?" Looking at the middle-aged man with a trace of darkness in front of his face, there are pure eyes on the wind and sun. Smiling and nodding, Lu Qingfeng picked up Kelly, who was running over, and said, "We are their relatives." Patty saw Lu Qingfeng nodding his head, the obvious foreign face. After confirmation, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then pointed to the three little guys beside him and said with earnest words to Lu Qingfeng, "As an adult, how can you let these three little guys run around, in case they are in danger? What should I do?" Looking at Patty, who had been telling him seriously, Lu Qingfeng nodded quickly, and said sincerely, "Thank you for your suggestion. I will definitely pay attention to it in the future." Then, he pointed to 5 Gang Liulai and Infinity. Lu Qingfeng said. We are adventurers who come to destroy the monsters. Where are the monsters? Patty breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Qingfeng sincerely confessing his mistake. It seems that he is an informed person. Otherwise, if these 3 little guys who are about the same age as their own children have relatives who do not know good or bad, then he will feel very distressed. With a smile, Patty pointed to the road in the distance and said, the monster's words are over there, you have to be careful. It is a monster team consisting of a large slime and 4 small slimes. It must be. Be careful. Uncle, you are really a good person, sighed. Lu Qingfeng looked at the empty road and said, but you can rest assured, Uncle, Kelly and the others are really strong. Slimes are not used at all. Worry. Smiling and giving Patty a thumbs up, Lu Qingfeng said in the sun, and I will definitely protect them, Uncle, don't worry. Patty looked strangely at the passage originally occupied by the monster, but now it was empty. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he turned to look at Lu Qingfeng and asked, when did you kill the monster? Pointing to Kelly in his arms, Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, didn't you just see it? So it wasn't me who had hallucinations just now. Patty shook his head and forced herself to calm down. She couldn't help but smile when she looked at Kelly, who was facing her with a small arm. That's good, powerful. Wouldn't it be better for the little guy to protect himself? Stretched out his hand and touched Kelly's little head, Patty said, I'm sorry, it was my uncle who underestimated you just now. Uncle apologizes to you, thank you for helping the uncle's village drive away it's a monster. But you still can't do dangerous things in the future, otherwise your brother will be worried. Well, Kelly remembered it. Thank you, Uncle. Kelly nodded and replied. Yet. With a relieved smile, Patty then urged Hyaga and Luo Xiaohe towards the 5th watch. After a while, Patty waved goodbye to the people who left. Looking at the 3 little guys waving at him, Patty thought of his little guy, smiled happily and turned back. Behind him, a white light quickly formed a circle around the village, and then disappeared. Lu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, retracted his unfolded palm, looked back at the peaceful village and sighed again, what a good person. Well, he is indeed a very good uncle. Wujin Liulai next to him also said, watching Lu Qingfeng curiously and asking, what was that just now? That's right. Scratching his head, Lu Qingfeng showed a spiritual force in his hand, as if he had spirituality, he automatically began to absorb the elemental energy around him. Why didn't you get Wendy's supernatural power? There was a little insight. Just now, that was just a protection enchantment that would automatically last. Oh, he replied plainly, saying that he didn't understand anything. Wujin Liulai pointed at Kelly and asked, who taught Kelly those postures? I remember that there are no strange movements in this world, right? Of course I learned it with me, Lu Qingfeng said proudly looking at Kelly, who was running around playing in front of him. Don't teach any weird moves. Hey! Liulai, are you embarrassed to say me? Chapter 45. The afternoon sun shines on the blue sea, and blue sky. A series of footprints on the golden sand are deeply imprinted on the surface of the water. Kelly ran swiftly on the beach with bare feet, jumping to the side from time to time, splashing in the sea water. Luo Xiaohe was squatting on the reef not far away, bending over and digging hard. He lifted a huge crab into his hand and ran to the barbecue stall. Lu Qingfeng was constantly grilling the seafood that Kelly and Luo Xiaohe kept catching, sitting infinitely quiet while learning the techniques of grilling. Not far away, there were bursts of Chu-Chu peoples angrily screaming, and the 4 Chu-Chu people holding wooden sticks were staring at the little loli floating in the sky with an angry face, shouting angrily. Haiga, be careful! Wu Gang Liulai stood on the side and carefully instructed Wu Gang Haiga, and the Kaihokiu people also honestly ignored the existence of Wu Gang Liulai. After all, the 2 archers lying on the side, Kaihokiu people, had already told. They are more horrible. As for escaping, don't even think about it. I've already ran many times. Reassured Sister Liulai replied, and the fifth watch Hyaga recalled the knowledge in his mind. Spiritual power was running in his body, following the flow of his mind. The hands entwined with the blue wind element waved downward, and the fifth watch Hyaga shouted, "Wind blade!" A cyan wind blade then shot towards the hills below, and the panicked hills passed next to them, leaving a scratch on the sand. Yet, the fifth watch in the sky, Hyaga stomped angrily, her hands were closed, and a small tornado appeared in her palm. With a yell, the small tornado falling from the sky swept the 4 Kaiokyu people into the sky, passing Kaiokyu. Chu Ren's original bonfire turned into a tornado of flames. Lowering from the air, the 5-watch Hyaga, whose spiritual power is about to be exhausted, stared at the flame tornado curiously, and couldn't help thinking of the anime that 5-watch Liulai had watched by herself. Covering his left eye, Wujin Hyaga lowered his voice and said, "Evil monsters! You will eventually be wiped out under my flame tornado." Oops! Let go of the little hand covering his eyes. Wuzhong Hyaga held his head and looked at the top with teary eyes, and saw Lu Qingfeng standing behind him with a plate of deliciously scented seafood. "Don't learn from your sister, be careful, no one wants it." Hyaga retracted his hand knife. Lu Qingfeng handed the plate in his hand to little Loli, turned his head and looked at the Kaiokyu people who were still screaming, smelling an unpleasant burn. Muggy frowned. Looking down at the fifth watch holding the plate, Hyaga still looked at her flame tornado with relish, and reached out to lift little Loli and clamp it around her waist. Breathing out into the flame tornado and blowing it into the sea, even the unpleasant smell was swept away. Lu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, holding down the struggling little Loli, and said earnestly, "Hyaga, as a girl I want a lady. Although it is the training I arranged for you, it will familiarize you with power, instead of staring at the flame tornado with excitement, lady, understand?" Walked to Wujin Liulai's side and handed little Loli to her. He smiled and said, "Ruri, let's go. Hyaga's ability control is already pretty good, this wave of blood is profitable." Yet, after taking over the fifth watch Hyaga, the fifth watch Liulai silently agreed to see Lu Qingfeng's smiling face, and quietly walked to Lu Qingfeng's side. Hyaga couldn't help but shook her head helplessly. "You too, this is when I am a tool for communicating feelings. For the rare reason that Sister Liulai likes a person, I can bear this wave." By the beach, Kelly, after the shift, Hyaga meets again, holding a little hand. The two little guys want to run to play in the water. He stretched out his hands to grab the two little Loli and put them on the table. Lu Qingfeng smiled and asked, "Where do you two want to go?" Looking at Lu Qingfeng, who was smiling, the two little guys who were constantly twisting their butts on their seats couldn't help but immediately stand at attention. Kelly raised her small hand, blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Qingfeng and said, "Brother Qingfeng, Kelly wants to fry a big fish and roast it." "No," shook his head and refused to answer. Lu Qingfeng pointed to the sun on his finger, and said solemnly, "It's time to eat now. You have to eat well on time. Otherwise, the growth will not be high. As for the fish, my brother will catch it." After speaking, Lu Qingfeng walked aside, grabbed Wujin Liulai, and walked her towards the beach. "I will go back with your sister Liulai." Holding the small chopsticks and clicking on the fifth watch Hyaga next to him, Kelly looked at the two people walking away holding hands, and whispered in the ear of the fifth watch Hyaga, "What happened to Qingfeng brother this afternoon? It feels weird." "Yes. And why does he want to lead Sister Liulai? Are you afraid of her wrestling?" After swallowing the delicious fish in his mouth, Wujin Hyaga sighed as if he was very mature, and looked at the curious Kelly and said, "That's a pair of dumb men and women. Brother Lu Qingfeng is too courageous, so he went to hold Liulai's sister in a roundabout way. Sister Liulai knows that she has fallen in love with him at first glance. This morning I can see that both sides have realized each other's intentions. If I were Qing Feng brother, I would have held Sister Liulai a long time ago, and it will be over tonight. Own person. He picked up another piece of fish and swallowed it, looked at Wu Gang Liulai being led by Lu Qing Feng, and sighed, Sister Liulai is also. She usually has the courage to wear that shy and deadly clothes to go out. How can this be so courageous? Xiao. Someone who is such a good person like Qing Feng will definitely like him in the future. How can she be so undecided? She has clearly taught her so many things, and those who like him must act first to be strong. 5 Watch Hyaga. On both sides of Hyaga, Kelly and Luo Xiaohe looked at the 5 Watch Hyaga, who suddenly talked in confusion. He tilted his head in confusion and bit the food in his hand. Infinity was looking at Wujin Hyaga in amazement, looking at her as if she had a very rich love experience, and couldn't help asking, Hyaga, how do you know these things? Looking at the Infinite strangely, the 5th shifter Hyaga naturally said, isn't this something kindergarten should know? I'm already in the 5th grade of elementary school this year. Even if I haven't had a boyfriend, some people are chasing it, and my friends have. I've already talked about a few of them. Seeing Hyaga, who was immersed in food, a series of question marks popped up in his mind. He feels that his 3 views have been greatly impacted. He hugged Luo Xiaohe, who was full of confusion, infinitely closed his eyes and took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and looked at Luo Xiaohe and Kelly, who didn't understand what Hyaga was talking about. Nodded. It seemed that there was no problem with his 3 views, it was just that the world of Hyaga in the 5th watch was too strange. It was the first time that I felt so deeply that the world is infinite, so I chose not to delve into this issue. On the other side, Lu Qing Feng was walking slowly along the beach while pulling Wujin Liulai, and the breeze was blowing Wujin Liulai's long black hair wafting beside Lu Qing Feng's cheeks, and a good smell of shampoo came. Looking down at the girl who is being led by herself, the white dress is slowly shaking in the breeze, against the reflection of the sea water, like a beautiful light spirit, sacred and moving. Looking back on his recent performance when getting along with Wujin Liulai, Lu Qing Feng, who had never been in a relationship before, was ready to be reckless. Stopping, Lu Qing Feng peeked behind his eyes and swallowed his saliva while watching Wujin Liulai, who was flushed. Turning around and looking at Wujin Liulai's eyes, Lu Qing Feng stammered and asked, that Liulai, are you? Cough turned around and glanced around, Lu Qing Feng looked at the girl who was already blushing as if smoking, her heart seemed to jump out, and gritted his teeth and said loudly, Lu Li, I like you, can you date me? Ah! Exclaimed, Wu Gang Liulai's face quickly filled with blush, covering her face. Wu Gang Liulai whispered but clearly said, well. I like you too. Hearing Wu Gang Liulai's answer, Lu Qing Feng's brain seemed to explode with a bang. He couldn't help but hugged Wu Gang Liulai, holding her in her small exclamation and started spinning around. The emotions in his heart were beyond words, and the world in Lu Qing Feng's eyes seemed to be dazzling. It turns out that it is such a happy thing for a girl who has liked herself for a long time to like herself. From a long time ago, Lu Qing Feng, who was still a teenager, fell in love with the girl on the screen, her poisonous tongue, her tsundere, her cuteness, the way she was at home, the way she treated friends and her feelings. All this deeply attracted the lonely teenager, and that was the first time a teenager knew what love at first sight was. With the passage of time, the teenager who has been alone has gradually grown into an adult with the help of society. He didn't have much skill and used the little money he saved from working in a barbecue shop to open his own barbecue stall. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's the guests. The 18-year-old successfully survived and worked hard every day to live alone. There has never been a person by his side, and he has never had a person to let him stay. Until one day, the world changed, and the youth who had been alive and unconscious were given a new life and encountered unprecedented things. The chat group he suddenly joined had the girl he knew well, but the young man had no reason to talk to her. I immersed myself in the survival of New World until I found a reason. After considering it for a long time, the young man chose to have a private chat. Taking the purchase as a reason, slowly began to get acquainted with the girl. With the passage of time, the two began to get acquainted with each other slowly, and realized their respective moods. At this moment, Liu Qingfeng only wanted the girl in his arms to let the whole world know that this was his lover. Chapter 46 The Destiny Connected Together. In the evening, the sun sets. Under the sakura flower tree in the manor, Liu Qingfeng takes Wujin Liulai for a leisurely stroll. "How did Liulai like me?" Liu Qingfeng asked with a smile on his face, looking at his girl, a little curious. Holding Liu Qingfeng's hand tightly, Wujin Liulai said shyly, "I liked it without knowing it." She blushed and looked at Liu Qingfeng. Wujin Liulai looked at Liu Qingfeng's eyes and said, "The more I understand, the more I like you. Ns. I can say that I liked you a long time ago." In the sunset, Liu Qingfeng stopped, touched Wujin Liulai's cheek, lifted the long hair from her ear, and said, "I liked you a long time ago." "Hey!" Looking at Liu Qingfeng strangely, Wujin Liulai was a bit inexplicable. Unbelievably asked, "Qingfeng, what are you talking about?" Pulling Wujin Liulai to the side to sit down, the soft lawn covered the two of them. Liu Qingfeng looked at Wujin Liulai, who was sitting next to her, pulling her with a smile, and said, "Actually, the one I liked most was you on the screen." That character named Wujin Liulai. Wujin Liulai nodded suddenly, and looked at Liu Qingfeng as if she understood. After all, they are all homes, understandable and understandable. But the palm of my hand clenched involuntarily. Pulling away Wujin Liulai's clenched palm, Liu Qingfeng put his forehead against Wujin Liulai's forehead, his eyes facing each other, close enough to feel each other's breathing. With 10 fingers interlocking, Liu Qingfeng looked at Wujin Liulai and said, "But after actually getting to know you, I clearly realized that you are a person named Wujin Liulai, not the character on the screen. With our acquaintance, I gradually learned that you look different." With a smile on his face, Liu Qingfeng said briskly, "I gradually fell in love with you like this. Until today, I saw Liulai's mind. I take up the courage and make up your mind to confess to you. Thank you for accepting me like this, and thank you for your willingness to like me. Thank you for staying with me," Liu Qingfeng said sincerely. Ye slightly shook his head. Wujin Liulai squeezed Liu Qingfeng's hand, and looked at him and said, "I should thank you more. Thank you for wanting to like me, who is so useless. Thank you for feeling my heart. Thank you too. You like me on that screen." The two facing each other looked at each other and smiled. In the setting sun, the shadows of the two approached each other, and finally overlapped to form a whole. Yet, there was a suppressed cheer, and Wuzhong Hyaga and Kelly poked their heads from the sakura flower tree not far away. Seeing Sister Liulai, who was finally wanted, Hyaga smiled relievedly during the 5th shift. It was really great. Sister Liulai was not what she expected to wear in the 2nd year of the costume and finally died alone. Open the chat group to take photos wildly, and Hyaga wants to leave memories for this memorable scene. By the way, I'll prepare for Sister Liulai again in case an opponent appears in the future, so that she has the weapon to slam the opponent. Parting the connected lips, Wujin Liulai turned her head shyly. Liu Qingfeng smiled and waved to the two little lowly not far away. Save and back up several precious photos in Hyaga's hands. In the chat group, Liu Qingfeng led the shy Wujin Liulai. Blushing, he glared at Wujin Hyaga. Wujin Liulai stood up and said to Liu Qingfeng, "Then Qingfeng, let's go. Or Mom and Dad should worry about it." Yet, Liu Qingfeng nodded reluctantly. Liu Qingfeng couldn't help but hugged Wujin Liulai again, and said softly, "I will find a chance to visit my uncle and aunt. So are you. Come over to me when you have time." The chat group's crossing, I have opened up the permissions. Yeah, feeling the warmth in Liu Qingfeng's arms, Wujin Liulai softly promised, "I will." Get up and hold the small hand of Hyaga. Woojin Liulai opens the chat group and prepares to send home. Brother-in-law, come to play. Mom and Dad will definitely like you, Woojin Hyaga shouted loudly, waving this little hand to Lu Qingfeng. Smiling and nodding, Lu Qingfeng said firmly, yes. I will definitely go back. In the white light, the two figures disappeared. Kai disappeared into his own world. There were footsteps behind him, and Lu Qingfeng's trousers were pulled twice. Kelly's low voice came. Brother Qingfeng will no longer be Kelly's brother in the future, asked in a crying voice. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes, and she asked sadly, is Brother Qingfeng being Sister Liulai's in the future? I won't be with Kelly anymore. Looking at the little Kelly at his feet, Lu Qingfeng hugged Kelly, with Kelly's small head on his forehead and said, what are you talking about, Kelly? Brother Qingfeng will always be your brother. How could you not want it? And you? Really? Kelly and Lu Qingfeng asked, twisting her head while playing a game of topping each other. Really? When Kite arrived, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, and you see, Sister Liulai will be your sister in the future. Hyaga is also your sister. And there is also a little sister named Zuxi at Sister Liulai's house. Kelly will be my sister from now on. Kaylee is my sister now. Kaylee was shocked, and said with a smile, will Kaylee be my sister in the future? Holding Lu Qingfeng's neck, Kaylee couldn't wait to say, Brother Qingfeng, Kaylee wants to see Sister Zuxi, okay. Patting Kelly's back, Lu Qingfeng pressed her cheek against Kelly's small head, and slowly said, then let Sister Liulai add Sister Zuxi into the group chat next time? Then you can do it. I've seen it frequently. Couldn't Kelly go to see Sister Zuxi? Kelly's curious voice came. Lu Qingfeng smiled and shook his head and said, this is so Kelly is growing up. Now Kelly goes to the world over there, but many bad people will pay attention. Well, Kelly knows it. She found a comfortable position in Lu Qingfeng's arms, and Kelly closed her eyes and said intermittently, Sister Zuxi must come to see Kelly, and Kelly will take her to play. As she talked, Kelly's breathing gradually calmed down and she fell asleep. Holding Kelly gently, Lu Qingfeng looked at the little guy who was sleeping peacefully with a smile in his arms, and quietly wiped away tears from the corners of Kelly's eyes. Lu Qingfeng raised his head and looked at the sky. The moon has risen, and the crescent glows white. It's almost the end of the month. I didn't expect to have been to Mond for so long. Lu Qingfeng recalled the embarrassment he had just arrived in Tawat continent, and was forced to not move by a few slimes. The encounter with Kelly, opened her own barbecue stall again in the city of Mond to make a living, met with Grandpa Lu, went out for adventure for the first time, became friends with Fisher, met Ying and Pimeng, and experienced the attack of the wind and magic dragon. Efforts to save the crisis in the city of Mond, became a Knight of Honor, completed the first group mission, and gradually became acquainted with Liulai and became friends, strengthened herself, let Kelly join the group chat, and became acquainted with Wendy, and Jin became a friend, saved Tae Valen, went to the real world and saved the city. Owned my own home and became lovers with Liulai. Holding Kelly cherished, Lu Qingfeng said in a low voice, thank you Kelly, it was the encounter with you that changed my life. Gently walked towards the room. In the moonlight, sakura flowers flew down. Lu Qingfeng gradually walked away holding Kelly's figure, and walked towards the common home of the two. Chapter 47. Reward, thank you, thank the magic reward for 100 points. Thanks to Kike for rewarding 100 points. Thank you Erlang Shen for the reward of 100 points. Thanks for the 500 points rewarded by Xin Wanghai. Monthly pass thanks. Thanks for a monthly ticket voted by LLF14. Thanks Bingwu, for a monthly pass. Thanks to Xingyuji Wuhan for a monthly pass. Thanks for a monthly pass voted by 1303. Thanks to Jin Longbing for a monthly pass. Thanks for the 2 monthly tickets voted in the rainy season in April. Special thanks to. Thank you very much Hung Binjian and Blue Bookmate. Since I started writing, I have been helping me find wrong sentences and typos. Thank you very much. Special thanks to other book friends who helped me find typos and unreasonable sentences. Thank you very much. Thank you all the book friends who voted and gave me rewards. Thank you for your willingness to support me. Thank you to all the book friends who have been voting for me. You let me know that there is something worth seeing when I write a story. Thank you for your willingness to read my story and write me various comments. Really, that's it, I'm very grateful, thank you. Chapter 48. In the early morning, the breeze slowly blows on the surface of the fruit wine lake, and the microwave is sparkling. In the soft morning light, boats sail on the lake. Ying took Peimen and sat on a small boat, preparing to go to Lu King Feng's house. Today is a new month, and it will be the day when the chat group's qualifications are refreshed. P.S. It is refreshed at the beginning of each month. It was just opened for that month before. The refresh time is the time when you receive it for the first time in the following month, which is 8 o'clock in the morning on the first of every month. As we stepped off the docked ship, the breeze was blowing on her face. With her right hand twitching the blonde in her ear, Ying raised her head and looked into the distance, staring at the clouds in the sky in a daze. Empty, where are you? Ying, let's go quickly. Peimen danced around Ying's side and said urgingly, hurry up, this will catch up with Lu King Feng's breakfast. Looking at the impatient little Peimen, Ying's heart was a little messy because of the upcoming events. She smiled and flicked Peimen's head and said, you are really a greedy little fellow, Peimen. Facing the morning light, Ying took a step forward. A series of stars lit up behind her, and Peimen followed her. Walking up the avenue, it turned into a road paved by shallow lawns on one side, and lush willow trees on both sides. The smell of grass is mixed with fruit wine. The moisture of the lake is wafting around in the wind, and Ying and Peimen walk along the straight road. Hey Lu King Feng, we're here for Peimen. Open the door, do you have something for Peimen? In the kitchen, Lu King Feng, who was making breakfast, heard Peimen's yell and shook his head with a smile. Xiao Peimen really didn't say anything polite. After stopping, Lu King Feng turned his head and said to Kelly, who had just walked downstairs, Kelly, Ying and Xiao Peimen are here. Go and open the door for them. Brother is making breakfast and can't walk away. Wearing furry slippers with a toque pattern, Kelly, who was still sleepy, heard that Ying and Peimen had arrived, rubbed her eyes and said with a happy smile, well, Kelly goes to Ying and Xiao Paramount opens the door. With the sound of slippers, Kelly opened the door. Good morning, little Kelly bent over and touched Kelly, who was still wearing pajamas with bunny ears, and Ying smiled and said, did you miss me? Sister Ying showed a happy little face to Ying. Kelly nodded and said cheerfully, Sister Ying, come in, Brother Qing Feng is making breakfast. Pimeng, who was about to say hello to Kelly, heard Lu Qing Feng making breakfast and greeted Kelly quickly, and then flew towards the kitchen quickly. Seeing Lu Qing Feng busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, Pimeng flew to the side with a swift smoke and waved happily, good morning, Lu Qing Feng. Looking at Xiao Peimen, who was staring at his plate intently, Lu Qing Feng chuckled. Holding the plate and moving it up and down, looking at Xiao Peimen, who was nodding his head constantly following the plate, squinted and smiled, little Peimen, do you want to eat? Smelling the scent lingering on the tip of his nose, Peimen swallowed quickly, nodded quickly, and said, Pimeng wants to eat. Oh, then, should Peimen help me put the tableware and chopsticks on the table? Lu Qing Feng pointed to the pile of tableware beside him. And Lu Qing Feng waved the spoon in his hand as if he was very troubled and said, I still have cooking to do now, so I can't get my hands free. Flew quickly to the bowls and chopsticks stacked higher than the two of them. Peimen patted his chest and said loudly, leave this to Peimen. Lu Qing Feng, hurry up and make more delicious food for Payman. After that, Palman lifted up a few small bowls above his head, and slowly flew towards the dining table not far away. Ying and Kelly walked into the room with a smile, and the scene before them was that Liu Qingfeng was busy in the kitchen, while Xiao Peimen was also flying back and forth with his plate. Kelly also come to help. Raised her little hand and yelled, Kelly tapped her slippers and began to help set the tableware. Ying smiled and took over the plate from Pimeng, holding the plate on her head, and started to work too. With the addition of Kelly and Ying, soon even Liu Qingfeng's dishes were quickly brought to the table. When Liu Qingfeng brought the last breakfast on the table, Peimen, who could not wait, quickly ate the food in front of him. Looking at Peimen's bulging cheeks, Liu Qingfeng and Ying glanced at each other and couldn't help but laugh, while Kelly, who was sitting next to Liu Qingfeng, looked at the fork with half of the food and smiled strangely. The two of them swallowed the food on the fork in their hands. After breakfast, Ying took the initiative to pick up the table. Then went into the kitchen to clean the dishes and chopsticks. Wiping her hands with a towel, Ying walked out of the kitchen, and saw that in the flower field outside the window, Liu Qingfeng and Kelly were squatting together to study something, while Xiao Peimen floated on top of the two of them and stared down. Walking out the door, Ying smiled and walked to the side of the three of them, and asked curiously, Qingfeng, what are you looking at? Moved to the side to make room for Ying. Liu Qingfeng beckoned to Ying, pointing to the young buds surrounded by it, and said, the flowers Kelly planted have sprouted. We are watching. Not too disgusted with childishness, Ying held down her skirt and squatted in the position where Liu Qingfeng had given way. She looked at Kaylee, who seemed to have a small star in her eyes, and said with a smile, Kelly, congratulations. Ya nodded happily. Kelly said expectantly, Kelly wants to take a picture and send it to Sister Hyaga. This was planted with Sister Hyaga. She will definitely be very happy too. Touching Kelly's little head, Liu Qingfeng said softly, Hyaga will be very happy. After all, this is something that Kelly planted together. Looking at Kelly, who opened the chat group and used the screenshot function as a camera, Liu Qingfeng stretched out his finger to point on Ying's forehead, looked at Ying, who was unknown, and said with a smile, welcome to the chat group, Ying Ding, Liu Qingfeng invites you to join the dimensional chat group. Along with a voice in her mind, a cognition emerged in Ying's mind, and her cognition of the chat group became clearer and clearer. Thank you, sincerely thanked Liu Qingfeng. After realizing the function of the chat group, as a star who has traveled through many different worlds, he now understands the value of this opportunity more deeply. Ying opened the chat group according to her cognition, and saw that the shoot she was still watching was being sent to the group by Kelly. Kaylee at Hyaga. Look Hyaga. The flower seeds have sprouted, buds.jpg. Ding, Ying join the dimensional chat group. 5 shifts Hyaga, really, so fast. Kelly, come to see you when I have a weekend break. Kelly, the weekend? Kelly, ah. Sister Ying is here. Kaylee at Ying, Sister Ying, I'm Kaylee. Ying, well, how are you little Kelly? Ding, Barnier joins the dimensional chat group. Ding, Wu Gengzuxi joined the dimensional chat group. Ding, Akia joins the dimensional chat group. Ding, Fumi Taki joins the dimensional chat group today. Ding, Rick joins the dimensional chat group. Ding, Shiro Wigaya joins the dimensional chat group. Ding, Keking join the dimensional chat group. Liu Qingfeng, oh, welcome, welcome. Sato Kazuma, wow, many new people have arrived. 5 Watch Li Yulai, scared, how come so many people suddenly come? Akia, ha ha ha. Have you finally come in? Worship, I am the great goddess of water Akua. Akia, become my believer, I will bring you happiness. Ding, Akua was banned by the administrator Kazuma Sato for 10 minutes. Liu Qingfeng, ah, that's a strong sense of sight. No losses Aqua, the goddess of wisdom who has been banned by countless chat groups. Lu Qing Feng, worship and incense. Rick, hubby, how do you get this in front of me? Blocked my vision. Shiro Weiagu, please, who can save my sister Miyu? Takimoto Fumi, W, who are you? Takimoto Fumi, it's terrible, why does a sound ring in my mind? Kelly, such a lovely speech. Kaylee at. Sister, can you teach Kelly this? Takimoto Fumi, Sigma, who are you, why do you know my name, and also know that I am a girl? Kelly, my sister is my sister, isn't your portrait just your own portrait? Fumi Takimoto, oh, headshot. What's the matter with your ears? W. Kelly, because Kelly has the blood of an elf. Takimoto Fumi, Sigma, Lu Qing Feng, asterisk, Fumi, you will know what is going on by digesting the knowledge in your mind carefully. Lu Qing Feng at. Did you just say the name Hubie? Rick, oh, I understand. This is a chat group that connects countless worlds, and the knowledge in my mind is also true. Rick at, looking at you, you should have seen a copy of my destiny. Can you upload a copy? Lu Qing Feng, well, no problem. Upload now. Lu Qing Feng, at, you are the person I have always longed for, if you need it, you are welcome, ask me for help, and I will do my best to help you. 5 Watch Li Yulai? Lu Qing Feng, wait a minute, I'm asking another person, you will know Li Yulai later. Lu Qing Feng, at, do you have a sister called Miu? Lu Qing Feng, what is your situation now? Shiro Waimiya, isn't this an illusion? Shiro Waimiya, a chat group that connects different worlds? Shiro Weiagu, please. Who will save my sister for my brother who doesn't have one? Lu Qing Feng, guardian hero, don't worry, talk about the current situation. Shiro Weiagu, I am now locked up in the dungeon of Ensworth. There have been a lot of explosions before, and Miu has been sent to other worlds by my wish to the Holy Grail. Shiro Weiagu, please, save my sister. Shurian will never give up the beauty tour easily. So, can you replace my brother who doesn't have one, and protect Miu? Lu Qing Feng, sure enough, you are the guardian. Lu Qing Feng, don't belittle yourself like that. You have to protect your important people if you fight for your own life. Lu Qing Feng, believe in yourself, I will post everything I know in the chat group later. Don't worry. Your wish has been fulfilled, and your sister already has someone willing to walk with her. Lu Qing Feng, you can't give up now. Your sister is still waiting for you to go back, waiting for you to protect her. Lu Qing Feng, believe me, as a brother too. I will extend a hand to you. Shiro Waimiya, thank you. After taking care of the knowledge in my mind, it seems that I can stay with Miu for the rest of my life. Although I hope that Miu can live happily in another beautiful world forever. But Shurian will never give up. Keking, Kelly, does Mon's spark a night? Kelly, hey. Sister Mauer, do you know Kelly? Kei Ching, this is not a cat ear, it is a hairstyle. 5 Watch Li Yulai. Kei Ching at, Mon's new honorary knight, you are the administrator of this group, can I tell Master Marax for this chat group? Lu Qing Feng, no problem. Keking, yes. Barnier, our generation has finally come in, this chat group full of infinite unknowns. Lu Qing Feng, that's all right, you are slowly getting excited. Lu Qing Feng at all members, the newcomer remembers to make up the previous copy of Destiny, which can help everyone know each other very well. The copy of Destiny I will upload will also belong to some members of the group. If you know the fate of the rest of us, remember to send it, there are points rewards. Ding, Lu Qing Feng uploaded Game of Life, 0, New Game and New Game Season 2. Ding! Fumi Taki today uploaded Magic Girl Ilya Season 1, Magic Girl Ilya Season 2, Magic Girl Ilya Season 3, Magic Girl Ilya Season 4 and Magic Girl Ilya, The Oath Under the Snow. Ding! Lu Qing Feng gets 1000 points, Taki today Fumi gets 1000 points. Fumi Takimoto, I understand chat groups. Fumi Takimoto, degree, come on, brother Shiro Waimiya. Takimoto Fumi at, oh, go and see what I uploaded. It's all about you and your sister. Lu Qing Feng, rich and beautiful, degree, new, game is yours. Fumi Takimoto, Omega. Shiro Waimiya, thank you, Ms. Takimoto, thank you very much. Takimoto Fumi, oh, come on. Lu Qing Feng at, Game of Life, 0 is yours. Don't be polite when you need help. Rick, thanks. Rick, although I don't know why you have longing for me, but I need strength, although I'm sorry, but I don't hesitate to ask you for help. Lu Qing Feng, don't worry, I will definitely help you. Lu Qing Feng, as a human being, you are a person worthy of admiration. I won't be stingy with my strength. Lu Qing Feng, when you need it, you are welcome. Rick, Luoziahe, suddenly a lot of people came and it became lively. Luoziahe at, Qing Feng brother, is there something bad happened to the two newcomers? Lu Qing Feng, well, especially Rick. Luoziahe, if you need help then, Ziahe will also go. Lu Qing Feng, well, Ziahe remember to read Magic Girl Ilya, The Oath Under the Snow and Game of Life, 0 first. Lu Qing Feng, then you know why. Luoziahe, okay. Infinite, I will see it too. Lu Qing Feng, yes. It will be even better if you are willing to shoot at that time. Infinite, Lu Qing Feng at Colored Glass, remember to read what I told Xiao He, you will know why after reading it. 5 Watch Li Yulai, already watching. Sato Kazuma, +1. Huiwai, +1. Acua, Hejin, how dare you. Ding, Acua was banned by the administrator Kazuma Sato for 1 hour. Sato Kazuma, don't interrupt the important conversation time. Taki Fumi today, ... The new cute shivering. Sato Kazuma, Omega, Omega. Don't be afraid, go to Blessings for a Beautiful World and you will know why. Fumi Takimoto, Omega. Closing the chat group, Lu Qing Feng looked at Ying Ying, who was constantly studying next to him, and looked up to the sky and let out a sigh of relief. It looks like some are busy. Chapter 49, The Guardian Heart. In the dungeon of Ensworth, Shiro Guardi was imprisoned in it, tears streaming down his face looking at the empty ceiling. Great! Great Mayu kept muttering, Shiro Waimiya's tears couldn't stop flowing down, his efforts were not in vain, and he succeeded in giving Miyu a happy future, even if it was a bit difficult at first. But succeeded in having a happy life. Ding! Lu Qing Feng sent an exclusive red envelope, designated recipient Shiro Wei Gong. A reminder sounded in his mind, Shiro Waimiya's tears stopped, he twisted his head and wiped his tears on his shoulders, and opened the chat group with his thoughts. Lu Qing Feng at, get the red envelope Wei Gong Shilang, there are 300 points in it. Use these points to open the properties panel first. Shiro Waimiya, thank you, but I can't ask for your things. I will upload my abilities later, buy my abilities if you need them. Lu Qing Feng, it's okay, you can get it first, you should be my gift. When I get rich, I have to pay it back. Now open the properties panel first. Lu Qing Feng, according to what you said, your life is now a spark that is about to extinguish. Quickly open the attribute panel, with your combat power, you will surely guide a lot of abilities, which can stabilize your situation very well. Shiro Weiagu, well, I see. Thank you. Ding, Shiro Weigong received the exclusive red envelope. The weak body is firmly fixed by the chain, only the head can move. Waimiya Shiro gratefully opened the mall, clicked to buy the adventurer card in the special area. On the blue light curtain, a new panel began to appear, and Shiro Waimiya could not help but close his eyes, and a steady flow of power began to gush out of his physical strength. Originally, the powerful power gained from using the Palace of Valor for a long time is like the floating duckweed. Although it is powerful, his body does not have enough ability to fully display it. After using the card to make a wish, despite the ability of the Palace of Valor, I have learned it myself, but after losing the card and disconnecting from the Holy Grail, there is no magic supply of the Holy Grail. From then on, Shiro Wigaya has burned his life in every battle. But now, with the opening of the property panel, his body that originally looked like a house made of building blocks is changing rapidly, the foundation is compacted, and the material is replaced with reinforced concrete. The body that was shaky, but now it's full of energy. In front of him, the new attribute panel is completed, and Shiro Waimiya's new attributes are presented in a way he has never seen before. Name: Shiro Weigong LV15400-1000 Epic. Strength: 31. Physique: 32. Agility: 41. Intelligence: 41. Magic: 1230. Ability: Projection Magic LV5, Projection Sword Items Rise to LV8, Clairvoyance LV6, Heart and Eyes True LV6, Sword Grand Master LV6, Bow and Arrow Grand Master LV6. Attribute Derived Abilities: Max of the Tiger's Power, Max of the Extraordinary Body, Max of the Flat Ground, Shisua Max of the Mirror. Supernatural Power: Infinite Sword System LV6, can quickly analyze the concept of swords you have seen and store them. Linkage Projection Magic can increase the level of projection magic, and reduce the consumption of projected sword items. You can use the start language to expand the world of Infinite Sword System mental image. The magic power is sufficient and can be used to ignore the start language. Power of Shaking Mountain LV1, 30 points of power attribute to awaken supernatural powers. The strength is greatly increased, and the physical strength is increased. Body of 100 Battles LV2, 30 points of physical awakening supernatural powers, faster extraction of combat experience, stronger Vietnam Wars, increased vitality and increased various resistances. High Speed Movement LV2, 30 points Agile awakening supernatural powers, the movement speed increases extremely fast, you can already break through the obstacles of the wind. Soul of 100 Refining LV2, 30 Intellect to awaken supernatural powers, you who have been instilled to save the world since childhood, experienced countless things, strengthened your mind, and finally awakened this supernatural power. Guardian Heart LV1, 40 points of intelligence to awaken supernatural powers, give up previous ideals, and resolve to protect relatives. Do everything you can to protect yourself. Guarding will be your strongest power. Skills: High-speed continuous replication LV4, cooking LV6. Physique: Body of the sword, highly compatible with sword-like abilities, and increased understanding of sword-like weapons. Highly compatible with sword-like weapons. When fighting with sword-like weapons, the combat experience is quickly extracted, and the sword-like abilities are quickly extracted and absorbed. Each upgrade chew. P.S. The initial attribute physique of Shiro Waimiya is 7, and the others are 6. Free attribute points +4 each time the body potential is upgraded. The old wounds left by the previous battle on the body quickly recovered. The fire of life that seemed to be extinguished seemed to be reintroduced into a continuous force. With a bang, the originally good flame-like flame instantly turned into a blazing bonfire. Waimiya Shiro's godless eyes regained their luster, the white hair on his forehead did not disappear, and the things that have passed away will not be restored with the arrival of new things. Looking up to the front, Shiro Weigong's muscles bulged, and the chains on his body instantly collapsed. With a thud, Shiro Wayagu stood on the violently shaking floor. With eyes fixed on the front, magic power circulated in the body, and said, "Who is it?" P.S. Boy Iomiya hasn't read all the copies of Destiny uploaded by Takifumi today. He just started to cry, happiness, after watching the first and second seasons. Then I was interrupted by Liu Qingfeng, who had been waiting for a morning, burst into tears. "Oh," a childish boy's voice sounded. A handsome boy with blonde hair and red eyes in a black jacket appeared in front of Shiro Wigaya. He looked at Shiro Wigaya in surprise, and then said briskly as if he saw something very interesting. Unexpectedly, Big Brother actually broke free from the shackles by himself. Squinting, the young Gilgamesh smiled and said, "It looks like something very interesting has happened." "Who are you?" Looking at the young Gilgamesh vigilantly, Shiro Wayagu asked quickly. After all, this is Ensvartha's dungeon, and ordinary teenagers don't have the ability to suddenly appear in front of him. "Ha ha ha, Big Brother, don't be so vigilant." As if thinking of something very happy, the young Gilgamesh laughed happily, pointed at the top of the loud noise that kept coming and said, "I'm here to save you. Your sister Mia was caught by the Ensvarth family again. Now Sister Ilya is fighting hard. I don't have much fighting ability now." As if helplessly, the young Gilgamesh said with a smile, "And I also like the position of the auditorium, but I don't like tragedy when I am young, so I'm here to save you, Big Brother." Maya was caught by Shurian again. Hearing the words of the young Gilgamesh in front of him, Shiro Wayaguin couldn't help but his complexion changed greatly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "Sure enough, as long as the tree is if Lian is still there, it won't be safe to travel to the United States." Looking up at the young Gilgamesh, Shiro Waimiya bowed with gratitude and said sincerely, "Thank you for helping my sister and her friends." Lifting his feet, Shiro Waimiya stepped out of the dungeon where he had been imprisoned for many days, and came to the young Gilgamesh's side and said in a deep voice, "Time is running out, so please tell me what happened as soon as possible." "Ah, no problem." Smiling kind, the young Gilgamesh's red eyes looked at Shiro Waimiya, who was walking quickly outwards, as if his vision could penetrate his body to see his soul, and said happily, "Big Brother who wants to protect." Chapter 50, The Light in Despair. A huge black square box is suspended above the sky, and black mud flows continuously seep out from it, flowing continuously downwards, passing through the towering stone pillars below, and spreading above the earth. Batches of black humanoid monsters continue to gush out from the mud stream, and the large number of black mud heroes that have just climbed up like crazy beasts reach out to the sky and hold them, looking up at the blue-dressed magical girl flying in the air and roaring loudly. "Holy Grail! Holy Grail! Holy Grail!" Mio looked at the scene below in horror. The light of her pupils was disappearing little by little. Rin and Luvia screamed in their ears, and beside them, a palm stretched out. Shurian's face appeared next to Maya through a silver displacement space. These mud heroes are the undead who have not received the Holy Grail. At this moment, they are just beasts who are thirsting for the Holy Grail. The face with thick dark circles was pressed in front of the cold sweaty Mayu. Shurian stretched out his hand in front of Mayu, deep said, "Before the Holy Grail is found, they will increase endlessly, until the entire planet is flooded with despair. Understand, if you want to prevent this disaster, then hold my hand. Use your own will." Looking tremblingly at the big white-gloved hand on the side, Miyu's ears continued to hear the screams of Rin and Luvia, and Xiao Hei's rapid breathing. A trace of tears flowed through the corner of his eyes, closed his eyes, and a trace of sorrowful water drops across. Miyu slowly stretched out her hand to the big white hand with endless despair. "No!" Miss Miyu Sapphire yelled anxiously on Miyu's hand, "If I go back now, everything will come to nothing." With friends' figures echoing in his mind, Miyu did not stop. "As long as you sacrifice yourself, Ilya and the others won't have to fight such a dangerous battle for me. Everyone can go back safely and live a happy life." The corners of his mouth curled up, and Shurian looked at Mayu's hand extended, with a terrible smile on his face. Such a hand, you can't hold it. Ilya's voice came from her ear, and she was about to be pulled by her hand on Shurian. Miyu opened her eyes and looked at the warm little hand that appeared on her hand in surprise. Ilya gently hugged Miyu's shoulders, and smiled at Miyu and said, "Miyu, such a hand can't be held." Ilya looked at Ilya, who was smiling. Miyu's dim eyes could not help but she squeezed her hand. Miyu nodded firmly. Ilya's fill. Gritting his teeth, Shurian's angry voice sounded. Looking at Miyu and Ilya next to him, Shurian lowered his head and said softly, "It's boring. It seems that you won't understand if you don't destroy everything you can rely on." The voice just fell. At the foot, part of the Black Earth heroic spirit raised the crossbow in his hand, and the dense black arrows instantly enveloped the sky, and went straight to Rin Tozaka, Lovia, and Bayzet. I looked at the countless black arrows covering the entire field of vision. Tozaka was stunned for a moment, and then he was confused about what to do, because no matter what he did, there was no way to defend it. The arrows shot by countless Boutier heroes are definitely not something she can resist now. Rin. Lovia. Bayzet. Looking at the three people shrouded by arrows, Miyu, who had gripped Ilya's palm, couldn't help but be surprised. Covering the 7 rings of blazing sky. Along with the liberation of the real name of the treasure, the red petal-shaped treasure unfolded in front of the 3 of them, stopping the arrow covering the sky. In the dust, a long bandage was untied, and Shiro Wayagu stepped through the dust and looked at Miyu in the sky and shouted, "Yes. Miyu, you don't need to be restrained by that man anymore. This time your brother will definitely protect you." Rin Tozaka, who was squatting on the ground, heard the familiar voice that he had been thinking about in the past, and couldn't help turning his head and looking at the people who were walking by. He said incredibly, "How come? Why are you here? Could it be?" Lovia said in surprise as he watched the smoke gradually dissipating, "Shiro. I have heard about the specific situation. Thank you for fighting for my sister until now." Stopped in front of the 3 of them, Shiro Waimiya's red hair was flying in the wind, and he looked like standing on a lotus platform, full of black. Shurian on the silt said, "Next, let me make a conclusion." In the sky, the figure rushing out suddenly stopped. Miyu looked at the figure that suddenly appeared below, as if she wanted all her thoughts and grievances to be the same. She shouted loudly, "Elder brother!" At the same time, a task in the chat group is instantly displayed. Ding! Group task release. Group task, Shiro Waimiya, who has just joined the chat group, encounters a life-threatening crisis. Please save him and his sister Miyu. Task requirements, group member Shiro Waimiya survived, sister Shiro Waimiya survived. Annihilate the enemy. Task time, 24 hours. Task requirements, available to group members above epic level. Task reward, 16W points, 10W experience. Lu Qingfeng, no, Shiro Weigong will not be caught just when his sister is captured. Keking? What's the matter? Taki today Fumi, ... What can I do? W. Takimoto Fumi, XX, Mr. Weigong is in danger. Rick, group mission, I can't take it. Rick, damn it. Lu Qingfeng, Rick, it's that time on your side. How long have you known hubby? Rick, I have been together with hubby for a year or so. Rick, depending on the situation, the war should come soon. Lu Qingfeng? 1 year. Lu Qingfeng, I think I skipped so much time in those few minutes. Rick, or you thought my heart lock would be unlocked so easily. Lu Qingfeng, this, too, I was wondering why your eyes light up as soon as they turn. I thought it was because you were lowly control, but it doesn't look like. Rick? Kaylee, brother Qingfeng, what is lowly Kong? Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, just the bad guy who likes little girls. Kaylee, does brother Qingfeng like Kaylee? Lu Qingfeng, I like it, but my brother is a good person. And likes are different. Fumi Takimoto, star. Oh wow, Shiro Imiya is still in danger. Lu Qingfeng, don't panic. Ri Fumi is really a gentle girl. Ding, Lu Qingfeng started the group live broadcast. Fumi Taki enters the live broadcast room today. Rick enters the live room. 5 Watch Hyaga enters the live broadcast room. Wu Zhongzuxi enters the live broadcast room. In the cozy room, Fumi Taki is now nestling in the soft soybean paste sofa, watching the video in the live broadcast room with a small mouth open. Shiro Wigaya is holding a very cruel and mad stone sword. Not far in front are black humanoid monsters who dare not go forward. And deep ravines spread to the distance under his feet. At the back, beside the 3 girls lying on the ground, a celebrity figure appeared in the white light. A handsome, dark-haired young man holding a small red loli with pointed ears in his hand, walked to the side of the girl in a white dress, holding the girl in the other hand, and showing a smile to everyone on the side. Lu Qingfeng, I have already learned a lesson once, but we won't do it again. Lu Qingfeng, look, the giant man is showing off. Lu Qingfeng, my brother is doing his best for my sister, and now we can't bother him. Lu Qingfeng, let's let this brother behave well in front of my sister, and we can do it again later. Sato Kazuma, agree. Huiwai, +1. Luoziahe, +1. Infinite, +1. 5 Watch Colored Glaze, +1. Barnier, I'm not a demon, just let Iomiya boy perform well. Kei Ching, yes, but hurry up. I have a lot of work. Time is running out. Kelly agrees. Akia, the great goddess of water, also agreed. Tozaka-rin opened his small mouth and looked in astonishment as the crowds of people exuding incomparably powerful fluctuations were constantly emerging from the white light, and couldn't help asking, who are you? Kelly is Kelly. Grabbing Lu Qingfeng's hand, Kelly explained when she looked at her dazed strange sister. Raising her small hand towards the distant Shiro, Kaylee happily shouted, Brother Shiro, Kaylee and everyone are here to help you.